Good morning and welcome to a Celtic State of Mind. I'm Paul John Dykes, and the man to my right, as you look on the screen, is one of the original Axon boys, Kevin Graham. How are you doing, son?
Good morning. I feel like I should whisper at this time of the morning, eh? It's like one of the graveyard shifts that you do on doing the radio during the night, eh? And like you get to play any record that you want. Oh, it's fantastic to be involved. I didn't think I was going to be involved today because it's my daughter's birthday. But I was feeling a bit guilty yesterday when I was watching all the great content. I'm going to need to try and get into this somehow. Eh? I'm going to need to try and contribute since I can't go down to the studio, and that's what I was missing. I was thinking that yesterday. How good would it have been to have some of the guys on the studio and that be in the studio, but in the wee front bit having a bit of crack.
Exactly.
Like, it would have been a great day. It would have been a fantastic day, but. There we go. Circumstances meant it couldn't happen.
Well, the thing is, Kev, right? I mean, we're going to have a wee look back, not only to yesterday, but a wee bit further as to why we're here, how we got here, and what's going to happen next. So the point you made, people might realise that through a lot of kind of hard work behind the scenes, we've managed to build a studio. We do have a studio, but it's been an interesting year, as everybody knows. So we haven't utilised the studio. It's basically been me, green screens, Zoom in, dial-ins, but we've got all the facilities available for, let's say, next year, should we turn this into an annual event. And when you look at the success of it, you think to yourself, well, it definitely should be an annual event, because I think it wasn't planned. It wasn't a contrived thing. I'll give you the background of where this charity event kind of was born as well. But when you see the people coming together and you think, well, you know what, every single year, even when we're not in a year like this year, because let's hope we're never in a year like this year again, people do need that assistance, and you're looking at the charities, which we'll talk about as well. These things are always there. They've always actually been there. It's great that, for example, mental health awareness is something that we talk about a great deal more than we perhaps did before, Kevin. It's probably a generational thing. And, you know, like I was talking before I came on there about, the different eras, the different generations that we had actually on the shows yesterday, which I thought was brilliant because, I mean, to be honest, and this is no disrespect to anybody else, but what a finish, right? I mean, if we want to talk about yesterday, what a headline act. I mean, what are we? We're the Sunday openers. Now, if I think back to any festivals, I used to be a big festival goer, Kevin, mainly back in the 90s, to be honest, but I was actually at a festival when we beat Rangers 6-2. You know, I didn't see that game live. I was in Reading, I think, watching Rage Against the Machine or something when Celtic were beating Rangers 6-2, or that was certainly the headliners. But on a Sunday, I mean, what are you? Feeder? You're feeder? You're opening the Sunday stage. People are getting out of their bed and washing their teeth with a tinny special brew and stuff like that. The contents of the tin, not the actual tin, that would be quite painful. You know, you're walking about looking as though you've slept a night in a skip, and then you go and watch a few bands. We are that band. We're the first band on the Sunday.
No. Right, there's been Glastonbury a couple of times that's had surprise acts on the Sunday morning, quite big acts. Status Quo and Live Aid in 1985.
Are you just likened us to the Quo, mate? I mean, come on.
Look, they're my guilty pleasure. I love Status Quo. I went to see them. It would have been about 12 years ago now, and it was brilliant. I must admit.
You serious?
I'm being serious, yes.
Wow.
They didn't take themselves seriously, and everything was Spinal Tap to the max. But you knew that they were having a great laugh. Look, they have got some utter rubbish songs.
Did they do that thing? What was the guy's name? Parfitt? Was it Ray Parfitt? Was that the guy's name? Rick. Right. It shows I'm not a fan. And him and the main man with the ponytail. You know, that kind of...
Francis Rossi.
That's about, see, you know far too much. And they used to do this synchronised thing with the guitars. It was just it's the worst. Did they do that when you seen them live?
Well, basically they came on and they had a big curtain and it was white, and Rick Parfitt came on and started playing the riff to Down, Down, Deeper and Down with a spotlight on him, right? And so he kept it going for about a minute, and the crowd at the SEC, now we were probably the youngest at the SEC to actually see them, and they kept it going for about maybe a minute and a half, and all of a sudden the curtain dropped, all these fireworks, and they all bounded on stage and started playing Down, Down, Deeper and Down. Absolutely fantastic.
Kev,
absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's one of these things that you would never get back, but you knew that they were taking the mickey. You knew that they were not.
They're playing, they are, but the thing is, right, this is like a Sunday morning confessional. This isn't the way I planned it, but now that you've mentioned the status quo there, I'm thinking about back in the day when I went to see U2 at Celtic Park, and this is hilarious because Bobby Bluebell, I've got to get the name drop in pretty quick. How long was that? It only took me 6 minutes. Bobby Bluebell was at that gig, and he was saying that he could see that Adam Clayton wasn't playing bass. And there was actually Bobby Bluebell was backstage. I was in the crowd, and there was a curtain underneath the stage at Celtic Park, and you could see, for example, the belly dancers warming up just through a wee gap in the curtain before they came up onto the stage. But what he was saying was someone else played bass that night. Adam Clayton was just standing there miming, and there was actually somebody backstage playing the bass rigged up. That's astonishing. Now, the status quo thing, I'm just astonished that you admitted it. I'm even more amazed that you went to the gig. I will freely admit I went to see Madonna in 2000, but that's not as embarrassing as a quo, mate.
It's not, the quo's no embarrassing. The quo is no embarrassing. Look, Margarita time when we're in the army now are utter rubbish. You go to the toilet when they do that, eh? But when they're doing rocking all over the world, Down, Down, Deeper and Down, Caroline, listen to their 1972 album. Was it Ball Breaker? Listen to that. It's a fantastic album. Pile Driver, sorry, it's called Pile Driver. It's a fantastic album, an absolutely fantastic album. But to bring me back into the realms of semi-coolness, I noticed Mark Jenkins made a comment saying when you were at Reading, he went to see Oasis at Glasgow Green the night before. I was there as well. The Primal Scream played just before.
There must have been they festivals must have married up because the Scream and Oasis were playing at Reading as well. No, wait a minute, that was V98. I get mixed up. I was at so many back in the day.
No, it was the Mirror Festival because you had the Glasgow Green Festival. You had the Glasgow Green Festival and Reading mirrored the Saturday in Glasgow.
That right?
On the Sunday, aye.
And Noel Gallagher still made it to the game. He was at the 6-2 game.
Yes, he was, eh?
Because Celtic fans sang roll with it at the end of the game. He was there with the scarf, etc.
We stayed, and me and my wife stayed in a hotel in Glasgow, and I actually had breakfast with the Band Asian Dub Foundation.
Oh yes, I remember them.
Who were staying in the same hotel, and yep. I think I really blared the lugs off them because they had toured quite a bit with the Primal Scream, so they knew all. So they knew all about Celtic, eh?
Well, I was just going to say that links us perfectly into the fact that you've got Primal Scream behind you on the wall. I remember Gillespie going on about Sat Pal Ram, Free Sat Pal Ram, which was one of the singles of Asian Dub Foundation. Just for everybody to realise that Kevin and I were on the very first Celtic State of Mind, and the conversation went a wee bit like this, and we always had to try and pull it back to Celtic. So let's do that. Let's have an absolute seamless link. So over your shoulder is Primal Scream, who you've just mentioned. Primal Scream sent us out a good luck message. They sent us out a good luck message. Now, Kevin, it's going to be much easier for you to prove this, but you've got that Screamadelica tattooed on your arm. And yeah, you do. I don't know if you've got any status quo tats, but you have got a Primal Scream tattoo on your arm. And I remember one of the strangest things I've ever seen at Celtic Park was you admitting that to Andrew Innes, who is obviously one of the main men in Primal Scream, when we were at the Lazio game with him. And after the second goal, and after I had been jumping about with Andrew Innes out of Primal Scream, I just thought this is the most surreal moment of my life. But thankfully they didn't forget us because they sent us out a thank you message. That leads us on to the big weekender. And obviously our festival analogies ran a wee bit longer than I would have expected. We're getting some comments coming in about that tremendous jersey. That is an original replica, isn't it? It's not a repro. Yeah, it's
not a repro. It's the original 1991. It's actually got a felt badge.
Furry, but it was terrible for the nip if you were running. It used to tear, badge, yeah. You know that runner's nip that you get when it just scrapes against like a bit of sandpaper against your nipple. That was terrible for that. I hope you've got a plaster on it. So
I didn't plan on running or getting the top wet.
Okay, but the thank you message, the well done. Support message from Primal Scream on Twitter was tremendous, but it was one of several, and we still do have some brilliant videos. But yesterday I put one out, and it was Wyn Evans from the Go Compare adverts, How random is that?
That's unreal.
See when that dropped into my WhatsApp, Kevin, and he's calling me Dykesy in a Welsh accent. I just thought,
I know he's some lad. He's a big Spurs fan. He's a Tottenham fan, as far as I'm aware. But it's just when he starts singing, and you just know that it's like he done the go compare thing at the start, and like it's this unbelievable that the amount of people that have got involved and sent you messages. And I mean, I must admit, I ken that you, Kelly and Kelvin done a great shift there yesterday because I wished I was doing helping yous, but unfortunately, Nicola says that's not allowed. But you've done a great job getting all these podcasts together and organising all this. And it's always been something that you've wanted to do, even right from the start. You've always said this is something, and now you've done it, and you should be really, really proud of yourself, mate. Really, really proud of yourself.
The thing is, though, Kev, anybody can have a concept. Anybody can have a concept, and it's all about the people involved being able to put all the wee bits of the jigsaw in place. And like you say, Kelly and Kelvin working away behind the scenes, all the guys and girls who are involved in a Celtic state of mind, all the shows, because we had a discussion. I mean, I've got to say, I didn't realise just how many Celtic podcasts there were until I started writing a kind of wish list. And then I went through and I thought, wow, some of these guys aren't on Twitter, so I wasn't aware of them. Looking through Spotify, looking through iTunes. So it's quite incredible that you're able to get 20 shows together. And I've got to thank every single show. Some people might think, and I know there was a few mentions in some of the shows yesterday, that there's this great rivalry between Celtic podcasts. I mean, I've never really felt that, Kev, to be honest with you. I know that it does exist in the blogosphere where there's certain people who don't like other people and all that nonsense. But I'm all about the Celtic, and I'm all about what we were doing this weekend was charity, so everybody can get pulled together, and like in a Live Aid style, because I did see your Bob Geldof meme yesterday going out on Twitter. But some of the shows were absolutely superb. So the very first question I'm going to ask you, now that we've got the status quo chat out our system, 13 minutes into the show, Kev, is what was your highlights from yesterday, the content from yesterday?
First up, the St Roch's guys. That's an amazing thing they do with that community club. That's a club. It's at the heart of the Garden Gad.
It's a real community club, Kev, because you get a lot of clubs saying we're a community club, but when you see what the Rock do, it's a different level, isn't it?
It's a different level, and listen to the guys' stories that go to Rock Talk on a Sunday morning. There's a lot of things, and I've noticed since we've started, I mean, we're quite open about mental health and that subject on this podcast. And I've actually noticed since we've started talking about it, there's guys in the comments open up and saying they've had problems with this, they've had problems with that. They feel it's a safe space to actually open up and say stuff. And right, there's some numpties in there, we know there is, and we'll come to that later on. But there's some really, really good people in there as well. And there's some... And it's just humbling when you. I mean, we've got guys now who we will actually count as friends on social media. Mm-hmm. Never met the guys, but will actually speak to us as if we knew them for years and years.
You look at Mark, who comments on YouTube regularly, and he's on our Twitter page, and it's people that we haven't met yet that hopefully in the next year will be in the studio and we'll be talking to them, because these people bring so much to the actual the greater good of the show. By contributing, as you say, mental health, Kevin, you know, I'll tell you what, if anybody out there has never suffered from it or known somebody who's suffered from it, then they can thank their lucky stars, because it's something that no one is immune to, you know, having an issue with mental. No one is immune to this. And it could just be the flip of a coin, a couple of circumstances in your life not going the way you planned, and then, you know, boom, you can wake up one day, you don't even understand what's happened. I've lost a couple of friends but through suicide, and you think about that, and you always think, well, you know what, tomorrow's another day, it's a moment in time, and you just wish that they had phoned you or texted you or whatever. And then people think that I think sometimes they've got the blinkers on, Kev, and they don't even consider the fact that they could reach out to you and just give you a phone, you know what I mean, any time of the day or night.
And I know some people, it's the most difficult thing to talk. I'm talking for experience here. I've had a really, really tough year this year. And so tough, in fact, Celtic being rubbish for the last 8 weeks is a way down on my list of things that have made me unhappy this year. That Celtic have actually pulled me through. Doesn't matter how bad that they've been. Celtic are bigger in results for me. It's meeting guys like yourself and the other guys involved in Axom, having can I call them virtual friends? For the want of a better phrase, I'll call them virtual friends, but that's maybe a bit weird. But I understand what people go through and understand how hard it is for people to talk. But once you talk, even if that person just listens, that person's not got all the answers. That person's not got all the answers. Even me, who's had experience with it, I haven't got the answers when somebody speaks to me about it. But it's just been there and just listening. And the guys for St Roch's, that's a great and a really, really hard area of Glasgow where male masculinity and toxic masculinity can really make people like go into their shells and not want to admit that they're struggling. It's a really, really great thing that they do. And obviously we're open at any point as well. If somebody needs to speak to us, we'll speak to us. I mean, this has been real. This whole thing, the Axon stuff, especially this year, has been a great help to me. And I don't think I realised how big a help it was till I actually started thinking about it over the last month or so. It's been real good. I'm actually just feeling like I'm coming out the other side of what I've been through this year. And I've just noticed a kind of change in my energy levels and my focus in that. So even though I thought I was back to normal maybe about 3-4 months ago, I only believe it is really now that I'm having that I'm there. But I might still not be there. It's never going to go away. I know it's never not going to go away. But it's just the wee things I need to learn to handle it. I mean, for me to do this and what I do with the poetry and the readings and all of that, I wouldn't have been able to do that 4 or 5 years ago. And I know that.
But the great thing about that, Kevin, is you see people in their struggle and a lot of the time what they're doing, and I know this because I know you, what they do in their own time and in their free time and their day-to-day life is absolutely admirable. And a lot of people don't see that side of it. They think you're wallowing in your own self-pity and stuff like that if you suffer from depression or stress or anxiety. And that's not the case, because I know that what you contribute to society is incredible. I know that on a day-to-day basis. But I was smiling there because you were talking about your poetry and doing stuff live. And again, that encapsulates everything that we've done with a Celtic state of mind. When I got a knock at the door from a guy wearing a pair of shorts, they were the 3/4 length. They weren't like the Paul McStay Mexico 86 ones. The one that's shiny shorts. And a Mick Head t-shirt, bit of a cardigan. I think you had a combat kind of cap on. And we were to talk about the concept of doing a Celtic podcast, but we didn't speak about Celtic for about an hour before we even switched on a dictaphone. And I kind of thought, well, you know what? This is going to work. And from that kitchen table podcast, which actually, when you listen back to it now, it's a bit ramshackle, but we thought we were like producing something that was Oscar winning at the time. We've kind of, tried to push it. And that's why yesterday was great, because I mean, some of the production, some of the content yesterday was really, really top class. I mean, you look at the Cynic, sending me intro and outro videos and everything for publishing on the show and everything was superb. I thought it was presented tremendously by everybody involved. And what we need to get away from, because I was advised yesterday, I was on the buttons all day yesterday, Kevin, so that's why my eyes are maybe looking like piss holes in the snow at the moment. But I was advised at some point that the comments, because at the moment, although I can see the comments coming in, you're not always in and about the comments, moderating them. You need a separate moderator. So we're always looking to improve, and that will happen today with regards to moderation. But there was a lot of comments, very disappointing comments yesterday, because people will notice on a Celtic State of Mind that we're always trying to expand our views, the members of the team. And last week, believe it or not, last week, Kevin, and you know what I'm going to say, we got criticised for introducing some females onto a Celtic State of Mind show. Now, I find that totally absurd, totally unacceptable. But we were criticised on YouTube, weren't we?
And you were, yes, aye.
People won't know this, but we spoke to someone about, I don't know now, 3-4 months ago, to try and get them on the show as a presenter. Now, this was someone who was going to bring a lot to the table in terms of having the production experience, having the presentation. I wouldn't say who it is, but they have worked with what you would maybe describe as an elite football club. And we were getting them onto a Celtic State of Mind to try and add that bit of class. It just so happens that she was female. We weren't doing it because she was female. It just so happens that she was. Because this is another thing. Oh, those comments were great. And it's done in such a way, it's almost patronising. Why don't you say that my comments were great? Maybe they weren't great. Because I'm a bloke. You know, you can't differentiate and say, well, I was really impressed with that. Why would you be more impressed with someone's comments just because they're female? And what I noticed during the process of speaking to this girl was, she says to me that the environment we're operating in is so toxic that she wouldn't want to enter it. And I totally understand that. It was so toxic that she wouldn't want to enter it because basically you're opening yourself up to the social media cretins, because there's so many of them out there. Kev, you know some of the stuff that's happened to me in the last few weeks. I won't labour the fact with regards to social media stuff, because it enters the realms of this isn't virtual, because it becomes real life. And this person who would have been brilliant for a Celtic State of Mind said that she simply wasn't prepared to do it. Yesterday there were comments during the Cynic show which were completely unacceptable, misogynistic. You know, it went beyond patronising. It was completely unacceptable. And I need to apologise, actually, for everybody involved, because there's a responsibility to monitor all the comments coming in. I think yesterday, with how busy it was in producing 12 shows, that's something maybe I dropped the ball with a wee bit, Kev. But it is unacceptable. And these are people, which is even worse, a lot of them are Celtic fans. So please heed the warning. Do not get involved in that kind of chat. It's totally wrong. The people who we have introduced in the last few weeks, the presenters, they're here to stay. You know, they're brilliant. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. It doesn't matter. It's all about the views. I mean, Natasha, Amy, Laura, who's going to join us for the game later on today. One of the best presenters yesterday for me was Erin Boyle for the Kano. So hopefully Erin can do something for us in the future as well. Aye, totally unacceptable, but I just had to put that out there, Kev, and a big apology to all the great people at the Cynic, because they were targeted as a result of people's small-mindedness.
I know, it's terrible. I think I can't speak for these people, and I just hope these people are embarrassed by themselves. I'm not embarrassed for them. I just pity them. I mean, how would they like it if somebody was calling their sister, their mother, their daughter, what they were actually saying? That's the way that they've got to. That's the way that you've got to look at everything. Now, we've always wanted to expand the team here because we're doing more and more content. Then, I mean, I still think the only reason that I'm still here is because I chapped your door that day and ended up sitting in your kitchen. I'm probably the worst pundit on the place, but I'm only hanging about because I'm Adam Clayton. There's somebody behind me just ready to come in and play my bass part.
Is somebody feeding you all the analogies, Kev? Somebody writing your jokes for you, mate?
No. Hopefully, no. Either that, they should get sacked. I thought, look, we see it all the time, and there's even the banter between certain commenters in the chat room on a daily basis can sometimes cross the line, and they've got to just keep it Celtic. I mean, some of the conversations yesterday were brilliant. Some of them were absolutely horrendous. Some of them were like the conversation about the sweeties. That was funny as anything. Then we had a discussion about the NFL as well going on at the time. The chat room is a place where people feel safe. As I said earlier on, there's people come in and tell us that they're suffering from gambling addictions, mental health and that. They don't want to see idiots coming on trying to be the big man with their toxic masculinity and try to look at commenting on girls' looks and stuff like that. Look, I'm big enough to actually read and ugly enough to actually take abuse about me wearing a hat and one of the worst Celtic tops ever. But when you're doing it to a female, it's completely different. It is completely different. Girls go to the football just as much as guys.
Mm-hmm.
They've got an opinion the same as me, same as you, same as anybody else. Who's been on a Celtic state of mind since the start. I was really disappointed that the cynics seem to be targeted, and I would like to. I would like to apologise as well. But if you're going to comment, just make sure you're commenting for the right reasons. You're adding to the show, because you do add to the show.
100%.
You do add to the show.
Here's an example, Kev. Right, Ken Walsh. Now, Ken, obviously, I don't think he would have made the 8 o'clock because he was celebrating last night.
He was a bit drunk, eh?
He'll not make this one, but hopefully he can watch back. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Ken at Malone's before a game, and he's followed us. He follows us, religiously almost. And, even just a small thing like Ken giving Tony Curran a shout out, what does that do for a Celtic state of mind? Well, I then start speaking to Tony via DM. Tony gives us a well-wishing video, and then he throws in not only his own donation, by the way, into the pot, but 4 items, bespoke items that Martin Compson then starts bidding on and all this kind of stuff. So from one guy that we know, Ken, virtually, and I've been lucky enough to meet him in Glasgow as well, this is how people can add to the show and bring people together. Now, Jim Orr, who is our Friday pundit on a Celtic state of mind, brought up an absolutely brilliant few points, as he normally does, actually, and we're talking about values, club values, communities. And I'm not preaching, by the way, because yesterday was absolutely astronomical in terms of what I expected. My expectations were blown out the water, as I think everybody else's were. So it's not a greeting meeting today, Kev. It's just like, not even laying down the ground. It was just a gentle reminder to everybody that we do have that, the community spirit. We do have the values, and that's why we're here. I mean, look at the 4 charities that will be benefiting. And the reason I've kept IH Decorating up so long is I want to thank everybody that sponsored the show. And IH Decorating were one of the sponsors yesterday, as was Stephen Forbes, who wanted to raise awareness for Rock Talk as well. So thank you to everybody who sponsored. Thank you to everybody who donated items and actually threw some money into the pot, which is ever expanding, Kevin. I mean, by the time we closed down yesterday, I say closed down, by the time I went for a kip, we were sitting combined at over £17,000. Now, that was the fundraising page, which is still open, the auction, which is still open, and a couple of payments that have come in, cash, cheque, etc., that are still to be banked and transferred into the GoFundMe page, which will happen obviously first thing next week. So we're over £17,000, which was just unbelievable. Across the bottom of the page are the names of the 4 charities that we are hoping to support. So we're looking at food banks, and as Bernie Slavin said in one of his videos during the week, we shouldn't even have food banks in this country. They've now become the norm, which is shocking. Food Facts Friends are going to help us out with that, and you'll all see them during the weekend. Those suffering from mental health, well, you've seen Stevie in yesterday, Stevie Mullen, absolute brilliant guy, shining example. Vulnerable kids with Children First, and the homeless for Help the Homeless. Vulnerable kids, Kev, the thing that saddens me, and I know you've done a lot of work yourself on this, is just they don't have the choice. It's not their bad decisions that have got them into the situation. And you just want to, you wish you could just pick every single one of them up and give them a big cuddle and help every single one of them. And thankfully, there's organisations that do exactly that, but they're charitable and they need money and they need people funding them. And that's what we're hopefully going to be doing today. Homelessness. I used to work in George Street in Edinburgh, and my daily commute ended with a walk from either the bus or the train down George Street into my work, into a beautiful plush building which was worth several £1 million probably, Kevin, you know what I mean? And what you got on that walk down George Street, one of the trendiest streets with all the trendy bars and all the big expensive shops, was the dichotomy of society that we live in today. So you had the highest echelons, if someone wants to pick me up on the pronunciation of echelons, of all these vast, wealthy businessmen who have bought up all the brilliant buildings in George Street. But then you look down and there's people who have nothing. They're sleeping on the pavement, and they're sleeping at vents that might actually give them a heat, and you look up at what the vent is, and it's a big Masonic building in George Street. and you're looking at that, and you're looking at the opulence of that, and then you're looking at the person on the street, and you think to yourself, every day on my way to work, on my way back to the bus or the train, I'm probably walking past 10 people a day, Kev. And you think, even if I was to give every one of them a $5, I'd be working to fund giving somebody just a bite to eat. So there must be a different way of doing it. That and then straight away, that's where the idea grows. Let's try and help the homeless. Let's try and do something. So when you then look at the fact that from that kitchen table, we managed to very, very gradually build a platform, build an audience, then you say, how can we put this to good use? How can we do something? And this came to light three weeks ago. And you know what? It happened on the day, somebody can tell me the date, that Celtic released a Christmas video. That's when this concept was born. And the thing with regards to the Christmas video, I'm not knocking the club, Kev. I'm not knocking the club, right? Because I know there's several, and it's not because I know that the several members of the club staff do watch the show. I'm not knocking the club because they're a corporate entity, and the Christmas video is an annual event. But when I watched it, I did feel that I asked myself, what's the message? What's the message here on this video? That's what I was watching it, and I asked myself, and I thought maybe we should do our own Christmas video. By the way, that's something for next year. But then I thought, no, let's send out a different message. And this is where the Quadruple Treble charity weekender was born. This will happen next year. It might happen in a different way. We might have people out there on the streets doing stuff that we can actually physically show this is the good that's being done. People on the street doing stuff, Kevin. Hopefully we can do all that next year. But it was the message or lack of that I felt, correct me if I'm wrong, I felt there was a lack of a real message of the club's so-called values when I seen that video. And that's what started off this idea to do the Quadruple Treble charity weekender.
There is the club's charitable arm, the foundation, do a lot of good work, but the Christmas videos seem to have become a monster in its own right. It's become a very plushly produced video, and it's fantastic. But as you say, the supporters club, there's supporters clubs up and down the country who still represent Celtic's values in their local areas. It always annoys me when people say to Celtic fans, support your local team, because there was Irish immigrants came to all parts of Scotland in the late 1800s. They settled all the way up to the Highlands, all the way down to the borders. And Celtic were founded for those people. They weren't just founded for Glasgow people. They weren't just founded for the people in the East End. They were founded to help the people in the East End, but the Irish immigrants who were all over Scotland were also made to feel part of that as well, because it was their club. It was founded by their people. And this is why you've got supporters clubs all over Scotland. And you've got these supporters clubs. My supporters club, the Tommy Gemmell CSC Dunblane. Dunblane is seen as this sort of affluent area just outside Stirling. They've got one of the biggest food banks. Stirling and Dunblane have got one of the biggest food banks in Central Region, and that's Dunblane. There's such a thing as food working poverty. I've seen it in my day job. I see working poverty all the time. The fact that during this, the Celtic support have always been willing to step up, and I think over this lockdown period when we didn't have Celtic, and you started doing the daily podcasts, and I've stopped going on the supporters bus because I can't go anywhere on a supporters bus, But our supporters bus raised £500 for the local food bank just via a WhatsApp message, and we set up a GoFundMe page. Just because that's what we do. We actually give back to the local community. So this is just like a larger scale. This is like a big, massive Celtic supporters club. And we're going to help the people who, there'll be guys in our chat that probably use food banks. There's guys in our chat and girls in our chat, that have got mental health problems. There'll be guys in the chat who'll help underprivileged kids as well.
Exactly.
So
just picking up on Charles's point, I don't want you to misinterpret what I just said.
no, not at all.
This was nothing to do with what the club does in terms of the charitable processes through the foundation, of which I'm well aware. This was to do with the disconnect that watching that Celtic Christmas video actually highlighted to myself. And that disconnect goes deeper than just trying to sell you merchandise while people are struggling. The disconnect goes down to the fact that I know for a fact that the Former Players Association exists, but how many former players were contacted this year during a pandemic, where actually I got word just 2 days ago that one of those former players died at the age of 73. And I don't even know if it was something that was mentioned on the Celtic social pages, but it's someone who spent a great deal of time with me when I was writing my first book. And I don't feel that, beyond the charitable element of setting up a foundation, which is absolutely tremendous, and I would never criticise that, I don't feel connected to the club. I don't feel that the club as an entity are speaking to me as a human being in society. And I don't think that they're doing enough for ex-players who are struggling, who might be relying on some of these charities that are on the ticker tape underneath this page. And that was the reason that, having watched that Christmas video, that I decided to set this up. So that was nothing to do, it's not unfair, it's nothing to do with what the club does in terms of its charitable foundation, absolutely nothing. And what we're doing has nothing to do with that. This was sparked off by a video that said to me, buy merchandise this Christmas. It wasn't a video that said, we are all in this together, even though those words were uttered. And that is what prompted us to set up the Charity Weekender. So don't get me wrong, Charles, and I appreciate your comment. It wasn't unfair, because we are not talking about the Celtic Foundation here. This is completely different. This is a club as a corporate identity, and a disconnect that a lot of people feel with the true values of that club. Because when someone like Ian Bankier comes into an AGM and starts talking about Celtic values, that for me is lip service, and I don't think for a second that he can tell Celtic fans about values. So the disconnect that has been felt by me and others is vast. It's huge. So yeah, they do the foundation. And the foundation charitable arm of the club is outstanding, and I've supported it and will continue to do that. This isn't about that. This is about the club as an entity.
It is about the club. I've seen firsthand what the foundation do. I've been to a couple of events with the foundation, and what they can do, because they get, is beyond our reach. It's beyond our reach of doing this. Well, what they can do, how they reach out with work programmes, stuff like that, is beyond what we can do. That is beyond what we can do. But we can actually get the rank and file together and do something like this. Do something. You see it on the comments many a time, folk going, where can I send you money because we're enjoying all your content? Well, just send it to us and we'll send it to charity. Send it to us this weekend. And I've noticed that in the GoFundMe page quite a bit. There's people going, I've been listening to you for months. Here's £20-30 because you actually deserve it. The amount of time that I've spent listening to you for free content. You're talking about the disconnect with the club. I know for a fact that the club met the free supporters groups this week. And basically it was, come in. We take your concerns. Didn't let the door hit you on the way out. That is basically what happened in the free meetings. Well, so that showed that's exactly where you're coming from, Paul.
Exactly,
that is exactly where you're coming from, and so that's happened.
What did it do? What did it do for the ex-players, Kev? What did it do for the ex-players? Nothing. The Former Players Association wasn't set up by the club. And again, it's not going to turn into a greeting meeting, but there's so much that can be done better. The foundation is fantastic. Absolute gold medal, platinum standard, what they do with the foundation. But as a club, there's loads and loads wrong. I know ex-players who are suffering from addiction. Club's never been in touch with them. I know ex-players who lose their wife. The club doesn't, they're not represented at the funerals. These are things that, there's certain people at the club who are worth their weight in gold, Kevin. We've mentioned JP Taylor as being one of them. Absolutely. But as a club, it needs to do better. It definitely needs to do better. And there's a huge disconnect. And what I have found over the last 24 hours is that when the Celtic fans come together, we are an unstoppable force, and that was shown yesterday. And again, yeah, we've had a wee dig at a few of the comments that were getting made at some of the presenters and that yesterday. But when we come together, that's a powerful force. That's an army, and we can do a lot of good. And I just think that it needs to be embraced. And like you say there, the associations, was it a tick box exercise talking to them because they're getting a lot of criticism for that?
It seemed that way. It seemed to be on the hoof. For what I can kind of gather, what's happened is the trust got given, says publicly that they had a meeting. That they had a meeting arranged after the protest last week, and the other two orgs phone says, "Oh, what about us? You're not going to get us in to speak as well." So that's what seems to have happened this week, and what seems to have come out of it. All three organisations are saying the exact same. It was the same spin, it was the same talk, it was the same, as I says. Came in and said, "Oh, we understand your concerns. We're doing everything we can. Have a cup of tea and just don't let the door hit you on the way out. Happy Christmas."
Now, Kev,
that's where it is. And now, what you're actually saying there is an awful lot good people work for Celtic Football Club. We know a hell of a lot of them. But for me, at times, their hands are tied because of the corporate entity that they work for.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there is a lot of good people who try to do a lot of good things at Celtic Football Club, but are basically stopped going that extra mile because of the corporate entity.
No, you're right. And again, I don't want to turn this into a greeting meeting because it's all about positivity. And I was a wee bit, I was doing something else while you were talking, Kevin, but I was listening because I can do that. I was just inviting the next show, and it's the Celtic Daz. It's the Celtic Daz, of which you and I think are part of that unique group of people, the Celtic Daz.
I'm a proud member. I'm proud to be a Celtic Daz. I've reclaimed it. As it was meant to be a slagging for us older guys, but I've reclaimed it.
It was, I mean, no, well, you can't sit there and pull off that away top and not be a Celtic Daz, mate, let's be honest. I remember I bought that jersey myself. I don't know where it is, but, I'm sorry, it's not improved with age. For me, it's not improved with age. There are some of these Celtic jerseys that have, but unfortunately, that's not one of them.
I just need to plug in my laptop.
That's all right, Kev. We didn't want to lose you, mate. But while we're doing that, I do want to have a look back to what happened yesterday in relation to some of the shows that we were presented with. And we started off with Celtic Crack, who, they had an amazing setup in Belfast. And obviously they were delighted to be on the show. They opened up the weekend. That was followed on by St. Roch's. And then Celtic Underground. Now, Celtic Underground, I think, was the very first podcast I was ever on, Kevin, way back when I was talking about my book. Celtic A to Z, they came into the studio. That's the first time I met they guys. They were excellent, talking about a wee bit of the history of the Scottish Cup. And then Electronic Tim's, which I thought was superb. Some of the old heads within the podcast world. Again, Kevin, the Electronic Tim's. It was great that one of the members was broadcasting from his works van. Then we had the Cynic. And I thought the Cynic were brilliant. I mean, in terms of professionalism, it was at such a high standard. As I say, though, very, very well prepared, sending me the intros and the outros as well. Wait a minute, Gary Miller, that's a good question. Are you going to auction off your wig? Well, I have a whole collection, Gary. So this is my Scottish Cup final wig. And yes, I might do that. Let's see where we are at the end of the auction as well. So the Cynic I thought were brilliant, and I'll definitely be tuning in again. The Huddle Breakdown, completely different subject altogether, looking at the stats and the analysis and the numbers. Obviously, Alan Morrison's somebody who's appeared several times in a Celtic State of Mind. I find all that fascinating, talking about today's game from a completely different perspective. And I always do find it fascinating, Kev, because when you and I talk about a game, I take things from what you say and you might ignore what I say. But when I talk to someone like Alan Morrison, and he gives you a completely different take on it. And then I speak to some of the coaches who are involved in other shows on A State of Mind, and they tell you something that you don't actually appreciate as well. So That was excellent. Pod 67. Hopefully, anyone who isn't aware of some of these podcasts are checking them out and following them on Twitter as well. I really enjoyed the Pod 67 input as well. And then we had the Ball Boys. The Ball Boys, it was just like, I was watching that thinking to myself, this is like what I would expect a Zoom call between the two members in Mogwai, just sitting there eating a bag of crisps, just chewing the fat. Oh, remember, we need to talk about Celtic. Oh, let's talk a wee bit about Celtic. So the Ball Boys were very entertaining, but they were coming out of retirement.
It was like an episode of Cheech and Chong. Both of them. At one point, I felt like giving one of them Stevie Mullins' number. It was like the Secret Diary of Timder. I mean, there should be a dating app for Celtic fans called Timder.
Maybe there is.
That's got to get invented, but that was just bizarre. It was utterly bizarre. And the boys were they got relaxed. I mean, the guy's sitting there wearing his laddie's headset. His laddie's gaming.
What was that clicking?
I think it was... I
thought it was a cockroach.
I think it was a loose wire in the guy's microphone. That's what I thought it was. But they two were brilliant. I mean, you're either going to love the guys or you're either going to love the guys and want to go for a pint with them, or you didn't want to go anywhere near them. They're that type of boys. But they were fantastic. Then you had the 4 Tims in a pod, or 3 Tims in a jumper, as have been rechristened. They were fantastic as well. It was like a virtual through the keyhole, though. You got to see folks sees, you're going, oh, that's nice wallpaper. That's no nice wallpaper. It was great. And yes, a Christmas decoration is trying to attack me, so that's why my arm is up here now.
Just nonchalantly leaning against the windowsill. The Celtic End. Now, people will probably recognise Stevie Ray's had a couple of podcasts over the years and certainly appeared on many others. But I love the chat on the Celtic End as well, and hopefully that's a pod that will continue. And by the way, Stevie, you should do more visual stuff, man. I mean, a lot of the people were saying, this is the first time we shouldn't really do it on YouTube. Absolutely, get on YouTube, man, because for me, it's definitely a better way of growing your audience.
See, what I would say, somebody like the Ball Boys would work as a late night chat with them engaging with the comments.
Like maybe an overnight thing. 2 in the morning. Definitely.
That would work for them, definitely.
Then the Kano Foundation. Some of the videos, Kev, I think that's the wee one that's getting up. Some of the videos were brilliant. Absolutely superb. But again, Erin was so well organised. She had all the videos sent over to me in advance so that they could be uploaded onto StreamYard, etc. And then the closing act of the night. What's the best closing act you've ever seen at a festival, Kev?
The Roses were good at teeing the part, but I don't think they were absolutely great because I think it was just because I wanted to see them again. I'm not going to say the closing act. The best festival set I can remember was the Primal Scream doing Exterminator just before the Rangers 6-2. They actually blew Oasis off the stage straight after it, but that was when the Primal Scream were the ultimate live band.
Manny on the Beds.
Manny on the Beds, Kevin Shields on the other guitar. They just came on and absolutely blew everybody away. Who else did? I remember one Saturday afternoon, maybe no headliners, Saturday afternoon, where I managed to see the Low Fidelity All Stars, Spiritualised, and Fatboy Slim at Tea in the Park. That was a decent afternoon. That was a very good afternoon.
See the thing with looking at headliners, you mentioned something there, and it goes back to our opening discussion, actually, for anyone who was up at 8 o'clock watching us. And it went back to that Primal Scream thing where they blew Oasis off the stage, but they'd done exactly the same down in Reading, because Oasis were headlining, Primal Scream were the second last bill on the act on the bill, rather. And they completely blew Oasis off the stage down in Reading as well. But I think Oasis were on their way down, whereas Primal Scream were peaking, certainly as a live band, Primal Scream were peaking at that stage. So the reason I've asked that, I mean, this is us going down a tangent again. The reason I asked it was yesterday we finished with 4 Tims in a Pod. Let's talk about that show.
Oh, what a fantastic show. I mean, doing this, sometimes you don't get much time to listen to other Celtic pods, and it's not because you didn't want to, it's just because you just haven't got the time. But they were fantastic. The Four Tims guys were fantastic. There was a lot of them. A lot of them were fantastic. A lot of them that I've never heard of. What were fun. I really did think when you were saying there's the names of these guys involved that you were making up half of them. I thought you were going to. I thought you were going to tell us we're going to get face masks made, and we're going to do 12 hours ourselves, and we're just going to kid on with different folk. But that was really good, and I'm really looking forward to today to see what the lads come up with today.
Well, absolutely. I thought the Four Tims were tremendous. Obviously, they've appeared on a Celtic State of Mind before. They're funny, but actually, when you get beyond the humour, a lot of their content, I think, is spot on. A lot of the comments are spot on as well. But obviously, that poor lad with his jersey got absolutely ripped to shreds, and Anthony was only happy with that because people were leaving him with his hair. He brought that up, then he targeted him. But it was all taken in good humour, and I thought they were a great act to finish off day one. We've opened day two, Kevin. There was one occasion yesterday where we almost didn't get a show on, because we're doing all that in the background while the previous show's in, and I almost had to jump in. There was another couple of occasions where a couple of videos went down, cameras went down, and I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs behind the scenes, and I noticed, oh well, I shouldn't be part of that stream. So apologies for any of the technical issues, but obviously we hopefully will be far better today. So for the actual game then, Kevin, let's have a quick one about the game, because I do know that Celtic Da are waiting in the wings, and they're drinking from some kind of receptacle. I don't know if they've started on the bevy, or if it's a nice wee cup of coffee or chai tea or a latte, but we'll soon see. And we'll soon see if they can set the tone for the day. Let's have a wee chat about the game though, because I mean, we've spoken about it for the last week, talking about, we've been bogged down actually about the team lineup. No one knows what it's going to be. Someone else had the theory that, the fact that Lennon made the comments that he did means that everybody is on their toes. Everybody is alert to what's going to happen today. Maybe the new guys that have come in and been lauded, and rightly so, have basically been put in their place and said, listen, you're not guaranteed a start on Sunday. And the old guard who maybe thinking that they're out the picture a wee bit, maybe tuning out a wee bit, they've basically been told you will be in. So the whole group are maybe more alert than they would be. They'll know what the team line is, Kevin. I think that Neil Lennon tells them the team the night before the game. Any last minute changes in your mind as to how this is going to go today?
When I got up, I was thinking about this yesterday, and when I remember Neil's first time at Celtic as well, he lost a couple of big games at Hampden when Celtic just didn't turn up. This team's in a different place mentally. Well, you would have said they were in a different place mentally if we hadn't had the last 8 weeks. I thought Neil was indulging in a bit of mind games when last Sunday, when he mentioned Old Guard coming back in. The only person I expect to come back in today from the game last week would be Scott Brown. When you're talking about the Old Guard, though, I actually expect Scott Brown to come in, and I do believe that he'll start with Greg Taylor and not Laxalt. Something gives me that. I think Taylor done what Neil Lennon wanted him to do last week, and Laxalt's kind of went off the boil a bit. So I think you'll see Hazard, Ayer at right back, Duffy, Julian, Greg Taylor. You'll see Brown, McGregor. Actually, Ryan Christie will play on the right-hand side, David Turnbull, Moy on the left-hand side, and Eddie up front. I think that'll be the team that he'll go for. I really want us to get an early goal. I think if we get an early goal, then it'll be like the Aberdeen semi-final. If we score early enough, then for me it's game over. If we score early enough, because if we score early enough, it'll settle our nerves. And then we can just go into playing what is our natural game. Well, what should be our natural game. If we're getting to 60, 70 minutes, Lark, and it's nothing each like it has been over the last couple of weeks, then it is really what you would call squeaky bum time. Because Hearts have got Premier League experience there. They are a Premier League side, all but in league.
That reminds me. Remember the section in Not the View? It was called Johnson Balls. Remember? And Derek Johnson's quotes would appear as complete contradictions. I'm entering that one into the realms of Johnson Balls, Kev. Brilliant.
I couldn't think any other way to say that. Our Premier League side and anything but the league. They'll have a bigger budget than a lot of the teams in the Premier League.
Yes.
When you look at the players that they've got there, they've got Gordon, they've got Naismith, they've got Halliday, they've got the guy Stephen Kingsley, who shouldn't be playing at the level that he's actually playing at.
Big wages. He's on big wages, Kev. As is Craig Gordon, you know.
So you've got Gordon, who maybe have something to prove, but look, Craig Gordon, when he played against Hearts, when he played for Hearts against us, was always likely to throw one into the back of the net. Mm-hmm. If you remember the number of howlers that he made. I want an early goal. If we get an early goal, then it will settle me right down. And I'm just hoping at the back of 4 the night, we're going to be celebrating something that's absolutely unbelievable. And it's going to be unbelievable.
I know, I mean, celebrations back in the day, Kevin, might have been different for you and I, but in our Celtic Daz state, we certainly won't be partying in the house or elsewhere. The Celtic Daz are coming in very, very shortly to join us, but not join us, to take over. They're taking over. But when we look back on the other trebles, and that's astonishing even to be talking about a quadruple treble. How many cup finals were we at together? 1, I think. Was it the Motherwell game?
1.
Aye, Motherwell.
When you're talking about trebles, in the last 3 weeks, you've actually seen how it's really difficult to do trebles. Yeah. Ross County are absolutely terrible. Sacked their manager yesterday.
You know what? I've seen that in the comments. I've not even had a time to look at it.
So they beat us comfortably at Celtic Park.
Yep.
And you look at the other night there, a Rangers team who had a free hit at their first trophy completely went out. So to go what we are 36 games unbeaten in cup ties is an utterly phenomenal record. So hopefully we can bookend it today, get the glorious trophy home, and then we look forward to the future.
Absolutely, yeah.
Take this season head on now.
Well, we do, because obviously there's unfinished business in the league, and I think there's been a couple of signs, the St Mirren game being one of them, but also the events yesterday. I even mentioned it at Tannadice. I see a few wee things that the Rangers fans will be looking at that as championship winning form, you know, winning ugly and winning when the chips are down, etc. That's fine. But I've seen a few weaknesses in there, and hopefully that will materialise and drop points. Now, picking up on what the DJ of choice said, and apologies for your time out yesterday. It wasn't me. I think I was making a cup of tea at that time and somebody else did it. Just to maybe check the function of it. So apologies for that. Have you got a live game reaction show? We will be live all the way through the show, which is something we tried a few times, which didn't work in the respect of the Celtic stream wasn't live. And Kevin was texting me that Ferencváros scored before we actually seen it. But today it's on the BBC, so we will have live footage and we will be looking at the game live, and we'll be dialing a few interesting guests in, Kevin, during that as well. Some of the Axom team, some people who have never appeared on Axom. Let's see how that goes. We've got to take a chance here and there. But the Celtic Daz are waiting in the wings to come on. Just one final mention to the charities that we are supporting today for 12 hours, yesterday for 12 hours. The Axom Quadruple Treble Charity Weekend will be supporting Rock Talk, Food Facts, Friends, Food Bank, Children First, and Help for the Homeless. The donation page has over £14,800 in it. We also have a live auction on eBay, which is making several £1,000s, and we've had a few other pledges. So we're well over the 17 grand mark, Kevin. In terms of a target, I'd love to break the £20,000 mark, which would be life-changing for so many people. But anything anyone can do in that respect will be much appreciated. Kevin Graham, I think you have probably appeared on more episodes of A Celtic State of Mind than anyone else apart from myself, and it's always a pleasure to hear from you. I know you have family matters to deal with today, so this will probably be the last that we see of you today. But if you do fancy after the game coming in to celebrate or vent, regardless of how it goes, you're always welcome. Let me know and I'll dial you in. I'm going to play a very short video and then you will be faced with the Celtic Daz. Thank you so much, Kevin Graham, for joining us on a Celtic state of mind.
Hello.
I think it's this.
Aye.
I'd say so. I think we just start.
Are we just live?
I think so, mate.
No, I think we go live in a minute.
What you saying, live?
Aye.
No, it's that's counting up the way you're daft.
Oh, right, okay. So we're live
I
with the
know.
Celtic Dad team.
You've got a technical issue there.
How are you all doing, guys? Welcome to the Celtic Dad podcast with myself, Kev, my good mate Patchy
How
here.
you doing, guys?
I think it's only typical that Celtic Dads, we should have some technical issues.
What was it? We were trying to get logged in earlier and we couldn't get the camera to work.
We'll try to get logged in.
Good times.
Well, not actually as old as Celtic Dads, but
Just
obviously.
like a lot older.
Aye, exactly, aye. Welcome to the Celtic Dad podcast. You're here to get up with the Celtic Dad team for a final.
Up final day,
There we
mate.
go.
There we go.
It wouldn't be, I'm pretty cynical, and I think that this could be the last cup final for a while, the way we've been playing there. Will we be there next year? Who knows? Thanks for having us. We're absolutely buzzing to be a part of it. And we just want to say thanks to our Celtic State of Mind for having us on. And Paul John Dykes as well for inviting us to be a part of this hour. We just want to say thanks to just a big shout out to the 4 charities as well. Children First, Rock Talk, Help for the Homeless, and Food Fact Friends Food Bank. It's quite hard to say first thing in the morning.
We will definitely
I've been
start
practicing that last night. So welcome the Celtic Dad podcast. Hopefully you're getting up for the game. Patch, how you feeling, mate?
It's the usual nerves, isn't it? You always get that. Like, you just kind of wake up. I was expecting breakfast when I come, but nothing there.
I'll put you a can of cider.
Aye, that's true. No, it's just you want the game to start. Do you know what I mean?
Aye.
That's what you get into that stage, don't you? You're just kind of right. I'm ready to do
Ready to
this
rock.
now, aye.
I hate the build-up. I absolutely hate this sort of build-up to it all. I don't know about you, mate. I don't see Rangers games. I hate listening to beforehand. Usually you see the sort of crowd gathering. It just makes me nervous. I don't know about you, mate.
I think Celtic and Rangers games are a lot worse for me. Like I feel sick for about a week before them.
Before
Honestly,
and
I
after.
take time off my work.
Aye.
But no, like with this, I think this will be a good day for us. Do you know what I mean? We've had a bad time yet
Right,
the
okay.
last wee while, and I just think that getting back in it now, getting a trophy, and it could be the kick on that we need. So I'm excited for the game to start and get going.
I mean, we have said that before, mate.
Well, aye,
so I mean, I don't
obviously,
know.
That's it. No,
This is it. This is the turning point.
this is different. Do you know what I mean? Even when we were playing bad, the semi-final against Aberdeen, I thought we played really well. Do you know what I mean? So I think Hampden suits us. Size of the pitch and stuff like that. It's always a one-off game, so teams can't just do their usual. Do you know what I mean, that they do in the league. So I'm looking forward to it, mate.
I like that, mate. I like your attitude. We hope, obviously, everybody's buzzing to go. The charity's doing really well. I think we're up to about 17 grand odd, so hopefully get through
It's
about
amazing.
20,000 by the day. Us personally, we've got the Brown top in signed, so I think that last bid was up to about 175 quid, which is good. I think we're going to put in a joint bid for it as well because it's a belter.
I'll need to check when I get paid.
Yeah, well, I'll pay off, mate, don't worry.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute belter. Don't think it depreciates in value just because Sorrow should start the day.
No, I regardless of that, I think
He's a club legend.
Scott Brown, he's the. I mean, apart from obviously we never grew up with him, but apart from like McNeil, I'd say he's our greatest captain.
Well, I
Do you know what I mean?
certainly. I wonder if technically, in terms of trophies won,
I think he's
He's number one.
I don't know if he's number one. He might be. He's
Aye.
definitely got a shout.
he's up there.
But no, he's a legend at
Yeah,
the club, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Regardless, so no, it's a great talk.
Do you think too much has been made of it's got to be Sorrow. It's got to be Sorrow. I mean, we'll get to the team later, mate. But do you think it's been too much been made of that?
I think it's to be expected though, because let's not kid ourselves here, right? We've not been playing great. The thing is, I'm not going to say that was down to Scott Brown, because it's not a case that you take Scott Brown at the team and all of a sudden we're playing well, because that's not it. It's been a collective. But I think that just because Sorrow has had as much an impact and the two of them play the same position, do you know what I mean? So I think it's only natural that people talk about that. But it's one of them, and it's cup final day. Do you know what I mean? It's what we're at London. Scott Brown's been there and done it. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's one of them. I think if he started Sorrow, I think a lot of fans would be happy. But equally, I think if Scott Brown starts today, I don't think anybody will be like, oh, that's it, that's the wrong move. Do you know what I mean?
I think we've got to that stage where people are a bit like, if Brown starts, that's it, disaster. But it's like, I think what you've got to take account, like you say, is his experience.
Exactly.
Sorrow's never played a Hampden before for a start, you know what I mean? It's the thing
with Brown is he's not been great, but I was listening to Super Scoreboard on Friday, and it was Jim Duffy that was talking, and Jim Duffy was saying about being a good captain, it's not just about how you perform on the park, it's how you get other people to play. Well, and I think we've seen over the years that Scott Brown's unbelievable at that. Do you know what I mean? He's unbelievable at getting other people to step up to the plate. He always tries to step up to the plate, do you know what I mean? But he's great at getting other people to do it as well. So I think that's...
I totally agree. He's the one that we always talk about. You go to Ibrox and things only going well, and it's like he'll stick one on someday, and it's like that. So he's very much that type of captain, leads by example sort of thing. So if he plays, don't worry guys, it's not the end of the world.
And you can have this lovely top, you know what I mean? So we're going to get an assistant to model it, but she phoned in sick. So it's just us two.
It's an absolute belter, guys, honestly. It's up to $75. I think there's got maybe a day or two left in the auction.
There's 2 days left.
So if you want it, you better get in quick and get your wallet. Honestly, just so very much thanks for joining us. We'll just go through what we're going to do today, just a wee bit going back down memory lane on the old Scottish Cup front.
Yeah.
And we'll sort of go over the team and what we think is going to happen today. Obviously up 9 o'clock in the morning, ready to go, which are pretty much Cup Day ritual. Just get up.
Normally my pre-match Cup Day ritual is to not be out of bed for about another 3 hours.
So this is middle of the night?
This is middle of the night for me. I got up this morning and it was still pitch black.
there was talk he's just doing an all-nighter.
Just staying up for it.
Just staying up, but then
that would have been a very different show, I think.
It's got to be sick. Yeah.
Imagine I was trying to get signed in. We struggled to get signed in anyway. We've only had a can. So Cup final day, it's normally... Well, I mean, we've been quite lucky with the recent one. We've obviously been to a lot of the games.
Yes.
A lot of the finals. So normally the ritual's just meet up, have a couple of drinks, get some music on, head in, and then that's it. Do you know what I mean? And then out afterwards.
Like I say, I hate watching any sort of build up. I just feel like you start listening to people and then you listen. Well, for one, if it's on Sky or whatever, no Cup final day, but you listen to the pundits and you're just like, well, basically, if you want to name them, I'm sorry.
Let's name them.
It was good to see his face midweek, wasn't it?
Oh my God.
And the favourites are out.
The thing was though, he pure dishes it out, and then if he gets anything back, he's just kind of like, oh, that's a bit uncalled for. But he posted the thing down that, or some people have found their keyboard fingers again. That is like...
So, thanks for having us here. Basically, obviously, this is the Celtic podcast. We've been going since. Been quite a quick turnaround for the Celtic.
It's been. We've definitely rose quickly. I can see the inevitable fall as well.
Up and straight back down. So, me and Patsy are a couple of wasters, so we'll just ride it until the wheels come off it. We're just going to absolutely enjoy it, milk it for everything that it's got. I think we'll try to get some endorsements, for.
If anybody wants to sponsor us or something, do you know what I mean?
Like teas here.
Teas and that, do you know what I mean? So definitely.
The Celtic teas after postage and packaging are turning over about a £2 profit.
That's it.
Big time.
I bought the cans.
So, it's not all outgoings. Just talking on the Brown talk there, do you remember we were at an auction? Not an auction, but we were at a sort of fundraising night, and it was like Celtic taps, Rangers taps, sign taps, and obviously I had a few drinks. And see, at the big man, I'm like, what's this? I'm putting a bid, right? Knowing that I was thinking myself, right, I'll put in a bid, I'll look the big man, and then I'll get outbid. It'll go for about 500 quid. So I've done that 100 quid. It got to going twice.
Before that guy jumped in right then was like 100 down.
See, the thing is, I was steaming, so I'm like 100 quid, and then see me going twice. I sobered up. It's like, what about?
You would have been going around everybody like that, you get a score.
Well, the thing was, as soon as they done that, when they done sold, they would come here with a chip and pin, and you had to get your card out and pay for it. And I'm like, I know I've not got 100 quid in that account. So I'm thinking I'm in trouble.
You would have stopped that,
so once again, me trying to act cool hasn't paid off. But so we started the whole thing started in January. Just started a Twitter page for a bit of a laugh, just to be anonymous and just be a bit of a keyboard gangster and just attack people.
Next thing our faces are out there.
Exactly, aye. So now we're plastered.
Roll on the abuse.
Aye, we're plastered all the internet again. So we started. It was actually the three of us. We're the sort of ugly two, as it were. The host, gorgeous, smart, has left us for.
Astro's new.
Just difficulties. It was just wasn't about it.
It's just because he's work and stuff like that. He couldn't commit to the thing.
Well, that's what he'll tell you.
He was actually booted it. If I'm just being honest here.
Well,
he's still I'm only kidding on. I know his family are watching. Matt's watching as well. So no, he's still part of it. You know what I mean? He was helping us come up with ideas and stuff. Like for this is why it's been so badly after 11 minutes.
Dying.
So no, he started party, but I should do 2 years running it now, and it was just kind of. I think let's be honest, we started this as a kind of tribute to our dads.
Well, that's what I was going to get on.
Because we're not really old enough to be Celtic dads.
Well, I think that's what we've conned people. People, I think, listen in, they know, good couple of old boys. I mean, we're only 2 years old. We're in our 30s now.
Yeah.
Both
Both in our 30s.
in our 30s is the point. And we basically, it's just a tribute to, I think, our dads, really.
Pretty much. It's a tribute to all the things you used to hear growing up, which was like, watch this. Rangers will be the last team to finish playing the day. Do you know what I mean? Watch this, they'll be the last team to finish. I mean, stuff like that. And then,
which is kind of Rangers. Although, to be fair, I think the Celtic dads were onto something because they seem to have been calling stuff.
That's what my dad, Frank, you'll be watching, used to always say that. That was the joke. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the Rangers game finished not neat, who missed the penalty?
Well, this is it.
You know, and this season that has proven
very the case.
Pretty true.
Not to give him too much of your time, but at 1-0 Motherwell, I was tempted to stick a fiver on Tavernier next goal scorer because it was at 61.
I would have been tainted cash.
I would have been. I would have enjoyed it. So I basically, I think I say it like that is, I think it maybe started as a sort of derogative term. Not from us, just people saying, "Oh, you're saying the Celtic, coming on."
It's that kind of just negativity where it's like you just can't help but just pessimistic and everything's against you and out to get you. I think that's it.
I think I've got a bit of that in me. I'm
definitely got a bit of that, mate.
I think, although I was born late 80s into the 90s, I think every Celtic dad is better from the 90s. I certainly am. It ruined my childhood, the 90s.
Wasn't he? You can look back on it now, not with fondness, but you know, it's anecdotes to tell.
Exactly. It's made as people
at the time. I mean, I still remember being in primary school and like sitting there doing that. I think you'll finish above Aberdeen this year because you're just like, you're definitely not going to win the league.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So as I say, it's a bit of that to our dads. We definitely think of it as an affectionate term. It's not in any way a derogatory term for us here. We're after it. So shout out to all the real Celtic dads, and we'll just try to represent you best we can. So as I say, thanks for joining us. We're here, and we'll just go talk a wee bit about previous Scottish Cup games. And Scottish Cup ties it as a Scottish Cup. We have won it 39 times.
Yep, that's correct.
Counted last night. So the most successful club in the Scottish Cup. We've got that and everything else. Firstly, start off, Patchy, what we'll go with your best memory Scottish Cup wise, mate.
When I was trying to think of these, I think like there's a few, but the one which was just unbelievable was it's got to be Big Tam. Big Tam's winner against Aberdeen 2017. It was just, I was at the game and 100% that's the most I've ever celebrated a goal. Like, it was just the sheer relief.
I was green.
Mate, it was unbelievable. Like, and the thing was, we didn't even have great seats that day. We were quite far up the back.
Yeah.
But it was unbelievable. The goal as well. I think it was one of them. It's like, the goals kind of get a mystique about it now, because like I remember at the time people doing that, as soon as that ball went in, lightning hit the top of the hand and stuff like that, which I don't know if that actually did happen. But it was one of them when I heard it, I was like, I could believe that, and that isn't just because I had like 4 dragon suits. But it was just the way he picked the ball up, and he's just got that way kind of runs like that, like
slalom.
Everything about it. It was just unbelievable, and then it was just to cap off what was just an unbelievable season, and the start of an unbelievable run. Do you know what I mean? Like, we were talking about that just before we come on. In our lifetime, before this run at the moment, before that, like we'd done 1 treble, which was Martin O'Neill's first season. And it was the treble, rightfully so, had that respect about it, where it was like this is really hard to do. It's not easy. Do you know what I mean? But what this current squad have done to make it this sort of commonplace over the last couple of seasons, it's just unbelievable. And I think that it really is. It's obviously it's come into focus, and it's unreal to think that this could be. We've already set the record. I think we're doing the treble, and then to go and do it again. That treble's just unreal. But that game was the start of it. Do you know what I mean? And it just, it was unreal, mate. It was absolutely unreal.
I remember. We had been on the Dragon Soups the full day that day.
Yeah. We had some in a hedge, and then we funded them after the game.
That's right. That was a great moment. I remember finding the Dragon Soup in the hedge after it and holding up on a Scottish cup. Get in. Hollow victory. But we were obviously in the Dragon Soups in the house early doors. Then we go to the game. Obviously, you can't drink at the game, so you start to sort of the buzz wears off, right? And you're like, go and get me a Pepsi or something. Try and get a caffeine now. And then so Aberdeen take the lead. Yeah. And I've looked at you like Johnny. Clearly, 2 years are just on our way down. Like, feels just you're instantly sober.
Setting in. Johnny Hayes and all.
And the thing is, we were only behind for like 70 seconds or something. Armstrong basically scored the attack straight away, but it seemed like a week, and I'm looking at you like, oh no.
I think it was because that happened so quickly, like back to back, and then nothing happened. Do you know what I mean? Like the only thing, like the sort of big thing during the game was like KT getting off with injury and stuff like that. Luckily, it was Rogic that came on for him, I think. So like no much happened. Like I don't see, honestly, not just because we were drinking before it, but I don't remember great amounts of the full game. It's just that last moment, and it's like I think I'll remember that in my dying day, mate. Just
before we go on, I think we're getting dogs. Well, I'm getting dogs abuse a big mark for like the start, and I'm like, oh man,
I'm not technologically sound.
See, it'll be me that gets it in the neck, mate. No, you don't like. So obviously, not a mess technical minded, but we got there. I think we're live now. If you can you hear us? All the best. But that day, Johnny Hayes with the opening goal, Lee Griffiths totally sleeping.
It's a good fight, huh?
That was a weird season, because obviously you started off like, we need Lee Griffiths, then Dembele just went ballistic, and then he was injured for the cup final, and you're like, Lee Griffiths, like what if you're turning around?
No, it was a weird season, mate, but Griffiths, I don't want to pick too much at that list to talk more about the game, but like Griffiths just he is, isn't it? Like, what do you know what I mean?
See how, like you're saying, the fact, you know what I mean, enough Celtic's history, like there hadn't been that many. We basically doubled the trebles we've done within the last couple of years. It is something that's getting totally overlooked, I think, because of the whole like 10 thing.
Everything's getting overlooked.
It's like, and I've said before, I think you'll look back, say it's a treble, quadruple treble, whatever it is. It's unbelievable. Like
it's crazy.
Like the cup run that we were on until a couple of weeks ago. It's frightening.
I remember when we done the treble in O'Neill's first season, and I remember being like, "Wow, Jesus, he's just done a treble." Do you know what I mean? It had that about it, and see, the thing is, what this team's done now, the treble's still the same. It's still as difficult to do. Yep. You're seeing at the moment how difficult it is for teams to win one trophy.
Yep.
For teams to win one trophy, and to consider the fact that like we could potentially do 12 in a row. Do you know what I mean? Like it's unreal, and the treble is still hard to do, and it's just that this team has completely excelled and just it's set the bar ridiculously high. Do you know what I mean? For everybody else to follow.
Do you think that that is why the team are coming in for so much abuse this year, because but I think personally we've took this team to the well too many times, and I think you're seeing that. You've took Brown, you're just relying on Brown again and again and again, and you're getting to the point where Mother Nature catches up with you. Like, you know what I mean?
You're right in what you're saying. This team has been doing well a lot, but I think that it's purely because of how high they've set the bar. Do you know what I mean? So the thing is, like, the run that we were on, it got really bad towards the end, but even when it first started, like with the run, it was a case of, you know, it wasn't great, but we've maybe had worse starts and stuff like that, and we've came back, but they were still getting the same sort of criticism, and it is just purely because of what this team's achieved and what they've done. It's setting the standards, and then you can't let them slip. Do you know what I mean? That's the important thing. That's obviously to keep it up. But I think obviously it's unfair considering that they're looking at what they're doing, some of the abuse that they were getting. But I think that
from you,
I was pretty bad for it. But I think that they probably expect it. Do you know what I mean? Like I think they know what the standard is, and it's them that sets it. Do you know what I mean?
It's not even like you say, like we've been so brilliant and then we've lost one game and it turned. There's been panic, not panic. There's been questions asked for a reason. It was a horrendous run. You know what I mean? Like obviously, like you put in the European games and you're like, well, they don't matter because we're already out. But you've got to add in the European games to do it. The Sparta thing, I mean, 8-2 in aggregate, a very good Sparta side.
I'm worried that we'll end up in a rabbit hole here.
Sorry, mate. We're away.
You know what I mean? I think I'm worried that we'll end up in a rabbit hole.
We'll go back to the Scottish Cup. Sorry, guys. So that's your favourite memory for the Scottish Cup. Last minute winner in the rain, mate. We were very nervous.
I didn't have a jacket and had to walk for Hampden to the Toon.
No chance of getting a taxi.
Nah, no chance.
I think again I was like, you need to change, mate. Select that one.
Like, we're not getting anywhere.
Okay, so let's go on to your worst Scottish Cup memory, Pansy.
Again,
let's just bring the total right down.
Again, I've went fairly recent with this one, and it's the semi-final under dialogue against them.
Against them, for sure.
See, the thing is, though, you can look back on it with hindsight, knowing what came after, and it really all started from that point. You know what I mean? So I think that it's probably more bittersweet. But I just remember at the time thinking like that my world had ended, because it was just kind of like you already had your reservations against the sort of the team and Dylan, the way it was going, and then for that to happen, I was like, this is just compounded everything here, and you're just kind of like, it's over. That's what I mean. They're going to come up next season. They're going to win a Scottish Cup, and then now you're just everything's.
Well, I mean, pundits certainly pointed that. I think it was the next season they all made Rangers favourites.
I think it was
like disrespect.
I think there was only like one or two of them that backed Celtic.
Possibly, so basically, that game, you just, terrible feeling for the start.
See, the thing is with that game, they were playing at their skin, right? And we were terrible. But we still, like, we got it to each, and then we should have won it. Do you know what I mean? I remember, I think it was an extra time. We had a great chance to win the game.
And Roberts missed an open goal as well.
Exactly. So it was one of them, like, we were terrible. And we still went to pens. But it was a rubbish day.
Do you want my theory on it?
What's your theory?
It's a crazy one. You'll know I like it.
Right. Okay. That is what.
That was around the time that Dyla would not play Commons, and he didn't know why. Apparently, he's not a nice person. I think maybe that's became profession since. If we'd have played Commons that day, he would have scored, and we would have won.
Okay, that's not really like it. That's just that.
So my point is,
what's your point?
We were terrible that day, but we would have got another goal and we would have scraped through. They deserved to win that day, but we would have had enough, and we would have won that day. However, then would we have sacked Dyla and brought in?
Yeah, I think he would have still won.
He would still win, but would we have brought in a manager of the magnitude of those who you won't name?
Not I think we would have. I think Dyla would have went anyway. In fact, in fairness to him, like, I don't think sacked him. I think he was like, this is too much. It's just too much for me. Which is fair play to him. Do you know what I mean? Like he's sort of admit to that. See, the thing is, I know Big Baz will be listening as well. He's got a lot of time for Ronnie. I don't want him as a manager, but as a guy, as a person, I think he seems like a really good guy.
I think he sort of held his hands up and was like, that was too big a job for me in the end. Like he'd done well. I think the feeling is, we didn't need a big manager when Rangers were out of the league, and he'd done well. It sort of, we started well. I think what came out was their diet was a bit mental.
Towards
the end.
Seen Charlie Mulgrew talking about it. It's like, I lost 7 kilo, but I couldn't run the length of myself.
Exactly.
The energy.
So I think he basically admitted the job was too big for him. Because we lost that game, is that why we got Al Neil, Brendan Rodgers, you won?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it was the rumour, obviously the rumour is that...
I love this rumour.
The rumour is that Desmond came into a bit of criticism for some of the Rangers board and stuff like that who were partying it up after the game. And he took that as a personal slight and was like, right, that's not happening again. And he went out and got
Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, he went out and got him. You know what I mean? So I think that that's why I'm saying that game, as much as it's my worst memory, is bittersweet because we wouldn't be sat here going for a quadruple treble if that wouldn't have happened.
Right, just to get in it a wee bit right, because he tucked his up, Rodgers, right? And you won't even name his name, right? Which is fair enough. What's your feelings on that bit of history and Celtic's history?
It's still unbelievable. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't take away from what the history is. It doesn't take away from it. Do you know what I mean? Like he done amazing things for the club. It's just would I go for a pint with him? No. Do you know what I mean? So right, I'm not getting this is all I'm saying. Right, I'm not getting too into this because it's still early. All I'll say is I don't mind if you come in and you're unbelievable and you do a job and that's it, and that's what it is to you. It's a job, then that's fine. I've got no issues with that. Do you know what I mean? Like Musa. I've got nothing against Musa because Musa came in, never claimed to have been born and brought up a Celtic fan, never claimed his whole family were Celtic fans, never claimed that this was his dream job, and then moved on. And I was like, that's fair enough, like that's absolutely fine, but don't sell as the dream.
The Danny McGrain thing.
Aye, do you know what I mean? Don't sell as the dream and then be like, all right, I know I'm off first chance. So that's my only thing against it, but
that's fair enough. It was that whole like bomb and bread.
Exactly. Like I'm not buying it. So I'll flip it then, Kev.
Okay.
Best Scottish Cup memory.
Right. Okay. Best. I'm going with Pierre Airdrie, right? Because
it was the only success we knew.
Well, that's the thing, right? If ever there was a contrast, right? So now you've got trebles, quadruple trebles, and you're a bit. I remember. I think it was the double treble. We won the League Cup, and people were kind of like, it was a bit like,
it's to be expected.
Exactly. Whereas I remember floods of tears when we lost to the Rovers.
Oh, it was so bad.
I was meant to go to that game, but I didn't want to go. I was just a wee guy, and my dad was like, "Get a ticket." And I was like, "Just take me shirt to my sister."
It was the other day. Mark sent me the highlights of the game, and you watched it just then that. Like,
Gordon DM.
Marshall goal. He just does that. He makes the save and he pops it up perfectly for the guy to just run on and do that. And just he ran. He couldn't have done it better if he was trying, which he could have been.
I'm convinced Gordon Marshall cost us 2 or 3 leagues. And definitely cost us that.
He certainly contributed.
And also then when last day of the season, the Scott McDonald one, he was unbelievable for Motherwell. It's like, I put actually ring with Celtic. Terrible goalkeeper. Like you say, mate, that day, and it's obviously by that time it had been a good 5-6 years since a trophy. Like you can't even imagine that. I mean, the people across the land of the city are going through that now.
Yeah,
good luck to you. But we're trophy every couple of months at this point. So you get spoiled. Could you say you get a bit like again? You're just like I know that.
You do get spoiled, and I think that's why. Like obviously you've said that's your best Scottish Cup memory. I think it's good to remember that. Do you know what I mean? Like it meant so much at the time. Like basically, we pretty much were just shy of doing like a full blown parade. Do you know what I mean? And I think as well, like it was brilliant. It was TV. Do you know what I mean? That meant a lot. I think, but you watch the game back, like it wasn't great. It's one of them. It wasn't a great game because it was Tosh put the ball in, wasn't it? With the heater. I remember that was like the first game that my dad ever took me out to watch.
Oh, right.
And we went to the Wigan Pen in Paisley.
Was that a pub? Should you have been in a pub at that age, Frank?
I would have been 7 or something.
7, Neil will be happy.
We went to the Wigan Pen in Paisley, and I remember when Celtic scored, everybody went mental, and I got covered in beer and I started greeting, and I had to leave.
You never tell me that.
I thought I'd saved that until we're live on the telly.
That's an exclusive, and I've been his best mate for 25 years.
I started greeting and we had to leave and we had to go up to my cousin's house. I had to go up to my cousin's house. I feel so.
See the thing is, see now as an adult, and you think about how annoyed you'd be like if you were your dad.
Oh,
you'd just be like,
I would have left me.
Aye, just like, deal with it. I'll let phones your mom come and get you.
Aye. But no, my dad took me up to my cousins. We watched the end of the game there, and then that was it. But I get absolutely drenched. So that's in beer. Very good laugh.
Started with green. So that one obviously so much barren years for his Celtic. I remember seeing a video. I think the Celtic bus just then went through the Gallagate after it, and like Tom Burns is get out with a trophy, like, and everyone's just trying to grab it and all that. And he's just like, that was like, might have been like one of his sort of first second season. You're like, right, he still had a chance. There was that belief.
Yeah.
Obviously, we wanted to do great things for Celtic, but it just wasn't enough against a Rangers team spending crazy money sort of thing. So I had to take that into account.
Definitely. But I'd say it was a highlight moment for him. Do you know what I mean? It was it was brilliant. It was just a brilliant memory, wasn't it?
Definitely. Big Peter with the header. Just to go back to that game, Celtic Airdrie in 1995, in goals, Paddy Bonner.
You told me that this morning, and I was
surprised.
I was slightly surprised. I would have thought it would have just been Marshall.
Standardly. Paddy Bonner was at Celtic until 98. I didn't realise. I don't know what capacity.
I don't know what he was then.
So technically, he would
have played a bit.
I don't know if he got he'd got a league medal for stopping 10 in a row.
I don't know how it looked back then, but I don't remember him playing.
As I said, we'd only been 7, 8, like you say, very young. A backline of Vata, McInally, McKinley, and Boyd. Can you see why we were losing goals?
Well, yeah, with hindsight, possibly.
Okay.
But nah, they're all great.
Oh, great. Midfield, McLaughlin. McLaughlin's a weird one, just the weirdest guy in the world, but technically brilliant.
I remember like people.
Is he like 5'11"? No, 5'11", 5'5". 5'5".
I remember he was like I see, just because we were so desperate for anything at that point.
Yeah.
I remember people working on like, I mean, he could be the next, like he's a wee tricky winger, and you're just kind of like, he's not.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That this isn't going to pan out.
So McLaughlin, Grant, who was injured that day but played through a pain bar and
won
man of the match.
Cruciate ligament?
I think so, but
somewhat he'd done.
Made that tougher stuff, but
he would have ran for a brick one.
Exactly. I think he missed the 88 final and was like devastated as you would be, and I think he was also then injured for the 95 and was just like, I don't care.
I seen him talking about that on that Cy Ferry thing, and he was saying that he was like, I think it was a really bad injury he had, and he was like, nah, I'm playing. And you're just kind of like,
I appreciate just
fair play to you.
Wrap it up, you'll be fine. McStay, Collins. I mean, McStay, Collins for me are the two guys who epitomise the 90s. For me, they're the guys I remember very vividly. McStay, there was just like, you just wanted it to go well for him. I think
it's always said about McStay in it is that he was a great football player, but he wasn't a great captain. I don't know. I don't remember enough about him. Do you know what I mean? I think like his serious baller years were before us. Do you know what I mean?
Definitely mid to late 80s.
The thing is as well, but the guy getting into the all-time greatest Celtic team, you know what I mean? So he's always like a legend.
I don't think we've seen the best of him in the 90s. Obviously, we'd have seen him mid to late 90s, obviously later in his career, so fair play everybody, it's nothing but absolute Celtic legend. Collins was my favourite player.
I can actually speak to left-footed.
Do you like Tigers?
You know what I mean?
He was more consistent than me, and I think he could tackle.
Yeah.
Could header the ball.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why he played professionally and you're sat here on a Sunday morning.
Exactly. I loved the free kick at Ibrox, Collins.
He was
some of his free kicks. The first guy I remember wearing the Preds. Before Beckham made it cool.
Yeah, well, that's true, aye.
The Preds.
I don't know if Collins was quite getting the sponsorship. Beckham got.
You
know what? Did Collins want to screw us over, but with his move?
The Monaco thing?
Was it no that they didn't want to I remember Fergus had to take them to court, and they were like that. We're not actually part of France,
right?
Because so they were trying to say that the French tax rules didn't apply to them or something. I thought something like that.
That makes sense. Sounds something. I remember being gutted when he'd left. Monaco, so he wouldn't have been paying tax on wages, make a fortune there probably. Up front, Donnelly and Van Hooydonk.
Simon, I love Simon Donnelly growing up, man. He said, he was. he was one of them. Like I just always seem to remember him just popping up with goals. You know what I mean? I thought he was a really good player. But Pierre was Pierre. As long as he was playing through the middle.
Happy days.
If you try to move him anywhere in a front line, like he was, and I think there was one game at Tynecastle and he kind of played slightly to the left and he was just non-existent, man, like terrible. But I think Pierre was a great. That was the thing with these players, like see, like that is particularly Van Hooijdonk and Di Canio that we signed, and we were like when they were at us, we're like these guys are amazing. But then you think about like what they went on, like Pierre won the UEFA Cup and all that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, still a great player. Di Canio had maybe an up and down career, but there was times like with Di Canio where people like obviously he's got that goal that he scored for West Ham and all that.
But you know, push over a ref.
I was when Winterburn tried to square up to him and he feels shit. He said.
Just on Van Hooijdonk, to this day, if anybody gets a free kick at the edge of the box, just like the left, old Joe, shout out to Joe, my dad, original Celtic dad, I always say, big Van Hooijdonk, big one that was scored for there, like brilliant.
Does he mispronounce his name as well?
He does, big Van Hooijdonk. So big Van Hooijdonk, I always say, that's put the kettle on for that. Loved a free kick for the edge of the box. Great technique, didn't he? He made a couple of free kicks was final against Rangers.
I think so. He was a great player. He's an agent, isn't he?
He is, I think he said some young. In fact, I think he might have been chief agent.
Was he?
So, you know, he's done great things for the club. Just a wee touch on Donnelly. I thought Donnelly was the first guy to play really well with Larson as well.
Yeah,
Smart player.
I felt that Simon Donnelly was the reason I liked him so much and I thought he was such a good player was that I thought he complemented whoever he was playing with really well.
Unselfish.
Do you know what I mean? He was very unselfish, and I think that he was able to bring the best out of people that he was playing with and stuff like that. So I thought, I honestly had a lot of time for him when he was playing. It was a really good player.
So that was mine because huge one to sort of deduct.
What was your worst then?
My worst memory would be Celtic to them 3. The 2003 final. It would have been, I think, the Seville year, possibly. I remember that day, about 20 minutes in, Celtic looked like they'd been on the booze the night before. Lennon was just walking about with his socks on his ankles.
Possibly, could have been.
And that Martin O'Neill team, they might have been, to be fair, there had a lot of games that season. That maybe around the time, occasionally we would go to Hampden and you were like, not a day.
We had that. With that. Luckily that's by.
Definitely under dial-up we had it going on, where you just first 10 minutes you were like, we're not doing this, this is not happening. That game, I remember Ferguson ran the full thing. We got it 2 each. The Lovencrans one just horrible, like just that gut wrenching feeling where you're like, that's the end of my world. Like there's no coming back for this.
My life is.
You're like no matter what happens, and it ruins. Doesn't ruin your day. It just ruins like you're still thinking about. I'm still thinking about the now. I don't. It's just horrible. I remember, as I say, Ferguson absolutely running it. Lennon and Lambert in the middle, I think, looked done in. Baldy get one, whipped the tap off. Massive, man.
He was ripped.
A lot of weird taps and just, I think it was maybe Hartson get one. I can't remember. But you just knew it wasn't Celtic's day that day, and it was like very near the end of full time. Long chances get the heater at the back post, I'm sure. Douglas in goals. Now, I've always said this about Martin O'Neill's Celtic, right? Martin O'Neill was not afraid to spend money and was backed heavily. Douglas was a bit weird one.
It's sort of like a throwback to the Tommy Burns teams where it was like it was a case of just we'll just get good players going forward, and we'll just stick players in. Do you know what I mean? I think every Celtic fan for that period of time would look at it and be like, there's a good few games that maybe could have went the other way if we'd have had Broto and go.
I love Sanchez Broto, man. Great keeper. Then obviously Marshall then came through that season. Seville season, obviously we Rangers done a treble, which is so weird. Like the Celtic Seville season has always been remembered.
We threw everything at
the Seville thing.
See the thing was though, even we doing that, like you said, we were in a final, we took it to the last day. It could have been a very, very different season.
I know.
It's just one of them.
I remember, just to go into Seville for a wee bit, I remember you went there with your family.
Yeah.
I think you didn't even get close to Seville.
No,
You were able to get to Portugal.
We had to fly into Portugal,
Uh-huh.
and then on the day of the game, there was a bus chartered, and we managed to go on the bus, and we drove through. And even then, like, obviously we had to go to one of the big screens,
Right, okay.
and watched it there, and I get sunstroke.
What age would have been? So 2003 would have been.
I wouldn't have been 15, I'd have been 14.
Right. So I had a drink. So it's to get cider.
A couple of ciders.
Uh-huh.
But I know it was just like the whole day. It was like it wasn't even just the game. Like, I hate the build up, but when you're all there and for stuff like that, so I mean, like, it was amazing.
See again,
Obviously, just meeting people and stuff like that. So it was something I always remember.
My memories of that day were
You dog school.
at dog school, and I was
Because I phoned you, right? And you never answered the phone.
I was under my bed.
And I had to text you, and you were like, I didn't want to answer it. I thought it was your school phone. Just summed you right up.
Terrified. Just for those who don't know where I'm a nervous wreck, and I just pessimistic at best.
That's funny.
I did feel we'd win that day though, but I remember like I dog school. And I'm running about, just trying to hide from everybody. I'm like, what team's my dad getting through? What terrified. And my phone's not when the phone goes, you're like, I knew it was you. I think your number came up, and I'm like, hello. I thought it was a school or something like that. I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but I just started in fear. And that day, heartbreaking. But again, you feel that's a fun memory. I think that's not a sort of like, as I say, that 3-2 against Rangers, the Scottish Cup, tears, that one.
I'm always bitter about it because it was one of them, that was the perfect example. Playing football, the Glasgow Celtic way. Do you know what I mean? It was like, we were out there was no cheating for us. You know what I mean? We played our best team, and we tried our best, obviously, and we
That's a very Celtic thing as well. Just like, diving out of the park.
They were bad, but
just while we're on it, your dad, very much a Celtic dad, came away with some great quotes over the years for Celtic dads.
Play 5 forwards.
Play 5 forwards.
That's a big one for us. It's when he names all the positions.
That's
and I'm like that. I don't know what that is. It's
inside
like,
fly half.
And inside half and all that. Like, I know he'll be sitting right now with my man, and he'll be like that. Like I've told him 100 times, this is how you play. By 5 forwards, you play 5 forwards. That was the big one because that's what the lines.
Do you know what's quite funny? Like, see when you say like the new positions, you'd say left mid, right mid, your dad's like inside half, outside left, and all the rest of it, and you're like, come on, get with the times. But see now when people say stuff like low block,
mate,
and you're like,
I remember it was on Sky Sports, and they had, I can't remember who it was. I think she played for the England national team, or the England women's national team, and she was on, and she was talking about the low block, and Graham Souness was like that. Graham Souness was like, that was the low block, and he started being like, he was being like a dick, and pure kind of ripping it, and then it was everybody else was like, no, that is what it's called. But it's just him being well at a touch and also being a bit biddy. But I know it's true. Like, at least we're only in our 30s, and we're at a touch with what the youngsters are calling the.
I think that's obviously the fact I couldn't even get his own line.
I want to watch this back. It's just the 2 years sitting there doing that. No, we've still got a minute left. We'll be on yet,
See, the thing is, I'm going to be nice and bad, but I'm right up against the screen.
It could have been so much worse if one is just stalling out scratching our ass or something.
That's a pina colada.
Let's go on to the day then.
Let's tune in.
Let's go on to the day, right?
So that was Scottish Cup memories, right? So back onto the day. Straight away, Brown or Sorrow. What are you saying?
What I think will happen or what? Kobe?
Let's go with what you think will happen.
I think Brown will start.
Right, because he basically said
that. Pretty much, yeah.
What did you make of it? I mean, that took the wind.
I think it was one of them, like, I know obviously, like the Celtic State, I mean, just before us, we're talking about whether it was maybe mind games and stuff like that. There's a good chance it might have been, keep hearts on their toes. It was a strange one to say, I think, especially. I think it was one of them that, like, it didn't even need to be said. It wasn't like he was asked directly about it.
Right.
I think he could have just been like, if everybody's in contention, stuff like that, we'll see how training goes, something like that. But it was just to come out and sort of reaffirm it or confirm it. So sort of concrete. It was a strange one for me. I didn't think there was a need for it. I thought he could have quite easily dodged the question, even if he was asked directly. He could have easily dodged it. So it was a bit of a weird one.
A week before a cup final, you're not really going to be expected to name your side. So, like you say, you could easily just done that. Like, we'll see how training goes. We'll see who's up for it. We'll see what injuries are like. He didn't really have to address it. But to say that, I think everybody's sales after a wee bit of momentum's getting built again.
I think it will definitely, because obviously the players get brought in, like your Soros, your Turnbulls, Hazard, and we've been on such a poor run. And they get brought in and they done brilliant. They've done a great job, and it kind of got us back a wee bit. You know, 2 wins in a row, kept a clean sheet at home and stuff like that. And it was like, you were kind of like, right, now maybe we can do something here. We can get this going, get a run together, especially for going to Ibrox obviously the start of the next year. So it was like, and then it just kind of all sort of came away. But it's one of them, like, with hindsight and looking at it, I can see it from both sides. Managers do this, do you know what I mean? Like, you see it a lot where it's like they'll play like a lot of their sort of second thing players in the run up to it, and then they always get the final as well. It just so happens that it's the opposite with us. Like, we've played all our starters in the run up, and then our second string players have been playing in the league, and then we're coming back to our starters. Do you know what I mean? I
think the play the guys that got us there holds more weight if the whole Corona COVID thing hadn't happened, because then it would have been a lot closer to the time. So we're talking about guys who got him there. For instance, Craig Gordon got us there. You know what I mean? Like, he was in the squad. So Bayou scored against Clyde, for instance, in the earlier rounds. So the guys who got you there, it's that long ago because of the big break and everything. This is essentially last year's cup final. It doesn't really make sense to be like, we'll bring in the guys who've done it. I don't think it's a real strange one.
I do think you're right, mate, but it's...
Well, the
thing is as well, we don't know what the team's going to be yet. We can obviously predict it, and it does seem like it'll go that way, but it might be a case of it was just to throw people off, and it'll be the same team. Do you know what I mean?
Who do you think you'll go with up front?
Eddie.
Just Ed himself.
I don't think it'll be Eddie. I'm more interested.
Occasionally I'll ask you a question as if it's like, this is a huge one. It's just like, Jinx, it'll be this.
It was just like, who Jingle started from? Like, well, probably our best player is fit.
Well,
he's not best player on current form.
To be fair.
I mean, who's usually going to throw in? What, Klamala? Do you think he would play Klamala?
Probably not, no.
I think Eddie will start up top, and I think it'll be more interesting either side.
How long do you think the Eddie thing carries the weight of he's our best player, so he plays? Like, at what point is it going to have to be like, right, he's miles after? The
thing is, like, we discussed this on our pod through the week there. I don't think that Eddie is down tools. I think Eddie's going through a tough spell, form-wise. He's still trying. Like, he's probably tracking back more now than what he was before, because he's trying to get on the ball. So I think it's one of them that you need to just kind of persevere with. Do you know what I mean? And the goals will come. It will definitely come. Do you know what I mean? And he'll get back to it. And like I said, I think he's our best player. Do you know what I mean? When he is on form, I think he will get back to that. But you need to just kind of stick with it. And see, to be honest with you, I would say that the advantage he's got now is that I don't think anybody's really banging on the manager's door and being like, I deserve to start here.
Well, I mean, we could keep doing the Griffiths one again, but we're sort of like, there's something right there. Lennon doesn't fancy him, doesn't he want him in?
I thought that originally, but you can see that Lennon turns to him when he needs a goal. Do you know what I mean? He does. But I think it must just be down to the fitness thing. Do you know what I mean? And what he's doing off the training field.
So it's a tricky one. So, like, what he alluded to with his comments, what we've done in terms of playing well, it's really just down to Turnbull, Sorrow, Hazard, right?
Taylor and Lax out, I think, as well.
But they're the big decisions. So it's not like he's got 111 and then it's not like that obvious. So it could be a sort of combination of both. It could be like basically the team who played last week, but Brown instead of Sorrow. And then for you, does that mean that he's reverted back, or does that mean that he's stuck to the same?
I would
is that again, is it a combination?
I think, like you said, it's very much just a kind of combination. It's 4 players we're really talking about. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's sort of 4 players. I think even if he goes with maybe 2 of them, do you know what I mean? And then the other 2 might come on at some point. But it's like you said, obviously, earlier, I mean, like, Sorrow's not played a Hamden before. No. I'm not saying he wouldn't be able to stand up to it, because I think he looks a great player, he looks a great character. But if he goes with Brown, I wouldn't be overly surprised or overly concerned. Do you know what I mean? But I think Turnbull's the one. If I was to say that there's one that I think would be kind of really likely to start out of all of them, I think it'll be Turnbull.
Right.
I don't think Hazard will start. I think he'll go with Bain just because the comment that he made, and Bain had obviously played like the same and stuff like that. Taylor and Laxalt, I'm not sure about. I don't know.
Who'd have thought we'd be saying this?
I know, mate. I know.
Start of the season, so you're saying definitely Taylor. Oh, really? I thought I was only banging you up there.
No, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think, see, if you're going on like Taylor played really well against Kilmarnock. I've been critical of him all season, but he did. He played. I got to give him credit. He played well. But if he goes out of Laxalt, I wouldn't be gutted. Right? No?
Aye, definitely. So you think sticks with Duffy and Julian?
I think it'll be Duffy and Julian. I think it'll be Ayer at right back. I think that's a combination that probably he might not be able to stick to for too long term. So just because Ayer is still technically being played at a position. But I think for the meantime, we really need to stop leaking goals, and we just kept a clean sheet with that. So I think it'll go with that. The only worry with that is chopping and changing the keeper. I think that we really need a settled backline and a goalkeeper. We really do, mate. We need to get that. We need to get that nailed down. We can't have this changing your centre half, changing your keeper all the time. We need to get that settled.
See, given that it's that old argument, what's bigger, you know, the quadruple treble or the 10 in a row? I mean, what's bigger, or are they equally big? So obviously, you want to win the day regardless, but is a part of your thoughts going to be going to Ibrox? So you're like, if you've got a settled winning team, and regardless of the cup final comes in between that, you've just got to keep playing that settled winning team. So by the time you go to Ibrox, you get something steady, or is it like you throw this in and then you sort of break a bit of rhythm? And let's be honest, Ibrox is what, 2 weeks away, less than that. So have you got to be thinking about that, or are you just like?
I think that they're going to look at this as a one-off. I don't think that I know. I agree with you, but I think that they're going to look at this and be like, this is a completely different animal today. This is a different game, and I think that that's where you look at it. I think that. Maybe after this, I think what's the next game?
We've got a game midweek. I think what's that game on Wednesday? I think
we've got a game at Hamilton Boxing Day,
probably usually around that. Must win.
I think that we'll see a settled team after this game, but I think this game will be treated as a sort of one-off.
I personally think the sort of problem started this season with the whole because of the season it is, and because there are going to be so many fixtures crammed in. We need to try and get a sort of. We need to keep using the squad. And I've said I'm not against using the squad here and there, but there's got to be a core.
Yeah.
And I think the fact we've not had a sort of core settled, a settled two at the back, a settled keeper, maybe a settled middle two. That's your core. That's what every good team's got. And I just think the fact that we've not had that this season, coupled in with the fact we've had a few dodgy performances from McGregor and Brown in the middle, Duffy's been up and down since he's came in. Goalkeepers, we've played 3 keepers, which is mental if you think about it. Like that is really, and it's got a case of it's like may as well throw Hazard in, like you said the other day. So I think the fact that we're on a settled team is huge, and that came to a bit of a downfall. I'd like to see a settled team similar to a team that played against Kilmarnock today to move on, but you think we'll sort of mix it up?
But I do agree with you, mate. I think that with squad rotation is fine, and we obviously do need to use our squad because we've got the biggest squad in the league anyway.
Yes.
But you're right, mate. You're saying I don't think squad rotation should come into it with your keeper, your centre halves, unless it's through injury. And I would say at least your middle two, in the middle of the park. I think like your 10, your number 10, your wingers, your striker, we can do the rotation there.
Yep.
We've got a lot of good players. You've got Turnbull, obviously Rogic, you've got Christie, you've got Moy, Mikey Johnson's just back. We've got 4 strikers. So there can be squad rotation there, and I would expect that. But I think that you're right. That's what our problem has been. Is that it's the too much and much. Like playing 3 keepers before Christmas is insane. Like that is mental.
That's it. Hazard probably thought if Celtic are above the league early, I might get a few games towards the end of the season. He probably doesn't think they'll be playing in November, December.
Exactly. And like big crunch matches.
Like pure must wins. But it sort of sums up the way everything sort of went. So overall, what's your sort of feelings towards today? Are you mad nervous?
No, I'm not. I'm looking forward to it, mate. I just want to get the game started. Get it going. So I'm looking forward to it, mate. I think it'll be a tricky. Hearts obviously is a hard game. They always do, do you know what I mean? Like, and I think it will be a tricky game. But it's frustrating because getting into every game, and domestically anyway, I'm always like, if we play to our strengths, we play to the best of our ability, we'll win. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how I always think. I was like, we will win. And the day's no different. Do you know what I mean? I think that if we go out there and we do our job, I think we'll get the win. I think if we get an early goal, I think that would be huge. Just to get an early goal, settle the nerves, and then I could see us get on and just get on after that.
Absolutely, mate.
What about yourself?
Just naturally pessimistic, mate. But I mean, the whole we should have enough thing. We should have enough, but we should have enough to be brought in the league or not. I still think we've got the best squad. We're into all this. It's not quite gone that way this season, so we should have enough. But anything can happen in a one-off game. Is obviously always my fear. I'll be nervous. I'll be nervously drinking through it. But I'll take a win.
Try and see the second half, mate.
Well, that's it. Try not to be too done for it. The last 2 or 3 cup finals, I've notoriously run around your Mondas with a bottle of champagne.
Have you bought the champagne?
I've not bought champagne yet, mate.
No.
What I usually do is I just run to the closest shop, buy a cheap bottle of champagne, and then run to your house. Even if Andy's in, I'll know.
I mean, you done it the last Scottish Cup final. Now you knew I was in anyway.
It's why I was wanting to celebrate. I watch the game myself because I'm that nervous.
No, I was up to watching my wee cousin Shug.
Shug.
All right, Shug, cousin.
Okay.
I was up the town watching it with him, and then you were phoning me and you were like that, and you're in the house, and I was like, you know I'm not in the house.
I've gone there anyway.
Aye, I'll see you.
But it's that like it was.
Did my man not drop you off?
I think your mother got me the
Oh, Christ. You're 30 years old.
I'm in the back with my cheap bottle of champagne. Alright, maybe what do you think of the game with No, that was a great day, mate. Again, straight away, I'm instantly nervous. Like, this is going terrible. Edward scores, the Australian, and then Eddie has a lucky penalty.
Well, it's like, guys, now
should I say that we run a bit more on the lawns, telling people that Eddie should have been off time. So overall, we're feeling good. We're ready to go, guys.
I know it'll make us feel better, mate.
What?
If we dig into our wee support.
Get time for the Dragon Suits, guys. I think officially it's early enough to get on it now. I think Celtic are giving you permission.
You've had to listen to us for an hour, so I would strongly recommend it.
Exactly. Get the cans opened, get the songs on, and let's get going for the cup final, mate.
Absolutely. I think that's all you can do now. I mean, it's just
enjoy it.
That's it, mate. Just enjoy your day.
Oh, that's not what you need. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Not what you need. I'll be Venom in the morning. But maybe product placement, mate.
Alright. Well, we might end up getting sponsored.
Exactly. If you're listening,
whoever makes Dragon Suit, I think it's just tops.
It's really bad.
To be honest,
it's really bad. Well, still here, mate. We'll go over some previous memories again. Right. I want to talk about Larsson's last ever competitive game.
Right.
Do you remember it well? Dunfermline.
Yeah, I do.
Again, losing 1-0.
Yeah, we were there, aye.
I'm like, it's over.
Aye, we were there.
Larsson's going out in a terrible
aye, it was. No, it was. Hank, I mean, let's just have a moment.
Aye,
just talk about it. Aye, just unbelievable.
He were 1-0 down. Again, I think they done Dunfermline goal. I'm sure it was a big ball. Keepers went to catch it and they just pushed the keeper in the net.
That sounds like something that happened.
Again, I'm greeting.
Yeah. A lot of these stories end up being greeting. I'll start with you greeting.
Exactly. I'll be greeting the day regardless. Then long ball for Sutton. Their corner, Larsson breaks through.
Yeah, a great finish.
He got 2 that day. He also got a winner, and then Petrov got 1 as well. Yeah. So I agree with you. The only way we could have signed off Larsson was fair. Scottish Cup, and that was the season most have done the whitewash.
I was quite lucky in Larsson's season because I got to go to his last league game, and I got to go to his testimonial as well. And I cried at both.
Yes.
So that's that, baby.
Do you remember thinking, maybe he'll stay? Like, maybe reverse the decision? Like, he's got to move to Barcelona, I bet.
I know. That was the time, because he didn't know when he was gone. It was like, no, maybe he'll sign that. But then it was like,
Barcelona. Aye, exactly.
I don't think we've got much long left, mate. How long we got?
I think that's pretty much us. So, thanks very much.
That was a good video.
I enjoyed it. Good take up for the game.
It's good to get this.
I'll make some today. Thanks for joining us. honestly, I've enjoyed buzzing to be a part of this and talking to full great charities. Thanks for having us. I've been Kev, this has been Patchy.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. We really can go on and donate. It's really for amazing causes. Thanks to Celtic State of Mind team just for having us on, letting us be a part of it. It's really appreciated.
Buzzing, thank you. That's all, isn't it? I think so.
Well,
an idea I had maybe about 2 years ago where I was hoping to start a mental health group because I could see in our terracing there was some people struggling. My initial thought was that we would do a walk and talk group. After speaking to Gillian Gallagher, who was a sports scientist stroke physio here, she advised that we would have to really do a lot more strenuous tests on the participants because everybody would have a different level of fitness. So we couldn't walk away from the park and people would drop off. So we sort of mothballed it, and last year in October I decided, listen, we just need to do it. So we played Renfrew in a game down at Renfrew, and I spoke to some of our fans who I thought were maybe struggling a wee bit with their mental health, and asked them would they be willing to participate. So they thought it was a great idea. They advised me that it had to be a weekly session because that's what they would need if they were going to participate, and from then we initiated it. Got all the usual things, it won't work, nobody will come, some even from within the club, but we put it on and it's been an absolutely marvellous success.
The group's benefited me because it's given me somewhere to come on a Sunday, and somewhere I can come and talk about what's happened the week before, what's going on in my life and what's up and what's doing, and it gives me a chance to vent out where I feel like I can't elsewhere. You can't go, sometimes you can't see your pals, sometimes you can't see your family, something I feel you can't. But coming here, it's just everybody's pals, there's no judgment, you just come here and you talk.
It's benefited me really because I'm more aware how I was feeling a long time ago, and then I could hear other folk up here getting similar stories, and you kind of felt, well, it's not just me. I didn't have the thoughts. It wasn't unusual, and being able to go and speak to people individually and collectively in a group it's something I didn't think I would do, but it's benefited me greatly. I come here as often as I can every Sunday.
We open up, we prepare for the group coming. They all arrive at different times leading up to 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's a wee bit later than that before we actually start. But the great thing is the camaraderie and the friendship that the people have made within the group, which support each other during the week. We've set up a WhatsApp group and they all wish each other good morning. If anybody puts on they've got a wee problem, and then we come the Sunday, we help each other. The group's made up of a dynamic from probably about 34 years of age to 76. So we've brought a real diverse range of ages to the group. Some people come because a member of their family is suffering. They don't actually suffer from bad mental health. So they listen, and it allows them to cope better when they go home to the person that they're looking after. But for me, it's just actually to see the support network. And I've said this before, that one of the instances was one of our young men who was struggling, and the guys who come to Rock Talk probably wouldn't fit the prototype that people have in their head or the model, and they offered to go and clean his house, do his washing and make sure he was okay. And for that was probably the greatest moment I had in Rock Talk.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Down Under. I'm your host, Jared, and joining me, we've got John and we've got Sean. How you going, boys?
Good. Finally made it to Brisbane after all that.
So you're up north there.
Yep. Don't know if everyone knows, but Sydney's going through another outbreak, and it seemed to be just got there in time to Brisbane. Seemed to be the last flight or so.
And so you're in Brisbane at the moment. I'm in Melbourne, and then we've got Sean over in Perth. How you going?
Yeah, we just closed the borders to New South Wales, so stay out, guys. We don't want your dirty COVID. We've gone almost 9 months now without any local transmission, so we're quite happy.
It's just a posh lot, though. Northern Beaches, that's all. It's not regular Sydney siders.
Yeah, but anyway.
I feel bad we're doing this like the Scottish podcast, and you guys are going into like everything shut. Can't even visit your gallery.
yeah, it's true.
You're complaining about not being able to fly interstate.
Yeah, relative, isn't it?
There you go. Different sides of the world. So, yeah, just want to quickly say thanks to Paul and the team at Celtic State of Mind for having us involved in this brilliant charity weekend that he's putting on. Really appreciate the opportunity, guys, to dial in all the way from over here in Australia and do our part to help raise funds for Rock Talk, Food Bank, Children First, and for help for the homeless. Yeah, it's a bit different, us voices and having a camera going. So normally it's just recording everything. So it's a bit of a different vibe for us guys at the moment. So hope we don't
tidy your room, make sure it's all good.
gotta go hide that stuff in the background. You know how it is. Hope there's nothing sus back there. But yeah, we're looking forward to this. Looking forward to the game later on. It's stupid o'clock our time. What time's the game for you, Sean, over in Perth?
Yeah, it's not too bad. 10:15. So if it doesn't go to penalties, I should get to bed about 12:30 after a little celebration. But I'm in school holidays, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
There you go. So yeah, over here on the East Coast where I am, it's like, what's that mean? 1:15 or something in the morning. So good fun. Looking forward to it. Hope the quadruple treble happens. And my opinion, we'll discuss a bit later, but I'm kind of looking forward to getting the game done, and then we move it into focusing just purely on this season now, nothing carrying over from last season. Don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. To be totally honest, definitely.
Yeah, should be good games.
Trivia that I've teed up for you guys as well. That I don't know if Paul John tracks in the YouTube comments if people want to join in or not, but a couple of questions. Do you want me to kick you off?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so this is just a quick one. How many times does Celtic's name appear on the Scottish Cup?
Ooh. I'm going to say 45.
Yeah, I'd say about 30 something. I haven't looked at it, so I know I'm miles off.
Once?
Yeah. Right. Okay. And it's just the dates after.
Yeah, got ya.
It's only like the first 19 winners that are on the cup, then the rest are on the multiple bases that they stack up on.
Okay.
And it's an honour that will not be shared by any team called Rangers who do not feature on the cup.
Tribute act.
Never will feature on the cup.
Yeah. That's a good one. There you go.
It's a good one to start off with. I'm sure we'll do some more of that later on. So if anyone with when Sean gives us some trivia or whatever during it, get your answers in the comments, and yeah, if anyone gets it right, we'll figure it all out. But no, there's no Craig Moore in this Monty in the comments. Like, definitely not. He's from his filth, so we'll rule that one out. But yeah, you're getting some nice comments there, John, with the Bumblebee top. So just noticed all of that. So it's always a good start. What we'll do is we'll just jump into our general overview of the Scottish Cup final. I'm sure a lot of people would be hearing, the 12 hours yesterday, and then today everyone's going to be saying the same sort of thing here and there. So, yeah, it's going to be probably more of the same, but we'll say our part anyway. So what I want to know from you boys, John, what do you think the starting lineup will be for the game?
Well, I think what's very likely is I is going to be at right back. I think that's probably I think, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think maybe when it's happened before, we've all panicked a little bit there, but from recent times, he seems to do a good job there. So I think I's going to be at right back. I think probably Julian and Duffy, to be fair. Laxalt for sure, because the guy's on fire. I would not be upset if Taylor played there either. I think he's been doing great for us as well. So that'd be my back line. I think Barkas is in goal. I think that's probably just a given. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward from there. I think you're going to have McGregor, Brown. I think you're going to have Christie, El Yunusi, probably Rogic, maybe Turnbull, and Edward. I think we're going to revert back to the trusted Lennon sort of stuff.
And what do you reckon, Sean?
I agree with most of what you're saying there, but I've got a feeling Lennon's going to do his thing where he tries to fit people into the team.
Frimpong as a winger or something, you know what I mean?
I think Ayer, Duffy and Julian are stick on. I think you're probably right about Barkas, although I would personally rather have Hazard. And
me too.
The only one that I'm not sure about is Taylor or Laxalt. I don't know. To be honest, Taylor was pretty poor against Kilmarnock, but he was good against Leo. So midfield, this is what I'm thinking. Sorrow has to start. But
I hope so.
He'll probably start Brown as well. So he'll probably start Sorrow and Brown. And I've got a horrible feeling he's going to stick McGregor in the number 10 and then stick Turnbull out on the left wing and Christie on the right wing.
Yeah.
God, I hope not.
Yeah, that did not bring me joy. That did not sound good.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm thinking with who you got up front?
Edward. He said
Edward.
He came out and said that.
Yeah. And for me, I'm thinking we'll have, I hope we have Hazard in goal, but he'll probably go back to Barkas. What I'm thinking is then we'll have, like what you said, John, we'll have Ayer at right back. Then we'll have Duffy and Julian in the middle. At left, I'm the same. If we went with Laxalt, happy days. If he goes with Taylor, no big deal. Not at all worried or anything about that. So, that'll be okay. Macaroon, what time is it down the lads? So it's coming up on 9:15 p.m. at night. So there's your answer. In the midfield, we're going to have, I'm hoping we go Sorrow, McGregor and Turnbull. I have this feeling Lenny will revert to type, do his usual thing, and he'll have Bruni in the middle. I wouldn't complain. It's one of my all-time favourites behind Paul McStay. So, would not complain at all if Bruni was out there. But, I'd rather him come on for the last 20 minutes if he wants to do that sort of thing. So, we've got that in the midfield. Out wide, if you went Taylor at left back, I actually wouldn't mind Laxalt playing on left wing instead of Moy, because I think Moy's been pretty average lately. Now that I've said that, he'll probably go out and score a hat-trick today. And if he does, I'll happily have that egg smashed all over my face, boys and girls.
Don't get me started, Neil Eunice. I was see that Kilmarnock game.
That's what I was fishing, Sean.
Every time.
Like 2 minutes in, I was like, does he just give the ball away every time he touches it? And I started counting. And when I got to double figures for lost possessions in the first half, I was like,
our group
and then
chat,
what happened?
when the game's on, we've got our group chat to everyone, and all of a sudden I'm like, the countdown till Sean's first Alanusi comment. Usually you get to about 10, 11 minutes into the game, and there it is.
How he's worth 8 figures is beyond me. Imagine if he was like a youth player or a Scottish player or something in our team right now, how much would we get for him? What, 2-3 million if you're lucky?
Do you want
I
to
think
know?
that's harsh.
You want to know something? I was watching last night a replay of a game that was on during the week. It was Preston North End versus someone, because with talk of like Alex Neil being linked with the job and that sort of stuff, and then there's that centre back down there that they've got that we're being linked with a pre-contract as well. I thought, I'm going to check these guys out. I forgot Scott Sinclair was there.
Yeah.
And I love Sinclair at the club. I thought it was sad that he left. And for me, I'm thinking I would rather have Sinclair than Alanusi 99 times out of 100. At least it was at similar wages.
But I mean, Sinclair was dropping in form, when he left. Like he never really lived up to that first season hype. But I mean, we're all forgetting. We've also got Johnson just coming back. Could he start? He could do.
Wouldn't surprise me. I'll finish off my starting lineups. Outright, we'll probably have Christie, but I'd rather Frimpong. And if he's fit, that is. And then, Edouard up front as well. But you were saying what were you saying, John, just then?
Oh, I was just saying, like, the spanner in the works, the thought that, that quintessential Lennon thing that he likes to do for cup games, he might stick Johnson on. Because he's only just come back, right? What did he play for, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something? So, yeah. And I've been looking forward to it. I think Johnson's a great player. So he could come in and score a goal or two. I mean, even that game you were complaining about, Sean, with El Yunusi, he still scored in the game. Do you know what I mean? He broke the...
Come on. You giving him
Look, I mean, and if anything, it could have been Duffy. Who knows? It was a bit of a fluke. Yeah. But take it. You take it.
What, Moyes' goal? I go back a week as well, where he flicks the ball onto the back post and it goes in. Like, anyone could have done that. So, I don't know. I'm not 100% behind him. I'm kind of more in the Sean camp than your camp there, John.
I like him. I think he's got talent, but yeah.
The thing that bothers me is when he's playing and Rogic is playing, you struggle to tell who's who. And as an Australian, I find that annoying.
Yeah. Do you mean like similar position,
similar build, similar way they run?
Yeah, right.
I've also got a similar haircut, so
Yeah. I mean, one thing that Johnson does that's great is he always has a pop. In fact, the Moy goal recently, that's kind of like the stuff that Johnson's really good at. So I do hope, either El Yunusi starts taking that lead or Johnson starts playing. Who knows? Yep.
So then the next question, boys, is we've had a few comments on it already. One of you have mentioned it. Sorrow or Bruni? I know we mentioned it when we all went through our lineups. Seen quite a few comments coming through as well, where everyone's saying, the DJ of choice has said, I'd go Sorrow at the start, Bruni in the second half. I agree with you 100%. That's what I would do if I was in the chair, but I'm just the armchair expert all the way over here in Australia. I'm not, I just play FIFA, Football Manager, talk absolute bollocks on a podcast about Celtic. So, got nothing about. What do you reckon, John?
Well, I mean, this is like the difference between what you want and what I think is going to happen. I want Sorrow to start, and that hurts, obviously, because Brown's an absolute legend. But Brown's going to start. It's not even a debate. He will start. Whether he should, come off and maybe give Sorrow 60 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever it is, Lennon will start Brown for sure. That will happen.
The only reason that would be so he can get out there and just smash around with Naismith a bit, but soften him up a bit. But
leadership, just pure. Even if all he does is a few tackles, he'll be so unbelievably up for it. He'll be screaming his head off if we aren't playing well, and that's what we need in this game.
Honestly, I'd rather bring Brown off the bench because I've had massive worries about him this season. And they go back to, I don't know if you remember the Livingston game where we won 3-2 at home. Mm-hmm. And they missed a sitter in the last minute. And it was Brown and McGregor just watching each other, letting the midfielder run off. And that was, for me, the first really alarm bells ringing. And then everyone's like, get him out of the team. And he dropped for, was it St. Johnson? Came off the bench last 20 minutes and turned the game. So we have evidence that he doesn't have the legs for 90 minutes. That he's not going to be able to play every single game. And we also have evidence that he can be an impact sub. So to me, that should be his role today. And, if he's coming on as a sub, fine, he can still lift the cup. And that's what he should be doing for me.
Something you were just mentioning there, Sean, about him not having the legs for 90 minutes. It's, as you said, bring him on towards the end where he can shore things up and see the game out. But the other thing you got to look at is if Sorrow starts with all his energy and that he plays with, and then you go and put Kelmack next to him, that'll free Kelmack up. If you have Bruni and Kelmack, then you run the risk of Kelmack having to cover two positions, wearing himself out, and we're not getting it as much out of him going forward as well as defensively. So personally, that's my take on it as well. But like to
It's like look. We all know what should happen. Do you know what I mean? Sorrow should start and Brown should come on the end. But it won't. That's not going to happen. It's probably Brown's last ever season, and it's such a monumental game tonight, this morning for us. So he'll play Brown, and he'll probably play him for 90 minutes.
Ugh.
I think. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's hard to say, but it's probably going to happen, and that's not a bad thing either. I do think. I think he has his place in it, and if everyone else is up for it, they kind of make up for Brown not getting around the pitch and stuff. But if we're not up for it and Brown can't, keep us going and jeer us on and stuff, then, we definitely need to take him off and put Sorrow on for sure. Almost straight away.
I want to be clear. I love Scott Brown. And
Yeah.
I hope he gets a trophy, a statue outside Celtic Park doing the Brunei.
Yeah.
I also love winning trophies, and I think we have a better chance if he's not starting.
Just like you there, Sean, I'm the same. Love Bruni, only player ever at any club at any level whose name and number I have on the back of any shirt that I've got. So, yeah. Bruni to me is a hero. I want the best for him, but I don't want him to, be put on the pitch and made to look second rate.
He's going to score a goal now, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's going to score a hat trick.
Alanusi a hat trick. Bruni will come on and score 1 or 2. We'll end up. Everything else goes on. Eddie, big game player, will end up winning like 14-0. There you go. No chance that score will happen, but if it does, bookies, book me up.
Yeah.
The Sportsbet app in Australia has got a glitch in it. So I managed to put on a double bet with Celtic to win 2-1 and also double up with Celtic to lift the trophy.
Yeah, nice multi. Lovely. All right. Yeah. So next question for you is Craig Gordon playing for Hearts. Do you think he'll be a deciding factor in the game one way or the other? We'll go to you, Sean. What's your take?
Very, very probably. Not probably, excuse me. Possibly. If we get a penalty, no, he can't save penalties. Yeah. So even if it goes all the way to a shutout, well, I don't know what we've got in goals, to be fair, so I can't really compare it. But he's not exactly renowned for saving penalties, so not worried in that regard, but he can pull off some ridiculous saves. So I feel like we're going to have to create double-figure, clear chances to get a couple of goals.
What about you, John?
Do I think he's going to be a deciding factor? Probably. Yeah. I think he'll be. I think as far as the factor of Gordon goes is they won't hemorrhage as many goals as they probably could if he wasn't there. But look, I don't think he's going to change it for Hearts. I don't think Hearts are going to win because they've got Gordon. I mean, there's a reason why we never gave him a contract extension. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't. He was great for us. He was fantastic. And peak Gordon, I would take over any of the keepers that we have just now, 100%. But there's a reason why he's not at Celtic anymore. Do you know what I mean? And it wasn't just because Forster wasn't, was probably going to come back. He wasn't playing well when we had him. That's why Bain was bought. That's why do you know what I mean? So, it might not be 4-5-0, but it might be 2-0. That's probably the deciding factor or the factor.
I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. You got Gordon in goals, and then you have Christoph Berra, and you have him in front. And then I don't know whether he's going to play in the midfield or whatever, but you got Andy Halliday as well in front of him. There's some turnstiles right there. So going through. So if you can pick their midfield and their centre back pairing apart based on those two weak links. So for me, I don't think he'll play such a great contribution to the game. I think he may get his usual 2 or 3 saves that he shouldn't realistically get a hand to, but he always managed to do. But yeah, the only thing that I really remember and liked about Gordon was that celebration when Rogic had that goal in Invincible Treble.
Yeah,
that was great. That picture to me is immortalised. But yeah, it wouldn't have mattered who was in goal that season. So yeah, I'm not a massive Craig Gordon fan either. But I can't really compare him to what we've got in goals at the moment because who knows?
Yep, that's it. Would you take Gordon now?
Yep.
Over who? Over which option?
All of them.
Any of them, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
I would
Yeah.
for sure.
I wouldn't Bane, 100%.
It's not a long-term solution.
I actually, yeah, I still think Barkas is a long-term thing for us. I still think there's a player there. Like, you wouldn't have scouted him for 2 years for him to be absolute rubbish. And Connor Hazard is the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. You can only
It's like his mini me, you know.
Yeah, Hazard's our future goalie for sure. You just can't. The problem I have with Barkas is, look, he might be great in a few years, but how long can you give How long can you give a Celtic player a chance to come good? There's a very limited window.
Took Wanyama a year, took Van Dijk a year, took Edward a year and a half. It does. It's just worse when you're a goalkeeper. That's all.
Because only one you can be on the pitch at a time, so it stands out more. So especially when there's no reserve games going on at the moment as well. So it's not like you can go there and play and get into a rhythm as well.
Good point. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I'd still put Hazard in before Barkas, but
yep.
For today,
So-
yeah.
So I said my score prediction 14-0 before, but realistically, I'll be happy if we were to win it all. But yeah, I reckon I'll be probably 3-1 for us.
all right. That's what I was going to say.
Sorry, John, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
I have to pick something else.
Who are your goal scorers then?
I think Edward, he's due a goal. He's definitely due a goal. Maybe Christie, I'd say as well. Probably also due a goal. Probably up for it as well. Cup game, he tends to be quite good. Yeah. Yeah. And then, I don't know, if we're going to go for a third goal, I'll probably say Aya or somebody like that. It'd be like a header or Duffy. There you go. Duffy, Christie, and Edward. That'd be the three goals.
From corner has to be.
Yeah. It has to be. Or a Griff, but who knows?
What about you, Sean?
Yeah, my money's literally on 2-1, so I'm sticking with that. I think Edward will probably get them both.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah,
he's due it.
Just because of what I said earlier, Alanusi hat-trick.
Yeah, okay. Stick that on.
But realistically, it'll be, Edward would score. I reckon Turnbull will score. And I was going to say Duffy or Julian off a corner.
Yep.
One of them will absolutely murder Halliday off a corner.
Fingers crossed.
Yep. All right. So we'll bounce around the room for the three of us and just discuss a previous Scottish Cup final that we've all watched that stands out to us and why. So I'll start off because I mentioned it earlier already. Invincible treble season. Tom Rogic with that scoring that goal in the rain against Aberdeen. Amazing. Being at the Celtic Supporters Club here in Melbourne, Australia, with the boys down there at the Jockstein Supporters Club, it was what a night. There was like 200 of us in a room. Beer showers happened. There was a guy in front wearing a Rogic shirt, and let's say he walked out. I think he stumbled out of there because he didn't have to buy a drink the rest of the night. What a moment, especially being an Australian born and bred guy, to have the Aussie guy score that goal. Unbelievable. Go to you, Sean. What's Scottish Cup final that stands out to you?
Yeah, 1995 for me. That was the first time I was old enough to watch Celtic win a trophy live. I still remember 1994 was the first cup final I watched when we lost to Raith Rovers. Raith Rovers. That was the day where I ruined one of my white T-shirts and my green felt tip pen on the same day, making myself a hoop jersey. And then the next year we got to the final, and it was the first time we'd won a trophy in, was it since 88, 7 years, something like that. Van Hooijdonk scored the winner after 9 minutes. But it wasn't just the fact that we'd gone so long without a trophy. It was just the whole, like back then it was a whole event. You know what I mean? Like you started watching the coverage at 9 a.m. and you sat there until 3 p.m. kickoff and then enjoyed the game. And they had all these features on like all the players and everything. Great day. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I actually made a scrapbook, everything. I was just, what age would I have been? 8, 9, something like that, 8 or 9. And definitely the most memorable for me. Definitely not the best, but in terms of enjoying the football, but I think because it's my first, and yeah, I went to some of the games in the lead up to it as well, so it was really good, really enjoyable, memorable day for me.
And you, John?
I'd say probably the most memorable would have been also the 2-1 Invincible win. Was one of the only cup finals cup finals game that I've ever been to live. My uncle got us tickets through his work. I've still got the lanyard. Absolutely phenomenal. I was bricking it because it was 1-1 for so long, and then that last minute goal from Rogic was incredible. But I also really remember, I think it was the season after the Scottish Cup final with Motherwell. Again, it was, do you know what? It was just me and my dad, and we were in Greece, and the bartender and the hotel owner just gave us the whole restaurant, the TV and everything. Just said, you guys watch the game, it's important to you. It was just me and my dad, and we just we watched the game. It was brilliant. And, I don't know if you remember that McGregor goal, and we're all cheering, and other people in the hotel was like, oh, what's going on? And coming over, and, see, it's Celtic. Oh, right, okay, yeah. So I think that was just a really, good moment, a memorable moment. Just me and my old man, watching Celtic stuff Motherwell.
It's always good when you watch a game with your old dad.
Yeah,
I did the same with the double treble when we beat Motherwell. I literally landed from Qatar into Edinburgh and just jumped out to the nearest pub to watch Cham and McGregor ping in a couple of long range efforts with my dad and my fiance at the time. Great day as well.
Yeah, good goals that day as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone watching and anyone who listens, if this goes in a podcast format later on, will have their own memories of different games, because that's the great thing about football. It's so subjective for everyone. It's different things are going to have different meanings. You could be going through a tough time in your life. Like there'll be people out there at the moment going through a tough time because of lockdowns and COVID and all that sort of stuff that goes with it. We get this win today, that'll give them the pep in the step they need to, get through things and everything. So it's football is a big part of my life. Sport's a big part of my life. I know it'll be the same for each of you guys. So yeah, everyone will have their own thing there. So would love to see in the comments some of your favorite memories of what games. Anyone watching out there? Also, if you've got any questions or anything you want us to answer about leading up to the game, put them in the comments and we'll do our best to get to them as well.
Yep.
I think, Jared, at some point you can cover, there was a question earlier, so it might be good for you to tell the guys about how you started supporting Celtic on VHS with a 2-week delay on watching the games.
Oh, was that in there? Because So for me over here, it was, it would have been back in, I've been born into it, but started going to supporters clubs back in mid-1990s. So wasn't much fun back then with the results going our way. But yeah, we had a few supporters who were over here, and they had family back over in Scotland. So what they'd do is they'd record all the games, mail them over to us. So it'd take a couple of weeks to get here in the mail. By the time we get it, the games are all like 4 or 5 weeks old. Everyone would get in there for an afternoon. You'd sit around. You'd have a few drinks. Whether that's getting on cans or having a few Cokes or whatever, or soft drinks, whatever tickled your fancy, depending on your age. And yeah, just sit around there for a couple of hours, watch 3 or 4 games or 2 games in one sitting, come back the next weekend, watch 2 more games. That's how it all started off. And then, yeah, it just grew from there. So I remember the day when Mark Viduka signed for Celtic, and we're all like, yes, he's from Melbourne. Great, this is perfect. And then he got on a plane, he was too stressed and came back to Melbourne. And then suddenly when he announced that he was actually coming back over for training, and he got his visa sorted and everything, and he went down to the Celtic Club in Melbourne, which was where the CSC was based. And yeah, did a little bit of dodgy, missed some school, went in there, thought I got away with it. And then the story was on the Channel 7 news that night about Mark Viduka with Celtic shirt on the doorstep. And if you look 3 people back, top right corner, there was me. Bastard. yeah, that was pretty obvious. So yeah, but back in the 90s, before the internet was a proper thing, it was tough over here. Like, we had the ways we got our games were, first you get them on the VHS sent over. Then what you'd have is, there was a newspaper that came out weekly called British Football Week. And this was when I first got a job at like 14 years old, started working at the local McDonald's. You get your pay on a Tuesday or whatever it was, go to the post office on a Wednesday, pick up your British Football Week, and that was my Bible for Scottish football, because there was no games out here. Occasionally we'd have on SBS, we'd have over here you'd have the Old Firm when they were alive, and those games were getting shown. But other than that, it was really hard to watch the games back in the day. But yeah, internet, getting the scores online, and then suddenly you look at Celtic TV comes in and streaming, and that it's the last 7-8 years or whatever it is over here has just become absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, that's pretty much how we all do it. And I think there was another question as well while I'm going on a rant here. Has the growth of streaming ended the social scene for Celtic fans in Oz, so you don't all watch up anymore? So Macaroon sent that through. No, it hasn't stopped it. What slowed it down the last few years is being in the Europa League. So when we were in Champions League and we were playing games on a Saturday in the league and then Wednesday midweek, the CSCs would all be out packed to the rafters. Not always. Like, there was a Motherwell game I went to at the Melbourne one where there was only 50 people there, but then 2 weeks later we're playing Rangers and there's 200 people with a waiting list and it's packed. So there's still that scene where people get together. One of the other supporters clubs here in Melbourne, they have a monthly catch-up, first Friday every month. They all catch up, have a few drinks, have a bit of a sing-song, whatever, and, well, they were before lockdown happened, but yeah, it hasn't really dropped off, but it has made it a lot easier to get the games out here because you don't have to wait for this Dow, Foxtel pay TV. You got Celtic TV. There's lots of different ways you can watch games at the pub or with your friends.
Yeah, and WA, our supporters club, has over 400 members, and I'd reckon there's thousands on the Facebook. I think if you counted our supporters club as a Scottish football ground this year, we would have the record high attendance for a single game.
Yeah.
Because, otherwise it's Ross County with 300, isn't it? But we're always packed for the Sevco games and cup finals and stuff.
Let's be honest here, Sean, though. If the Perth CSC group, if they all went to a stadium to watch a local game together, you'd have more people at that than you'd have at some St Mirren games and Hamilton games.
Easy.
For sure.
Yeah, and when Celtic came over, we had, it was 25,000 or something went to, I can't remember the actual number.
Yeah.
10 years.
So there was a couple of games in that back in the day, but yeah, we had a game down here in Melbourne and there was, like 30-odd thousand at that game as well. And then
I was there.
Good on you, Johnny.
Yep. Flew down from Brisbane.
I've told you boys this story before, but I was there with my older brother, sitting in the corner. Bruni was standing up in front, having a bit of a stretch, getting ready to come on. This chick, like 3 over, goes, "Sit down, you're blocking the game." I've turned around and I was going, pipe down. He's worth more than the whole of the Victory team who they were playing against over here. Turns out the girl who yelled that, she was at the game with my now wife. So yeah,
there you go. Meant to be.
Yep. Yeah, so we've got that there. You got anything, John, you want to bring up before we jump into the we normally play on our weekly podcast a Would You Rather game at the end of it. So we'll get Sean to run that, but unless you got anything else you want to bring up first, John?
It might kill me for saying this, but the most vivid memory I have of that Celtic and Melbourne Victory game was, again, my old man. He's got this uncanny ability of just expelling snot from his face at any given moment on any day. And for whatever reason, you know how like at Victory Ground, all the seats are quite close together. You know what I mean? And you're sort of knees up against them. And he's just sneezed the biggest sneeze I've probably ever heard of any man ever doing. And he's definitely felt snot come out, but he has no idea where it's come from. And then he's realised, Christ, that's hit the back of the guy's head in front of me. And this guy just puts his hand through his hair, looks at his snottery hand, turns around, looks at my dad, and my dad just goes, Melbourne flu. Didn't apologise. Guy didn't do anything. He turned around and just got with his day. So yeah, that was my vivid memory of that game.
I could tell you wanted to say something because you were just like laughing while
It's one of the best stories, but you hate me for that.
You'll hear about that in about half hour's time.
Right, yeah, for sure.
All right. So our would you rather game. So how we'd normally do it is we pick a player or a problem position or number. So when Duffy signed for the club, we said, would you rather Shane Duffy and it was a list of players who had previously worn the number 4 for Celtic. And we went through them and you had Shane Duffy or Efren Juarez. And we went through like that sort of stuff. And then we all picked it. So that's for people who are watching who have never listened to our podcast before. That's so you know what we're talking about on this one. So I'll throw it over to you, Sean.
Yeah, just before we get started, just so we don't, in case we run out of time at the end, just give a shout out to Liam, who's not here at the moment. He asked us to mention if people could give him a read on CelticNowAndForever.com, and his Twitter handle's at Liam6783. So Liam normally joins us as well. And Anthony, who's just to say hi to Anthony if he's listening, who's not been on for the last couple of weeks as well. But,
Stay safe, brother.
But just the 3 today. Okay, so I've got a trivia that I'm going to just drop in before we get started that people can maybe do in the comments while they're following along. So the quick trivia is Celtic have won the Scottish Cup 9 times since the year 2000. Name the 7 players in the losing team, that were against Celtic, who then went on to play for Celtic since 2000.
If we weren't on camera, Sean, I'd get the notepad out and start writing it, but everyone at the top of my head, so it wouldn't be good for this live stream.
Yeah, so I'll let people drop these names in the comments and I'll do the answers later. But otherwise, I'm going to go through position by position. Now, I had the idea to do this, we'll pick a formation, and then I thought, no, that's just going to get messy. So what I did was I just divided it into the different positions. And if you do the right number for each position, you're going to end up with about 13 players on the pitch. But instead of getting bogged down in formations, we'll just go with the best player for each position, or 2 if it's centre. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just to be clear, this is a would you rather from the last 4 treble winning teams and today's team. Mm-hmm. So that's 5 teams to choose from. Does that make sense? So I've deliberately omitted the Lisbon Lions because that's not fair.
Yep.
So it's only from 2000. So it's 2001, 2017, 2018, 2019, and the current squad. Okay.
Yep.
So in goals, who would you have out of Rab Douglas, Jonathan Gould, Craig Gordon, Doris De Vries, Vasilis Barkas, Scott Bain, or Connor Hazard? Note that Fraser Foster did not feature.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you go first, John, on these.
I struggled with this one because obviously Douglas was a great keeper, but and that was really the keeper when I was young and watching Celtic. But I would probably say we're talking peak, yes, performance. Yeah,
contemporaneous with the day that they won the treble. So where they were at that.
Yeah. Oh, maybe you could argue the same. I would go Gordon then, for sure. I think that would be my preference.
The scary thing is how bad I bagged him out earlier. Yet I have to agree with you, John.
Yep, I know. It's weird, isn't it?
It's
not a lot of options.
It's funny because that cup final is the denouement of the treble, the last game, the big one. That's it. You've won the treble, and that is the standard of goalkeepers. Craig Gordon is the cream of the crop.
I know. Mental.
Yeah, wow.
So we all agreed.
Yeah. Today. It's his third treble if he's in the squad today.
I still would go
a trophy no matter what. It's a winners or losers no matter what today.
Fraser Foster's not had one, and Scott Bain will be on his third.
God.
Mental.
No justice. No justice.
Nah.
Okay, so we're all saying Craig Gordon.
Yeah.
Okay, right back was a bit more complicated because in 2001 we were playing a back three, but I've just made some assumptions.
Mhm.
Okay, so we've got the choice of McNamara, Didier Gat, Michael Lustig, Christian Gamboa, Jeremy Toljan, Frimpong, Ayer, or Elhamed.
Oh.
You
You
want
going, Jared?
I'll go. Yeah, I'll go Jackie Mack.
Yeah.
Him as a player. Hear him on some other shows and sort of stuff going around on YouTube and that. And for me, he's the guy that if we, as we've discussed on our podcast previously, if we were to ever go with a full-on director of football running the show, that's the guy I want in that chair. I rate him that highly, not just for his playing ability, coaching ability, but also what he's got going on up here in terms of his knowledge of the game. Rate him that highly. He's my choice.
It's a tough call. Gat was brilliant. Lustig was brilliant, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, look, I think for argument's sake, I would also go with Jackie, but I think it's worth mentioning that Pete Lustig was absolutely unbelievable. He was really a great servant at his peak.
It was a bee's dick between the two of them. And that's everyone.
For sure. Yeah, 100%.
What are you going with?
Yeah, McNamara.
Yeah.
Okay, so centre backs, let's say pick two. Okay, so
Okay.
there's a bit of a longer list here. So starting in 2001, we've got Johan Mjalby, Ramon Vega, Yusuf Haran, Alan Stubbs, Jozo Simnovic, Dedrick Boyata, Eric Svyachenko, Christopher Ayer, Philip Benkovic, and then today's selections of Julien, Duffy, or Beaton. It's quite a list.
It is quite a list. There's some good players there.
I'm going to feel bad leaving people out.
Yep. Yeah.
It's funny. You go goalkeepers, and it was hard to even pick one. And you go this position, and you're like, there's legit like 4 or 5 I could pick.
Which is mental because defence for Celtic is not exactly our strongest suit, is it?
No.
So there you go. We've had some good players.
You want to go for this one, John?
Yeah, go on. Right. I think for me, I instantly wanted to put Mjalby in, right? So I think that was always an easy one. So I'm going to put Mjalby in. For me, I think it was between Benkovic and Ayer from like recent years. And I think I'm probably going to say Benkovic. Just.
Benkovic? He didn't even start. He was on the bench.
But are we talking like him overall or in the cup games?
Well, in that year, so it's overall.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, exactly in that year. So overall, Benkovic, I think is probably still a better defender than Ayer. Not to say that Ayer's a bad player. I think he's got his moments though.
I mean this in the most loving way, John. You prick. You stole my answer.
See, there you go. Yeah, great mind.
I'll go Svetchenko. Always thought we should never have sold him. I was a big fan of him. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
him.
right. Wow.
Benkovic. That's my two.
I'm going to be a bit different. I'm going to say Ramon Vega and Chris Julian.
Oh, right.
Vega, brilliant player, and I was gutted we only had him for 6 months. And I think Chris Julian is a threat at both ends and a really great committed defender. And I think a lot of the other names we've mentioned are bomb scares, to be honest.
Yeah, that's very true. So
We
defenders
all
as well.
stayed away from Jozo and Boyata, didn't we?
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to ever pick Boyata after all of that. No way.
The only
Blank.
good thing he did was he grew out some awesome dreads towards the end. That was about it.
Yeah. That was his contribution. Snake.
Yep.
Okay, so left back is a shorter list, interestingly. So we've got 2001 on the bench, Tom Boyd, the only choice. Then 2017 and 2018 was Kieran Tierney. 2019, the left back was Johnny Hayes because Tierney was injured. Then this year we've got Laxalt or Taylor. So Boyd, Tierney, Hayes, Laxalt, Taylor. Should be easy.
Go on, John.
It is easy. It's Tierney, obviously. Celtic through and through. That is the boy. It's 100% Tierney every single day.
So
I'd go
nothing to pick.
Tierney, but only reason is because he was in multiple games in this list. Otherwise, it would be. Otherwise,
Who'd
it'd
you
be
go
put. What?
Who'd you go with?
Tierney.
Yeah, good.
Sorry, I spoke over you. That's right. Yeah, Tierney as well. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Tom Boyd, but 2001. Come on.
Yeah.
Get the brushes out. He got the sweep. He got the hat trick. It's all done. Yes.
Okay,
Let's-
so I'm going to do the wingers before I come back to the centre mids. Okay, so right mid, again a brief list. Didier Gat, Patrick Roberts, 2018 James Forrest, 2019 it was Forrest again, but we also had Karamoko Dembele as an option, and then this year the choices are Christie or Frimpong. So Agat, Roberts, Forrest, Karamoko, Christie, or Frimpong.
I'll go first if you want in thinking time.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
As much as I love Forrest, I'll go with Paddy Roberts for the simple fact that once he came into the club, it kind of sparked Forrest into actually lifting his game to go on and do the things he's done over the last few years. He was very close to leaving the club before Rodgers come in, and I think having that competition actually got him to another level.
Yep, I think that's why it's a difficult decision. I think really on the balance of it, I think peak Forrest compared to peak Roberts, I'd still say Forrest is probably a bit better. But for sure, Roberts and all of his talent was what kicked Forrest on. So I'm going to say Forrest.
Plus, I was saying that because you get the bromance back in the team together because we just went Tierney on the previous position, so had to.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Definitely tempting to take two invincible Roberts because he was sensational that year.
He was. Yeah.
Forrest in 2018, 2019 for me. Player of the year he was. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard decision though. Both brilliant players.
So left mid, we've got again a brief list. Alan Thompson, Scott Sinclair, Callum McGregor played left mid in 2018.
Bloody hell.
Mikey Johnston was left mid in 2019. And this year the choices are El Yunusi or Mikey Johnston again. So Alan Thompson, Scott Sinclair of the Invincible season, Callum McGregor, Mikey Johnston, or El Yunusi.
Scott Sinclair. That's it.
Every day.
Yeah. Of the Invincible season, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. As soon as you
Every
think of the Invincible season, it's Scott Sinclair.
That was just a joy to watch that man in that season. Unbelievable. Unplayable.
Agreed. Okay, so centre mids. Brown and McGregor feature a lot here, so I'm not going to read them every time. Okay, so starting in 2001, we've got Lennon, Lambert. Then jump to 2017, we've got McGregor, Brown, Beaton. Then the next year, add in Cham and Kouassi. Then in 2019, there's nobody new. In 2020, the only new name would be Sorrow. So that's Lennon, Lambert, McGregor, Brown, Beaton, and Cham, Kouassi, and Sorrow. 2 of those.
Yeah, I know. I had to think about this for a while, to be honest. I think I went with what I would love to watch, and that's Brown and Lennon in the middle.
They don't have because they'd have no shin bones left if that happened.
They'll just chew teams up and spit them out. That's what I wanted to see. So I'm going to go with them. But I mean, it's hard to choose. It's good players there.
I knew you'd go that way, so I'm going to throw it out and go with Lambert and Kelmack.
Yeah.
Oh, you stole my answer.
See, that actually, to be honest, I think is probably the better pairing. But
That would balance, but that'd give you more balance in the midfield.
yeah.
The reason I like those two is because they're both attacking midfielders that can play centre mid.
Yeah.
One will hold, one will release in a similar way that I know this is a Celtic related thing, but a lot of good mate is a crazy Man United fan, and you used to see back in the day, Nicky Butt'd hold Paul Scholes would go forward or vice versa. So it's a sort of setup.
Yeah,
But wouldn't you just love to see 2 baldy, absolutely mental cases in the middle of the pitch? Come on. What do you want to see?
Oh, look, it'd be amazing, especially
John.
against Celtic, but
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you're all good.
Okay, next up was the number 10 position. So there was not too many names here. So we had Moravchik, Stuart Armstrong, Tom Rogic. They both featured a few times, and then up to now, where the name you would add in is Turnbull. So Moravcik, Armstrong, Rogic, or Turnbull. One from those four, if you need to think about it.
I'll just jump in first, just because I'm 100% born and bred Australian. If I don't say Tom Rogic, I will get disowned, first of all. And second of all, my in-laws will then belt me because he's an Australian of Serb background and my wife's family Serb. So shout out to them. Tom Rogic all the way. That's my political answer.
You have to say that, though. Yeah. You lose your citizenship if you don't, right? I'm going to say Moravcik. I think that's probably a given, right? That's the best there.
That's actually who I wanted to say.
Yeah. Unbelievable for us. So, yeah, I'm going to go for Moravcik.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say Rogic because Moravcik only played 20 minutes of that cup final.
All right, there you go.
And because Rogic has been in the last 4, so, you know.
And he scored, one of the most, I don't know, in recent times, memorable goals. Go down in folklore. So, yeah.
But if I was looking at it in cup finals in isolation, I would say Rogic.
Yeah. I think that's pretty fair.
Spot on.
Okay, centre forward. So we'll say we'll pick 2 from this list, which is prestigious. Okay, so we've got Henrik Larsson, Chris Sutton, Tommy Johnson, Lee Griffiths, Moussa Dembele. Then the next year, those 2 again. Then Odsonne Edouard in 2019. And this year, we've got Edouard and Griffiths again, plus Ayeti and Kamala. So Larsson, Sutton, Tommy Johnson, Griffiths, Dembele, Edouard, Ayeti, Kamala.
I think this is an easy one, Jared.
Pretty obvious. Go on, John.
I'm going to say Larsson. No surprises there. And Dembele. I think that would be, we would win the Champions League with those 2, So I'm going to go with the dead obvious route there. Just say those 2.
I was going to go the exact same, but then I realised something I've said on previous podcasts of ours. So it's Larsson, and then the guy who, up until this season, so in last season's form, was the best centre forward I've seen at Celtic since Larsson, in Edouard.
Yeah, it's tough not to stick him in, but yeah.
I feel bad leaving out Dembele.
Yeah, I think that, sorry, go on, Sean.
Sorry, I was just going to say I agree with John. I would say Larsson and Dembele.
I mean, Dembele gives more, or gives different stuff than Edouard does. Edouard would be great if he played up with Dembele, I think. Well, he's great anyway, right? That's just a given. But I think he'd be more deadly. He wouldn't have such massive downward trenches in his form and stuff. But Larsson and Dembele, we'd win titles with that.
Well, Dembele is more the guy you could hit the ball to. He'd hold guys off and play other guys in, which is where him and Edouard would work well together, or him and Larsson. Yep. In the same way that when Larsson was playing under Martin O'Neill, they had the battering ram strikers from the playoff.
Yep. Wouldn't that be good to see again? But
yeah.
Hey, we'll get there.
We're running out of time. We've got one more position to cover, so just listen carefully. Okay, pick one of these who you would prefer to have. Kenny Clark, Bobby Madden, Kevin Clancy, Willie Collum.
I'm going to try a sound effect here. I don't know if I'm going to hit the right one. No, not that one. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, any of them could have been pretty good.
It's the 5 referees, the last 4 plus today's. Who do you want? Kenny Clark, Bobby Madden, Kevin Clancy, Willie Collum, John Beaton.
Hugh Dallas.
Oh, Christ. Willie Collum is probably the best of that absolute rotten bunch, but that's what I'm picking.
Willie Collum, only for the fact that he reminds me of Mr. Bean.
Yeah. little Mr. Bean's little brother. Yeah.
Exactly.
I have to regrettably say I think Bobby Madden is unfortunately the best of the bunch. Okay, so that
I thought you were going to rattle off managers for those games, not referees.
Yeah.
Just a wild card at the end there. I'll chuck it back to you then, Jared, just for the last minute, and I'll post the answers to that trivia in the comments on YouTube so that
sounds good. So just everyone, want to just quickly say thanks to everyone for tuning in. We've really appreciated being part of this fantastic weekend. Thanks to Paul and the Axon team for getting us involved and letting us dial in for it. We really appreciate that. If anyone listening or watching liked our show, keep an eye out. We have weekly podcasts come out, so give us a subscribe on there. And hope you all enjoyed it. I'm on the Celtic. Let's get a win and 14-0. That's what it has to be.
Hell.
Hell.
Farewell.
I had big alcohol problems, and I got involved with Children's First to sort of help me sort of get myself back to normal, be a decent mum, that sort of thing, and it helped. But then I went back out and drank again a few times. Then I had my son Jamie, and he's diabetic and that, and we ended up back in the system again. Started off with a lady called Gail. It was helping me and Jamie sort of bond sort of thing. Because I'd been off the drink for quite about a year or something like that, but I was still scared of going back on it. I was introduced to Margaret Rose at the food bank as a peer support, because she sort of went through problems like I was going through at the time, you know, and you saw me through quite a lot. Mm-hmm. It was social work that sort of got me involved with Children's First through my alcohol abuse and not looking after my kids properly. Okay. To really get my mind together, cope with things better, learn to be able to work with my son better, understanding him, and because he's autistic as well. It's just a good lot of help for years. It's really what I can say.
Just knowing that there's somebody there.
I put it this way: they saved my life basically. They're just kids that just need a lot of attention, and just to let themselves go and, you know, enjoy themselves, the time that they have out with us, and they're safe as well. So
I had my own addiction problem. Although I had put the drink down at that point, my health was really deteriorating badly because of the years of my abuse with my alcohol. This was for me to give over my story and tell people that there is hope. Mm-hmm. You know, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think even for, you know, people who are well, I think it's difficult, you know, I think it's difficult for everybody. Yeah. You know, I think it's just it's hard. It's times that we've not known, and when you're used to just going out and doing, you know, just anything, even just going to Edinburgh for, you know, to the shops, and it's all changed. You know, it's so I think for these families it's even harder. When you're in addiction yourself, you think you're the worst person. You think, you know, this shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be doing this, and trying to let these people know that they're not bad. They're sick people, and you know, they're not bad people. They're just sick people that want to get better. The people that I speak to, I know that they're not frightened to speak to me because I've been there. You know, I've and there's nothing that they would be able to say to me that would shock me. you know, and it's trying to let them understand that, you know, it's okay not to be okay.
Aye.
Welcome back to a Celtic State of Mind's weekender. This is a quadruple treble weekend. And I'm delighted to be joined by Paul McTaggart of Celtic Fans TV. Paul, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Paul. Thanks for having me on. Before we get into it, I just want to say congratulations and well done to you for hosting this, mate. An absolutely phenomenal weekend, raising an incredible amount of money for these wonderful causes. And the money's still climbing as well, so absolutely fantastic.
No, you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a real pleasure, Paul, because I think what happens is you get so kind of engulfed in your own platform, channel, podcast, and you're aware of everything else that's going on, and you know the quality that's out there. But I think when I started writing down all the different channels and podcasts, I was surprised myself how much talent is out there in the world of Celtic media. So a big up to everybody who's appeared as well. Yeah, it's been pulled together pretty quickly, Paul. So it's tremendous to see what everybody brings to the table. Yesterday we had the good, the bad and the ugly. And I'm not going to say which was which. And obviously today is going off to a really, really good start. And as you say, the big thing is that we're raising money constantly. The donations are coming in. We've had everything from £5 to £1,000. People are, giving us items to donate. It's been tremendous. It's been not donate, but to auction. It's been excellent. And I think that to have it this weekend of all weekends, Paul, this is what we're going to talk to your good self about. And by the way, I love the new crest, which is adorning the top right-hand corner of the screen right now. The penalty spot in Glasgow are sponsoring today's show with Celtic Fans TV. I want to talk about Celtic Fans TV before we do anything. I remember it being launched. Talk to us about the birth of this channel that you set up that, if you check it out on YouTube, it's absolutely huge.
Aye, well, back in 2018, I wanted to start something, a podcast, something related to Celtic. There's so many good podcasts, so many excellent podcasts like yourself, a lot of high quality stuff, high quality content, as you've touched on when you were talking there. So I wanted to bring something different. The sort of full-time reaction video content outside the stadium was something that it was the only thing I felt that maybe wasn't there in terms of the Celtic fan media space. So we went and done the trailer on the night of the World Cup semi-final between Croatia and England. Went back and uploaded it, put it on Twitter, and it went crazy. I sat down to watch that game and I didn't see a minute of it because the Twitter notifications were going mental. And then from there, it grew so quickly. It's incredible how quickly it grew in that first week or so. We were giving away a home shirt after we reached 1,000 subscribers, and we reached 1,000 subscribers before we'd even done a proper bit of content. So it was a remarkable start. The first game was against Aliskert, if you remember that Champions League qualifier that year. And obviously you're nervous and you think, is anybody even going to want to talk to us? Expecting that there might be a few weeks where you'll be clubbing together one or two people and really struggling, but it was great. We were over the road, just across the road for Celtic Park on that first night, and this boy came running over, and I thought I kind of recognise him. He said, "Oh, I seen you in the paper and stuff." Like because the trailer had went wild on Twitter. I think we ended up in a few newspapers and stuff, and he came over and said, "I seen it." And I just want to say, like, really glad you're doing this. Like, well done, good luck and stuff. And I'm saying, I think I recognise you, mate. And it was Scott Reed for Still Game, Methadone Mick. And he gave us an interview, and he was absolutely brilliant. And then that episode ended up doing 30,000 views, which was crazy because we expected the first few months even to be maybe 300-400 views if we were lucky, and we ended up doing 30,000. So it's been remarkable, the growth of it. So it's been an incredible journey as well to follow the team and to document it with this content. As I say, this is as in our third year now, but we just so happen to be finishing up the second year today, obviously, with the Scottish Cup final. So if we can close the first 2 full seasons of Celtic Fans TV with 2 trebles, then I'll be absolutely delighted.
Absolutely. Just when you mentioned Scott Reid there, it just brought back memories. We sponsor the Celtic Greats team, the ex-Celts that drag celebrities in to play these charity games, and he was one of the players, Paul. Scott Reid was one of the players, but I don't know if you've ever met Frank McGarvey, but he's the manager of the team. And let me put it this way, he doesn't care who you are. It does not care who you are. It will go through you like a ton of bricks. And he constantly calls me fat and unfit, and it just destroys you. That's the Frank McGarvey diet I've been on. He just guilts you in not eating and fasting. But yeah, he gave Scott Reid such a hard time. This might have been after his appearance on your channel. He gave him such a hard time that Scott refused to come back, as far as I know. So hopefully when we get the games back, we can get Scott back in a Celtic jersey. But that was down to the ball, Frank McGarvey, whose name should be recalled on Scottish Cup final day, because of course Frank scored that incredible. His last touch of the ball in a Celtic jersey was the winning goal back in '85. Now, Paul, I'm looking at you, and I know for a fact you weren't kicking around in 1985. Would it be right in saying that?
Absolutely, aye. I was born in '93, so I've not got too much recollection of the '85 final, that's for sure.
Before I go all Celtic Da, which has been one of the podcasts that we've had on already, I do remember the final because I wasn't at it. I was too young to go because at that time my dad, who went to every game home and away, he also followed Scotland, which is a strange thing now because I couldn't tell the last time we went to a Scotland game, but he was at that game, and the reason I couldn't go was obviously he was there with his mates and my uncles and older cousins, etc. And in the furore after McGarvey's header, he lost an Adidas Samba. And I never think he never found that Samba. Still wears Sambas, actually. But there, he comes home with one shoe on. So you can imagine the reaction from my mother. A semi-drunk or completely pissed dad walks in with one shoe on. But that was the 85 Cup final. We're going to be talking all about today's. And one thing that I've really enjoyed over the last 14, 15 hours. It's just the coverage we've had on today's game. People have taken it from all different angles. We all know the big question is going to be around the team lineup. And then, Paul, you can either sit there with confidence or otherwise. We'll get into all of that. We've spoken about your channel, but I want to talk about the season so far. It's been an unusual season, and that is before you even talk about the world issues that everybody has been suffering. There's so much to discuss. There's so much to debate, and it goes from the very, very top at Celtic Park right down to the playing park. So let's start with the players. And, we've brought in 6. And I think, we actually did a podcast asking the question, is this the best transfer window in living memory? Because I felt it was. I think looking back, with hindsight, it's a great thing. Some of the guys you thought were cast iron starters for Celtic have faded away. Some never got started. So in terms of the recruitment, Paul, how frustrating has it been? Because there seems to be some kind of an issue with regards to who identifies the players. Does the manager have the final say? Clearly not. And the involvement or the interference rather of the CEO in that whole process, to the point where sometimes of the 6 were playing 2. I mean, how frustrating has that been? We spent a lot of money this season.
I think if you go back to the start of the season, we were all, as you said there, delighted with the transfer business that happened before a ball was kicked, if you like. We kept a hold of all the big players, which was the main thing for me, for a lot of people, I think. And we spent a lot of money. Brought in guys like Barkas, Ayeti, permanent transfers for £4 or £5 million. Duffy was a high profile signing as well. So we spent money, we kept a hold of the big players, and I think everyone thought the best transfer window in memory, certainly in recent times. So it's been really disappointing to see how it's played out in this first half of the season. Duffy's really struggled, obviously. I do think his interview last week was really honest, though. I like to see that. Showed a lot of humility in his interview last week, talking about his form since he came to the club. Barkas has obviously struggled as well. Ayeti, who's looked good in the first few games that he had, it looks like a born goal scorer. He struggled with his fitness, and it is a frustration because we haven't been playing to the level that we know that this Celtic team can. So the fact that those new guys have come in, and very few of them have been able to nail down a starting place, has been really frustrating. I think the first couple of games of the season we looked good. The early Champions League qualifier, I think, against Reykjavik, and then the opening league game against Hamilton, I thought we looked good, but sort of ever since then we've not reached the levels that we know that this Celtic team can. And even before we hit that bad run, 2 wins in 12, there was plenty of games where anyone who was watching Celtic for 90 minutes week in and week out could see that something wasn't quite right, and we weren't in very good form because we were scraping a lot of wins in the league games, particularly against teams in the bottom six. You think about the Dundee United game, the St Johnstone game, and I think it was clear for early on that the form just wasn't there, and something wasn't quite clicking. That's both with the existing key players and the new guys that came in.
You're talking about the key players, and I think this season another frustration for myself watching it from afar is guys that you could rely on in the past, Paul. People who were game changers, such as Edouard. They've not been the same this season, and that's frustrating. And when you're looking at some of the comments being made at the AGM, for example, and we're suffering because the fans aren't there. We've suffered big time with COVID and injuries, etc. But I mean, how disappointing, for example, has the form of Scott Brown, Odsonne Edouard, Callum McGregor even been this season? Because I feel that you bring in these new guys, but as long as your hardcore continue their form, then it might take a while for the new ones to bed in, but as long as you've got that nucleus of the team still playing those winners that have been over the course again and again, you'll be fine. But unfortunately, they've been affected as well. I mean, how does that come into your mind when you're picking a predicted 11 for today in terms of Brown and Edouard, for example?
It's been difficult. It's difficult at the best of times trying to pick what the team's going to be, but this season it's been so difficult because the manager's changed the personnel so many times. We've changed formation so many times as well. And there's nothing's really stuck. Nothing's really worked. I think those big players have been disappointing this season. There's no getting away for that. Edouard isn't the player that we seen last season, although I think recently, I said this in the starting 11 prediction that I did yesterday, I don't think he was that bad against Kilmarnock last week. I think his body language and his attitude is something that doesn't change. I don't think when he's playing well that his body language is really any different, but it just gets times by 100 when things aren't going well. So there's no doubt those guys have been disappointing. I think we might come to it later on when we talk more about the starting 11 that might play today. I've just got a feeling that Scott Brown will play, that Scott Brown will start, and you can make a really good case for Scott Brown starting. He's led the club to so many major honours. He's vastly experienced, so there's no doubt his form hasn't been there this season, and he is ageing. He's got a lot of mileage at the age of 35, 36, but there's no doubt he's not hit the level of previous seasons this year. Ultimately, going back to what you were saying about so many key players not performing, I think that's where we all had this debate, and I don't want to maybe labour it too much today because we're all looking forward to what could be a massive day for the club and getting behind the team and supporting the team. But it came back to the management team. For me, so many players weren't playing well that it just, you can't, some of these guys are going away and playing for their national teams and playing really well. So it can't be that all 15 or 18 of them are coming back to Celtic, and it just so happens that they're all in bad form, and that's the reason for why we weren't playing so well. So I think to sum it up, last season was really good. A lot of last season was really good, but there was themes last season, themes that started last season that have continued into this one, like the performances in the big games, the Champions League qualifiers, the games against Rangers, and those have continued into this season. So in my opinion, I think what we've had is last season was a perfect mix between the stuff that Rodgers had put in place, and then the early days of Neil Lennon maybe getting us to play forward a little bit quicker, at a higher tempo, more energy. But I think now we're in a sort of no man's land where all of the standards that Rodgers put in place have worn off. And and the team have looked a little bit lost at times this season.
They definitely have. I'm going to dip in and out of the comments as we go along, Paul, because it's a wee bit more difficult when I'm just the guy behind the buttons in the background, because you don't want to throw questions at people who aren't prepared for them. But Red Scotland, who has been a great supporter of this weekender, he's been here, I think, for the whole period. Sambos were the best football sannies, yeah, they were, and my old fella still wears them. So a big shout out from our sponsor of today's show, the Penalty Spot, to my old man Jimmy the Legend. The reason I bring this up, Paul, it's incredible what Celtic can do. And I do remember my old man had cancer a few years back, and the first thing he did or wanted to do once he got back on his feet was go to Celtic Park. There's just this magical element about the place that obviously you miss it, and he had missed it for all those months that he was fighting and getting treatment and all that kind of stuff. And I just remember him saying, I need to go to Celtic Park, and there wasn't even a game on. You know, he just had to be there and just kind of stand on the Celtic way and look up and all that kind of stuff. And we've missed that's this season in a big way. And you know, obviously we've had an announcement yesterday that we're going into a lockdown just after Christmas. Next year, hopefully we'll be back in the stadium. Hopefully we'll see Paul outside the ground with his mic, looking for people's thoughts, and hopefully a lot of them are good and positive. But a big shout out to the old man, absolutely. But an interesting point from Jungle Lion: where's the leak gone? Has he been outed? And I don't want everything we talk about before we get into the team, Paul, to be negative, but I have said a few times that there's been a few issues around players undermining the gaffer this season. And although I've criticised Neil Lennon quite a bit, I do think that the responsibility is a shared one. So you're looking at things like, you know, Lee Griffiths halfway through December still not 100% fit. Ball and golly gate, the least said about him, the better. The team getting leaked, etc., etc. And, you know, I really did feel for Neil Lennon, because these are things that are being added to all the loss of form, all the illness, the lack of fans, a group of players bedding in, and everything else that's happening. A resurgent Rangers, of course, throw that into the mix. And I was calling it the perfect storm. Do you think we've overcome those major issues? Add to that these agitators that want out of Celtic Park. Do you think we've overcome that? I don't want to get too excited about a couple of results, but green shoots of recovery, perhaps.
I think green shoots of recovery is probably the best way to put it. I think at times in the run, the really bad run that we had, there was times where we thought maybe this is us finding our feet again, and it wasn't. Like the game against Aberdeen, certainly the first half of the Scottish Cup semi-final. The performance at Fir Park and spells ended up a really convincing win, although you could say that some of the flaws that have been there all season were on show that day as well. But I don't want to get too carried away, and I've been criticised in some of my own content for that over the Lille game and the Kilmarnock game. But we have to be aware that ultimately the litmus test for Celtic is derbies against Rangers, as you say, the resurgent, and the European games. We're in December now. We're out of Europe altogether. We're already out of the League Cup as well, and we're behind in the league because of how poorly we've performed. So we have to remember that we can't say we've turned the corner based on some better performances at home against the likes of the Kilmarnock. I've always been of the mind that we have to see a run. We have to see a run of 6, 7, 8 victories in a row. With better defensive organisation and a more sort of more control, if you like, over the course of 90 minutes. I think a lot of times this season there's been over good 15, 20-minute spells in games, but so often we haven't put together a really controlled, dominant 90-minute performance. So I think that we have to see a run of those, and obviously we've got the game at Ibrox in January on the horizon, and we're in such a position now where I think we have to go and win that game. So I don't think we've turned the corner. It has been much better. I think the introduction of Sorrow and Turnbull has really helped. Sorrow's covering a lot of ground in midfield. Turnbull's given us a different dynamic, both in open play and for set pieces. So those two have really helped, and there's no doubt we were better against Kilmarnock, but the first half was much like a lot of the games before it, and we got the deflection that gave us a breakthrough, and then I thought in the second half we were much, much better. But I certainly think we need to see a longer run or better performances before we can start to say that we've definitely turned in the corner.
That's really interesting what you said there, because all season I was asking people what's the best 90-minute performance of the season, and you really do have to think. I mean, you mentioned a couple of decent performances earlier on in the season, Paul, but I think the positive that we took from Lille was it was a good all-round performance for the whole game. But as you said there, and this is why I'm so cautious, we've seen much of that kind of style of play creeping back in against Kilmarnock, particularly in the first half, and you're thinking to yourself, how much of a difference is this than the St Johnstone game or Hibs at Easter Road? It was falling back into that trap where you're thinking, where is the goal coming from? We can't break down the defence. It all starts to get one-paced again. So absolutely, I do agree with that. And on the flip side, when we're looking ahead to the game at Ibrox, do you think that there are signs that perhaps all will not continue as is with regards to our nearest challengers? Because I mentioned it after the Tannadice game, again, wasn't getting too excited, but there were signs there. This team can be breached. I mean, 1 minute they're being called invincibles, etc. And then you think, no, you know what? They could be breached. Then you get the indiscipline of Morelos, which has hijacked a couple of their seasons previously, or certainly contributed to it. The defeat at St Mirren. And then yesterday, Motherwell gave us a wee glimmer of hope. I actually agree with Jackie McNamara. Jackie McNamara was criticised pretty heavily for saying that they're not that great. And I'd probably agree with that. I think that they might go on a run. We can't hope and pray that happens and that's how we win the league. We need to get our own backyard in order. But can you see it, Paul? Can you see that perhaps this Rangers side are not as invincible as some would make you believe?
I can definitely see that. Absolutely. I think they've been on a really good run. I think there's no doubt they've been playing really well. They were going through a spell there where they barely even looked like conceding, but that does seem like it's coming to an end, obviously with the results in the games this week. There's no doubt they've gotten a lot closer to us, and you can look to how we've handled things since maybe the start of this treble run and the gap that was there, and how you could say maybe we've allowed that to close. But I do think, football is it turns so quickly. If you think back to last season, the season that couldn't be finished because of the pandemic, I think Rangers were on the brink of protests at their stadium, calling for their manager to go. But then they managed to reset in the summer, and they go on a really good run. And all of a sudden, we're the ones who are going through bad form, and it flips. Football, particularly supporters, we're so fickle, aren't we? So it can change very quickly. There's no doubt they will have bad games, and they could go on a bad run. The one thing that I've been saying for season upon season now is that even though Rangers have improved, certainly in the derbies, we've got a lot of work to do in the derbies. I would like to think when we go to Ibrox in a few weeks' time that we're going to have something different in terms of a setup and a game plan, because we've been second best in the last 3 derbies now, and I think that's pretty unacceptable. So they've definitely got better in the derbies, and their European form has been brilliant. But the one thing that you can always say is that they haven't been over the course. And that's why I was really surprised. I was surprised with their result during the week, because you do expect the form they're in with the teams that were left in the League Cup that they would go and close it out, and they weren't able to do that. So I think that does show that there's still a vulnerability there, certainly mentally, because they're a far better team than St Mirren. They should be beating St Mirren. So I think mentally there's definitely a doubt there, and I hope that can grow as we go further and deeper into the season.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we shouldn't be relying on that. We've got to sort our own form out, no doubt about that. But yeah, I think that they can definitely be gotten at, put it that way.
Yeah, I agree with that, Paul. Talking about the cup games in actual fact, and obviously that was part of this 12-game run that Celtic went on, and hopefully that kind of form doesn't continue or return, is, Anthony Haggerty was on the show the other day, and he made a really good point, actually, because you get so engulfed and so focused on your own team that, do I think about Livingston, St Johnstone, Hibs and St Mirren? Not a great deal unless we're playing them. And what he said was, it's a real shame if that final happens between two of those four clubs, and the fans of those clubs aren't able to attend, because obviously it's not often Livingston get to a final, or St Johnstone, St Mirren, and of course Hibs have had some success in the kind of modern game. But yeah, absolutely. And then it made me wonder, well, when I'm looking at those teams, who do I fancy? I think Hibs are obviously favourites for a good reason. And then it begs the question about the manager, because I know that Jack Ross has been linked to the Celtic job. He was even questioned about it, which I found quite surprising. He certainly appeared on the odds sheet. And as much as I like Jack Ross, Paul, I don't think that's the answer. And I've been thinking a hell of a lot about this, because I made my feelings known about Neil Lennon. And I was always in the Lennon camp. And, you know, I still love Neil Lennon. He's still an icon to me. He's still a club legend. Of course he is. But is there another role for Neil Lennon? Is there another role at Celtic Park for Neil Lennon? And has this terrible form almost come in just that wee bit too soon? Was there a plan in place whereby, you know, I always feel that there's a space that between the manager and, you know, Peter Lawwell. There's a space in there, and at the moment it's occupied by Nicky Hammond. And I remember Lawwell's famous quote, or infamous quote, about he knows the city and he knows a player. But no one can deny Neil Lennon does know a player. And although I criticise him about development of players, what he does do if someone isn't playing well is he identifies someone who can step in, and he's done it. You know, first and second term, absolutely. Is there a situation where, you know, should we get this back on track, there might have been a plan in place for Neil Lennon to move into that gap where he's a buffer between the manager, because he knows the issues that this current structure can cause, and Peter Lawwell, who again is the cause of some of the issues?
I think there could be. I think there could potentially be that space there, and Neil Lennon could fill it. I don't see how he would go from being the manager straight into that position, though. I don't know in terms of his stature, maybe his own personal pride, if he could go from being the manager to taking a step back, if you like, because obviously the Celtic manager is the most important person at the club, in my opinion. So I don't know if Neil Lennon would want to go from that position to maybe taking a backward steps and being a buffer between, whether it's the recruitment team and the management team, or the management team and the board, whatever it may be. I think undoubtedly Celtic have to look at the structure of the football club. We haven't touched on the board yet. You talked about shared responsibility earlier on there, and I think the board take most of the responsibility for me. Thinking back to that treble final, we were all elated but not expecting an announcement on the permanent manager so soon afterwards. I think the manner that they done that, and regardless of whether you think Neil Lennon was the absolute best manager for Celtic to take us forward or not, the manner that was done in didn't help anyone. So I think the board have got a lot of responsibility to take. There's no doubt. We know they spent money this summer, but then, as we said at the top of this show, some of the signings haven't worked out so far. I think it all points towards the fact that the football structure of the club has to be better. Potentially has to be more modern. And I've said since the beginning of this season that whether we win 10 in a row or not, I would like to see changes at the club. There's no doubt we'll probably go through a transition at the end of this season, regardless of what happens, with some big players' contracts running down and stuff like that. So I would definitely like to see some sort of change. I think we have to get to a more modern structure, and look at the recruitment as a main part of that, and have a structured way of signing players that doesn't change. And if we're going to go through a transition, we might have to accept that for a season or two we won't be at the levels that we've been at recently. But if it helps us get to where we want to be in the long run and get back to where Celtic should be in the context of European football, because I think the regression in European terms in recent seasons has been so stark, and we need to address that as quickly as possible. And I think that comes back to the football structure at the club, and I think we need to change it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yes, it all leads to the board question, the question of the board. And obviously I follow you on Twitter as well, Paul, so I get a sense of your feelings around all the different aspects of the club that are not working at the moment. I just feel that and again, I spoke about this at the very beginning of today's shows. I feel that when we have this communication from the board, and obviously the latest one has been the AGM, I don't feel as though we're speaking the same language. Now, Stevie Mullen made a great point last week in that the board can't tell you exactly how it is, or you might have a Ratner's moment where the share price falls through the roof, down the pan rather. And I get that, I totally get that, but I don't think that the manner in which we're spoken to or spoken at makes me feel connected to this board, the current structure, the current board that we have at the helm. Now, we talk about communications. You're able to set up a communications channel, which goes out to tens of thousands of Celtic fans, yet I don't think we have that same engagement with the club. What's your thoughts on, even through the pandemic, where the perfect opportunity was there for the club to really engage with the fans? Now, I'm not even going to say tongue in cheek, but we asked Peter Lawwell for an interview. I first asked him for an interview about 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was. So we've been chasing it for some time. Whether or not it ever happens, Paul, if it does, you're welcome to join me on that Zoom call. I don't think they'll allow us to record it. Who knows? But I mean, what's some of the questions you would ask Peter Lawwell in relation to you've hit the nail on the head with the European regression? Absolutely. Do we know what Celtic's plan is over the next 5 years, and if not, why? I just don't think the communication's there. What kind of things would you like to ask Peter Lawwell?
That's a good question, and you make a great point in terms of the communication for the club, because I think it's been terrible. I think it's been really poor, particularly since the pandemic. I know that in the AGM video, Peter Lawwell was really defensive about the communication, and he thinks it's fine. He thinks it's really good, actually, which might tell you as much as you need to know. There's so many questions. I think the first one I would ask him is what has the club done in the past 3 seasons to get closer to the Champions League group stage? What changes have been made? Because it seems to me like we've made the same mistake for 3 seasons in a row now. We've been, okay, we know the first one was maybe a bit of infighting between the board and Rodgers about the transfer of John McGinn and whatever it might have been. The last 2 seasons, particularly under Neil Lennon, we've lost in the qualifying rounds to clubs that are a tenth of the size of Celtic. There's absolutely no getting away for that. And okay, it's football. We know that can happen. It can happen once. But we're now in a run of 3 years in a row where we haven't got anywhere near the Champions League. And that to me is the yardstick for Celtic. I think if the board's seen the progress that was made under Brendan Rodgers for all of Rodgers' faults in the end, he was an excellent coach, and he did take us to the group stages twice. And the board must have seen in even the share price, right down to the share price. The share price just about doubled since before Brendan Rodgers came into to where it was at Celtic's height while Rodgers was here. So I think to make such a whimper of an attempt at making the Champions League group stages the past couple of seasons has been unacceptable, really. So that would be the main question for me. What have we done behind the scenes to get us to the Champions League group stages? Because nothing in the past 3 seasons. We're getting further away. We're not getting closer.
Mm-hmm.
So what have we done? I don't know if he would tell me that Nicky Hammond came in. So that was something different that they'd done, if they brought in new data software, whatever it might be. But I think at the end of the day, we're getting further and further away from the Champions League group stages, and we might not be able to compete with the elite clubs in Europe. We know that, but you can see in the teams that have eliminated in the Champions League, I think they've all went into the group stages, and I think between them they've gathered about 2 points over 3 seasons. So there's no doubt that we should be much, much better in a European context, and that is something that I think the board haven't done enough to improve on.
No, you're spot on. Now, we do have a question coming in relation to the fabled interview with Peter Lawwell. Yes, I think that as well, Richard, but I won't confirm it until it happens. I won't believe it until it happens, but it would be great if the club were able to arrange that, because we have had communications with him over the last few weeks. and we will be revisiting that in January. Talking of which, there'll be another review in January, Paul, and that review will be the board reviewing the situation with the manager. And, although my tipping point was half-time at Pittodrie, we've been told that Lenny's going to be the gaffer right up potentially to the Ibrox encounter. Today may add to us getting our season back on track, or it may completely derail it. Where do you stand on Neil Lennon as Celtic manager at the moment?
I think we still, certainly in my opinion, I would like to see a change in manager. I think Neil Lennon is fortunate to still be here. There's no getting away for that. We did go through a run of 2 wins in 12 games, and a few people pointed out to me that if you look at that run, there's not a lot of domestic league games in there, and there was a lot of European games, but I think the manner that we lost some of those games in was unacceptable, and it seemed unachievable to me. So I think he's certainly fortunate to still be in the job. I don't know. I think hopefully that we get the win today, and it does give us a shot in the arm, and we can really go forward and push on. I'm not sure what that will do, and like when we come to January, I don't know if they plan on reviewing it straight after Ibrox, or if they want to wait a wee bit longer. But I think ultimately, for me, it comes down to that game at Ibrox. There's no two ways about that. If we win all our games up until Ibrox, and so do Rangers, if we lose at Ibrox, the manager has to change. We'll be right on the cusp of losing the title there and then, if we get beaten in January. So I don't know where we'll be at that point. As you say, there's maybe 3-4 games to go up until then, and today is obviously a big opportunity for us to make more history. So that might help Neil Lennon. It'll certainly help the team if we can win it. But it all comes down to that game at Ibrox for me.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. Now, you'll be covering today's game. So before we get into predicted team lines, etc., I'm hearing that there's some leaked teams filtering into Twitter. I'm not going to get involved in the leaked teams. That's always a bad idea on the eve of any big game. So what coverage are you planning for today's cup final, Paul, on Celtic Fans TV?
We've got live full-time reaction straight after the game, 4-man panel today, as opposed to the usual 3, just something wee bit extra, 4 contributors on instead of the usual 3, just because it's a cup final, and hopefully we can all be in celebratory mood after that. That will be live on YouTube, and then I'll have the usual Twitter reactions after the game as well. So hopefully I'll be able to have a few beers and celebrate while making that content.
Just to let everybody know, I'm not on the beers because that is water, fizzy water. I've been accused a few times of been drinking beer at 12:30 in the afternoon on a Tuesday and stuff like that, Paul. So just to get that one out there. Now, a good point made by Stephen McGonigal on YouTube. Hi guys, good to see 2 great podcasts together. What I would say is that although it wasn't planned months and months in advance, I think having a charity weekender, allowing all the different Celtic platforms to come together for a weekender, I think is a great thing. Now, the 20 or so podcasts this time next year might be different because some of them come and go, Paul. I mean, even yesterday, one of them came out of retirement just to appear on the show. But, if there's an appetite for it, and we'll gauge that nearer the time, I think it would be great once a year to do this and bring the talent that the Celtic support has at its disposal in terms of alternative media. Some might call it rebel media. It's been called a lot worse than that as well. But yeah, I think there's so many people out there doing a great job, and why not? It's been a great success, and I did update the ticker tape whilst you were talking earlier, Paul. So at the moment, when we're putting the fundraising page and also the auctions together, we're at 18.5 grand. Now that's just tremendous. Our total, our target rather, is 25 grand today. And I think that there's a chance we'll get to that. Now, you might know this yourself, Paul. Bizarrely enough, our figures are higher when Celtic have had a bad result. because a lot of fans want to come on and vent, and that's what we notice. I'm hoping the figures are high after today, but not for that reason. I'm hoping everybody realises just the significance, the historical significance of what today could bring. It's unbelievable to imagine 4 trebles in a row in any domestic league anywhere in the world, and we're on the cusp of that today. And we're within touching distance of making that history. And, you know, when you're growing up, I always remember watching the old Celtic centenary video, and this old fella, I think he was the kind of Paul the Tim of his day. He was called Celtic's greatest supporter. I don't know who it was, actually. Somebody who's tuning in might have known the old guy. And his dream was to do another 9 in a row. Now, by the time the centenary video came out, Paul, it was Christmas 1988, which means we had already embarked upon the pretty forgettable season that was 88-89. And in that season, Rangers beat us 5-1, 4-1. We were terrible in the league. We won the Scottish Cup to prevent them from winning the treble. But I remember watching that around about that Christmas and thinking, Celtic, 9 in a row, you kidding me? That will never happen. And that was me in 1988. But I've seen it. And that's just incredible to have witnessed that. And I never take that for granted, because I know in my lifetime it won't happen again. The likelihood it happening again is slim to none. So we're living in very special, blessed times. And I think that Celtic fans are not entitled. I think that they've got high demands. And I think they're appreciative of where we are and how we got there and how difficult it was to get there. And it was done with all the bills being paid, with everything being done in the right manner. And we never ever want to get back to the dark old days of the 1990s. That's me going back into my Celtic mode, Paul, that I came on in. So when we're looking at today's team, then the team that might make history, I would be interested to know how you would line up.
I think he's going to go with Hazard in goals. I think it'll be a back four at Ayer, Julian, Duffy. I went with Taylor in my starting 11 prediction. That was a toss of a coin. I could definitely see Laxall starting. I think it will be Brown and McGregor. Turnbull in front of them. Christie on the right-hand side. El Yunusi on the left-hand side. And Edouard to lead the line. That's the team I think he'll go with.
Well, it's very similar to the team that I think he'll go with. Absolutely, 100%. I've stood up time and time again for Christie. I'm just writing this down here because I'm a big fan of Christie. But I see a lot of Celtic fans who criticise him, and I know why that is. But of the team that you've mentioned there is a couple where, you know, if he was to pick Laxalt for Taylor, for example, it wouldn't surprise me a great deal. And it wouldn't concern me a massive deal either. The other one, I think, looking at that side, that he might do something with is El Yunusi, another player who on his day is a game changer. We've seen it in the semi-final against Aberdeen. But that, I think, is the area of the pitch that he might tinker with. I do believe that he's going to start with Brown. I would be more concerned if Turnbull wasn't in the starting lineup than Sorrell, although I think Sorrell's made a really, really big impact. And I hope that Hazard does start, because there comes a point, Paul, where, you know, Tierney needed games before we've seen Kieran Tierney. McGregor needed those games. He didn't get them first time round under Lenny. Made his debut, of course, under Ronnie Dyler. So, you know, Hazard needs those games. I mean, he's been coached by, for me, one of the best goalie coaches there is in the game, Stevie Woods. And again, Stevie Woods knows Craig Gordon so well, and that's going to be good for us. That's an advantage. Hazard actually reminds me of Gordon, a younger Gordon, even just his stature and his athleticism, shop stopping. He looks like that type of goalie. But let's talk about Turnbull, because there's a guy there who, you know, we thought we had him a year before we did get him. We kept that charge up. We kept searching for him through that terrible period of recovery for David Turnbull. He is, for me, the best prospect in Scottish football. But he'll only be a prospect unless he gets games. He's had a couple of games and he's looked really, really impressive. We've not seen him for a lengthy spell. I'm thinking back to the St Johnstone game at McDermott, where him and maybe Christie have been firing on all cylinders. I think that would be a prospect and a half. But how impressed have you been with Turnbull, particularly since he's come back in over the last couple of games?
Massively. I've been really impressed with him. I think he's got that sort of Tom Rogic, if you like. He plays on a half turn. His passing range is brilliant. His set pieces, as I mentioned earlier, I think his set pieces give us a really different dynamic. We've really struggled with set piece delivery this season, and in recent seasons, you might say as well. So his free kick and corner delivery has been brilliant, and he's just been so positive. It looks like he's his energy and his creativity sort of jolted the team into a much better performances recently. So I've been really impressed with him. I think he's probably the player in the team that you can't drop today. You can't not play. We've obviously struggled for, as we've said earlier on in the video, players to be in really good form where they're in the team week in and week out. We've not had enough of them this season. But I think right now Turnbull is as close as we've got to that. Someone that's playing really well, as a constant threat for us. Every time he gets the ball, something might happen, and that's the kind of players we want to see. And I think he's the only one right now in the team who you would say, and I know it's just based on 2 starts, which isn't a huge run of games, but I think he's brought enough to the team in those 2 games to the point where you have to start him today.
The other big one I've seen all week, Paul, you might have had the same whilst doing your content, is the question around Edouard. And people on the one hand are saying, and I'm one of them, pick players on form, pick Hazard on form and Turnbull, and I've also said Sorrow on form. And I get that would be bold because that would mean that you leave out the captain of the club. On the flip side, Edouard's not in great form, but I still pick him. So I'm just a walking contradiction. What's your thoughts on Edouard? And what Edouard are we going to get today? If he is picked, which I think he will be.
I hope we get the Edouard from the 2019 final. We know he's a big game player. He loves these big occasions. And throughout this run, there has been games where he's not played well at all, but there has been games where, he scored an excellent goal away against Prague before, obviously, the team capitulated. He scored a very good goal in Milan as well. So there's no doubt, we all know his quality. He's got those sort of performances in him, like we've seen in the Cup final 2019. I just think, who do you play if you don't play Edouard? Klimala, because Ajeti and Griffiths have been nowhere near it the past few weeks. And Klimala, certainly for me, I know he's come on and he's scored a few goals off the bench in the league this season, but I just can't see why you would start this game with Klimala. I think Edouard's got all the quality and more. We know we haven't seen it enough this season, but there's no doubt that he can be the match winner. And it's a cup final. As I say, he's a big game player, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was a match winner for us again today and he brought a really high level of performance, because we've seen it so many times before. Yeah, we have. And you mentioned a final that, you refer to it as maybe last year's. It doesn't certainly feel like last season's, because that's today's. It can get confusing. But I remember the final touch of the ball. We spoke about McGarvey's last touch of a ball in a Celtic jersey, winning us the Scottish Cup in '85. Lustig's last touch in a Celtic jersey again was a header, and he knew, and everybody in the stadium knew, that when that fell to Edouard, he was going to finish it. He's the one guy you wanted that ball to fall for in a situation like that. And similarly against Milan, and the goal that you mentioned, no one else in the pitch could have scored that goal, Paul. He's got that class. He's been playing within himself. A lot of people are saying that he's surly and he's huffy and he wants away. Perhaps he does, and that's maybe contributed to his poor form, particularly when you see what he's doing for the France under-21 team. But I do think that he's a big game player. He's proved that time and time again. He'll be up for it today. He knows that, it's a National Cup final and it will be covered further than Scotland and even Britain, so he'll be want to put on a performance. I do think he wants to get away, probably sooner than we would like, but the flip side of that is he's stayed longer than Dembele has stayed. So Celtic promises guys a platform, and there comes a point in their development where they want away. 10 in a row means everything to guys like you and me. How much does it mean to Eddie, beyond the professionalism of wanting to win? Certainly not as much as it does to guys like us and everyone else who's tuning in. But I will ask you another question about the selections, and I'm just waiting for that league team to come in. But Mark, who has been very supportive throughout this charity weekender. So welcome back, Mark. You're commenting on YouTube. Any curveball selections today? We know that Lenny has it in him. You've given us our team, and I don't think there's any curveballs in there. If he was to throw one in, who do you think it might be, Paul? It's hard to say. Who has a curveball right now? Because, as I said earlier, we've saw so many different team selections this season. Turnbull, as I say, I think has to start. Maybe we could see Vogic in there. I don't know how much of a curveball that is, though, because he's been excellent for Celtic, and particularly in these big games at Hampden, as we know. So, Klimala would be a curveball, but I've already said where I stand on that one. You mentioned El Yunusi. Mikey Johnston started in the 2019 final as well. I just don't think his fitness is quite there to start this game. Maybe that would be a curveball, but I certainly think you could argue starting Connor Hazard's a curveball, because I know he's played the last 2 games, but ultimately it is a final, and he's a young keeper who hasn't played a lot of football for Celtic, so you could argue that's a curveball. But I mean, other than that, I think Johnston and Klimala are the only curveballs that I can see, and I don't expect either of them.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, because when we're looking at some of the names coming in, Mikey Johnson is one that's been mentioned time and time again. I would, every single day of the week, go with El Yunusi before picking Mikey Johnston. He's just working his way back into getting match fit. I think he's a great option on the bench. I also think Lee Griffiths is a great option on there, Paul, because we all know he's not fit enough, but given 30 minutes or 25 minutes, we've seen what he can do. We've seen it time and time again this season. Pataudry, we've seen it at McDermott Park. He came on in Europe. He's done it at Easter Road. So, you know, he might not have scored against Hibs, but he certainly made a difference. And I think that sometimes it's disappointing when we don't have that partnership, because we've seen what Eddie and Griff can do up top. And with regards to the flip side of everything that's happened, we as fans have protested. I mean, there's a way of doing it, like yourself. You've got a channel, you've got a platform that you're able to put your views on and allow people to share their views. And we do likewise at a Celtic State of Mind. But obviously, people were going to the stadium after the game, particularly against Ross County. And then there was the organised protest after the Kilmarnock game by the Celtic Trust. Now, in terms of what happens today, we're up against a championship side, even though Kevin Graham says they're a Premier League side in all but league, which I still can't figure out in my mind what that means. And hopefully Kevin is watching, because I love winding him up. But they are a championship side. We do have a much better group of players than them. And we have been over the line so many times, Paul, and I think that, you know, that seeps into the mentality of both us and Hearts. I think we should, and I use the word should, you know, in italics, because we should win the game a couple of goals to nil at least. However, we know that there's 2 sides of the Celtic side. And if we get the bad side, if we get the ugly side, then we could really be up against it. What is the repercussions of the unthinkable today? What do you think the repercussions are? I mean, I'm going to be sitting in this seat producing the Celtic State of Mind charity weekend, and I'm not going anywhere. What do you think the repercussions could be, Paul?
I think the repercussions for me and you are, as you said earlier, high viewing numbers, because negativity is twice as popular as positivity in it. I think the repercussions for the manager, for the club, I don't think there will be any. That's where we're at. The board have said that they will review it in January, so I don't think anything that happens today really is going to change that. It'd be devastating to lose it, but as you say, we've got more than enough quality in the team to go and win it comfortably. I think the only danger for us is if we let the first half drift like we've done so many times this season. If we go and get a good start, control the game for the off and get an early goal, I think we should be absolutely fine. I think ultimately there won't be any repercussions in terms of the manager's position, or maybe even more protest for the board. They could happen, I suppose, but I don't think there'll be any changes until it's reviewed in January. And to come back to the protests and the board, the whole sack the board thing and everything, like, the board could have prevented that. Let's be honest. We've talked about the communication, and ultimately it was clear for us all to see that we could have been doing with a change at some point in that really bad run. And I think if the board had decided to make a change, the whole sack the board protest would never have got off the ground. So I think that was ultimately their responsibility, due to the poor communication and the decision to keep Neil Lennon when it looked like we couldn't turn that around. I'm hopeful that we do turn it around, and I'm hopeful that we all have egg in our face at the end of the season, let's be honest.
No, you're 100% right, Paul. Yeah, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to be proved wrong. More than happy. And people can set up the memes and everything else that happens, Paul, when you go out in videos and people wind you up for what you've said and what you've not said. Absolutely, I'll take all of that every day of the week if Neil Lennon can turn this around. But going back to something you did say, I do think that come the end of the season, regardless, that whole review of the structure of the club from top to bottom needs to take place. Jim Orr, again, because he's been through this back in the 90s, talks about sack the board, disband the PLC, and, that's not going to happen. But obviously what we do need to do is we need to communicate our thoughts to the club in relation to where we're going over the next 5 years, and hopefully it will be better than the last 5 in Europe. 2 things to ask you, Paul, and you answered the manager question very diplomatically, I've got to say. What type of manager? What type of manager do you think? I'm not going to ask you for, give me who you want as a Celtic manager. What type of manager are we talking here? We're talking about someone who's up and coming, someone who's unemployed, someone who's made a name for themselves when England is out of a job. Because I think Celtic fans are coming round to the realisation that this Brendan Rodgers kind of elite manager might not be where this board is going to be aiming.
Yep. I think I don't think you can debate that that's not where the board's aiming. I think we've seen that with the full-time appointment in Neil Lennon straight after the cup final. So, I mean, in my opinion, I think Celtic should have the best manager they can possibly get. That might be idealist. It might be unrealistic. I know we can't just go and pluck another Brendan Rodgers out of nowhere. I know that was a unique set of circumstances, if you like, that brought that about. I think we need someone who's modern, who's forward-thinking. And again, if we're talking about it in the context of changing the football structure at the club, then it might be someone who works as a head coach and is willing to work with director of football or whatever it might be. But I think we have to have someone who is an excellent coach, who can organise the team, who's tactically versatile. I think that's where football is at now. I think we've all heard this criticism of Neil Lennon in regards to tactics and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, none of us know what goes on in the training ground and in the tactics meetings and stuff like that. But as I said about the derbies earlier, we've not really come up with anything different in the last 3 derbies, and we're going to have to in January. So I think we have to have the next manager as modern, forward thinking. I think we have to get away possibly from the Celtic man recruitment method. I think if we cast our net a bit wider, I understand that there has to be people at the club who understand what Celtic is, because it's not your run-of-the-mill football club. They have to understand what it means to millions of people. But there can be other people in the club who understand that and who can translate that to a manager. It doesn't have to be the manager himself. It can be players. It can be the assistant manager. There's going to be plenty of people at the club who understand what Celtic is and what it means to people. I don't think the manager has to be a Celtic man. So I can't give you any names, and I'm glad you didn't ask me for any, but I think that's the rough profile that I would look for as the next manager.
Well, Paul, it's that's been an hour. It doesn't seem like an hour. And I think that tells you exactly how much I enjoyed that discussion leading up to what could be a historic day for Celtic, and a season that's been tinged with disappointment throughout, unfortunately for us. But there is still an opportunity to salvage the season, and hopefully we do that. Whatever happens, people like Celtic Fans TV will be there every step of the way. So if you're not already doing so, subscribe to the channel on YouTube, follow this man on Twitter. We have Glasgow is Green coming up next. They had a great interview recently, didn't they, with Kelvin Wilson, which was quite insightful. Glasgow hopefully will be green after 90 minutes in the Scottish Cup final today. All that's left for me to say before we go into a couple of short promo videos for the charities is, Paul, Celtic Fans TV, thank you again for joining me on A Celtic State of Mind, sir.
Thank you for having me, Paul. It was a pleasure, and well done again. A great weekend that you've hosted here for wonderful causes. Thank you.
I'm Mark. I'm the Food Bank Coordinator for Food Facts Friends. Food Facts Friends started in 2016. The reason I came to Pennycook to start Food Facts Friends, I came to a hard time in my family life before, and I used a food bank, and then when I moved to Pennycook, I felt there was a need for it. That means Food Facts Friends started just as with 3 people in 2016, and then in 2017 we started as a registered charity. And then the end of this year, August, we moved over to the RBS and we took over because the charity has become a lot bigger. In our new community hub, we're open Monday to Friday from 10 till 2. We run the food bank 2 days a week. We work along with Children First, Midlothian Council Job Club, Midlothian Council Employment Support, the Job Centre, NHS. That means there's lots going on in the hub here, and we see over 200 people in a week. That means since the beginning of November, Food Facts Friends have provided food for 254 adults and 164 children. That's a total of 415 people since moving to new premises at the end of August. We have provided 946 adults and 592 children, total of 1,560 people. The lockdown earlier in the year saw our highest figures for one day when we provided for 141 people. Over in the back area towards me at the moment is where all the shopping bags are being made up. We do an 8-week referral. That means when they come to us, they have 8 weeks. That means they come to us every week, and they get 3 days supply of food, or sometimes it can be 4 days of supply. That means they fill in a shopping list and they tick what they would like, and then it goes over onto the pass, and then we make the shopping bags up for them. And that contain anything from fresh vegetables to fresh bakery, dry goods, tins, butcher meat, frozen food, anything from that area as well. We have the job club that operates here as well. That means we will be starting on the 2nd week of January. That means we will have a job club every Wednesday, and they'll be able to come here and help with their CVs and be able to apply for jobs. We have 4 computers that they're able to use as well when they're in the building for internet access, and they can do their universal credit. Part of the services that we have in building as well, we have NHS community nurse. She visits once a month, the first Monday of the month. That means she comes in and she does all their checks, their weight, their blood pressure and stuff like that, and she can refer them to mental health help as well further afield. The other services that we have from here is Children First. They're a big partner of ours, and they work on a Tuesday and a Thursday in the building here, but looking to extend more in the future as well. They do money advice. That means they help with benefit and help them claim, make sure they're on the right benefits, and they do their debt management as well. That means if they're in debt, they help them either pay it off or clear it for them. With the money that we get from yous, we will start a new group with Children First, where we will have a parents trauma group, and that will help us pay for an extra worker to come in and help them with a support group along with their trauma group. And then we would look to do a cooking class as well, because if we're giving them an 8-week shopping list, some people don't know how to cook with the stuff that we were given. That means we would help with the cooking and show them how to do it. That means that would be like an 8-week programme or 12 weeks programme for the cooking class, and with the money that we would get, that would help us pay for someone to come in and do that with us. We want to thank the people of Pennycook and the surrounding areas for donating food and toiletries. We just want to thank people and for the work that goes on in here.
Hello. Yeah, it's Buzz McAllister himself. good to see that you kind of see my balding spot in this screen. But on you go, do your introduction.
Right, okay. Right, hello, and thanks a lot for tuning in to the Gig Pod Live section of the Celtic State of Mind Quadruple Charity Weekender. I'm Stevie, and I'll guide you through the next hour of this special live podcast. Now, as you can see, I'm not alone, and since Alex Kearney pulled out of coming on, there's a real miracle of Christmas. Reidzo, get out of bed in time to do this podcast. John, good afternoon.
Yes.
Are you drinking cider already, or what?
No, I've decided to be professional. I've actually even got some notes and a bit of paper, like the good old days. No, I'll wait until the game starts before I start getting stuck into my ciders.
Amazing, right? Well, look, before we talk about the football, Reidzo, we're on here for charity at Podomania. So the Pod Tims had their fatal four-way last night, and the Grand Old Pod guys are covering the main event later. You had Celtic Underground and the Celtic Daz doing the No Hold Barred event. I'd say we're the intercontinental slot here, so...
Are we not probably the bathroom break, probably?
No comment. So look, it's been extremely successful so far, and there's been over £15,000 raised. You were in the
It's
tens.
more than that now, by the way, to £18,500.
That's sensational. So you were in the Terry Wogan role last week. So lead us away, John. Why are we doing this?
Right, well, you're breaking up, but there's 4 charities that we're raising money for. Rock Talk, the Food Fact, Friends, Food Bank, Children First, and Help for the Homeless. 4 great charities. Of course, Celtic were founded as a charitable club. Charities which Celtic's always been about. And to find out more, and if you want to donate, go to @ACSOM pod on Twitter, a Celtic State of Mind pod, and the link will be there in the Kickstarter. And so far, we've raised £18,516. £18,516. There you go.
Sensational stuff. That is absolutely amazing. I didn't realise it was that much. I thought it was just like 15,000 last I checked.
It was, but it's not, probably because the fans knew that we were coming on. They were wonderful words of wisdom.
Right, well, look, an introduction to us at Glasgow's Green, aka GigPod. Now, for anyone asking ourselves, who are these clowns? Let me assure you, we're the most professional clowns in the biz. We now use microphones. We take out every cough and sniff before we release a podcast, and more importantly, we do about 2 minutes worth of research as well. But it wasn't always this way. As originally, when we were founded in 2016, and there was another member who had to chuck it due to work commitments, we were in that invincible season when we started GigPod, and we were there pretty much every step of the way, every week, kicking every ball. Also interviewing Mark Reaper today and sharing a buffet at the end of the season with Neil Lennon himself in that Jockstein Lounge. It was mainly highs. The only lows, however, been when you were on, Reidzo, as well as covering Celtic in the PSG games. Now, we chucked it. I know, let's have a moment of reflection there. We chucked it in October 2017, but we made a return for this historic season, mainly because a nuisance known as Spunkphone, that's genuinely he's a prolific Twitter user. So he was on at us. He's actually a guest a few weeks ago, but he was on at us constant, just to bring back GigPod. And eventually here we are. We're back with a bang, and our gimmick is we keep it all condensed in half an hour because people's attention spans have pretty much deserted them nowadays. Yep. So this hour is going to be a novelty. John, I have to ask you, have you enjoyed being back, or like Riggs and Lethal Weapon? Are you too old for this shit?
Of course, I've enjoyed being back, Stevie. I love getting to talk about Celtic with you every week. It's great. Although our return did coincide with a truly terrible run of form for Celtic, so I hope we don't get the blame for that. We probably will. But we should also point out that years and years ago, we also did a podcast with 4 Tims and a podcast stalwart, Bruce Hillboy.
We did indeed. Did you see him last night? Did you see that jumper he was wearing?
I did. It was just typical Bruce, that's all I have to say. I would expect nothing more for the man.
Right, look, I'm not going to go on about his jumper. He got dogs abuse for it last night. It's became iconic, and I'm sure he will review it in New Year with Neil Lennon. But look, before we talk about the Hearts game today, right, so let's get into the past 3 finals of the Quadruple Treble era. So, as you know, I gave up a ticket for not 1, but 2 of them. But let's start with the first one, the Invincible Treble, May 2017, Celtic 2, Aberdeen 1. I watched it at home, but John, you were at Hampden, and for once you were an animated individual. Talk us through your memories and experiences of that day.
Oh, it was unbelievable. It was nerve-wracking because even though we dominated that season, we didn't play that well at all in the final. And you'll probably remember that Aberdeen missed a right good chance to go 2-1 up when I think Johnny Hayes sort of either he played the ball long, and I think it was McLean that missed it.
It was.
And then I was at the game with an unnamed person who works for St Mirren, but we were like, I think we're going to blow this. And then Tom Rogic, star man, one of my favourite ever Celtic players, turns up with a moment of genius. And the celebrations were sensational, apart from if you're Stevie Dunn. But no, it was amazing. Probably, even though I don't get emotional, of course, I'm a man of stone, I did feel a tad emotional at the end of the game. It was just an amazing achievement. I mean, if we'd got to that final and no won it after that unbeaten season, it still would have been great, but that would have took the gloss off it. But it was an amazing day until we went to yours after it.
Well, aye, I was about to say, now for everybody watching this, I'm sure there's, I'm going to assume 40,000 people by my estimations, but
At
John, you have never let me live down my celebrations after that game, so go, you can rip into me, tell the audience what was so bad about my behaviour after that game.
Well, no, it was because you lived near Hampden and you heard the goal being celebrated by the fans, or you heard the roar before you saw the goal on TV. So you decided not to go mad and celebrate. But then when we went to yours after, you were god mad and celebrated when Chelsea equalised against Arsenal for some unfathomable reason. Defend yourself.
No, I can't, because...
Thank you.
I can't. I'm going to have to skip. No, talking about that particular game, though, I think it was just because I knew, like, beforehand. I told you, like, you know what my shtick is. I always say we're going to win.
Oh, good, it's a shtick, new final.
Oh, why there was an... Oh, I actually got to see an eye roll there. Is that what you do off camera every time we do this? But we beat Aberdeen, what was it, 5 out of 5 already that season, and every game was pretty much, we steamrolled them. In some cases, they didn't try. I mean, we went to Pittodrie and battered them a couple of weeks beforehand, and I never once thought we were going to have any problems with it. But the final turned out to be a wee bit closer than I would have liked, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway, getting into the celebrations, I remember saying, still to people in the chat I was in before the game, I remember saying, we're going to score 3 minutes into injury time. It's not going to go to extra time, because we were relentless. We were battering them for about 15 minutes. Like Sinclair, Roberts missing chances. We were all over them. And then when Rogic scored, it was just inevitable. I knew it was happening. But yes, I did hear the roar about 15 seconds before it actually showed it on the TV. And then when I saw the goal, it was a polite applause, and you've just never let me live it down.
No, I don't understand how you want to run and jump up and down the house going mad. I know you had your child, but you still could have, like...
I actually didn't. You're just making this
Oh, no,
up.
you did. That's right. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot your mum was watching. But I don't know why you didn't lose the plot. I mean, I certainly did at the game, and I'm not that type of guy, you know. But no, that's enough slagging. Let's go into a happier day for you now. The season after the cup final against Motherwell, the 2-0 win, one of the best days of your life. So tell the viewers why.
It was. So you're talking about me not losing the plot in that particular game, but the Motherwell one I did. I think as well I had a personal wee beef with Motherwell. Just that was at the start of the bizarre live, laugh, love social media era.
I know you love them.
I know they were working me into a shit. So anyway, at that game, the game that I didn't give up my ticket for this time, we obviously won 2-0, and McGregor and Cham, they just settled it early. That was one of the, again, before I got into how it was one of the best days out. Somebody a player that's never mentioned in that game was Moussa Dembele. I thought he was outstanding that game. He bodied Motherwell completely. I mean, there was at one point, even just setting up Cham's goal, I think he laid it off to him, and there was like 3 Motherwell players around him. He just used his strength so well, and he's been such a big miss for us, especially in a season like this when you need a pure brute up front. Dembele would have been brilliant for us like that. But anyway, to get into the game itself against Motherwell, before the game, it was myself and another unnamed individual who were sitting together, and we were sitting, I think it was maybe the area, the stand opposite. Do you know where the dugouts are at Hampden?
Aye. Mm-hmm.
So I remember, I remember going to come up for Aikenhead Road, and I remember saying to this individual, "Look, I've lived near Hampden all my life. I know what I'm going to do. I know how we can take a shortcut." So this individual, again unnamed, was rolling his eyes, going, "I don't think you know what you're doing." And I had a few drinks before it, right? So I'm just in my arrogant persona. No Dales can convince me that I know best here. And I went, "Look, we're going to take this way. This will get us into the ground quicker. Then we'll just take a big shortcut to go in." And this individual the entire time's going, "We're not going to get in. You're taking us around the wrong way." So I'm so adamant that I'm right here. And it turns out, right, that we actually go into the gods of Hampden, to the point where you can't actually cut from this area to go round to your seat. And this was 10 minutes before kick-off. And I see my face, John. I was mortified. I mean, genuinely, I just put my hands up and I went, I tried to get out at Big O, and it was a work. But no.
Your usual get out.
It's my usual get out, but this person just wasn't having it. So
How was it one of the best days of your life?
Because I ended up getting to see it. I ended up pleading with a steward, and the steward took pity on me. I think I was nearly tears in my eyes, and he went, "Right, go in your seat." So we got to see it. The game itself was settled early. It was a roasting hot day, and I think after it,
did you go to Celtic Park?
Didn't, because we went into the city centre after it, and we just got steaming. But it was just a brilliant day. It felt like such a long day. And unlike the previous final, there was not any rain at all. It was just a sun splitting the sky in Glasgow day. It was fantastic, and it was just a real party atmosphere. And the scenes at Celtic Park after it, I saw the next day. I was oblivious they were even happening, but it just looked like it was such a great celebration. It was brilliant. That's what I've been, winning a cup final is all about, really, isn't it?
And I had to work and I missed all the fun. So let's talk about last year's final now. Another interesting day. Again, you gave up your ticket and I was working. And it was an interesting aftermath to the game, shall we say. But let's talk about the game.
Well, when do you want to start? Because the first half was a non-event. It was terrible. It was awful. Rubbish game of football. Only came into light in the second half. I think, was it Edwards that scored for Hearts, wasn't it?
Aye. From Partick Thistle Lane.
See when he scored, did you think at that moment, because Brendan Rodgers wasn't the manager, because we'd been stuttering a wee bit in the league under Lennon, we had like a few goalless draws, I believe, as well, and we had to really rely on last-minute goals against Hearts before it, and then Dundee, I believe, at Dens Park to really seal it, and obviously Rangers after that too. Did you think our luck was maybe running out and it was going to catch up with us at any point?
This will shock you, but yes. I thought because we've been playing so ropey, even no as ropey this season, but by our standards we were playing ropey. I thought, oh no, we've blew it. Lenny's not going to be the manager. But then thankfully Eddie won that penalty, scored at his cell, and then done his usual with a winning goal. Superb finish. And then after the game, it was announced that Lenny was getting offered the job after talking to Peter Lowell in the showers. So that was interesting after enough. I remember texting you after it, in fact, and we were both incredulous.
I was like, I was seething at first, and then I just, as I always say, I respected them. I just laughed because I was like, well, me getting raging's not going to change it, and or this moaning's not going to change anything. I'll still try and enjoy the summer. I can understand why so many fans were incensed, though. It was such, as I always say with Celtic, every time we do a podcast, John, there's so much sentiment. It's a subject I'll get on later when we talk about today's game, and there was just so much emotion with it. Instead of just taking a step back for a business angle and going, is this the right move? It's done now. Lennon's the manager. We can't do anything about it. But do you have any particular memory about that Hearts final in 2019?
Just really, Eddie was the star man. I mean, he done brilliant for the winning goal, anticipating Lustig's header, and hopefully he can do similar today. If he's on form, the sort of guy that could win you the cup final himself, like he did last year. And even when he played against Rangers in the cup final last year, he only played for about 30 minutes, half an hour, but he was a massive player for us. So, I mean, none of the games have been absolutely brilliant. They've been tense and exciting. The Motherwell one was pretty dull, it was still won. So, but I'd take another Motherwell today. An easy 2-0 win. But we'll talk about the game in more detail later.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before we get on about one of our next segments is talking about Hearts games in December over years gone by, but let's talk about a meltdown that both of us had in 2012. Wasn't it a final, but it was against Hearts. It was a Hampden special from our friend Neil Lennon. Hearts semi-final 2012, the game that broke me for a while. It was a reminder, I guess, of Neil Lennon's team being heavy favourites and then being absolute idiots. Now, particularly me in that game, I mean, I completely lost the plot after the game. We'll get to that in a minute, but I guess when we look back on that, it's maybe a wee reminder that we've been here before against Hearts, you know, overwhelming favourites. We've got the far better players. We've got unquestionably a better team, but finals are just a one-off game and anything can happen, as we saw in that fateful day in 2012.
It'll help and all if we get any headers like 6 yards out. We don't manage to miss them twice like Key did. I think he missed 2 headers like he fell like 6 yards out somehow. But okay, that was just one of the days. I mean, we did sort of get cheated as usual with the referee. I mean, it was a terrible decision. You ran down to the front of Hampden to remonstrate for some inexplicable reason. I think I left just right after they got the penalty. So because I thought we've done it now, we're out. And I don't usually leave early, but I thought I want to get an early start back to the bus. But I missed all the craziness after it, like with us not getting a penalty in the end. But you never, and made a fool of yourself. But you live and learn. You were only in your late 20s.
I believe that I think the ref that time was it Ewan Norris?
I'm not sure. So, I don't know.
So much. As I say, we do 2 minutes worth of research on Gig Pod, so it's shining through here. But no, I mean, I did. I was so convinced that day we were cheated. I ran down to the front of the stand. It's, you know, where the Green Brigade are behind the goal.
Yes, I remember it well.
I ran down to the front of the stand, screaming abuse, so vile to the ref and the linesman that if it repeated on here, this wonderful charity event would get pulled, and we can't have that when so many people have put in hard work.
Hold on a sec. Well, you know what, the other memorable semi-final as well, when we got that against Inverness, where we get cheated. You were?
I was at that one.
I wasn't at that game.
Because you had a personal vendetta with Ronald the Dialer, didn't you?
Oh, that's right. But no, you didn't go as you weren't as intense that day.
No, I wasn't as raging that day.
You weren't as emotional.
No, I wasn't. I think just because that season was just a strange one as well. But I expected us. I think we went ahead, didn't we, through Van Dijk for the free kick? Yep. And then it all just fell apart when who got sent? Craig Gordon got sent off, didn't he?
Gordon, who we'll talk about later.
Yeah, today's game. Yeah, he got sent off. Solskjaer came on, and then after that, because it was Adam Matthews, I think, that couldn't make the tackle. So Gordon brought down the attacker. But I remember it was after that. As soon as we went down to 10 men, that was a moment in my head at that semi-final. I went, nah, we're done here.
We still equalised, John Godet.
That's right. That Essen sold the jerseys, didn't they?
I did.
For that free kick, then also I think it was David. That's so Raven that scored the winner. But
quote the Raven, not again.
Nevermore. No. So I mean, look, I'm not wanting to make it too negative and all that because. No. We have had a couple of horrors at hand in Lennon's had them. I mean, you can talk about like Kilmarnock final in 2012 and St Mirren 2013. But let's move on before we drag everybody down. I think we're down to 30,000 viewers now after that wee moment of negativity. But like talking about Celtic Hearts games, I mean, first off, let's be honest here. This is mad that we're having a final in December. It's not really hit home, has it?
No, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why maybe the media, apart from the fact that probably still don't like Celtic lads. Then it's like even the build-up starts on BBC. I think 1:15. I mean, see, back in the good old days, like the final build-up used to be on all day. I know it's still December, and there's no fans. But come on, give the final a bit more respect. I mean, I think people will try and we won't, but I think people, quote-unquote neutrals, will try and do down this achievement, winning the cup today. Like, I know we're not happy about Celtic this season, but I mean, 4 trebles in a row is never, ever, ever going to happen again. And I think more should be getting made yet.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I mean, I'm actually stunned that it's still in play. I know the league get pulled last year, last season, this year, rightly so, but And I'm very surprised the Scottish Cup didn't either. What was the reason for that? Is it just down to
I think they were
hoping.
hoping. Well, sponsors, and I think they were hoping the fans would be back by now. I think they tried to delay it as long as possible, but of course that's not happening. And we couldn't. The idea to move it to Inverness, which the Inverness chairman or chief executive had, was sadly didn't happen. But that was up. Did you hear about that?
No, this is news to me.
Inverness. I think the chief executive offered to host the final because they can get fans. They wanted 150 Celtic fans and 150 Hearts fans to go to the game, and they would have played it at Inverness Stadium, but the SFA turned it down because they said it contractually had to be played at Hampden.
That would have just been weird. I mean,
it's weird enough as it is. But
yeah, I've got to say, for once, I would rather watch it at a empty Hampden than up in Inverness with 300 fans not being able to properly celebrate it. That would have just been even more bizarre. That's mad.
I know. I couldn't get it when I read it. Good bit of research here, me.
Brilliant research, Reedzo.
Thank you, brother.
The brains of this amateur.
Brains of the operation.
amateur operation, if we will.
Aye.
No, so as I was going to say now, look here, we're half an hour in. We usually finish by now.
I know, unbelievable.
How many Red Bulls have you taken?
No, I'm getting through natural adrenaline.
Right, well, natural adrenaline is how we felt over the next couple of games. I don't know about you. I mean, I wrote down talking about some Celtic Hearts games in December over years gone by. There's two that really stand out for me, good ones. The first one was Celtic 1, Hearts 0, 1997. Craig Burley scoring. That was when Hearts had a right good team then, and up until maybe April.
March.
Was it March?
Aye.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, showing your age there, John. So they did have Hearts had a right good team that season. For any listener who might not know how Hearts haven't always been a jobber club, as you know, languishing in the Championship. They were really, really decent, and that season they ran Celtic and Rangers all the way, up until pretty much the end of March. But that was a game we really had to win, and it was pivotal in us stopping the 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember. It was a strange game though, wasn't it? Because we had all the ball, but we couldn't really break Hearts down. They were a right stubborn team. They set up really well against us, and then you had Craig Burley just take it in the chest. I think Larson might have set him up, and he volleyed it in. I think
that might have been Harold Bratback's debut.
Because that's right. Back in the days when we used to there was no transfer window. You could sign players in December. You could sign players in February and all that, couldn't you? It was a strange era. I mean, I loved that era. Growing up watching Celtic, growing up watching football was brilliant. But that particular game, I always remember sticking in my mind when I was sitting in the North Stand, Block 102, that I remember my granda saying to me how big that goal was, and he was right, because in the end, every point was critical that season, and stopping the 10 and winning the league, and that Craig Burley goal, it's so well taken, and it was just a pivotal moment for us.
It was a big win. It's hard to believe now that games against Hearts were like sort of title deciders in a way, but they did push us for a long time that season. But no, Craig Burley might divide opinions now because of what he says, but he was a brilliant player for us. His first season especially, man. I think he won Player of the Year, fully deserved. Of course, scored the goal against Rangers at New Year. Oh no, I never. Was it him or Jackie? It was him, wasn't it?
No, it was him.
Jackie
Jackie
Mack set it up. Of course, Jackie Mack set it up. But no, he was a great player for us that season, and that was a big game and a big win.
It was fantastic. I mean, lest we forget as well, to anybody that doesn't know, Craig Burley, just like he was on the 4 Tims on a podcast, he was a guest for Gig Pod 2 back in April 2017. He was fantastic, really, really good to speak to, dead insightful. And as you say, he did split opinion, yeah, but he was a really, really good guest. And personally, I mean, he was a brilliant player. It's fair to say that I'd say the player that took over for him in terms of replacing him was probably Stilian Petrov in the end, wasn't it?
Yep, it was. I would say that Stan was probably even better than him.
Yeah,
but
agreed.
Right. Next game
I also noted was Celtic 1, Hearts 0. Victor went quite similar to the Craig Burley gaming goal. Victor Wanyama's amazing strike in 2011. You also had Fraser Forster, who was a huge part that day. So Wanyama and Forster both really played their part in. I guess it was started 1 in a row. There was a season that kicked off where we are now to try and get to 10. But aye, what was your memories of that day?
Oh, Victor's goal, I think it was outside the penalty box.
It was,
and in the
yes.
top corner, it was a belter. And then in injury time, Hearts get a penalty, shockingly enough. But Big Fraser made a vital save. I think that was during was it like 23 game unbeaten run or something.
It was
that
like
went for, like,
midway through, yeah, because we kicked it off at Fir Park in the end of November.
No, Rugby Park.
Ah, yeah, you're right. But the real sort of run was when we beat Motherwell at Fir Park in 7th of November 2011, and we really went on some run. I know me.
Well done.
Thank you. I was thought about it with Grand Old Podcast Hamish a few weeks ago though, so that always stuck in. It was in episode 2 we did a gig pod. But yeah, my memories of it was when Yama scored that goal and Foster made the save. Do you know it was very similar to? It had parallels of the game against Man United when Nakamura scored that crucial free kick, but then you had the save from Boric. So it was like the save, just like Foster's and Boric's, it was probably celebrated more than the actual goal itself. It was just so pivotal. Pivotal. There we go. See, I'd usually edit that out. I can't do that now. Pivotal, I meant to say.
Yes,
but they were great. Now, also, one that I've pointed out was a strange one in 2013 where there was all this talk about us playing Hearts and it was going to be such a tough game for us and Hearts were going to be up for it. All the cliches, but in the end we won 7-0 when we beat them in 2013.
Was that in the cup?
It was indeed. Lustig scored an absolute screamer for like 30 yards out and off the bar. It was a strange game because I think Common scored a hat-trick as well, I believe.
By any chance, was that game of Football in Utopia?
Yes, that was that one. I remember now. You always had that right being your bonnet about that one, didn't you?
It's because Hearts were so crap. I mean, if we beat Rangers 7-0 or something, fair enough. But I mean, come on, Hearts. Well, if we win today, if we win 7-0 today, it'll be a Football in Utopia.
Hearts did get relegated that season as well, didn't they?
They did. They won the much
Shame.
cup.
Gutted for them.
Real shame,
And the other Hearts December game that I remember having a real weird feeling about was the 2-2 at Tynecastle. Near Beaton opened the scoring. I think they equalised. Tom Rogic made it 2-1, and then that Osman Sow scored a screamer of a free kick in injury time. Watched that in a pub in
you
the
watched
town.
You watched it in a pub with me.
Ah, were you there?
Aye.
That's right, yeah. So that's how memorable it was, John. But we were both.
Unfortunately, I think an Aberdeen fan and a Rangers fan were there as well.
They were actually. You're right. It was a very strange experience. But when that goal went in, you still. I mean, it was just symptomatic under Ronnie Dyer in that season, wasn't it? The players. I mean, at 2-1 just switched off. It was some strike right enough, but I think that particular game was just the one where you had just exhausted your patience with poor old Ronald.
On reflection, it's probably a bit harsh on Ronnie. I mean, he was on a hiding nothing, really. It was never going to be easy for him. And he won his 2 leagues, and I don't know. I'm more patient these days with football managers.
I know, I'm noticing that. Right, well, look, we do indeed have the game against Hearts today. John,
yes.
Your surname is Reid, but 2 weeks ago
Yes.
it might as well have been Park because you scouted Hearts while you were working at Capello. So, give us a lowdown on them. Who should we watch out for in this Hearts FC team? Come on.
Well, they weren't much cop, first of all, because I've seen their opponents Morton again, who oddly enough are now third in the championship, which is weird because they're not very good. But no, I mean, Hearts, I mean, I think their best player was probably Andy Irvine, who's a midfielder, who sort of kept them going forward. It was him that set up Jamie Walker. He scored both the goals. He set up their second goal with a great sort of cross-field pass that Walker ran onto. He's probably a guy I wanted to stop. Him versus Brown could be interesting. I mean, their old pal Andy Halliday played that day. He didn't really contribute much. Him and Irvine were sort of taking turns between one pushing forward and one sort of staying in the midfield. Naismith played, but he was quiet really. And Craig Gordon didn't have a save to make. So, I mean, I'd say they're sort of, if they were in the Premier League, they'd probably be like 7 for 8 or something. I mean, we don't have problems with teams like that. We only have problems with teams that are bought in the Premier League.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, though? Because, John, do you buy into this myth that people are saying that Hearts are a Premier League team, because the last time I checked, Hearts were getting gubbed in the Scottish Premier League. They'd won 4 games out of 30 odd. They were dismal to watch, and they've created this amazing narrative. Like during when COVID shut down the league, they've created this amazing wee fantasy that for some reason Hearts were unjustly sent down, and they were going to claw points back against the bottom 6 teams, who, as far as I can remember, they only beat one of. I think it might have been St Mirren 5-2 at Tynecastle. They were appalling to watch. They were really, really bad last season. And that manager, that balloon Stendhal. I mean, Robbie Nielsen's
Although
a better manager.
he did beat Rangers a couple of times.
That's what made it even more funny. But I mean, that Rangers after the bye, John, me and you could have played up front for anybody and get a result against them. Says a lot. But no, so I'm sorry, Hearts are where they are, deservedly. And while that is the case, I don't think like today's just going to be a walkover. We've got to learn our lessons from the past against them. But talking about, us, how you reckon we're going to line up? Will Hazard start? Will Turnbull start? Will Soro start?
Well, there you go. That's what the big questions. Hazard, no. I think Barkas will come back. I think we bought Barkas to play in big games. This is a big game. I think he'll start.
It's a bold shout. I don't agree with you. I think Hazard's going to start. I
would rather Hazard started, but I think it'll be Barkas.
But even though, Hazard's kept a clean sheet in the defence, seemed really solid and robust against Kilmarnock, you reckon that he's going to switch that up? Why would he do that? That would make no sense, surely.
Because of what I said, he was signed to play in big games, and this is a big game. I mean, I know he's not been great for us, but I think Lennon will want to give him this game. Not to prove a point or anything, just to show that that's why he was signed. Midfield now.
Well, let's talk about the defence. I mean, who's going to be? Do you think Ayer? Do you think Julian and Duffy will retain the centre halves partnership?
Mm-hmm. I do, and I think Ayer will play it right back.
And then what about at fullbacks? Who's going to be there?
No, I said Ayer will be right back.
So I
think they'll play Ayer at right back again.
I think the defence takes care of itself. The midfield is where all the questions are posed, because I know that there's so many Celtic fans, ourselves included, about who's going to be there. Is it going to be, Brown just coming in? Is Soro going to be keeping his place? I think the biggest one is we've got to have Turnbull there without a shadow of a doubt. Now, let's see, if Brown's had a week, Brown's not had that way where he's had 3 games in a week. He wasn't playing against Kilmarnock. We didn't have a game in midweek, and it's fair to say, players in the team should be rejuvenated and refreshed a bit. So even if Brown does play, it's not going to be like, red flags and panic stations or that. I think he'll be fine. But the big one is the creativity in midfield now, because if McGregor's going to be probably likely be in beside Brown, and we know what McGregor's like when he can't be as creative or as energetic in the last third. He's got to cover a lot of what Brown can't. But our creativity, and it's so vital that David Turnbull plays, and he's sitting ahead of McGregor and Brown. We need, you saw, even just these set pieces alone, we are much more of a threat now. We are much more of a threat now at set pieces, John, when David Turnbull's ready to take a corner or a free kick into that box. You've got Julian and Duffy even ready to hit. There's another one that would have been edited flawlessly.
That's your name for him, the Duffmeister.
I know. I'll say that was a work shot. No, but Duffy and Julian are just ready to attack anything, and we look like a far better team when he's playing now. It's vital that he starts, and I'm sure you agree. But do you think he will?
Yes, I think he will. I think he's already shown how important he is in only 2 games. He just adds a new dimension to the team. As you said, even our set pieces are much better. He loves playing through passes in midfield to players further forward. I'd be much more confident about every game going forward if Turnbull started, and I just don't see any reason why we'd leave him out. He's playing too well. I think Soro will be on the bench, which I feel a bit sorry for him, and I think Brown McGregor Tumble, but Tumble has to play. There's no reason for him not to play.
No, I agree with you there. He can't be left out. And as well, his confidence, you look at in the last 2 games, his confidence will be going through the roof. He'll be right up for it. And I don't think, Hearts won't have been... I'll go into Hearts in a minute and about what I feel about them at Hampden, but I don't think... you look at... Hearts won't be used to being up against a level of player like him week in, week out in that championship, and that's where it's vital that he plays. I can't stress that enough. Now on the wings, who you going with? Because I think I've got a feeling it's going to be Christie and El Yunusi on the wings.
I hope it's no Christie in the wing because it doesn't work. I wouldn't play Christie at all. I'd keep him on the bench. So, I don't know really. Alien Rusi, I think I'll definitely play. I know you'll be happy with that because you're a big fan.
The prophet himself.
But I would keep Christie on the bench. We're playing better with him not in the team. And I think he'll be in the bench. Now, do you think we'll play 1 or 2 strikers?
I think we'll play 1. I think Edouard's going to be up front.
I would think so.
I know he's been off the boil and he's been nowhere near as prolific as he was last season, but look, this is a big game for us. He's a big game player, and if there's any player that I do trust, it'd be 1-on-1. It will be the big man himself, and it's going to be quite interesting because Craig Gordon, who he's going to be up against, will know. So he's played with Edouard, and he'll know his tricks. He'll know maybe when it comes to penalties where he'll put it, stuff like that. So it'll be interesting, but I'd be very confident going with Edouard. I just think he's still the main man for us up front, no matter how his form is. And I think, if there's anybody that's likely to get a goal for us today out of nothing, it will be either El Yunusi or Edouard, and I'd be going with him, definitely.
El Yunusi playing I would play El Yunusi just behind Edouard. I wouldn't play him on the wing. But I don't know. We'll find out soon because the team will probably be out by the time
half an hour or so, probably about half an hour or so, won't it?
Probably less than that. It's 1:45. Game kicks off in 90 minutes, so we'll find out soon.
Can I just tell you something?
Yes.
I'm just checking a couple of things on my phone because I don't usually check my phone when I'm doing these, but apparently your curtains are getting an absolute slagging.
They're no mine, they're Manty's.
So is that a guilt trip? Are people going to be now having to take that back because it's your auntie's curtains?
What's the problem with them?
I don't think there's a problem, but people apparently are giving them pelters. I don't know exactly what's been said. I'm just checking on my phone, just saying Reedzo's curtains are getting a slagging.
As long as it's not my bald spot or mother horrendous problems. But,
Right, Buzz McAllister, let me move on now to the big bit that I'm a wee bit concerned about is, it's a reminder that Hearts have turned up and they've beaten Premiership opposition this season at Hampden already in Hibs, and Craig Gordon and Stephen Naismith, and as much as we give him pelters, as much as he is an idiot, guys like Andy Halliday do carry experience, and it's not going to be a stroll in the park today, and we really should win. But are you concerned about the fact that they've already beaten Hibs, and are you concerned about the fact that they were an underdog before and they rose?
So I've just saw the comments about the curtains.
What are they saying about the curtains before you answer that?
I'm truly hurt here. I'm not going to dignify them by mentioning it, but I'm truly hurt here, and I'm expecting an apology from my aunt.
Do you know what's so funny, John? It's in this world of being kind, #be kind, and this is a charity podcast as well for mental health. Your poor mental health is getting taken to the cleaners. Do you need 5 minutes to settle? Do you want me to carry the rest on myself while I do that?
I'll only be able to survive by going and drinking a load of bottles of cider after we finish. But
hold on, what kind of ciders are you drinking now?
Kopparberg the day I've got.
That's actually alright. I was expecting. Oh, do you know what I was expecting to hear? Flat warm Strongbow or Frosted Jack or something. But no, Kopparberg's alright.
No, I'll go and buy a bottle of that to drink during the park after we win, of course. just sitting I just sit on a bench somewhere, raise a bottle. We've done it, lads. That's what I'm saying. But right, back on to Andy Halliday. What were you saying about him after we get sidetracked by my curtains?
Right, do you have any concerns about the fact that Hearts have been underdogs before and rose to the occasion, and maybe this sort of thing suits them more? Are you a wee bit concerned about that at all? Because realistically, the pressure's off of Hearts here, and it's all pretty much on us. It's a free shot for them, and everybody is watching us, waiting to fail. And I'm just wondering how much of that is going to be playing in the minds of some players and all that today.
No, I'm more concerned about what we do, really. If Hearts end up winning it, it'll be because of our mistakes. I mean, we are much better than them. I know that's not been a factor like in the past this season where we've get beat off Ross County or drop points to other teams we should be beating. But it's about what we do today. I mean, I don't really rate Hearts at all. We are much, much better than them. And if we're smart, we'll win. So I think it's not to do with them being underdogs. It's more about us being smart and sensible, which we haven't been too many times this season. But hopefully, in the last few weeks, we've showed that we are being smart and sensible. And if we do that, then the Scottish Cup will be where it belongs in Celtic Park.
I agree. I mean, it's like Motherwell when he played us in the second final. Aberdeen and Hearts the season before, this one, they were all underdogs as well, and Celtic were professional enough to turn up and do the business, and that's all we have to do again, and just focus on that. And it is just all about us. It's it's the Craig Gordon factor. He's been there several times with Celtic. Stephen Naismith's done it with Rangers, and I know Andy Halliday hasn't, but still that experience will definitely still help Hearts, because he's been to Hampden plenty of times in the past and all that as well. Let me ask you this one, right? See if, and I highly suspect we will, but if we do win today,
yes,
will that reignite our season?
I don't know. I think winning at Ibrox would really reignite the season. I think we're expected to win this game, and obviously winning isn't easy. Only big teams and good teams can win trophies. They don't lose to teams like St Mirren. But I mean, it will be good just to show that we've still got the mentality that seemed earlier on this season to sort of go out the window, that we're able to win big games. So I don't know about sort of restarting the season, like kickstarting it again. I don't know. I mean, I think for that to happen, we'd need to win today, then every game up until Ibrox, and including Ibrox, and if we do that, then we're really right back in it. What do you think?
Well, I like the fact that a lot of these players will be needing a lift. They'll be needing major confidence, and I think winning a trophy gives you confidence. And I mean, the fact that the players, we've seen how Lennon Celtic went on, or they weren't at their best last season before the Rangers defeat at Celtic Park.
Aye.
But after they beat Rangers in that game, we didn't really deserve to. We still went on a run after it. You saw under Rodgers' teams when we won the Betfred against Aberdeen and Motherwell in those games too. We still went on a run after them. Maybe Rodgers' second season, I think we faltered a wee bit, drawn to Hibs, and then we get beat against Hearts. But the fact is, a win of a cup does give a lot of players confidence. It brings a feel-good factor to the fans again. And you know what? They've just got to enjoy it if we do win it. It can't be one of the ones where it's won and then all of a sudden the next day it's back to negativity. It should be enjoyed. It's never been done before. And I think after this season and after the year it's been, and especially after yesterday's news with yet more COVID restrictions, I know it sounds daft and it's a cliche, but stuff like this in football does give you a wee bit of a lift day to day, and it's going to be...
it does.
It does, and I don't think there's any Celtic fan out there that, despite not agreeing with Neil Lennon still being the manager, despite not agreeing with how the club's ran, despite not agreeing with the way that this season's went, I don't think there's any fan out there that's wanting us to falter against Hearts. You need to have a boost back. You need to have a feel good factor back, and I think if we do win today, it will go a long way in seeing how this run goes, because I don't want to think about not losing, but for talking sake, if we don't, then we've got this run coming up where we played Ross County, who have now they'll have a new manager in place. They get rid of Stuart Kettlewell, and you know what that's like when a team's got a new manager, and that it's always a trickier sort of fixture. So that's going to be tough now already.
Aye.
We go away to Hamilton, who they've won again, and
Plastic
Hamilton
pitch.
And Hamilton now look as if their wee spell they've got out of that, because they won yesterday. They look as if they seem to do it every season. They'll be getting a boost for that, and then we've got Dundee United, who I watched yesterday, and Benjamin Siegrist, what a performance he put in against Hibs. They didn't even deserve to draw. Hibs should have massacred them 7-0. And they'll get a boost for the fact that they drew a tough game away yesterday that they were expected to get trounced in, or they should have get trounced in. So it ain't going to be as easy as what we think. And
I know, but I mean, if we've got any hopes of winning the league still, we really should be winning the games we've been talking about. I mean, it doesn't matter how good they're playing, we're better than them. And it's time that we showed that, really. And as you say, if we win the day, it should give the players a boost going forward.
Yeah, definitely, especially guys like, Turnbull, guys like Soro, guys like Connor Hazard, you know what I mean, lifting a trophy.
That's how I'd hope.
Being winners, and then, as I said in the podcast last week, you've got a guy like Hazard who's now won a trophy. Say he keeps a clean sheet again today. That defence just trusts him more and more, and all of a sudden, this is a guy that's going to grow in more confidence and stature, and it can only be a good thing for the club and the team on the pitch in this run to come.
I was just checking if the team's been announced yet, but unfortunately,
What they said about your curtains? Are they slagging them? Still?
I'm not looking at that. No, I'm too upset about that. I'm looking at Twitter now to check if the team's been announced, but none yet. But there have been fans at Hampden not to see the team coming in, so there you go. But I mean, I don't know. We should win the day. I mean, bottom line, we should have won.
All right, Stone Cold.
That's the bottom line because John said so. Need to smash a couple of cans together later on. But no, I mean, what do you think would happen? We've not talked about this. What do you think would happen if we did win? What would happen with Lennon, do you think?
Well, as the board have already said, Bruce Hillboy's jumper will get reviewed in the new year, and it looks as if it's going to be the case that even if the unthinkable happens today, it does look like he's still going to get until the new year and nothing's going to change. But I mean, people are going to be scunnered. People are going to be. I mean, adding top of yesterday's, the mood around the nation yesterday was pretty grim, pretty abject. And if the unthinkable happens today, you're going to have a lot of really, really annoyed people. I don't think we would see the same scenes that we saw against Ross County, but there'll be a lot of calls for the manager and the coaching staff to be forcefully removed from Celtic. I personally don't think it would happen, even in the event of a loss today. But let's just hope that doesn't happen. The thought of Hearts and their fans online and gloating and never seen. I mean, what they go on about that 5-1 stuff against Hibs, don't they? Like 8 years later, they don't shut up about it. So can you imagine what it would be like if they beat us? You never.
We don't go on about games for the past, though. We don't do that.
No, certainly.
We've too much dignity.
Of course, especially as Celtic fans, me and you, John, being the old school that we are. Yeah. So before we go, I mean, we're nearly up here. We've got 4 minutes to go. And
my goodness.
I know, but I mean, you're starting to get a nosebleed, I can see, because that's what that half hour slot we usually do.
It's the light for these natural, beautiful curtains. It's shining through. What's your prediction for the
I was just going to say, for the shoot, who's the host here? Sick.
Alright, sorry. I'd say my co-hosts were equal, 50-50.
I don't know about that. I have had horrendous back pains since November for carrying this podcast, brother. But
now, hold on a second. In fact, I've just thought, see, before we give the predictions, do you want to plug our podcast special coming up podcasts?
No, I'm not going to do it yet because I'm waiting until it's all 90%. But the fans will love it, and there's going to be a competition that we're doing as well.
That's right.
But yes, I'm going to wait until it will probably be announced tomorrow or Tuesday for the next upcoming chat podcast we're doing. It's going to be a massive feat to follow Spunk Phone, but here's hoping this certain ex-player can do it. I know there's a lot of pressure on, but he handled pressure in certain games against Rangers very well. And the competition will be really cool for fans. It will just be good to do a giveaway, and good luck to everybody concerned when it comes to that. But no, we're going to be back anyway. Tonight we're going to do a review pod. So hopefully we'll be able to patronise a lot of Hearts fans. Hopefully I'll be able to, sneer my way through it for half an hour, and you'll be able to agree with everything that I say as well for that time.
I don't know about that, but the rest, yes.
And yeah, so you asked me for a shoot prediction. I think I'm going to go with. I think Hearts might score, but I think it will be 3-1 here. I think 3-1 Celtic, and I'm going to say goal scorers will be. I think Edouard's going to get back in the score sheet. I think El Yunus will score, and I'd like to see it rounded off by Turnbull.
Yeah,
it's what he deserve. But I also can see a defender like Duffy or Julian scoring as well.
Aye.
I think we've got it right in us now, because Hearts with their set pieces, they'll have like Halkett and that Popescu guy at the back, so they'll be quite a threat as well. But I reckon 3-1 Celtic. What about yourself, Rizzo?
Similar margin, 2-0 I'm going for. I think Eddie and El Yunusi, a goal in each half. Hearts I think will hopefully score early on. Hearts will probably have a spell where they give a couple of problems and then score the second after about 60 minutes, and then that'll be it. We can just take it easy the rest of the game, and then we're playing like 3 days later. I just realised we're playing Ross County Wednesday, so no lot of time to celebrate. I mean, it'll be weird after the game. I mean, the players will just get the trophy. If we win, the players will just get the trophy, then that's it.
Aye.
Neil lap on, alright. What a sad day.
We
Really?
deserve a lap at honour, John, for doing this for an hour. We're out of a wee comfort zone of 30 minutes, but I think we've handled it well. But somebody that's handled it far better, I have to say. Look, a huge thanks to Paul John Dykes for organising this event, asking us to come on, and I think for everyone for tuning in. Like, hopefully more money is raised through the course of the day. Well done to all those podcasts that have taken part already, and a good luck to all the other podcasts who are involved. The Grand Old Podcast guys are on in the main event tonight. Hopefully they're reviewing. Hopefully the other is reviewing a good Celtic win. But at GigPod again, as I said, we'll have a review pod out after the final. We'll do a recording tonight. We'll get it out for you. You know, about 9 or 10 tonight. Hopefully talking about another Celtic victory at Hampden. I'm Stevie once again. Thanks a lot for tuning in. John, I'll let you sign off in style.
Right, I'd just like to say apologies for these curtains for a start. I'll learn that lesson for next year. But as you said,
you won't be asked back.
Well, that's true. I'll do it in a darkened room next year. But as you said, Stevie, brilliant effort by Paul to get this incredible achievement done. Really, with all the different Celtic podcasts to raise money for 4 charities, and this hopefully it's a memorable weekend. I'll just plug the podcasts again. And I'll just plug the charities again. Rock Talk, Food Fact, Friends, Food Back, Children First, Help for the Homeless. Again, if you go on at ACSOM Pod on Twitter, the GoFundMe link will be there to donate on to this brilliant achievement. In fact, I'll just have a look there now, possibly, to see how much that we've raised. The last we saw was over £18,000. Well, I can't do that. I can't get my phone to work. Oh well. But brilliant work by Paul and the rest of the guys. I mean, this Celtic are all about charity, and everybody's came together for an incredible event. And we'll be back on GigPod later tonight with a review podcast.
And let me just say, finally, the last words. That was emotional, John. That was lovely. Now, I used to think there was only 2 legends at Maryhill, and that was Bertie Auld and James Jim Duffy. But I would like to now go on record and say there's 3. John Reid, you truly are. What an honour it is to be doing this with you. What a guy.
Thanks. I'm touched. Truly a wonderful comment, and thank you.
We've been GigPod.
Oh, wait a second. By the way, the team has just been announced.
Right, well, I think
Hazard starts.
Right.
And so does Brown, and so does Turnbull.
Okay, well.
So there you go. We'll leave that to the next guys to talk.
Leave that to the next guys. Let's not be greedy here.
That's true.
Right,
but, thanks.
You stole our thunder, guys.
All right, sorry about that.
That's all right, man. You heard it here first. Listen, that was superb, lads. Well done. And as you can see with the ticker underneath, that figure is continuing to rise. So thank you very, very much for getting involved. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I think the comments would suggest that many others did as well. So enjoy the game, lads, and hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Right, cheers, Paul. Thanks, mate.
Cheers, guys. Take care now. Have a great weekend.
No bother. Bye.
an idea I had maybe about 2 years ago, where I was hoping to start a mental health group, because I could see in our terracing there was some people struggling. My initial thought was that we would do a walk and talk group. After speaking to Gillian Gallagher, who was a sports scientist stroke physio here, she advised that we would have to really do a lot more strenuous tests on the participants, because everybody would have a different level of fitness. So we couldn't walk away from the park and people would drop off. So we sort of mothballed it, and last year in October I decided, listen, we just need to do it. So we played Renfrew in a game down at Renfrew, and I spoke to some of our fans who I thought were maybe struggling a wee bit with their mental health, and asked them would they be willing to participate. So they thought it was a great idea. They advised me that it had to be a weekly session, because that's what they would need if they were going to participate, and from then we initiated it. Got all the usual things, it won't work, nobody will come, some even from within the club, but we put it on and it's been an absolutely marvellous success.
The group's benefited me because it's given me somewhere to come on a Sunday, and somewhere I can come and talk about what's happened the week before, what's going on in my life and what's up and what's doing, and it gives me a chance to vent out where I feel like I can't elsewhere. You can't go, sometimes you can't see your pals, sometimes you can't see your family, something what I feel you can't. But coming here, it's just everybody's pals, there's no judgment, you just come here and you talk.
It's benefited me probably because I'm more aware how I was feeling a long time ago, and then I could hear other folk up here getting similar stories, and you kind of felt, well, it's not just me. I didn't have the thoughts. It wasn't unusual, and being able to go and speak to people individually and collectively in a group it's something I didn't think I would do, but it's benefited me greatly. I come here as often as I can every Sunday.
We open up, we prepare for the group coming. They all arrive at different times leading up to 11 o'clock. Sometimes it's a wee bit later than that before we actually start. But the great thing is the camaraderie and the friendship that the people have made within the group, which support each other during the week. We've set up a WhatsApp group and they all wish each other good morning. If anybody puts on, they've got a wee problem, and then we come this Sunday, we help each other. The group's made up of a dynamic from probably about 34 years of age to 76. So we've brought a real diverse range of ages to the group. Some people come because a member of their family is suffering. They don't actually suffer from bad mental health. So they listen, and it allows them to cope better when they go home to the person that they're looking after. But for me, it's just actually to see the support network. And I've said this before, that one of the instances was one of our young men who was struggling, and the guys who come to Rock Talk probably wouldn't fit the prototype that people have in their head or the model, and they offered to go and clean his house, do his washing and make sure he was okay. And for that was probably the greatest moment I had in Rock Talk.
Welcome to Celtic State of Mind. I'm Paul John Dykes, and today I'm delighted to be joined, first of all, by Lawrence Conley. Welcome back to the show, Lawrence. And from young Declan McConville, the young team. Welcome back, Dec. How are you keeping?
Mate. Hope you're well. All right, Lawrence.
Doing well, Declan. Good to see you.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go now. This is a big one. We are taking over the Quadruple Treble Weekender, the charity Weekender. We're going to take it over for match day. Let everybody else catch their breath. And we've got some other great shows at the end of the day, which I'm just going to check my schedule so I can let you know. Once the full-time whistle blows, we will have our post-match. Couple of special guests popping in and out throughout the match day content, and they will be contributing at half time and after the full time whistle. And then at 5 o'clock we have football CFB. Callum will be joining the big weekender, and then at 6 o'clock the Grand All podcast will be joining the stream, and the final podcast, which let's hope it's a celebratory one, come on the hoops. And come on the hoops indeed, Declan. I'm guessing that you've seen the lineup. Anything in there that you're particularly unhappy with?
Not unhappy with it. It's nothing I'm really surprised about. I expected Christie to come back in and Brown to come back into the side. For Sorrow, it probably will feel a bit hard done by, but I always thought Neil would go with Scott in the middle of the park. So it's a big occasion, and he's went with his captain in there.
It has. You can see why. I'm going to run through the team and we can all have our say on it. Lawrence, Conley, we had a good chat just before talking about who should come in, who should not. I've been talking about it through the week to our 10 panellists on a Celtic State of Mind. And to be fair, although not everyone had the same lineup, there were most of the team lineups did have Sorrow in it, but with the caveat that they would understand if and when Scott Brown leads the side out. I think the hint was already given by Neil Lennon, was it not, Lawrence?
Yeah, I think so. We're playing a first division side, Brown. He's not become a bad player overnight. With Turnbull giving a bit extra bit of energy in the midfield, will hopefully help Brown out. Christie in for Frimpong. Christie's going to think he's got something to prove, hasn't he? Try and nail down that position now. It's a strong lineup. Let's hope Eddie's in the mood. I think that's the main worry for me, is if Eddie's in the mood or not.
He's a game changer, Lawrence. We've been calling him that all week, but he does rise to the big occasion, and we've seen it time and time again. Declan, how, when you look at that lineup, how pivotal will be the performance of Odsonne Edouard up top on his own?
It's going to be massive in terms of the last cup final against Hearts. It's two great goals, his penalty and his goal at the end. So we're going to count on him, but we've also got creative players in behind them, and I think everybody will be delighted to see David Turnbull's inclusion in the team, because the past 2 games he's been terrific, and we know he can give his chances. We've also got a couple of big guys in there at the back, which, if you can get good corners into Duffy and Julian, can certainly cause the Hearts backline big problems.
Absolutely. Now, we will be going through some of the comments. Of course, we're part of the big Quadruple Treble Weekender. The charity weekender is two-pronged even. We have the fundraiser, and that's going through GoFundMe. That's sitting now at £15,826, which is an astonishing amount of contributions from everyone involved. And then we have the eBay auction page, which is rising gradually. It's up at £3,272.50. We've got a few other pledges, which I'm expecting to come in next week, but I won't count them in the final total this evening. The target, 25 grand. Could we pull off 25 grand for the 4 charities? If anyone can, the Celtic support certainly can. Now, let's run through the team. Sorry to bring that comment up and hide that young face of Declan McConville on the screen, but basically Sinkovic is saying Eddie on his game, we win 100%. We've seen 2 sides of Eddie this season. We've seen the side whereby he's playing that kind of, the game that, for me, no one else in the Celtic team can play. You give him the ball against AC Milan, he dinks it over the goalie. No one else could have done that. As much as I love Lee Griffiths, he's a different type of player. Klamala, for me, is always a 4th choice. Ayeti came in all guns blazing. Lawrence, I know you're a big fan, but that's dried up. So I've got no arguments over Edouard. He's a big game player. He knows the world is watching. And I say that because it's a National Cup final. And once we are finished and Declan's ready to go, we will be playing the pipes, believe it or not, Declan. And not only is it for Celtic coming on the park, it's for you leaving us on the stream as well. I don't know what on earth you're going to be doing. The last time you zoomed in, you were lying in your bed after we'd won 9 in a row, and you were on the bevy.
I think, well, if we get a result today, there'll be a few crans cacked or a few bottles open, so we'll hope for that later on.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, you've got a fan in Paddy John Hughes. Declan, seen you on Celtic Fans TV. Good to see you. Celtic Fans TV, we're on a couple of shows ago. Absolutely superb contribution, as has all the contributions been today and yesterday. It's been a great effort from everybody involved, and I think that we can get even more. It'd be brilliant to reach the 25k, but as Declan quite rightly says, Lawrence, that will all hinge in the mood of the Celtic support and the amount of people in the broadcast will all hinge on how 90 minutes at Hampden goes. Let's have a look through the team. Now, Conor Hazard for me, he's played 2 games, but I would have picked him. And I've basically based that on the fact that a lot of the problems we've had has stemmed from the goalkeeper this season. So we look at the central defensive partnership. It's been changing. No one seems to have the confidence in the guy behind you. I've seen today that Barkas, it may be a communication issue at the moment. That's something that after £4.5 to £5 million you're going to work on to try and salvage the goalie's career rather than loan him out or cut your losses. That's certainly something that we wouldn't like to see. But Hazard's come in. He reminds me a bit of Craig Gordon, going to be honest. The way he looks stature-wise, he's got that athletic kind of presence, but he's commanding in the area. So Declan, of the 3 goalkeepers, would Hazard have played for you, and how impressed have you been since he's come in?
I would have definitely played him. He's impressed me in the games against Lille and Kilmarnock. I think Stephen Craigan actually said during the game against Lille that he based his game in Craig Gordon. In terms of his goalkeeping technique, he's, as you say, he's a big frame, same kind of height, he's commanding. You've seen that in the team photo beside Julian and Duffy, who are big guys. And I think confidence has been a big issue for our goalkeepers, which Hazard just doesn't seem to lack in. Been very, very impressed. And here's hoping they can get another clean sheet today and have a good performance. And again, possibly cement his place as number 1 pick.
Well, he is in my mind, certainly, Declan, because I keep going on about, youth coming through Celtic's academy. We have a rich tradition of producing players. When was the last goalie we produced? Probably David Marshall. And he wasn't around for as long as you would maybe have expected back then. I know that we were interested perhaps in bringing him back to Celtic over the summer months, but it's interesting because Hazard was completely out of the picture. All of a sudden he's the first choice, but not only his own performances, Declan, how important has he been to settling down that back line? I mean, what you've now got is you've got the re-emergence of Shane Duffy. A month ago, not one of us here would have suggested for a moment that Duffy starts the cup final, yet he's back in. And for all intents and purposes, he's one of the first names in the team sheet when you're looking at the defence. In terms of options, you're looking at people like Beaton. So I know we're not blessed at the moment with defensive options. But Duffy hopefully has turned the corner. How big a part has the commanding goalie behind him played in that?
I think, again, it's a confidence thing. As you continue to concede goals, sloppy goals, and obviously the run that we went on, confidence just wasn't there, and he didn't have any confidence in his goalkeeper. I think last season, Julian and I were boosted a bit by the confidence in the commanding figure of Fraser Foster behind them. So, a goalie can put a lot of confidence. A conversation with John Fallon after the Lille game, who had said to me he always felt confident because Murdy would do the tidying up, Bertie would be the ball carrier, and he had confidence in Big Billy and John Clark to do his job in front of them. So if you've got that mixture there, the goalkeeper doesn't really need to worry, and it's just a whole confidence that will flow through your whole team.
So you were just casually talking to a Lisbon Lion, Declan, just tapping into his mindset. I love that, how you just, nonchalantly threw that name in. Brilliant. Lawrence, we're looking at Hazard. Is it a position, do you think, that Celtic will still look to strengthen come January?
Well, we've got 3-4 games left before considering that. If Hazard's played well, he could probably do with making some big saves. It's not any really huge saves yet. I think that's going to colour whether we're going to look at strengthening it. We're asking him to sign a new contract. Would he sign that if he's going to drop down to number 3? So I think we need to see what's going to happen up until the beginning of January, how he performs. Because Declan's right, he looks cool, calm and collected, and it seems to have settled the defence. I think Ayer's helped at right back, solved a lot of problems, makes us a bit more flexible when we're going forward. It's easier for us to change to a back 3 of him, Duffy and Julian. Greg Taylor's back into the team. He's a solid left back. So it's given us a foundation to build going forward from, which I think it's also coincided with the changes in midfield. So they've probably benefited we're having a stronger base, or us having a stronger base as we've had all season.
See, when you're looking at the left back, you mentioned Taylor's back in, and I know, Lawrence, that you certainly were a big fan of Taylor. Earlier on in the season, he dropped out with the team. Obviously, we bring in the man like Salt from AC Milan. He performed particularly well for 5 or 6 games. But then, Taylor's shown a bit of resolve to get back into that side. And what is he going to offer us? Because I know that a lot of people were very critical of his game offensively, his final ball. However, he seems to have quite a few assists under his belt.
Yeah, I think that people, it's not so much his final belt, but it was complaining he doesn't beat a man. He's a left back. If he's getting assists without needing to beat a man, happy days. He's solid at the back. He's got an engine in him. He always gives us 100%. It doesn't seem to get caught up the park too often. So, yeah, if that gives us a stronger base, and he's part of that defence that lets our offensive players just concentrate on being offensive players rather than having to worry about covering up. It's certainly worked the last few games for us. Hopefully it works today.
What's your thoughts on that, Declan? Because I was particularly impressed with Laxalt. I thought he's probably been one of our best signings this season, but he definitely has gone off the boil the last couple of games.
I think it depends on the shape you play. Greg Taylor's certainly more comfortable in a back four. When he was getting played at left wing back, I thought it was completely hopeless playing him there. Laxalt's final ball at times did let him down as well. Let's not kid ourselves. But again, in terms of level, probably games against Hearts, Scottish teams, that is Greg Taylor's level. And in a back four, I think he's a decent defender. And he had a big performance against Rennes last season in the Europa League, so he's proven he can do it in the big stage. So there's no reason why he can't do a job today against Hearts. I know Hearts are in decent form, but this is his level. He's nothing he shouldn't be used to for playing for Kilmarnock for all that time. So I think he should be fine today. And as Lawrence said, he'll give energy and he'll give you 100% down that left hand side.
Now, we are playing Hearts, and obviously we'll all have various memories of the last time we faced them in the Scottish Cup final. Made hard work of it that day, but really we were up against the Craig Levein side, and it was no surprise to myself that they approached the game the way they did. We're now playing a championship side, Lawrence. Do you think that's a factor? I know that people raise their game, of course they do, but there is a different level between where Hearts are operating and where Celtic are.
Yeah, definitely a different level, but as Declan touched on, they're in a good run of form, so they'll be confident. They've got a few Premiership level players playing for them, notably Boyce and Naismith. So they do have danger up top. I think they lack a bit of pace at the back. You can maybe say that about us as well, but I don't think they've got anybody as quick as Eddie. So hopefully that's something we can exploit. Midfield wise, they've got Andy Hardy pay for him. Yeah. Let's hope he puts in one of his Hampden performances he became famous for. Yeah,
or infamous if you're a Rangers fan. But when you're looking at the rest of the defence, Declan, I'm going to have to say this, Lawrence, I'm going to have to give you credit because you were talking about the possibility of playing Ayer at right back some time ago. And I don't forget that because I think I scoffed at the suggestion because I'm a big fan of Ayer, but I do get messages regularly tell me that he's a terrible defender, but then I hear the statisticians tell me differently. He does divide opinion. However, what I have seen since he's been moved to right back, Declan, is almost universally the Celtic fans are rating him in that position. How impressed have you been with yet another change of position for Chris Ayer?
I think he's did well there. I was at the game at Pittodrie when he slotted in there and scored his goal at the end, and he did really well towards the end of that game. He's got good energy, good legs, the big man. The goal he set up for Turnbull against Leo, but it was really good feet to set him up. And again, though, something maybe people were crying out for was back to basics defending. Get another defender in there that's first fought is to defend first. The back four just now is 4 defenders first, attackers second. And I think that's important, especially when we were conceding the amount of goals that we were.
Now, what's your thoughts, Declan, on the fact that Hearts are playing down there in the Championship? I mean, we've not had a great run of form ourselves, but they've been beaten by Dunfermline, for example, Alloa, easy for me to say. My dad's from Alloa as well. Alloa Athletic have defeated them as well. Do you think that matters on a game like today, on a day like today? Does it matter that they're a level below Celtic?
No, I mean, before we've seen cup shocks, we've seen games at Hampden. My first ever game at Hampden was against Ross County, and they defeated us 2-0. So, you know, we've seen shocks before, but I think this Celtic team, just with what we've won in the past 4 years, know the occasion, know what's at stake here, and will have that desire and the hunger to win another cup and create world history, which is absolutely astonishing.
It is astonishing, and we were talking about when Celtic were awarded their 9th league title in a row, and I know yourself, Declan, you celebrated with a few sherbets. How will you be celebrating tonight? It's massive. It's absolutely huge. 4 trebles on the bounce, hence the reason Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender, of course. How do you celebrate? I mean, you know, we're all housebound virtually, and we certainly can't go out and celebrate as we normally would, although I have heard that Celtic fans may well be out in some kind of force for the game today.
Well, I think in terms of just now, Tier 4 is going to kick in, Tier 3 just now in Glasgow. It's just going to be a couple of drinks in the house and a few tunes on in the background, probably.
What tunes of choice? I mean, first show of the day, Kevin admitted that he was a Status Quo fan. What kind of tunes are you talking about there?
Well, it just depends. Probably the Spotify playlist will get thrown on. There's a new Paul McCartney album out, which I've not really gave a good blast to, so that'll be going on, and it'll just be the usual Stones, Beatles and Who going on later, probably, along with a mixture of Irish folk songs.
Traditional Irish folk songs, yeah, that absolutely. Lawrence, when we're looking at obviously this introduction to Ire, we do know that Celtic obviously watch a Celtic state of mind, but you called for that some time ago, didn't you?
Yeah, in the season. It just gives us that flexibility during the game to change positions. We can change the back three easily. It's Declan said, he's got great legs. So going forward, he just eats the ground up. He just seems to go by people effortlessly. Doesn't appear to be moving fast, but he just leaves them trailing. He's got good feet. Gives us a bit of extra height at the back. So we've been losing a lot of goals from set pieces. So hopefully that will tighten that up for us. And conversely, with David Turnbull now in corners.
Well, I'm just...
We've got 3 big guys.
Beautifully linked in, because that's what I was going to ask you next. Because that brings in quite a lot of considerations. You're talking there about Ajer. I don't think he's... Of the 3, of Ajer, Julien and Duffy, I think he's the worst at corner kicks when it comes to... I mean, so many times he should do better in the air in positions like that. I mean, there's a lot to his game that I think looks natural. You know, when he's bursting up that right wing, when he's galloping from defence to attack, that all looks natural to Ajer. But strangely enough, for the height of him, you flight a corner in, and that doesn't look natural to him in terms of attacking that ball the way that Duffy and Julien do. But you kind of group the 3 of them together because of their height. That takes us on to the subject that you've already brought up there, Lawrence. Christie and Turnbull are on the same pitch. I'm hoping Turnbull stays on the set pieces in the corners, yeah?
Yeah, let's hope so. And we know Ryan hopefully picks up a position at the edge of the box, waiting for any second ball, maybe break to him. And to take a point in Ajer, he's probably the weakest of the 3 in the air. But if Hearts are having to match Julian and Duffy, it's going to make it easier for Chris to attack a ball. It's 3 big guys they need to worry for. And with Turnbull, I think we could have some success today, whether it's a ball onto Duffy's head and back in it, or Gordon makes a save and somebody gets the second ball.
You know, the big thing for me as well is I think it shows the selection of the team against Lille was very much, I'm not going to say it was lucky, I'm not going to say that, but there was an element of fortune around the fact that from that game we have 3 guys who are now being considered for starting jerseys in the Scottish Cup final. And I think the very fact that we're there after left out Sorrell and brought back the captain, there's so many reasons to bring back Scott Brown, of course there is, but you know, it does show that there was an element of fortune. I remember looking at the team. I'm going to come over to yourself and ask your opinion, Declan. I was looking at the sides when we were facing Lille, and I always feel it's a bit of a risk when just a cluster of new players are thrown together. I do feel that sometimes that can come back to haunt you. I remember us doing it against Morton in the Cup. You'll remember that game, 1-0. Was it Dougie Emery that scored? Alan Moore was in charge of Morton at the time. And it's just basically because there's no familiarity. Yeah, these guys are training every day with each other, but I just think it's difficult to have that shape. And from the changes, it's very interesting for me that two of them have remained. We've also got, obviously, Ayer moving to right back. Duffy's now, I would say, a first choice at centre half. But when you're looking at the situation with Sorrow, Declan, do you think he'll be feeling hard done by, even though he's been replaced with the club captain?
It may feel hard done by, but again, Scott's going to need to have a big game today to get his way back into that team, and it goes for Ryan Christie as well. Christie will be looking towards the Euros next year and be looking at Turnbull and thinking, well, my place isn't a stick on in this Celtic side, and I want to be going to a European Championships next year. So these guys are going to need to perform. If they don't perform, the team of players that got on that run of 2-12, they weren't going to turn it around. We could see that. So that's out the window for me just now. I felt dejected after the St Johnstone game. I looked at the team getting into the Lille game in the back of my head thinking, Lille's got something to play for here. We don't. How is this going to go? Is it going to be another embarrassing night in the Europa League? And we just saw this complete turnaround in a team that looked confident again, which was great to see. And hopefully from that point, we do kick on this month and take it into the game at the beginning of January before we go to Dubai.
Do you think that will happen, Declan? Do you think there has been a turning point of sorts?
Today might dictate whether or not. I think today will bring a lot of confidence to Celtic if we can get this cup in the bag. I think for the new guys, Laxalt, Duffy's, Turnbulls, to get that first taste of silverware as a Celtic player could really lift their game and could bring that bit of positivity back to the dressing room. I know Neil Lennon's been saying for a long time it's positive in there and stuff, but players will start to, doubt will keep into their minds, doubt will keep into the manager's mind about what's going wrong. And if you can get a cup in the bag, it can just lift the whole mood around the place.
It certainly can. I mean, again, although we're not going to be there, Declan, and you've already shared your post-match celebrations with us should we win the game, how much of a lift will it give Celtic fans? I mean, we've had a tough season this season. We've been protesting, we've been unhappy, we've been calling for sack the board, we've been calling for Lenny out. How big a lift, and does it change anyone's opinions, do you think, Declan, in relation to the thoughts on the manager, the board, and the structure at Celtic Football Club?
I think in times of success, you see that element disappear to an extent. There's always going to be people that aren't happy with the way the club's ran. You've seen that through different banners through the years of 9 in a row. The Game Brigade weren't happy with the club, and so it's not went away. People that think that was a new thing, weren't paying attention. But I think it will certainly calm it down for a while until we go to our next result, which I hope we don't have a next bad result. Hopefully this is just the kick on that we need to get a bit of positivity around the club. Go the rest of this month, hopefully winning every game and get to Ibrox and possibly win the game, and we could maybe see a bit of a change in opinion of some people. But some people will still be unhappy, and I've got the right to express that opinion,
Absolutely. Now, you will know we'd have been covering the game anyway, because we cover every game from a Celtic State of Mind studio. That might change actually after Boxing Day, because we're going to be in lockdown, so you might see me in the shed, and I'll just take the equipment home with me. But we are on all weekend to support 4 charities, and the charities, first and foremost, we are supporting Food Facts and Friends, who basically supply food. It's a food bank, which in this day and age, as Bernie Slavin said in one of his well-wishing messages, it's a disgrace that the government that run this country is allowing a situation where food banks has become the norm. And it's actually, this year of all years, it just makes it even worse that the mental health, the trauma that people have felt this year mentally in relation to that fear of the unknown, losing loved ones, not being even able to grieve properly, but also losing jobs and being unable to feed themselves and their families. So some great work getting done by Food Facts Friends. We also have people who are suffering from mental health. There's a great group called Rock Talk, and we will be playing their video at different intervals throughout this next session, which is going to be about 4 hours long, taking us right up to beyond the final whistle. And Rock Talk Stoke are doing great work at James McGrory Park. People are meeting up on a Sunday, Lawrence, and talking about the way they're feeling. Sometimes not even talking about it, just being there amongst other people that understand and give them the time to eventually express themselves. The third charity is Children First. And I think that, this is one that's very close to my heart. Any kids that are in a situation and it's not of their own doing, there's no decision that they've made in their life that's put them in poverty. Children's First is so important, the work they're doing. And then finally, the homeless, help for the homeless. Again, I feel very strongly about the situation with the homeless because I think that that can be remedied. I think it's something that can be remedied if there was a big enough commitment by the government, which I don't think there is. So small charities like Help for the Homeless are doing some sterling work. And of those 4 charities, I'm delighted to announce that we've actually smashed through the 19 grand barrier. We started off today just over the 17 grand mark. When I'm giving the updates, I'm actually doing it twofold, so the auction items are included. You mentioned Ryan Christie earlier, Declan. Just to let everybody know, we do have a match prepared Ryan Christie Scotland jersey for the game against Serbia, which is part of that auction. The link is under the video. If you can give a couple of quid, great. If you can give more, even better. Unbelievable amount of money, Lawrence. 19 grand being raised by those who are tuning in, by Celtic fans, by sponsors, and really overwhelming response that we've had over the last couple of days.
Yeah, outstanding. It just shows the Celtic community coming together to support each other and to support the wider community as well. Obviously, the people that benefit aren't necessarily Celtic supporters. So I think anything anyone can give will greatly be appreciated by all 4 of the charities. I mean, the work that Stevie does up at McGrory Park, completely inspirational. It's Maggie Thatcher said there is no such thing as society. Thank God there's people like Stevie to prove her wrong.
Oh, absolutely, Lawrence. And it is great to see everybody pulling together. Declan, moving into the midfield then, we know that Sorrow, a lot of people wanted him to start, but I can understand. I think Neil Lennon's probably made a choice that wasn't too difficult for him because he looks at what Scott Brown brings to the team. What's he going to bring? What is an off-form Scott Brown going to bring to that Celtic side today against Hearts in the Scottish Cup final?
Well, experience for starters, and the Saints have been there, done it, and get the T-shirt multiple times. He is the born leader. He is, if you will, be Lenny's guy in the team. He's a guy you can give instructions to and carry out those instructions for him. I know Callum McGregor's filled in that role twice in the past 2 games, but we all know what Scott can do. He's a club legend. He has been there and done it, and he can hopefully drive the team on to win this quadruple treble that we're all craving.
No, absolutely. Joe Potter, thank you. I'm loving the new avatar as well. You're commenting on YouTube. For anyone who's watching on YouTube, please subscribe because we are producing more and more content on a daily basis, Lawrence. Every single day there's something to talk about when it comes to Celtic, isn't there?
I never get bored of talking for Celtic. There's always something, how many supporters we have and everyone's got a different opinion.
Well, it's all about opinions and voices, personalities, and I think that when you look at the last couple of weeks on a Celtic State of Mind, what we've done on a daily basis is introduced new bloods into the team. So we've had some brilliant contributions from Natasha Miko, for example, Amy Canavan, Laura Bradburn, who will be joining us later today, as well as Russell Boyce, JP Mason. So every single day you'll get 3 voices, including Ming, on the bulletin. We also have special guests. We've had Simon Donnelly popping in. And just the other day, Anthony Haggerty came in for another bulletin. And I love to hear from Tony Haggerty because obviously he's had the insight behind the media curtain, Lawrence, and he knows all the goings on at the Daily Record when it was in large circulation. Obviously, that's a dying art these days, but it does give you a lot of balance when you speak to someone like Tony.
Yeah, it's great to get, I suppose, the old media's taken something. Let's be honest, I think with the viewing figures that you're producing at Celtic State of Mind, it's certainly showing it. This is the way forward, fan media. This is what people want. If you bought the Daily Rangers in the old day, quickly flip to the back of it, you'd read a bit about Celtic, and that would be it. You need to take it with a pinch of salt, anything they published. At least we know the fan media stuff is produced genuinely with the best wishes of Celtic at heart.
What I found really interesting is talking off camera, actually, but it's not, it's not something that Tony didn't want to say. It just came up in conversation. David Murray used to talk about his fanzine, and he wasn't talking about the Rangers news. So it just shows you the influence that even Murray had over the fan media back then. He realised the importance of it. I mean, he was a savvy media guy, was David Murray. I know that he launched, remember the Sunday Scot, which was that football paper that didn't last too long, to be fair. But he knew the media, he knew how it worked. And back then he realised the power of, fan media, which back, it was photocopied fanzines back then. I mean, now we can set up some cameras and go live, which is incredible. And it's allowing us to raise this kind of cash. Now, Mark Tellier, who again is on this stream time and time again, and I thank you for your support. A quadruple treble, just saying it, hairs on the back of your neck. What a day to be alive. And I never ever take that for granted. We're also getting a message coming in from Irish Mick. Welcome to the show, Mick. Very true. I've been in foster care myself and homeless after leaving the care system. God bless Paul. God bless everybody who's come through such hard times. And hopefully in raising some of the cash, we can help people that have come through the system. Because when you're thinking at this time of the year as well, it's a worrying time for everybody. But imagine waking up on Christmas morning, Declan, with no Christmas presents for a kid under the tree, no Christmas dinner, no one to speak to. It's a dark place, and hopefully the great work of the Celtic support are going to be helping a great deal of people this Christmas.
Yeah, the ethos of Celtic obviously founded in the back of feeding people. So to 133 years on from that, to still be doing that is magnificent and shows the real values of the Celtic support. Just to give a wee shout out to my university, Celtic Supporters Club, we did a wee initiative with Social Bite, and we've raised over 260 quid for them to feed homeless people on Christmas Day. So to everybody in my CSC at Strathclyde University, a big well done.
Well done to you as well, Declan, because I think you are pivotal in the setting up of that supporters club, aren't you? Tell us a wee bit about it.
Again, Strathclyde, it's not far from Celtic Park. There's a Celtic support that obviously goes there, and we just thought it was something missing, possibly after the games to meet up and stuff. So myself and my mate Patrick got the idea, put it to the union, and just started it again. It had already been there, but nobody was taking it on, so we started it again. And John Clark has taken up the role as our patron, our ambassador. And
I'm just checking the time. That's 41 minutes. That's 2 name drops, Lawrence. Both Lisbon Lions.
Wouldn't expect anything less from him.
So Clarky,
yes,
brilliant, great work, mate. Superb. I mean, you don't get a better Celtic man than John Clark. Will we ever see that book? Will we ever see an autobiography coming from John Clark? Do you think?
I don't know. You'll need to keep chasing him up for it. I don't know.
Well, I'm out the game, so I'll not be writing it. I don't write anymore. I'm done with that.
I hope you're not passing the baton to me then to try him, because he's a hard man to task.
He is, but you imagine his stories, and I don't mean stories that are going to get anybody into trouble. He's just, he's been the eyes and the ears of that place for so long, Declan. You think back to the late great Neil Mockin, and it's almost as if the baton's been handed down to Clarkey himself.
I think that the two guys, if you look at what they've been involved in, from nearly from the 53 Coronation Cup final right through at the present day with John, is absolutely outstanding. The two of them together are basically the modern day Celtic in terms of success. And knowing John, a nicer man you could not meet, who is, to me, the most modest man in football. So many achievements, so many big figures have came through the club, and they all love John Clark. That goes from Henrik Larsson, Martin O'Neill to Scott. It's just a great rapport with Clarkey in there.
No, you're right. And even guys that don't have a great deal good to say, and John Barnes, for example, still pointed to John Clark, as being one of the guys that he was able to go into his wee room whenever he needed a cup of tea and a chat, which is brilliant. And Angie, of course, rest in peace, Angie, who helped John out for a number of years at Celtic Park. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to hand you over to Declan and Lawrence Connolly, and I'll be back to you in just a few moments. But Dec, just keep name dropping, mate. That'll see us through, and you and Lawrence can, keep the fires burning till I'm back. See you in a bit.
Okay. Lawrence, I think we're having a wee bit of technical difficulty. I can't hear you, mate.
Can you hear me now, mate?
I can hear you now. That's
Cool.
sorted.
Just when you're saying John Clark being modest, one of the kind of favourite stories is comes from some of the guys that played in the 80s. Celtic were over in the States and they're in a hotel lift in New York, and Pelly steps into the lift, and obviously everybody's a bit stunned in the Celtic players. You know, it's Pelly. But Pelly sees John Clark and just goes, "All right, Loggy," which kind of stunned the player. Absolute club legend, and you know what a player he was for the club. And you know, I think Paul's right. Well, it would be some book when you get him to write it, Declan.
Well, don't put that on me now. Do you think John Clark's influence at Lennoxtown for the new guys might be missing a bit this year? Because he was telling me he's still in furlough. Do you think he's a good figure to be there for new players to meet, and can I get a feel of the club from when they get there?
I think so. I don't know, John, unlike you, but I know Danny, and he talks about, you know, chatting with Frimpong, and you can see the influence that he's had, and Frimpong said a couple of quotes in the media about speaking with Danny, so I'd imagine that John Clark's going to do the same thing. When you look at players like Rudy Vata, he talks about everybody in the team when he came into it was a Celtic supporter, and that's missing from the club a wee bit just now, and he feels sorry for the current crop who miss out on that. So John Clark would definitely bring that to the players and give them understanding of the club and what's expected of them. So yeah, I think the players probably miss that.
I think it's just a good figure to be there for guys to kind of get a feel from, you know, because having two club legends there, and three, Danny and Neil, John and Danny, I think are good guys to have there, and Scott to add to a fourth, for just getting a real good feel about the football club, which seems to be something we've always did for years, that kind of boot room idea that Paul spoke about that Liverpool have.
Yeah, but you need to create a group and a esprit de corps, or whatever you want to call it, and it's got to be hard when the social distance and a lot of the big characters are on furlough. So we need to find a way to combat that. It looks like, you know, there's a vaccine on the horizon. We've got a couple of wins. Hopefully today's our third, and hopefully, you know, we can kick on from today.
Do you think we can kick on for today?
Listen, you touched on it. Is it 12 cup? Oh, sorry, 12 trophy in a row. It's going to give everybody confidence. It would be a sign that the top corner's been turned. So I think, yeah, definitely, it's a good platform to kick on from. The new guys, first taste of silverware, hopefully it makes them hungry for more.
You can only hope that, because I think if you get that good feel back into the dressing room again, you know, because there's a lot of those guys will have been feeling low in confidence, you know, just was they going for them. I think if you can get that first trophy under your belt, would make a real big difference to us, possibly.
Yeah, well, look at the League Cup under Janssen. You know, a lot of players talk about that, giving them confidence. So, yeah, let's hope so. You know, we've got championship opposition. We'll definitely get better players. Hopefully there's a bit of confidence in the team just now. On our day, we should win this easily. We win this one. We know there's going to be a review in January. It gives us kind of almost a mini league for the players to show that they're playing for Lenny, to build on, hopefully, which is going to be a world record today, quadruple treble, 12th trophy in a row. But saying that, I think a big thing's going to be being able to beat Craig Gordon. He's going to come in with a bit of point to prove, I'd imagine.
Do you think it's beneficial that we know Craig Gordon's game? Obviously, having played him, I've watched him for so long, and Neil having managed him for so long, is it good that we know his game? Maybe if Hearts were to play about with the ball at the back, that a high press would put them under pressure and we could get a mistake out, Gordon?
I think it cuts both ways. He knows our game as well. Yeah. We know he's bad at penalties, but what's the chance of ref giving us a penalty? So, yeah, it cuts both ways.
Penalties.
But yeah, Craig's going to be in an unusual position where no matter what the result is, he's going to get a winner's medal, which there can't be many people ever to play a cup final knowing that they'll get both a winners and a runners-up medal.
I never knew that he still got a medal because obviously he was part of our team early on in the tournament then. Eh?
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, high pressing Gordon, put a bit of pressure on him. It could work. For that, we're going to need Eddie to be in the mood. We know Ryan Turnbull, Cal Mack, they've got the energy to carry that out. Just let's hope Eddie turns up. The rest of the Hearts team, it's really kind of Boyd and Naismith that I'm most worried about. What about yourself? Do you see any danger men for Hearts?
I quite fancy Liam Boyce as a striker. I think he's decent. You know, his goals as a Ross County player and as a Jambo, he's been okay. So he's certainly, you know, he's clinical when he gets into the box. I mean, I know Stephen Naismith's did that throughout his whole career, even though he's getting on a wee bit now. So, you know, there's players in that Hearts team that can hurt you, but there's nothing in the Hearts team that I would say we shouldn't be able to cope with. Again, if you look at their defenders and Berra and Halkett, these are guys that if Odsonne Edouard isn't creating chances against, there's a serious problem there.
Yeah, I think Berra's legs have probably went. You know, he was great playing his day, but he is getting on a bit. He shouldn't be able to live with Eddie's speed, should he?
He shouldn't. And again, it's going to be why it's going to be important to get guys like Christie and Elanusi into the game, because you've got guys like Berra and Halkett, who, as you say, runners-wise, they've not really got it anymore, do they?
I wouldn't have thought so. And if Moy and Christie aren't doing it, at least we've got options on the bench that can give us widths, and Frimpong and Mikey Johnson. So, for the first time in a while, we've got options wide, which we may need if they decide to try and pack the defence.
Yep, we've also got Tom Roderick on there, and we know his magic in this stage.
He likes a hand in goal, doesn't he?
He certainly does. That goal against Aberdeen still lives long in the memory, I think, for all they is.
Yeah, definitely. You know, back when trebles were a rare thing.
Yep. I think it's phenomenal to look back in that day and think 3 and a bit years on, here we are again doing another treble. Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was BBC carried the story. Do trebles really matter or something? Maybe it just shows you what higher standard Celtic have been setting. You know, 12 trophies on the spin. I don't know what the previous world record was, but 12 trophies on the trin is just phenomenal. Yep. Although we've lost our cup record to Ross County in kind of disappointing circumstances, that was, 34, 35 cup games unbeaten?
35.
It's just crazy. It's almost a league season of cup games.
Winning every single game, that's the thing as well, Lawrence. You know, as we all know, our cup games are one-off, and we won 35 games. I think it's an achievement that after the Ross County game we all felt angry about, we all felt disappointed, but I think when you put it into context, if we go and win this cup here today, it's a run of form we're going to look back on and think, wow.
Well, that's the thing. Quadruple treble world record, and obviously the big focus is on the 10. And I think just with COVID and this cup final not being at the end of the season, it's probably taken away a bit of focus away from it. But I think when we look back, we'll truly reflect how historic a run this has been in terms of world football. Because 10 in a row has been done by a number of teams throughout the world, but 12 trophies on a spin, four trebles in a row. You know, statistically, I'm sure Alan Morrison at Celtic by numbers could tell us, but it's just mind-boggling stuff.
it's very hard to do, you know, and I think we're maybe all kind of realising that how hard this is to do when other teams fall at the wayside in the first cup competition of the season.
Yeah, you know, anything can happen in a cup game, isn't it? You've touched on it. Paul touched on getting beat with Morton. I think that was a penalty, wasn't it? Lenny's first stint at manager at Celtic Park.
Yeah.
Penalty for a foul outside the box, was it? But, you know, luck like that can beat you and knock you out the cup. Or even just a team that kind of such a game plan and get a bit of luck. For Celtic just to have been relentless in cup competitions is brilliant. Let's hope we can make this a happy day for us all.
Well, we can only hope it'll be a good bit of lift. Do you see Scott Brown playing 90 minutes today?
Depending on what the score's going to be, I could see him seeing it out. With that being said, I'd love to see Sorrell getting on. I think he's been brilliant for us the last few games. And maybe this game could be seen as a change of the regard. It could be now is when with Scott Brown from now on, we're not using him every 90 minutes in every game. Maybe a bit like Man U did with Scholes at the end. So I think Brownie probably, I wouldn't have had him starting, but it's hard to argue or not see the argument for him starting and deserving his chance. If you're touched on, he's a club legend, he's captain to the previous 11 trophies. So why not give him the start to make it 12 in the world record?
Well, that's it. He's the guy that's got us here. I know people would say that there's no room for loyalty, but I think when you understand what Scott Brown brings to our team, he's really, really important. Whether he'll last 90 minutes today, I don't know. He probably will, because you saw the cream puff that Neil goes in when he gets subbed on for Gary Caldwell in a cup final.
Well, yeah, but Lenny's last game gets subbed, didn't he? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They went a cream puff right down the tunnel.
Yep, it was... I think Lenny's touched on it. There's no room for sentimentality, and I think if you think Celtic would benefit by Brown coming off, he'll definitely make the sub. Let's hope he's making the sub just to give Brown, well, it's not going to be a standing ovation, is it? Because there's no one there, but just kind of coming off when we're 2 or 3 up, just taking the adulation of whoever is in the stadium and the Celtic fans around about the world. Yeah.
Just in case anyone was wondering, that was a way to get the pies in for Lawrence, because you are the pie man.
Yes, well, Celtic's official pie eater, or one of them. Yeah.
And it's cup final day, so we need to have some pies. What we're also going to have, believe it or not, before we say goodbye to Declan, so he can go and analyse this game for some of the media duties you might have tonight before celebrating, is we have set up a wee piper in the studio. So here we go with some brilliant piping, because it's tradition, is it not?
It is.
How good was that then?
Excellent, absolutely terrific.
Getting you in the mood, Declan?
It did, yep. It's a kind of old Scottish Cup final tradition, that old Piper before the game, so that was good
Exactly.
to see.
You might have noticed that Lawrence has left the room, but that's fine. He's just gone away to compose himself. Laura Bradburn, you are in the Celtic State of Mind Quadruple Treble Weekender. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been catching up on a lot of it, watched a lot of it yesterday. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. And just want to start the show by saying thank you to everybody who has made a contribution or who's yet to make a contribution, even if it's you can't spare the cash at this time of year or in these particularly difficult circumstances. All the sharing that's been going on online, all the chat that's been had about it is as much help as anything. Is about spreading the word, and just a special thanks as well to everybody behind the scenes at Axom that have helped put it together. I know there's a lot of work in, and being a relatively new addition to the team, I feel like it's only right of me to pass the credit on to the people that really deserve it, the people that have put the work in. It's been absolutely fantastic.
It's brilliant, and it's been really, really enjoyable, Laura, because I think if you start pulling a lot of people together, a lot of voices together, views, opinions, personalities, what you get is a much wider kind of idea of how the Celtic supporters are feeling coming into this historical weekend, and that's why we got Louis Peterana in. I think you'll agree. There's nothing quite like the pipes on Scottish Cup final day, and Louis' details are going to run along the bottom of that screen for a wee while. We will have him back in. I've got 2 tunes depending on the outcome of the game, and we are well prepared. So at full time, you will be hearing from Louis again, and I'm hoping it's one of my favourite songs of all time that he plays, because if he does play that, that means Celtic have had a victory. Laura, I've not had a time to ask you about the team selection. That was what was on everybody's lips all week. Mm-hmm. Who will he pick? Will Sorrow start? Will Scotty Brown start? What's your thoughts on the team?
Very encouraged by it, to be honest. I think there's a good enough mix there of keeping what's been working the last few weeks, and allowing for a little bit of loyalty towards some of the older guard. I think seeing Turnbull retain his place can only be a good thing, because I think it might allow for a bit more attacking, a bit more forward play, a bit more putting pressure on the Hearts defence, which I think is important. It doesn't look like too cautious a lineup, especially when you consider by the looks of the defensive lineup, it looks like Ayer's going to be at right back again. So, and he's definitely seemed like a very progressive, forward-thinking player in that position, ironically enough. But yeah, I couldn't complain about it really. I think it's probably about as good a. Personally, I would still have preferred to see Sorrow in, but I understand why Scott Brown's in, and I don't think with the players around him or anything like that, and his ability to win games as we've seen in the past, I don't think that'll be an issue.
You know, when we're looking at the team, and now that it's set in stone, that's a big thing. We can all have our opinions leading up to it. And yeah, the 2 games have given us a sense of belief that Celtic could turn things round this season and actually salvage the 2 things that personally I thought were key this season were, and by the way, I don't like going out in Europe. I don't like being humbled in Europe, and that's exactly what's happened this season. But what I said were the priorities this season was to complete the quadruple treble, which we can do today, and to win 10 in a row. And I don't think that either of those things are away from us. I don't think that we cannot salvage both of them. I'm going to come to you, Declan. Obviously, I'm a very optimistic Celtic fan, but do you believe that we could still salvage both the quadruple treble and 10 in a row this season?
100%. The league's not over until the fat lady sings us, so to speak. So there's still points on the table to be played for. We've got 3 games against the team that's at the top of the table, and maybe in the past week we've started to see cracks appear in the Death Star, as they were described as one in the mainstream media during the week. So it's not out of sights. I think we will strengthen again in January, and we'll just see how we get on. But I still think we can go and get this cup today, which could give us that big lift to then go for the magical 10.
The magical 10 indeed. Now, Lawrence, I was listening in when I was away to get you some refreshments in relation to the importance of the quadruple treble. Do you actually believe that it's bigger than 10 in a row?
Yeah. Is a world record better than a Scottish record? I think is what we're asking ourselves. The 10's been done by a number of teams in the world, but a quadruple treble. We've almost went a league season of cup games unbeaten. Anything can happen in cup games. It's just a phenomenal achievement. And I think it's only going to get better with age. I think because of COVID, we didn't really get to celebrate last season winning the league. And I think, obviously, this is last season's cup final. I think the fans not being there has taken the shine off it a bit. But when you look back at the record books, and it's 4 trebles in a row, 12 trophies on a spin, I don't even think anyone's going to do 3 trebles in a row again, never mind 4.
It's an incredible achievement, Lawrence. Now, I'm just going to break in for a moment. We have just put on the coverage on BBC, and we're faced with the absolute genius that was Scott Hutchison. Everybody knows he was a big Hearts fan, and obviously he lost his battle with mental health. And we are trying to support mental health. So there's a reminder there of just how bad the situation can be. Scott Hutchison of Frightened Rabbit, huge respect for him. God bless him, and obviously he's still in a lot of people's hearts and memories. So yes, a big Jambo and the Frightened Rabbit frontman, rest in peace. But it does bring it, the stark reality of mental health back to the forefront. Seeing that talented young man there on the screen. So yeah, we're raising funds for that. I haven't had the chance to do a wee update. I'll do that as soon as we get kicked off, because I'm pretty sure that once we do get kicked off, quite a few people will be concentrating on the game. But you know what? We're going to stay live because this is a 12-hour broadcast. So Declan, you're going to go away and enjoy the game. The rest of us are going to stay here in the virtual Axom studio. Once again, Laura, your own home studio looks absolutely tremendous, I've got to say. So we can work on the lighting in here, that's for sure. But Declan McConville, you have been involved in a Celtic State of Mind for a long, long time. Back in the day where we were recording in the Stirling toll booth and you're rubbing shoulders with guys like Billy Connolly, and that was just before you even came into the studio. So thanks for all your support and all your help, Declan, and I look forward to catching up with you in better times where you can come back through to the studio. Enjoy the game, pal.
Enjoy the game, folks. Cheers. Thank you.
So then there were 3, and what we have up on the screen now is the great Martin O'Neill. Martin O'Neill, who we believe has been spoken to by Celtic and has advised that he has no interest in getting involved in the management of Celtic Football Club. He was something of a mentor, Laura, to Neil Lennon. Do you see anything in Lennon that reminds you of the approach of the great Martin O'Neill?
Certainly, I think we spoke about it before. He has loyalty to players that serve him well, which Martin O'Neill always had, sometimes for the good and sometimes for the bad. Lennon himself, although, and to be honest, he never put a foot wrong as a player, I have to say, but he was certainly one of the kind of stalwarts under Martin O'Neill that has kind of been reflected in players like Scott Brown. And I think that can be something that's good, something that's bad as well. I think he also, maybe not to the great extent, but in certain positions, I mean, Martin O'Neill's team was a physical team really from back to front. There was big units of players in defence, midfield and attack. I think Neil Lennon's maybe incorporates that still in certain positions where it's warranted, maybe in the defensive positions, but I do think he's modernised his way of thinking compared to Martin O'Neill, in that he does have, maybe players not of great physical stature, but certainly a bit more technique and tactical prowess on the ball, and that's maybe just a bit more of a modern sensibility that wouldn't have been there maybe 15 years ago.
Now, Laura, before you came in to the studio, we were having a good chat about the lineup, obviously. And, Sorrell's on the bench, Scott Brown is back. We will see him leading Celtic out to an empty Hampden Park very, very soon. I'm not sure if they've got any pipers at Hampden, but we certainly had them in the State of Mind studios over the last couple of weeks, just in preparation. Talk us through the Celtic lineup, Laura, and your thoughts regarding all the selections there, because there's plenty to talk about.
Mm-hmm. I think to be honest, that it's just, to me, like I was saying to you before, it's an encouraging lineup, because it's just it just seems to, like I said, incorporate a little bit of the what we wanted from the previous games. We've got Turnbull in there who's had a great start. Now that he's had his chance, this could be an absolute confidence booster for him. Same for Connor Hazard. I mean, if you told me at the start of this season that Connor Hazard would be playing in goal for us in the Scottish Cup final, I think I would have laughed, to be honest. It just seemed like, and not particularly because I had any thoughts on him as a player, but it just seemed like he was still so far down the pecking order. As far as everything else is concerned, I mean, it's a team full of people who've won plenty of trophies with Celtic, who've done plenty. So I wouldn't have any concerns. My only concern is slightly, and I know that there are fans of him on this pod and elsewhere, but Greg Taylor is a bit of a, I don't know. I don't know if he's potentially a weak link in the armour, but maybe the sort of occasion will make him raise his game, and I hope it does, because he does show flashes of being a quality player, and I really hope today's a day that he can put that out there.
Well, Neil Lennon is decked out in his Sunday best, looking every inch a Celtic manager as he leads on the Celtic team. Behind him was the one and only Scott Brown. He's come into some criticism recently. I'm a massive fan of Scott Brown. I mean, the experience, like you say, 600 games in a Celtic jersey. He's in the top 12 in terms of appearances for Celtic. That doesn't come by itself. It's a wee bit like old age, eh? You know, it doesn't come by itself. But Scott Brown is bringing a huge amount to the table today. And maybe it was short-sighted on my part, certainly, to expect Sorrow to start a game of this magnitude after just two starts for Celtic. And there he is, Scott Brown, captain in the side alongside Callum McGregor. We've got Connor Hazard, making only his third start, I believe, for Celtic. And he starts the Scottish Cup final. He's his opposite number, Craig Gordon, of course, was something of a mentor whilst Craig Gordon was at Celtic Park. We've got Ayer at right back. Taylor at left back. When you look at that, Laura, do you think that is this so-called back to basics that we've been hearing a lot about? Let's get the defence sorted, and if it's a defender you need, then Taylor, coming from the Steve Clarke school of defending, perhaps is exactly what we need there.
Yeah, I think it's probably as much as anything. We talked about earlier on in the week and last week after the Lille game, Shane Duffy just needing a regular partner. Maybe that's all our defence in general needs, is we don't really seem to have a set three or set four who've played at the back consistently for a long time. Talking about the Martin O'Neill team again, you very rarely were without Mialbi, Baldi, Valharin at the back. That was the three that we had without question, unless there was an injury. But you could name that three, they would be on the team sheet no matter what. We don't have a defence like that in the current setup, and maybe that's all these players need. We can't expect them to turn out consistently good performances or performances of any consistency of any type if the selection isn't consistent, and I think that's maybe what we need. Certainly I don't have any overall concerns about any of those players individually, except maybe Taylor, as I said, but it can only help them to be consistently part of a back four or a defence in general, where they can build relationships and their communication can get better. Because as we all know, with defenders, it's as much about knowing what your partner's going to do as about what you're going to do as well.
Now, Laura, just while you were talking there, we've seen the Celtic huddle, of course, and the close-up to Scott Brown. And, I'm going back to my point I made earlier in relation to what does he bring to the table. Lawrence Connolly, after that war cry from Scott Brown, you would run through a brick wall for him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Class player. I mean, that's 60 minutes against Milan. Gazzetta dello Sport. What's he? Outstanding. He was everywhere. Maybe there's not the legs for a full 90 minutes at top level, but surely against Hearts, he's got too much class.
I would hope so. Now, the reason I've left up this message, this comment from Francie Dub LU, is just to let Francie know that, he may not realise this, but he's a massive part of the Axom team. He follows us on social media. He comments regularly on YouTube and Facebook. And, it's heartening to know that you've worked in the homeless sector for 30 years and you live with Clinical depression. It's a brave comment to make, Francie, and we hope you are well. And obviously, we're always here also. I'm no expert, but we know people who are. So thanks for sharing that with us. And we are still raising cash for 4 charities. And here's a wee update for you. We've now raised 19,642. In fact, I'll rephrase that. You have now raised £19,642 across our fundraising page and also the auction page as well. Incredible. I would love to see that burst through the £20,000 mark before the end of play today. But the game is underway. We're going to stay on live because it's an unbroken live broadcast that we're going to do. We have our pundit team of Laura Bradburn and Lawrence Connolly, one in the studio, one at home, in the home studio. Hearts have kicked off and they seem to be camping out in Celtic's half at the moment. No surprises really with the shape. I think when you've seen the team lines being announced, we knew exactly how Celtic would line up. And Hearts have got a corner deep into the Celtic half. And you would hope at this stage, where we're talking about the 3 big men at back for Celtic, we'd be able to deal with that kind of threat. But Hearts did get a shot in, and Connor Hazard has his first touch of the ball. Great for the youngster to get, I call him a youngster, 22 is no young. Great for the new man to get a touch of the ball so early. Does he remind you, Laura, of Craig Gordon in any way? He just got that same kind of stature, isn't he?
Yeah, I think stature's a big thing. Oh, that's a good save. Sorry, this is going to be me throughout this match. I think he's got that stature. I think my impression of him is that he's maybe a bit louder than Craig Gordon was. I think Craig Gordon definitely operated with a level of communication with his defenders that wasn't necessarily at all about shouting loudly on the pitch. I think Hazard does a little bit more of that, but I certainly see plenty in him to suggest that he's going to be, maybe one for the future. I find him to be. I've always found that we as a team, I could list off a number of goalkeepers we've had over the years who just don't appear to be a safe pair of hands. And it's always of note to me when we get somebody between the sticks that looks reliable. And I think Hazard definitely falls into that category.
Now, there is, I'm guessing, Laura, are we a couple of seconds ahead of you then? I'm going to ruin all the surprises.
Well, I don't mind if you ruin the surprises. I've actually got it on. I had a bit of a panic this morning because I thought I'm all set up, ready to go for the stream, and then was like, I don't know how I'm going to watch this because I've not actually got the BBC coverage available in the room. So I'm actually watching it. I've got a Premier Sports subscription and they're covering it as well. So I've got it on here. So it might be a little bit behind.
A wee bit behind. Hopefully it doesn't buffer like it did against Aberdeen. I was just going to ask you watched it on Celtic TV because you seem to be about 8 seconds behind. But that was a cheap dig. 3 minutes in, Scott Brown lays a marker, Lawrence, on Naismith. Deliberate, wasn't it? Brilliant. Love to see that.
Listen, we know Naismith is going to... He's good at winning free kicks, isn't he? Was it a marker? I don't think there was too much in it, but Naismith's always gone down, took a bit of pressure off of Hearts. We know we've got to watch out for that, be aware of it.
The big thing is, obviously, there are certain players, Lawrence, in football, and hate's a strong word, but I'm saying it with tongue firmly in cheek, but you love to hate. And I remember quite a few of them actually signing for Celtic. I was never a big fan. I've said this to him actually. I was never a big fan of Darren Jackson, for example, a player that you loved to hate. And then he signs for Celtic, and he's part of a team that makes glorious history. Naismith, why do we love to hate him? I'm going to say this. It's nothing to do with him being an ex-Rangers player, for me. It's just, you look at that situation with Johnny Hayes, for example. It's right down to that for me. It's nothing to do with him playing for Rangers. He's obviously been a Rangers fan. There's a picture of him in the crowd against Kilmarnock, and he's a young fan as a Rangers supporter. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. But when someone does what he did and laughing over Johnny Hayes, I take a wee bit of pleasure every time I see him getting kicked.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to the friendliest individual on the park. Doing it Hayes is a bang out order to do that any professional, but he seems to go down really easily. When you watch him, he seems to try really hard against Celtic than against other teams. He's got a good football brain in him, though. He is somebody that we're going to have to watch. He's just getting a flick on there.
The thing is, already I think what I've seen is that McGregor certainly looks energetic. He's at the heart of this move. And Celtic are absolutely lethal when it comes to a position like this. And obviously, a lot of the domestic teams have got used to Celtic style of play and they just park as many bodies behind Celtic's front line as they possibly can. But you know, the problem I've had this season is if this breaks down, if this move breaks down, it's the transition to defence that we've struggled with, isn't it? I mean, I do think we're a good force going forward. We still lack that bit of width. I've seen loads of people talking about Paddy Roberts over the last few days. I don't think that's going to happen. But what I did get is a sense of how the Middlesbrough fans see him, and they don't rate him at all. They think he's only performed for Celtic because they regard the Scottish League as a Mickey Mouse league, and you know that doesn't really offend me at all when they say that. But Paddy Roberts and Celtic seems like a good fit. But I think the ship sailed with that. We do lack a bit of width, but as I say that, Greg Taylor picks the ball up on the left, and you know the problem with Taylor is he has been moulded, Lawrence, into one of Steve Clarke's ultra defensive minded players. I think he does that side of it well, but he now finds himself time and time again in the final third of the park, so he needs a delivery, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a good assist record. I think part of the problem is he was replacing, or he's so close to Kieran Tierney leaving. We got him for, what, $1 million or $2 million? We sold Kieran for 25. There's going to be a difference in ability, isn't there?
Well, there is, and the fact, not just ability, just that relationship that Kieran Tierney had with the Celtic support. I mean, how do you replace a Tierney? How can you be the player that wears the number 7 for Celtic? How do you replace Kenny Dalglish? You're up against it as a Celtic player coming in after a fan's favourite like Tierney. So I'll tell you one thing, fair play to Taylor for getting back in, because there's plenty of players in there and we're critical of them, the ones that throw the toys out the pram, the ones who agitate for a move, those who might actually increase that kind of attitude in the dressing room. Greg Taylor's not done that. He's got the ball there now and playing the ball in to the Hearts box. Taylor's not done that. He's basically quietly gone about his business. He's got himself back in the team. Laxalt's been benched. That's a Uruguayan international who has played for AC Milan. Greg Taylor's getting a game ahead of him. So, you know, he'll be brimming with confidence, Lawrence. But I've got to say once again, the two fullbacks are two guys that you shouted for earlier this season.
Yeah. One big thing Taylor gives to us is energy. And I think we missed that in the team in the early part of the season. I think Sorrell and Turnbull coming in and added to that. Perhaps we let Johnny Hayes go maybe a wee bit too early because he gives a good bit of energy. What makes a team? You need people that are going to give that 100% all the time, that other people can feed off their energy. Taylor's solid at the back, but if you look at his assist record, it would suggest he's not bad going forward.
No, you're right. I mean, he started the season off against Hamilton with a couple of assists, and the statos out there will be able to tell me in terms of the assist table where he is. I think he was second last time I checked. So brilliant. And we're getting a wee message coming in from Louis. Thanks for all the comments. It was great to give the pipes a blast for you all. Louis, let me tell you, we will be playing another song at final whistle. And that will all depend on the outcome of this game, which so far has been fairly evenly matched. Now, if anybody, just while we're on the subject of Louis, if anyone wants to get in touch with him, there's his details down the bottom of the page. So he's a bagpiper for all occasions. There's his email address, there's his mobile number. And I'm sure he won't mind us sharing that. It's because he's added a wee touch of class to today's match coverage. Laura, were you a wee bit surprised when we started playing the pipes there?
That was a pleasant surprise. I mean, it's one of these things I never fail to enjoy listening to a piper, whether it's at a wedding or another event, but especially Scottish Cup final. So the idea that we were going to miss out on that was disappointing, and thankfully we didn't.
Absolutely. I thought it was brilliant. It's one of the ones, it's a call to arms. It's a war cry, isn't it, when you hear the sound of the bagpipes? And then you watch Scott Brown and he's barking his orders and he's pointing to the badge on his chest, and the emotions are there. It's horrible not being at the game, of course it is, but we're doing as best as we can to recreate some of that. So Lawrence has been on the pies and we've had the bagpiper in. The only thing that's not being consumed at the minute is alcohol, Lawrence. Not that I would drink at the game anyway. But you know, it's been one of the cagey starts from Celtic and Hearts, hasn't it? Laura, how do you think we're going to break down this rearguard?
Well, I think, you know, the first few minutes, like you said, Hearts looked as if they were taking up, sort of camping down in our half. And to be honest, if I was an opposition manager playing against us, I would be saying the exact same thing. We definitely struggle, I think, if we don't score first. We're there to get rattled in the first 20 minutes if the last few weeks are anything to go by. So they've certainly been told that, and I think that's their attitude. As far as breaking down their back line is concerned, they're obviously a big physical back line. I haven't seen enough of them to know what their mobility's like, but I can only imagine that the only way we're going to get around them is pass and move. I don't believe that, you know, Edouard on his own, he's not the greatest header of the ball at the best of times. I don't think getting out wide and swinging crosses in is necessarily going to work. I think it's going to need to be more central than that.
No, you're right. That's a big part of the game. I mean, we do talk about Edouard in the same kind of vein as Dembele. There's a lot of similarities, the nationality being one of them, obviously, the fact that it plays centre forward. But one part of Dembele's game that I do believe was far superior to Edouard was his aerial prowess. And not just in the opposition's half either. I mean, he was brilliant. Defensively, how many times did he win corners coming in and defend them? Excellent. But you're right, that's one part of Edouard's game that we've seen a wee bit of it. I mean, against Kilmarnock, he probably should have had a penalty kick, having quite easily beat two Kilmarnock defenders to the ball in the air, but it is certainly not the best part of his game. Francie says on YouTube, if I hear Paddy Roberts' name again once more, yeah, but it does make me think, you know, at some stage, the introduction of Frimpong, Johnson, or both would certainly give us a bit of width, even though Frimpong's final ball has been questionable at best.
I can see Francie's point, though. The Patrick Roberts thing for me is a little bit, I think we suffer from it a lot as Celtic supporters. We sometimes look back with rose-tinted glasses on certain players, and you know, if they've got even a wee hint of the magic of a Jinky or something like that, not that Patrick Roberts was anywhere near it from what I know of Jinky, but if they've got a wee hint of magic or entertainment or anything like that, then we latch onto it. Actually, Paddy Roberts for me had flashes in the pan, but wasn't, you know, save a few memorable moments, for the majority, for me, didn't really deliver on a regular basis. And so although I can understand the style of player that he is and that being something that we would desire to help us create chances and things, I don't think he as an individual would be somebody that I would be particularly bothered about getting back. I actually feel, you know, we talked about Mikey Johnson a lot earlier in the week. I feel like in the time that he's been on the pitch for Celtic, which hasn't been a huge amount, but certainly the time that he's been on the pitch, I think he more regularly contributes.
Right, sorry, Laura, we're giving the game away.
No, that's all right. I was too busy chatting anyway.
At least you know that you're not going to bow down to a goal by Stephen Naismith, but that actually followed an excellent bit of play. I've got to say, an excellent bit of play by Ryan Christie up the other end, whereby he's whipped in a very dangerous ball, and we didn't have anybody clinical enough to be in the 6-yard box, but we did win a corner. Hearts then went on the breakaway, and again it's going on about that transition from attack, because after the corner we lose the ball, Hearts go on the breakaway, and that's the best chance of the game. Hazard almost made a bit of a mess of it, unfortunately, but thankfully it's still nothing each. But that is a big concern, Lawrence, for me. We do have the attacking prowess, but the breakaway kills us time and time again. Now Ayer's on a gallop down that same right wing, and he's been scathed. He's been absolutely scathed. So yes, that's still a concern for me, Lawrence. We can't deal with the counter.
There's the Bell Hills loyal not giving a card.
That was a card all day long.
Yeah.
All
no
day
attempt
long.
to play the ball. I was surprised that
it was a great run.
Crown and Bellshill doesn't give a card.
It was a great run by Ayer. I mean, it was positive, it was attacking, it was offensive. But yeah, absolutely scathed. And you kind of thought when you looked at it, it's certainly not a red. It's a booking every day of the week. And the Hearts boys taking one for the team. But it wasn't in the script as far as beating was concerned. Poor poor delivery once again. Got to ask myself why Ryan Christie took that, actually. That is Christie, isn't it? Is it Turnbull? Yeah, just doing a bit of keep you up.
Better one.
Oh, excellent chance. Turnbull turning on the style, and Big Duffy, who all of a sudden, him and Julien are our partnership. Laura, when we think about centre-half partnerships, who's the one you think about in the modern day? I always go back to Van Dijk and Denier. I did like Van Dijk and Denier. I don't think we've had a solid partnership since then. I then thought Julien and Ayer was what we were looking for. Where are we with our centre-halves?
I mean, Ayer, for me, I think his concentration appears to be an issue. He occasionally will just look as if he doesn't really know, or he's not. He sometimes gets caught ball watching or whatever, and not really watching what's going on around him. So I wonder sometimes if that's a little bit more why he's a bit more effective at right back. He doesn't have to, although he will have defensive responsibilities, he doesn't have as many of those. I would like to think that Ayer and Duffy will provide some sort of stable partnership. I think Duffy has had a hard time settling in. I've been as critical of him as anybody, but I think we have to appreciate and understand that, you know, in the current circumstances, he's away from his family. He's in a new city where I would imagine chances for team bonding and things are at a minimum at the moment. So there's all that to factor in. You know, we're supporting a mental health charity today, and we have to consider that as part of the players' settling process, and they're part of their ability to deliver on the pitch. Whether that's an issue for him, I don't mean certainly to speculate on that, but you know, we've got to treat these players as human beings, and I think that he shows enough physically to suggest that he is a good footballer. We just need to give him a bit more time to settle, and I think him and Julien could prove to be a good partnership.
I hope so, I really do. I mean, he seemed to have the attributes of a centre-half, and we heard all the talk of a no-nonsense centre-half. Again, cliched as football always seems to be. We spoke to Brighton author and a lifelong fan, Spencer Vignes, all about Shane Duffy, and he says you get what it says on the tin with Big Duffy. Unfortunately, we weren't getting that. But as you say, though, there's so much other aspects. What's happening with, and there's Naismith getting involved. He's just a pest, isn't he? So him and Brown are at it, I think. Obviously, Brown's had a wee kick. There's Naismith getting him back. And then
stands in Brown,
he stamps on his knee. And he continues to stamp on his knee. So yeah, 100%. That's a booking.
Yeah, Mark on his thigh as well.
Yep. And no card given. So that is, it shouldn't really be surprising. There's a good effort. Yes! What a goal! Ryan Christie, 1-0 to Celtic. And that is what he did against Aberdeen in the semi-final. Superb finish from Ryan Christie. Sorry if I gave anybody a fright whilst they were enjoying the game there. That was outstanding. That's what Christie gives you. For all the rose-ed chances, Lawrence, Ryan Christie has recreated the goal that he scored against Aberdeen. Outstanding. Brilliant.
I think that's a better goal.
Oh, I would agree, actually. Brilliant.
Do you know, I heard somebody earlier on in maybe it was yesterday or earlier on in the week in the pod, forgive me if I forget who it was, but there was somebody criticising Christie for taking too many shots at goal and that kind of thing. And I actually feel like that is one of his strengths. There was a period at the beginning of last season when he came into the team on a regular basis, and he seemed to be scoring every time he took a shot at goal. He just seems to have a knack for beating the goalkeeper from around the edge of the 18-yard box. And to me, I don't think enough of our players take chances like that. That's an absolutely brilliant finish. And
outstanding.
Yeah.
Look how close
Laura, that's a great point. It's a fantastic point you make there, because he won't mind me saying it, because Colin and I fence about this all the time. Colin's not Christie's biggest fan, and I have championed Ryan Christie, even though he's had a season that people say shouldn't be picked as a first choice, etc. And my argument always is exactly what you've just said there, Laura. Yeah, you've got to take all these, worldies and people going about box office passes or box office shots. He does try that, and people think that you're selfish, but every so often what you get is what we've just experienced, and we've seen it in the semi-final as well. And for that fact, he's worth his weight in gold. The fact that Turnbull's coming because we couldn't rely on Griffiths playing regularly, and Turnbull's taking taking the onus off him when it comes to corner kicks and free kicks, I think is pivotal. So you're looking at all the secondary benefits of these guys coming in, and one of the benefits of Turnbull coming in, as well as his own performance, is the fact that Christie doesn't have to worry about the set place.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about Hearts having such a big physical back line, and how are we going to get around that? You don't have to get around it if you've got somebody who's dangerous from the edge of the box. If you push up far enough, if you push the defence deeper enough and they don't close you down at the edge of the box, and you've got somebody who can finish from that far out, then they can pull moments of magic out the hat like that, you don't need to worry about walking the ball into the net or anything like it.
No, and that's actually been a feature of Celtic's play, the fact that we couldn't create, Laura. So every now and again you're looking for someone just to pull a rabbit out of the hat. That's exactly what Christie's done, because Hearts have set up here to be physical. You've seen that just in the prelude to that goal, where Naismith has stamped on Scott Brown right in front of Scott Brown's still on the ground, saying to the referee, can you see what's going on here? He's still got his studs on his knee, gets away with that. And the only response that you can have to that type of hammer-throwing tactic by Hearts is this goal that we're going to see again. Lawrence reckons it's better than the Aberdeen one. I can't really argue.
See the way he takes it back,
unbelievable.
Just to make that extra bit of room.
I know, unbelievable. The first touch,
yep.
Lawrence, and I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to plug the fact that we've got a Ryan Christie match-prepared Scotland jersey as part of the auction. The link is underneath this video. That will contribute to what we hope will be 20 grand by the end of this game. By the way, did that look like a player who doesn't want to play with Celtic after that goal there? Unbridled joy.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he takes it back, it's like what Laura's talking about. He's made the room for himself just in case the vendors are coming in.
Yeah.
He's made an extra yard and a half. Craig Gordon's some keeper. He gets close to it, but what a finish by him.
Craig Gordon that's the type of keeper he is. Lawrence is pulling saves like he did against Hibs in the semi-final. You looked at that performance and you think to yourself, I'm just getting a text message, pick that out, that will get Christie's move. I'm not going to say who it came from. But it is quite close to January. I'll take that from Christie all day long.
But the thing as well is, we've all been very critical of Christie, and rightly so, I think, for the way he's played the last few weeks. He's been one of the reasons that we haven't delivered for the majority of the season. But we as Celtic supporters have taken a lot of flack for being entitled and this and that. All we want is players to give us moments of magic like that, and they're right back in the good books, and that's all we want. We want a winning football team that provides us memorable moments, and he's done that there.
Oh, I know. And the thing as well, Laura, when you look at the goal he scored against Aberdeen, almost a carbon copy, and you look at what Christie has brought to the table, he won us the League Cup against former club Aberdeen, and people are critical, but look at what he has brought. Look what he has brought during this run, and he's a guy that he's been written off as a Celtic player. No one would have really batted an eyelid had his move to Aberdeen become permanent at that time. And it was on this park against this team that his Celtic career was revitalised. Remember, in the semi-final, it wasn't at this park, it was at Murrayfield, but it was in the Scottish Cup. So when you're looking at Ryan Christie and the most improved player at Celtic Park, he's got to be up there. Does he want to play somewhere else? Probably. But I've got to say, I don't think from what I'm hearing that he's made any issue behind the scenes in terms of agitating for a move. That's been happening, and it's been mentioned and commented on by Neil Lennon, so it is happening. But Christie wasn't one of the players that's been quoted from a very good source. He's not causing any issues behind the scenes.
No, and I wouldn't expect him to. He's always come across to me as a consummate professional and seems to be a hard worker, so I would have been surprised if he had been throwing his toys out the pram or anything like it. But just to go on to a wider point, I was only on here for my debut 2 weeks ago, or just over a week ago, I should say, just after the Lille game, and we were riding high, but we were still saying there's issues with the team, and I think there is, and there's issues with the club, but we have to just take the good moments when they come, and we have to enjoy them, and we have to try and build on them. And I think, if we could see this out today, it could be a turning point for the rest of our season. I really believe that.
No, you're spot on. I'm going to come over to Lawrence because I know Lawrence loves the officials within Scottish football. I've counted 3 challenges. Halliday's latest one on Calmac, probably not a booking, but when is the referee going to make a decision in this game and actually book a Hearts player? Because this is what Hearts are built on, isn't it? Just niggling at the ankles of Celtic, and somebody's going to get injured unless he puts his own authority on this game. Great skill by Edouard. And he creates a chance. That would have been some goal. Still on, unfortunately. Dropped at the feet of Scott Brown. So, yeah, going back to that point, Lawrence, the official has been pretty poor, isn't he? Very weak.
So what's going to take for him to get a card out? A second Celtic goal would maybe make him more inclined to bet a Hearts player, or 10 minutes to go, he might be inclined to book one. He's not going to do it well, so finely balanced, I thought. I mean, if you can get away with a stamp and the previous one, no attempt to play the ball, just taking the player out of the game.
There's 2 bookings out of the 3 that I've mentioned there. I don't think Halliday's was a booking as such, but it's given Hearts the belief that they can get away with that type of play. And to be honest with you, I remember before the 2019 Scottish Cup final saying that Hearts will play that way. They'll try and batter us for 60 minutes. And they were allowed to do so, and it was only when the finesse of the great Frenchman Edouard came into play that we were able to rescue that game, having gone a goal down after an hour. But I look at like Johnny Hayes getting his leg done by Hearts in a previous fixture, and that's what they're all about. And I don't want, going back to the point Lorna made here, this could well be deemed a turning point. The last couple of games have been very apprehensive about saying, this is a turning point. We've said, there's been some improvements. This could be a turning point. This is a national trophy. We're opening our Hearts up again. I think they were.
This game so far is even with the Lille game that we won, even with the Kilmarnock game that we won. I was on the pod on Friday with Jim, who said he actually didn't rate the performance against Kilmarnock. This is the best we've played in all the games that we've won recently, and hopefully we can just keep this up. What I hope we don't do is drop the intensity, because I've seen us do that before. I've seen us go a couple of goals up, and to my mind, we should be looking to press home any advantage that we've got. I hope what doesn't happen is that we maybe get another goal before half time and then rest in our laurels. I want us to keep pushing with this intensity as much as we can.
Handball.
That's a handball.
That's a penalty every day of the week, and he's given it.
Right, he's getting his card out then.
Laura, sorry. I've dived right in front of you. And I've also ruined the surprise as well once again. But you're absolutely spot on.
This is better for my health this week. I think.
We can pre-warn you. It's a handball, and you ask yourself what's different between that and the Kilmarnock decision, Lawrence. That's Big Berra, the hands in an unnatural position, and the ball has hit him from behind. But it's all about the position of the hands. Edouard, that man who won us a cup in 2009, steps up. He's very cool. I remember him saying when he was one-on-one that he had no doubts, can he beat Craig Gordon? And he does. And that is what I would call a wee touch of panache. That man right there, he's got bags and bags of ability.
I would say Edouard's the most reliable penalty taker I've seen in a Celtic shirt in a long time.
He is so cool.
Even Henrik Larsson, who could score from all sorts of angles, you never were 100% sure with him from the penalty spot. Whereas Edouard, I would bet on him more often than I wouldn't from the penalty spot.
Let's be honest, Craig Bother and goals. We knew he wasn't saving it.
Would you? I wouldn't even try that technique. What do you call it, a Panenka? I wouldn't try that in the back garden with my wee boy. This is a Scottish Cup final. Look at him. Yeah, it's just a bounce game. I love that. Look, he's laughing now. We all love Edouard. We always did, but come on. 2-0 up, Laura, like you suggested might be the case. We're half an hour in. Let's put them at the sword. I don't want to take the foot off the pedal here. This is all about continuing on that momentum that we've seen against Leland Kilmarnock, getting this result, doing it convincingly, getting the performance. And that success that bleeds right through that team. Superb. I'm delighted so far with the performance.
I'm
half an hour in.
To see that smile on Edouard's face, like you say. The players have not looked like they've been enjoying their football for weeks now, and that's really, really refreshing to see. I hope like we've said, press home the advantage, get another goal before half time, hopefully, and really drill home how good we are and how good we can be.
Absolutely. Now, Tony Cassidy, you're watching our footage on YouTube whilst you're watching the game on the BBC. You've turned off the commentary. We're going to take that as a huge compliment. My co-presenters today are Lawrence Connolly, who you'll remember from many previous episodes, and one of our new recruits, Laura Bradburn. And by the way, Laura, we've been meaning to do this for a long time. It's just taken a wee while to put it into action, but you've been a welcome addition over the last couple of weeks, and long may that continue. But yeah, very impressed. Lawrence, not an opportunity to give any cards by the referee, but I've not been impressed, although that was definitely the right decision there in terms of the penalty kick.
Yeah, but without doubt, it's a stonewall, isn't it, in today's rules? It's 2-0 now, as Laura says. It's a platform to go and build the confidence, look to add a third, maybe a fourth. We're half an hour in here. Hearts have really got to start committing with 2 goals behind. Hopefully that leaves spaces for us.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's us winning a ball at the back that seemed to be impossible a few weeks ago. We're winning the ball at the back by Julien. It's a simple defensive header, but that seemed to be beyond us before. And that's all about getting that momentum, getting the confidence. There's Edouard, deep inside his own half, fighting for the ball. He wins it. He wins a free kick. But this is it. That momentum, I mean, a losing run, it gets right in about the team. It gets under the layers. It really does. It gets into their psyche. It's like what Laura was saying, Lawrence. The players didn't look as though they were enjoying themselves. That grin, that beaming grin of Edouard after the goal, the celebration of Christie, that's what we want to see. I mean, that is the kind of joy that we have here in the studio watching the game, and to see the players who apparently 10 in a row doesn't mean anything to them, or winning trophies doesn't mean anything to them. This today is part, I hope, of a recovery job in terms. There's another. I'd like to see that challenge a bit closer as well. There's a first card, and it's Halliday.
Told you we'd take another Celtic goal.
Well,
if we brings a card out.
He's probably only. There's Bruni.
That's who I like from Scotland.
There's Bruni doing his usual. And by the way,
I think they've made a mistake if part of their plan has been go out and wind up Scott Brown, because I was at the Barcelona game where he got sent off after an exchange with Neymar. I think he still, even to that time, he was an experienced player, but was still liable to lose his head. He's long since lost that, and I think if they still think they can get in his head, they're just going to make him enjoy it even more. They're going to make, especially if they're already behind, he's going to just enjoy himself and probably play better for it.
You're spot on there, Laura, because I think the rough edges that Brown had back then in the game that you mentioned against Barcelona, they've been refined for a long time. I mean, you see some of the situations he's been involved in recent times, and he's not going to get dragged into a wee sideshow like that, is he?
Well, I think back to when I realised that it probably was something that had left his game was where the Bruni was born, where he stood in front of, I think it was Diouf for Rangers, when he scored that goal. And I thought, he's realised finally that the best way to get back at people trying to wind you up is just to beat them soundly. And that is what he'll enjoy doing today if we can manage to do that.
I'm just wondering why we haven't had another bid on the Ryan Christie jersey that's part of the charity auction. Let's have a wee look at that just while I'm talking, and keeping an eye on the coverage as well. Ryan Christie, it's a match prepared Scotland versus Serbia Euro strip, part of the charity auction. It's an absolute cracker, I've got to say. It's a cracking jersey. It's currently sitting at 175 quid, so we do have the link underneath the video if you want to go in and make a wee bid. I think most of the items have got bids on them now. One of the ones that looks as though it doesn't is the trainers, the van trainers that were given to us by Tony Curran, the talented Scottish actor who I think is now stateside. There's a galloping run by Ayer again. He doesn't look out of place up that right wing. He's waiting for reinforcements. He gets them, and again, brilliant ball. And that should have been a third goal, actually. Edouard, maybe a wee bit too cool in the 6-yard box, but another excellent pass by Christie, reminiscent of his original ball into the box, Lawrence.
Yeah. As you said, big Chris built it up the right. Decent ball in. Cracking save by Craig Gordon. We know he's a good shot stopper. You know, another keeper. And there it's 3-0.
Well, there you go. And, you go into 3-0, it's going to turn into a rout. I still think we have that in the locker today. You hear the expression that a player is at it. I think we've got 11 players at it today. We really do. And Hearts...
To jump in on that as well, that chance that just happened, that was exactly what Lawrence was talking about earlier. Hearts are going to have to push forward if they're going to have any chance of getting back into this game. We seized on that opportunity to push up the park and exploit the open spaces, and hopefully, there was a bit of luck involved in the save from Gordon there, but it was a good stop. But hopefully another chance similar to that can provide us with a goal.
Oh, definitely. It would be absolutely deserved if Celtic went in at 3-0 at half time. We have given plenty of stick out this season. We really have, Lawrence. We've tried to be as balanced as possible, of course. But we've given Neil Lennon plenty of stick. He's got his selection spot on today. We've given Bruni stick. He's played the captain's part so far. Edouard's been getting it tight on a Celtic state of mind. Here he is back defending a corner, a free kick rather. Naismith's rattled. You can see that from his reaction, Lawrence. He is definitely rattled. Celtic are 2-0 up. We're in control. We're winning headers at the back, something we failed to do all season.
Brilliant Hazard.
I've always wanted to use the word. A bit of a stramash there at the back, and Hazard managed to keep it out. So yes, he's been called upon a couple of times, isn't he, Hazard?
Yeah, he's commanding. It comes to it, doesn't it? It makes it his. He doesn't wait for the Hearts player to get a shot on it and try and react. It comes out to it.
He just makes his body big, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And even if Naismith gets a touch on that, he's trying to make his body as big as possible. But Hearts getting a wee bit of pressure. You would expect that. They're chasing the game now. This is where Celtic can capitalise on it. I think we're far better in our own counter-attack than defending counter-attack, certainly. But there we are. We've played our way out of trouble now, and Julian will be looking for a pass. Certainly won't be looking to go sideways. He loves that. And what happens is he goes sideways. He loves a pass forwards, but it goes back to Duffy, and Laura's laughing at my commentating, which is fair enough because we're 2-0 up. But it's a lot easier to get stick when you're winning. But yeah, Craig Gordon wasn't happy after that penalty as well. I don't know if you noticed that, Lawrence. He right up at the referee.
I think it's at the first Panenka in a Scottish Cup final.
Oh, is it? Are you checking?
I think so.
Are you checking Google?
I'm not checking Google, but who else is going to have had the courage in Scottish football to do a Panenka?
It's one of the ones. You really are putting yourself on the line if you try something like that in any game.
Remember Lineker done it, where he could have broke the England scoring record and the keeper saved it?
Did he not kind of stub his toe or something?
Because he realised the keeper wasn't going down.
See what Gordon just done there. Sorry to interrupt. See what Gordon just done there. That's exactly what Hazard done at the other end.
Yep.
Just spread his body as big as possible. One of the best purveyors of that was Schmeichel. Remember, he used to just come out and make it. Boric was brilliant at it. You're not quite sure where the ball's going. Just make that an obstacle. You know, he was great at it.
I'll tell you a wee horror story about Panenkas, actually. When I was at school, I had a PE class where they put the boys and girls together for a football match, and for some reason the PE teacher in his wisdom said if the girls score it counts for 2 goals. Now this is 25 years ago, so we'll not go into that, but a couple of my brother's friends were playing in the team with me, and they said, well, if that's the rule, we're going to exploit it. We'll get Laura to take the penalty because she plays football regularly. And I decided to Panenka straight into the goalkeeper's arms, and I have never wanted the ground to swallow me up more than that. So yes, I understand the risk involved.
I would never dream of it, no matter what level that we're talking about, to do something like that. I mean, people say arrogance. Do you need arrogance at this level? Sometimes I think you do. Sometimes arrogance can be a quality, and to be able to just take the corner, take the penalty in the first place, it takes a great deal of mental strength. So tremendous finish by French Eddie, who certainly seems to be up for this, and I wouldn't bet against them. Now, Fansbet, you'll notice Fansbet logo in the top right hand corner. They have been long time supporters of the Celtic state of mind. I think our first deal with them goes back about 2.5 years ago. They're supporting the weekend. And they gave us very, very last minute, otherwise I'd have thrown this out because I know nothing about bets and odds and all that, but they gave us 4 £50 bets, which if we win go straight to the charity as well, and I'm going to have to check to see what the bets were, but they were obviously all Celtic wins. I think someone had an Edouard hat-trick. Anyone on the WhatsApp group can correct me, because we asked for some advice from the troops. But Eddie hat-trick was definitely one of the bets, wasn't it, Lawrence? We're sitting at 2-0. How do you see this going from here? Do you think we can really build a big lead? I really do. I see no point in sitting on this in any way, shape or form. We really should go for a third goal. Go for the jugular.
I went 3-0 before the game. I can see, being 3 at least.
Here we go, Mr. Briggs.
Cup final.
Mr. Briggs is telling us that Musa Dembele scored a Panenka against the Huns in the 4-0 semi-final win. Didn't dink it as high as Eddie did there, though, but still a Panenka.
Yep.
Where is Panenka? Is he still alive? This was named after the guy that done it first, Panenka. Yeah. I just wonder. I wonder where he is.
Get somebody on Google.
I know. We're doing all this from knowledge and shady memory, Lawrence. We don't check the facts in live time. Chris Ayer is looking superb on the right-hand side. Scott Brown is in the mood. You can see that. He's winding up Naismith. That was just basically a big charge. Let's have a look at the elbow from Berra there. Let's have a look at that. That was a terrible challenge on Edouard. Again, right in front of the referee. Let's get a wee replay on that, because one of the big parts... that is just a big forearm charge right into the back of Edouard.
Do you think this can spark Eddie's season? He's been a bit off it this season.
I'm kind of resigned to the fact that should anyone leave in January, it probably will be the great Edouard. I think that's been kind of evident most of the season. It just shows you what he can do when you see him on form. Christie's back on the free kicks. Perhaps that's something that he'll be taking on the left-hand side, Lawrence.
Could be, but a bit further out. Maybe we're looking... Maybe after that he won't be on the free kicks again.
That was... that was one for Colin Watt. Definitely one for the Colin Watt stat book. But that was a better elbow on the back of Eddie. We got a free kick. But, I've counted five fouls so far, 1 booking. Was there a booking?
I don't think that, for Halliday. But there was 2 that were definitely yellow cards out the first 3 fouls, weren't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, a stamp.
But again, what it comes down to is talking about stamp. You've got to stamp your authority as a referee on a game like this, because Hearts are now getting away with impunity. I mean, that was there's another fairly harsh kind of challenge from Halliday. It'd be a shame if he got sent off. Remember, he stormed off the park. Who was it he fell out with? Graham Murty.
Just going back to that free kick that Christie hit a little bit earlier, I think that's just an indication of perhaps where David Turnbull's fresh and new to the team, maybe doesn't have as much of a voice as he might do in years to come, because anybody looking at it from the outside objectively can say David Turnbull, if he's on the pitch, should be on every set piece going, and I hope he is in the future, because Ryan Christie can do a lot right. Taking set pieces is not one of them.
Ball.
Now, I think someone's sharing a stream with yourself, Laura, because Mark is saying that Henry Smith's still playing for Hearts. That's how behind his stream is. Henry dropped the ball.
Matt McGee liked him, didn't he?
I mean, remember the centenary season, It was, again, look at that for a challenge. It's just another challenge. It's persistent hacks by Hearts, time and time again.
There's no 10 in the ball, is there?
They're spreading it out.
What you kind of hope here is, Hearts lose their head to the extent that the ref can't continue to ignore it the way he appears to be doing just now, and hopefully it puts them in a weakened position for the second half, because there should be a lot more yellow cards about than there has been so far.
No, I totally agree with that. And again, I know that the level of refereeing in Scotland is horrendous. I know that. But I do try when we're watching the games, Lawrence, not to labour the fact too much. But I think today it's been abysmal. It's been absolutely abysmal. I mean, he's not my favourite referee in Scotland anyway. I don't think he's anybody's of a Celtic persuasion. But today it's just pathetic. It's a pathetic performance. And look at Bruni. Bruni's got a bit of swagger about him now, isn't he? Now, I've invited another guest to join us at half-time. I was getting so excited I forgot almost to invite him, so hopefully there's a couple of minutes of injury time so he can get himself sorted by the pool. We've had over this weekend people dialing in from all over the world, from Belfast, from Australia this morning. Celtic Down Under were brilliant, by the way, Lawrence, weren't they?
Yeah, class. Chara's a good boy. Big shout up to the Brazen Shed.
The Brazen Shed?
Yes, there's a Brazen Shed in Australia, Whyalla Celtic Supporters Club. So it's a big cattle shed. Don't know, it's a Celtic pub.
That's half time, so no injury time whatsoever. So apologies that I sent my invite a wee bit late to you, Scotty boy, but you're coming in, you're going to be dialing in from Spain, which shows the worldwide appeal of Celtic Football Club. There's Edward with that big grin, Laura, keeping you happy with a big grin as he walks off the park. Comprehensive enough in the first half, could have been even more. El Yunusi, maybe the only player that's not really been involved a great deal, but I certainly wouldn't be looking to make a change at this stage, Lawrence. What's your thoughts?
Larry's not a man for early changes. As you said, El Yunusi, not really noticed him, which...
Yeah, he's not really been involved.
That goal just gets better.
Look at that. Brilliant.
I think that's the problem with El Yunusi. I've seen plenty of people say it on the pod before. He's either a kind of 3 or a 4 or he's a 10. You know, you never get an in between, and most of the time, what you want is players to be consistently delivering a 7 or an 8 with the odd excellent performance. I would rather have that where he was, you know, more than competent. You know, the Lille game again, he wasn't outstanding, but he was effective. I would prefer if he was given more performances of that kind of standard with the odd standout one rather than this where he just appears to go missing. But like you say, I mean, it's not broken, so I wouldn't fix it just for the sake of getting something more out left. If it's working elsewhere, then just stick as it is, I think.
I will try and get Scotty on the line as soon as possible, but in the meantime, if I do disappear, I'm just trying to get a few other things sorted out in the background. Scotty is entering the room. Here he comes. Scotty, I'm about to invite you into a Celtic state of mind for yet another appearance. How's the weather over there, sir?
Spectacular.
Oh, spectacular. The Wi-Fi seems to be cutting out a wee bit, Scotty, so you might have to take it out to the pool, son. Take it for a wee walk. Get into the hotspot. Now, James Pearson, 88 on YouTube, is saying Bruni been on those protein drinks this week, like the Bruni of the Rodgers era. He gets written off every single year. Scotty too hotty. How have you enjoyed that first half?
Aye, superb, mate. Absolutely superb. I think the boys have cruised at a canter.
Now, the big concern, obviously, is the fact that the Hearts team have come out and they have had quite a few nibbles at a few of the Celtic players. We could be on the cusp of some kind of recovery. You certainly don't want anybody on the injury table. How poor has the refereeing been in that first half, Scott, from Beaton?
Paul, this keeps cutting out, mate. I'm sorry, Paul, this keeps cutting out. I didn't get what you said there.
But just looking at the performance of Beaton in the first half, is it not about time that he started to stamp his authority on the Hearts players like a Naismith stamp on Bruni?
Aye, I think it's just Beaton all over. I think he's always been the same. He's not going to protect our players. I think he's always been the same with our players. But I think Bruni's winding Halliday up as well, so... we'll just keep doing what we're doing. I think we're in cruise control, mate, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we certainly are. And it's all about winning your own individual battles, Laura. And it does look as though Bruni, who is well up for it, has certainly won his battle so far with Halliday and Naismith.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I've no doubt that Halliday and Naismith were part of a plan to kind of rile Scott Brown up and wind him up and maybe make him less effective. I actually think it's had the complete opposite effect. It's focused him and it's made him, especially the way the rest of the team's been playing, it's made him enjoy the game more, I think, and potentially just provide a bit more, you know, if on the other side, if players like Naismith and Halliday are focusing on Brown, they're maybe not doing their own jobs to the best of their ability in terms of posing the rest of the team danger. So, you know, it's having a double beneficial effect that I think can probably just benefit us in the long run.
You know, when you look at the point that Lawrence and I were discussing around substitutions, the fact that Hearts really need to come out the traps in the second half, They need to come out the traps in the second half. And if we were wanting to stretch them further, we do that in two ways. We either bring on someone wide or perhaps bring on a second striker. Do you think that's maybe an option to make matters even worse for Hearts? Lawrence, can you see Lenny looking for that?
Yeah, I mean, Mikey Johnson or Griff appears to be your two options. But just get back, that could have been that stamp could have ended Scott Brown's career. I mean, he's at the tail end of his career. You know, that could have put him out for the rest of the season. Stamping in his knee like that. And the ref's just ridiculous. Letting him away with that, he's seen it, and it gives him a talking to. But after his performance that time, Alfredo was out to kick, stamp, punch his way through a game at Ibrox.
Mm-hmm.
Is it any surprise that the man that drinks with the Crown Bar Loyal doesn't give Celtic a fair shake?
No, you're absolutely right. And that game personifies the ability or otherwise of John Beaton, that particular game. And by the way, Celtic were absolutely horrible that day. They were rotten. They were absolutely rotten that day. But what happened was the performance of the referee and failing to protect Celtic players, I think, Lawrence, that was the biggest thing. It's one thing making a decision or making the wrong call or failing to, but failing to protect your players is unacceptable as far as a refereeing performance is concerned. And I can see that happening again today. Now, you know, you're looking at tackles from a number of Hearts players, 5 I've counted in the first half, that need to be stamped out. What can Celtic do? I mean, I've seen Bruni speaking to the ref a couple of times already. What can Celtic as a club, as a unit, what can we do to try and influence the refereeing decisions here?
We need to call them into question every time. But that particular game at Ibrox, the club called for a review of it, and the SFA found that refereeing standard acceptable. So I think it's just a deeper problem in Scottish football that we're all aware of, that this is just how we're refereed.
Beaton did give us a penalty, did he not? Yes, he did. I think the issue I've got is the fact that he's failing to protect, you know, and as you quite rightly said, that stamp on Brown was a shocker, right in front, to the point where it was still ongoing when Bruni's looking at the referee as if to say, you're going to do something about that. And it was dreadful. And it goes to the point of Joseph Byrne, biggest worry is injuries, absolutely. Donny Boy 67 Axom is being invaded by Daleks. Well, I think there was a wee issue with the Spanish Wi-Fi, but hopefully we're over that now. Joe Porter reckons the game is over. I think it is, but I want to stretch it even more. Laura, can you see? I can't see any changes at half time. I would be very surprised. Can you see Neil Lennon try to change the shape a wee bit, put even more pressure up top on Hearts?
Based on what he normally does, I wouldn't say that he's going to change the shape to create more pressure. I certainly hope he doesn't change the lineup, but I would really want to press home the point that we've all made, not to rest on our laurels. Hearts haven't looked particularly dangerous, but that's only because of the way we're playing, and we need to keep that up. We need to keep the momentum up. We need to keep the pressure forward. I would be driving for a third, maybe even a fourth goal, and just really kill the game off, because, you know, it's a cliche, but it's said for a reason. If 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline, it's only because, you know, you could come out in the second half, Hearts could score a goal very early on, catch us unawares, and they're right back in the game. So we really need to just keep the foot on the pedal.
No, you're right. And going by Celtic's defensive performances all season, that is all it takes. A big hoof up the park, a long ball, a mistake, someone misjudging the flight of the ball, and it's game back on. And that's a big thing as well. And I think that everybody that's tuning in, and thank you every single individual that's tuned in over the weekend to watch our coverage over this Quadruple Treble charity weekender, and it is looking as though we're going to smash through the £20,000 barrier. I would love to do it by the end of the game. We're sitting at £19,690 at the last count. That has gone up by about £100 in the last 5-10 minutes. So thanks everybody for contributing to this incredible weekender. I'm just having a look at the auction items as well. We're up at almost £3,500 on the auction. So anything you can do to assist, it would be tremendous to get it over the 20 grand mark, to help some of the most vulnerable people within our communities at Christmas time. After the game, obviously, if Celtic win and I play the victory song, which I have lined up via the bagpipes, I'm hoping everybody can join in. We've got another 3 shows after this. What we can't do, unfortunately, is we can't play music because the social media channels don't like that, Lawrence, even though we could have had somebody like Danny in to play a wee set.
Yeah, it would have been great getting Danny Kelly in here. I think he done a charity thing for you last night as well, off his own back. So, great big guy, Danny. But no doubt we'll get him in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we will. He's always welcome. Great lad, Danny. Met him some time ago in Glasgow. He's appeared a few times. We actually had him on as a session when we were in the Stirling, toll booth when we recorded the podcast in there. I've just tried to put a link on my comments and it doesn't work, but that's for you, Tony. You're looking for a link for the charity. It should be underneath the video. If it's not appearing on Twitter, I've put it there. You can copy and paste that from the comment I've just made on YouTube.
If you're watching on YouTube, sometimes I think you have to close down the live chat, and that gives you access to the description, which you may be able to get the link from there. So if the link's in the description, which I think it is, you might have to just close the live chat briefly to access it.
Now that's great shout. Thank you very much for that, Laura. So fill your boots, Tony, and anything you can give, please do so. I'm going to go over to Lawrence and Laura for the next 5 minutes while I tend to something else within the studio. I'll be back to you as soon as possible.
Well,
Mickey Stewart, he was a class player there. Strachan liked him at one point.
What are you making of it so far? Can't really have gone any better than it has done, I don't think.
No, we knew it'd take something special to beat Craig Gordon. As we've touched on, Ryan's got that in his locker. He's first touched to make that yard and a half just to move the ball backwards, so as that the defence have got no chance of closing the shot down. Right in the top corner. 2-0 up. We've got the platform. We don't need to be chasing the game. We want to keep the pressure on, but keep it. We don't need to leave ourselves short at the back here. Hearts need to open up. It's cup final. They know they need to come out of that. Eddie's looking in the mood. If they're leaving space at the back, any ball over the top, Eddie can be onto it. We've seen him do it against them in a cup final before.
Yeah, I think as well it's one of these situations where Hearts, it's in a league game or things like that where goal difference maybe matters and things like that. Sitting back to limit damage, even if you think you're going to lose the game, is maybe an option. But it's a cup final, it's a one-off game, like you say. They can't really afford to not be seen to be trying to win the game, and that can only be to our advantage, I think.
Yeah, definitely. What you touched on, 2-0 is a bit of a dangerous scoreline. At 2-0, they've definitely got to open up and try and get back in the game. If it goes to 3, maybe they'll try and save a bit of face, but at 2-0 they'll feel they've still got it all to play for.
Yeah, and the other thing, I'm just watching the replay of the penalty. Somebody's just shared in the chat that a certain ex-Rangers player, who I won't name, has suggested that it's disrespectful of Edouard to have done the Panenka. Now, my personal opinion on that is, if it's possible to do it and you have the ability to do it, then there's no such thing as being disrespectful. You do it and you entertain the people watching the match, and if it gets you a goal, then fine. For me, I don't find it disrespectful when it's done against us. I don't find it disrespectful when one of our players. It's an entertainment sport at the end of the day, and I think that's the way it should be regarded. What do you think? Do you think there's such a thing as being disrespectful when it comes to something like that?
Not to score goals, no.
No.
I think he's had a plan. We know Gordon's not the best at penalties. He tends to go down early. Eddie knows this, and we touched at the beginning. When we were on with Declan before the game, that this may be a benefit facing Chris Gordon. We know his game. It looked like Eddie did, and he knew that the Panenka would work.
Yeah, well, that's
his objective, to score.
it's actually maybe more of an indication of his ability to know the player that he's playing against. You know, if he knows that Craig Gordon always picks a direction and very rarely stands up, then, like you say, why would he do anything other than go for a method that puts the ball straight down the middle? Whether he drills it, whether he slots it side foot home, whether he Panenkas it, I don't really think there's a difference. But
Yeah, definitely not. Disrespectful's maybe a case of sour grapes.
Yeah.
Disrespectful, slagging a player off for having the confidence to do that in a National Cup final.
Yeah.
Maybe that's disrespectful.
Look at
that tackle on Ayer again. How is that not a card?
I don't understand, because that tackle didn't even come at a point in the match where you can say, well, that's your one. You know, that's a kind of old-fashioned view of it. But, you know, the thought that everybody gets one chance to stamp their authority in a cup final, that was late on enough in the game that you could say, no, the tempo of the game's been set, the mood of the game's been set. You know, it was a bad challenge. I don't personally believe in the you get one theory anyway. If it's a bad challenge, it's a bad challenge to me, and I think the card should have come out for it.
Yeah, but especially when there's no attempt to play the ball. It's, you know, some players can look as if they're going to play the ball, but make sure they're taking the player out. That one, the boy was just taking the player out. It's a yellow card every day of the week. Well, if it's not a Celtic player getting taken out, it's a yellow card.
Yeah.
So we're back underway on our stream. I don't know about yours, Laura.
Yeah, no, we're back underway.
So no changes.
What do you think Neil will have said to them at half-time, based on the fact that we haven't seen any changes? I wonder what his message will have been to them. I hope it resembles what we've been saying, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was to get the third, kill the game, keep it tight at the back. It'd be keen for this defence and Connor to get another clean sheet to build a confidence on that you were touching on at the beginning of the game. If we can keep a clean sheet, take that in the next game. So I think it's more of the same from Neil. He maybe have had a wee word with Molly and said, look, you've had a quiet game. Come on, we know you can give us a bit of something special.
And I think the encouraging thing for us as well, looking at the bench, you've got, you know, Sorrow that has shown enough to suggest that if Scott Brown's legs started to tire, he would be a more than competent replacement to see out the game. You've got Rogic that can come on if you want to create a bit of extra magic or something like that. So, you know, there's plenty of options there, and I hope he utilises them, even if it means waiting a little bit just to try and, you know, solidify the victory first.
Yeah, I think it's a 60, 65 minutes sub from Lenny. It's his kind of MO, isn't it?
Yeah. He's not the most imaginative when it comes to substitutions, I don't think. But as long as it works, then I don't think we can complain. I'm just catching up on that tackle on Elyounoussi again. There's studs flying about here there's a lot of tackles that I think would have got a booking in different circumstances, and I don't know when, if at all, they're going to come.
Yeah, if the boy gets a yellow card for that, he can't have a complaint.
No,
the ref didn't even think about booking him, which we'll have touched on. It's John Beaton, isn't it? We know he gives us nothing.
Yeah, I think, like we've said as well at half time, it's just injuries that would be the major concern, because if your Hearts, fair play to them as far as that's concerned, if they can see they're getting away with a certain level of challenge, they're just going to increase it until such a time as they don't get away with the challenge. So yeah, we've got to just keep our heads and just try and play them off the park.
That's why we didn't want 2-1 boys.
Yeah.
Oh, blessing himself there, and he would have been endearing himself to the it's poor defending from Celtic, isn't it?
Yeah, that's disappointing. It's exactly what I said at half time. You know, this is why being only 2-0 up is a danger, because they can come out the traps at after half time. You know, all they need is one goal and they're straight back in the match. We really need to get a grip of things and start dominating again the way we were towards the end of the first half.
Yeah, it's a poor goal to lose. I think Duffy's in the middle of three of them there.
Yeah. That for me is Duffy's major issue there. He's definitely been caught ball watching again there. He's you know, I don't know who he's supposed to be. He's not on Naismith there. He doesn't look as if he's on anybody else, and he probably should have been marking the guy who actually headed the goal in, and he'd just been caught totally flat-footed. And I don't understand why he's not making a decision to go for the ball there.
It might have looked for. He's in between three, so I suppose a bit of partnership. Where's Julian? Who's marking any of the three there?
Yeah,
it looks like Duffy's left with a lot to do, which he didn't do, but it's a decent ball in.
That's straight at him. Aye, unfortunate, because that was the perfect response to doing exactly what happened that you suggested would happen, rather, Laura, at the end of the first half. Giving away that the next goal, really, with the precarious position of being 2-0 up, is that this can happen, and that's exactly what we've seen. Great response by Celtic, it's got to be said, and you would probably put your money on Edward to slot that one away. The assist coming from Greg Taylor, as it happens. And I'm just... the reason I was leaving the studio for a moment and I missed that goal, sadly, was because I was just replenishing Lawrence's supply.
Got to keep up the training. I've got to remain the official python.
You definitely need to keep that training up. Very disappointing to lose a goal to this Hearts side, because for me they've shown nothing. They've shown nothing at all.
They've put away their best chance of the game.
Yeah,
that's basically what's happened. So it's disappointing. It's a nice terrible position. It's terrible position to be in.
Oh, referee, that's a card. Come on.
And he's shown it. He's actually shown it. McGregor is screaming at him. It's taken him, 7 offences to dish out a couple of cards, Lawrence. But he's on his way to go. Look at that. He's pulling him for several yards. It's pathetic. And hopefully Celtic can capitalise on that. What's Naismith up at the referee for as well? But Jamie Walker booked in, rightly so. 5 minutes into the second half, we need to get this. We need to get the strangled hold back on the 2-goal cushion. That's what we're requiring. Over the ball is Turnbull and was it Christie? We've got the height. We've got Big Duffy's up for this. Christie's taking it. No, he's not. No, we'll take the corner all day long in a situation like that. Hopefully Turnbull is going over to take that.
He's trotting over to take it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping somebody's had a word in the dressing room with Ryan Christie and just said, listen, David's taking the set pieces.
I know. That should have happened before the game. That should have happened after the Lille game. Let's be honest. But yeah, we're now in that situation that you suggested might be the case, Laura. So let's hope that Celtic can get the 2-goal cushion again.
And again, it was based on nothing that I had seen from Hearts. They hadn't made any particularly good opportunities. I wasn't particularly concerned that they were going to come out and score. I didn't actually see it as a possibility. My only suggestion was that we ourselves would come out a bit flat-footed and be caught out by a team that was fired up by their manager at half-time, and that's exactly what seems to have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and looking obviously at the Celtic side at this stage, I think Lenny will stay as is, and hopefully we can get that cushion again, because Celtic really were in control. That's what we're saying at half time. Put them to the sword and really send this game to bed. And now it's a little bit edgier, isn't it? It's a little bit edgier, but we're still playing the same team that we completely dominated in that first half, and that's what we need to just continue with that.
Naismith's making a back there, isn't he?
He certainly is, aye. But that's what I would expect from Naismith. You know, when you see the way that he's gone about his business today, that is what Naismith's all about. As he gets older and he's losing some of his attributes, he's making up for that by, even that, if he connects there on Callum McGregor, who seems to really be in the mood as well. So yes, the next goal obviously is absolutely pivotal. We don't want 40 minutes of hearts in the mouth moments. But Celtic are still in control of this at the moment.
I think we are, and I think we need to. It's been one of these situations. A game can easily get away from you if you're rattled a bit by a goal, and we've shown signs of that since it went in. That we're just a little bit all over the place. We just need to calm it down, get a bit more of a stranglehold on the game. We had a firm grasp of it towards the end of the first half. We just need to try and do what we can to get back to that position. Whether it will happen soon or not, I'm not entirely sure, but hopefully it will.
That was an excellent through ball by Ryan Christie, and the galloping ire with the overlap one of the traditional overlapping fullbacks, Lawrence, that we've seen so often at Celtic, and Ayer all of a sudden is that man. Brilliant bit of play by Celtic, actually, so we just need to keep this pressure up. But the big concern I've had all season is that transition. So if we lose out on an attack, it's how can we defend the counter? I mean, that there is not Duffy's forte, is it? I mean, how often have we seen that from Duffy, where the ball just ends up in space or even out of the park, Lawrence?
Yeah, but we know he's the best at it. Just like watching the replay of the goal, it's a poor goal to lose.
It's a dreadful goal to lose, yeah, absolutely. When you've got that height there in the Celtic defence and you're beaten by Naismith in the air, that's poor. That's the kind of frailties that we've seen most of the season, as 9th Legion says. History's still on track, absolutely. We seem a wee bit deflated though, Lawrence.
It's good to take the wind out yourselves, give Hearts, it'll spur them on a bit. Yeah. We just need somebody, another wee bit of magic, or retain the ball a bit, calm it down. There's been a few loose tackles, loose balls. We need to cut it out. Back to where we were playing the first half.
What I hope we don't do is see this as a reason to batten down the hatches and start, keeping players back or defending too deeply, because that, to me, just invites pressure onto yourselves, and that's not what we want to be doing, especially when some of the decision making, some of the play of the defence has been questionable over recent weeks. I've battered on about it the whole game. My feeling is that the only way to keep on top of this is to just keep pressing forward, because it's the only way we're going to see out the game.
There's quite a few calls for substitutions to be made here. I don't think Neil Lennon, going by his previous record, is going to make any subs. Celtic have just cut through the Hearts defence, and that was probably the worst option that he took there, El Yunusi. He tried to score from an impossible angle. He's got bodies inside there, Lawrence. If it was to make a substitution, I think great running by El Yunusi, and he was picked out superbly, but look at the space that Eduard's standing in 12 yards out, and he tries to score from an impossible angle. I think El Yunusi's had one of those games, Laura. We spoke about it before. He's two ends of the scale, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably the first one that I would consider making a switch for, because he's just not been as effective for whatever reason. Sometimes these games just go past over players' heads, and it's not even particularly an intimidation thing or anything like that. They just can't get a grip on the game for whatever reason. In the first half it wasn't an issue, but he seems to actually be seeing a bit more of the ball in the second half, but doesn't seem any better for it, and maybe that's more evidence that we need to look at making a change as far as he's concerned.
Thinking back to the cup final, where he was rushed back to make an appearance, and he was rushed back far too soon, remember, in the cup final, and he played particularly poorly. It took him a long time to get back into the side. You look at a game like this as being an opportunity for El Yunusi to kind of bury those ghosts of the past, but he's just not been at it at all. I mean, that was a great opportunity there for him to set up Eduard, and it's back to the 2-goal cushion, because I do get the sense that we need that. Quite a few people, would be happy with 2-1 at the end, but it's going to make for an uncomfortable last half hour if we go as we are at the moment. That could be freshened up, I guess, by a number of changes being made. Taylor is getting quite a bit of stick, Lawrence, from some of the comments coming in. What do you make of Taylor's performance so far? A bit unfair?
Yeah, he's not a spectacular player. I think a solid player does a decent job for us. He never hides, he always shows for the ball. I don't think he's a worst player in a Celtic team or a worst performance so far.
No, again, though, I think he's got a short leash when it comes to if things aren't going our way. He's one of the targets, isn't he? And one of the players who we have actually missed, who's in that category, is Jamesy Forrest. He does something wrong, goes a bit quiet, and we are on his back quite a bit as a support. But I don't think Taylor's been all that bad, to be honest with you. I don't think that anyone covered himself in glory at Hearts' goal. Taylor and others are involved in that. So when we're looking at the last half hour, this is the time where Neil Lennon likes to make his changes, isn't it? 60 minutes in, 65 minutes in. If you were going to make a change, would you change the shape, try and pin Hearts back a little bit? Would you bring on a striker, Laura?
I would actually be more inclined to potentially look at bringing on Rogic. My only issue is for who, maybe Elianucci in terms of shape
Almost
up a
we
little
sold
bit.
it here. Great save.
That's an important stop. That is a really important stop. That's the substitute, Laura, just breaking away, Janelli. And, you know, it's not a point blank save. The goalkeeper, Hazard, had plenty of time to position himself. That is comical, absolute comical defending. And good stop, well done by the goalie, but that's shocking by the two centre halves.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest concern for me all season. We've been talking about that centre half partnership, Laura. We've been asking, is this the answer to some of our defensive problems? I'm now looking at the subs bench. I'm thinking, is he going to bring Beaton on? Because would be a typical substitution at this stage by Lenny. But that was poor, and that's exactly what we can't have.
I think Lawrence made the point when I was talking about, you know, looking at Duffy as an individual. Lawrence made the good point that the goal that we conceded was maybe more of an issue of communication between him and Julian. That you know, neither of them looked like they were particularly marking anybody, and therefore both looked kind of flat-footed and out of place. So you know, maybe it's more about communication than it is about the individual attributes of either player. We saw how good a defender Julian can be last season. Maybe that was because he had a stable partnership going with Ayer. I still hold out hope that it is going to be the answer going forward, but it needs to improve quickly.
It certainly does, and Hearts are definitely, I mean, that has breathed life into their challenge, that goal, hasn't it? I mean, they've just won a corner again. They're cutting through the Celtic defence. Janelli seems to have made some of an impact. Naismith's doing his usual. He's trying to get a penalty in the box now. But to be fair, Hazard really needs to watch what he's doing, because he did shove him with two hands, and Naismith will go down in that scenario.
And that's the difference between Hazard, who's relatively young and inexperienced, and somebody like Scott Brown, who's not responding or reacting to the kind of tactics that, I mean, you just see it there. Scott Brown's kind of looking at him, you know, and sort of saying what you playing at, kind of thing. And I think he'll probably have a word with Hazard, even if we don't see it. You know, don't let it get to you, because you're just
elbow in the face. He's got to go.
Well, see, the thing with that, Laura, is you're absolutely right. I mean, we've criticised Beaton's performance all day. Naismith,
He's seen it.
Naismith has
and he's
just
only
been,
yellow carded him for
he's
an
just
elbow.
been booked for elbowing Bruni. But again, he should have been booked for the stamp in the first half. But what I was going to say there actually is that the referee, I thought, would have been itching to give Naismith something. So give them absolutely no reason. And again, Celtic are really, really pushing their luck at the back. That was pure defending. Just throwing bodies in front of the ball. And from being in such a position of control, this, so far in the second half, has gone horribly wrong. Lawrence, what do you do to stem the tide here?
I think you're looking at Scott Brown to give some instruction on the part to calm it down. But going back to that booking, he's seen the elbow in the face. It's violent conduct. How's it only a yellow card?
I know, again, and it's on the back of me giving some kind of pseudo praise to the referee for not giving that penalty, because that's the kind of thing that could happen. Number two, it's 2-2, and you know we've lost a 2-goal lead. Naismith is rattled, but you've got to be very cute about that. You've got to be very, very cute. I mean, he's just playing the game there, isn't he? In and about the goalie, but the goalie's got to be better than that, Laura. You're absolutely right in what you said there.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a case of him having to be better. I think it's just a case of inexperience. And that's where the role of Scott Brown as an experienced captain comes into play. Just needs to have a word with him and say, listen, this guy's been at this for years. You just need to keep your head. Don't rise to it, because all that's going to happen is you're going to leave us in a weaker position if you end up getting sent off or whatever.
In fairness to Hazard, though, he's done it when the ball's not in play. He's pushed him away. So, you know, there's no risk of a penalty given when the ball's not in play.
No.
Good point, Lawrence. Thanks for coming in with some sense, because obviously I'm getting a bit concerned at the second half performance here at Celtic. But again, as I say, we're still playing a side that we completely dominated in the first half. We've allowed them to get back into the game. How often have we seen that this season? And then the next question would be, do we make a change? We're almost 65 minutes in. Hearts are certainly look to make another change. You can see Gordon Forrest and Lee McCulloch there talking to the gaffer. So they're looking to make a change. Do we counter that? I mean, at this stage, I think we're being pinned back far too much. And we can maybe look at a change to stretch the Hearts backline a wee bit, because we still have no width. But again, would that be a wee bit cavalier, Lawrence, at this stage?
No, I think Johnson for Moyes probably a good shout just now.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yep, and so does Chris Moore. Moy hasn't been that effective today, so if you take him off, you're sticking to the same shape. You've got a guy there who's itching. That's a brilliant touch. That's a dodgy tackle again. I'd like to see that. The ref turns a blind eye to it. Seemed to be over the ball. Turnbull still on the deck. And that's Hearts completely open Celtic up once again. That's a great challenge, but you need a second challenge from Taylor. That's a good challenge as well. Well done.
Taylor needed to watch what he's doing in the box, didn't he?
Yep.
I'm just watching the coverage, and saw Packy Bonner doing his commentary duties in the stand, and it's funny. It reminds me of a conversation. My brother's 8 years older than me, and he you know, I remember for years when I was a child that we didn't see a great goalkeeper between the sticks, and he used to always say about Packy Bonner, because I mean he was nearly ready to retire by the time I really remember my first few Celtic matches, and you know, I still think to this day it's been a weak position for us for years.
It has been. I mean, you know, I'm probably looking at your brother's age actually, Laura, and Pat Bonner was a goalie forever. When I was growing up, he was always there. And I think by the time of the 1995 Scottish Cup final, which I would need to check, but I believe that was his last game, you know, he'd been in goals for my entire lifetime. Yeah. And, you know, I just think it was one of the ones that, on the contrary, over the last few seasons, when you're looking at Forster and goals for Celtic, and then us having a goalkeeper crisis, you know, it has contributed to some of our issues this season. But you certainly want Celtic to get a grip back on this game, because we're allowing Hearts a bit of a foothold in this game, and they were nowhere. They were absolutely nowhere. There's another elbow for you, Lawrence.
Yeah. No surprise that Bain doesn't see it.
We're just letting the game get away from us a bit here. We're losing a bit of control that we had in the first half, and it is worrying. I think we probably need, as much as we need a bit of creativity with maybe, I don't think there'll be any harm from what Lauren said with Johnson coming on.
Oh my word.
That's
two each.
But
That was close. Yeah. I mean, this is the last chance saloon for Celtic. It really is. I mean, that there, I'd need to see it again. That was agonisingly close for Hearts. We are at risk of throwing away a 2-goal lead here. Well, it's 2 each. There you go. It's 2-2. Celtic have thrown away a 2-goal lead. That is absolutely...
Was it over the line?
That is dreadful. That's dreadful.
You see that in replay? I think the Celtic players thought they kept it out.
Absolutely dreadful.
He was pointing to his wrist as if his sensors maybe gone off. Is there goal line technology there? He was looking as if he was pointing at his wrist.
Holy ball doesn't look over the line.
That's not a goal.
It's not a goal.
That's not a goal.
Holy ball's got to go over the line.
That's 100% not a goal. And but Celtic actually have given Hearts the opportunity to completely destroy what we built in the first half by defending terribly. I mean, I called it comical earlier, and that is exactly what it's been. No, I don't think that was a goal looking at it, but we've given them...
That's nowhere near. Nowhere near.
No. But you give them the opportunity, Laura, you know, and they'll take it for... They'll take a mile if you give them an inch. This is the change that you were calling for earlier on. Laura, what will Rogic bring to the shape of this side? Because it's, you know, we've totally lost our way in this game.
I think what he hopefully will bring is just a little bit extra mobility in midfield for McGregor and Turnbull that might be tiring slightly. But I'm just in shock at that goal having been awarded. Like, I've seen goal line decisions being made where you could argue, yes, over 50% of the ball is over the line or whatever, even though the rule is the full ball needs to be over the line. But there, it didn't even look like it had even fully or gone over the line, even the first part of the ball. I mean, the whole ball was blocked out by the post, which suggests to me it's still fully over the line. I can't believe that's been given, especially as quickly as that.
And Celtic, who were so much in control, have thrown away in the second half, a 2-goal lead. Now we've seen.
Right, there's got to be a card.
We've
He's
seen
just kicked him
a
off the
number.
ball. What's the ref going to do?
A number of occasions we've seen that he's just staying on the pitch.
It's just kick.
I know, but the thing, Lawrence, is they're doing it in such a way that they can get away over the piece. Specsavers, indeed. That is not over the line. Absolutely. Let's have a look at saying it's a goal.
Knowledge is saying it's over.
Saying it's over the line. So 2-each. As I say, we need to go again. We need to start again. This has been really poor in the second half, like dreadfully poor. But we've seen Celtic throwing away leads this season, and they've done it again. Do we have it in our locker, Lawrence, to pull this one back from? Because at the moment Hearts are in the ascendancy here.
Have you seen sorry to jump in, have you seen the computer animation of the ball going over the line? It's suggesting that it is fully over the line, but it doesn't actually look like it matches what the replay was, so sorry.
No, it's I'm astonished actually. I'm astonished at the display. I'm pretty disappointed actually with the substitution, because Turnbull's came off the park. He's somebody who can create things from set pieces, from corner kicks.
Right,
Hearts are just throwing themselves at every single tackle. And there's another one on El Yunusi. But El Yunusi, who for me has been the least effective player in a Celtic jersey today. So, beating's going to give you nothing, El Yunusi, and it's down to the experienced Celtic players. It's down to the experienced Celtic players there, Lawrence, just to... let's get focused. We can't get involved in these petty disputes when it's 2-2. And it's a situation with the game whereby we should be coasting this. We were talking about putting them to the sword at half time. And this is a huge disappointment. A huge disappointment for Celtic. And I'm just wondering, do we have it in us to actually turn this around now?
I think we've definitely got it in us. We get some joy down the left.
Some joy down the left. We're playing a side here, though, that we made look decidedly mediocre in that first half. They've come out in the second half and they are flying. They've pulled it 2-2, pulled it back to 2-2. It's now looking more likely that Hearts are in control of the game, which is so poor from Celtic. Looking as though it was 2-0 going on, whatever we wanted to score in that first half. That's a free kick as well, but the ref
he's not giving it there.
Waves play on. And another boot, another kick, another high boot, and it goes Hearts' way. That's what we're up against. That, at the moment, is what we're up against in terms of the official, who will give Hearts everything. He will do everything in his power to stop the quadruple treble. So Celtic need to say that's a free kick.
It's a free kick, isn't it, from back, isn't it?
That's a free kick, of course it is. But Celtic need to get control of this situation, because, Lawrence, at the moment, this is turning into something of a nightmare.
Yeah, it's not on a knife edge now. We know the ref's going to give them anything and everything he can. We're looking for the big players to step up, start winning the first and second balls.
We're either looking for that, or we're going to have to look at we wondered what side of Celtic we would see today. And in the first half, we've seen the free-flowing attacking play of Celtic, which we've seen fleetingly. And leading up to this game, we spoke about how we hadn't managed to get it for 90 minutes, Lawrence. We'd seen 30 minutes here, 20 minutes there, a half against Lille. But we hadn't seen a full performance probably until the second game against Lille. And it's been the exact same story today. We've seen the first half of a Celtic side who are completely dominant. And the second half, Celtic have been absolutely abysmal. And a lot of the defensive errors that we're making are basic. They're schoolboy errors, but we continue to make them. We've been looking for as many positives as we possibly can, with the goalkeeper being replaced, a partnership that we were hoping was developing. But time and time again, this defence and this side is letting us down. And on today of all days, that's completely unacceptable. Changes have to be made. Tony Flanagan's looking at Mikey Johnson on for El Yunusi, Sorrow on for Brown. Laura, I'm going to come back to you. We're almost 75 minutes into the action. We don't have a cushion. It's 2-2. What do you do?
It's difficult to say, because we don't look like we've got a handle on the game. If, as we said in the first half, my attitude would have been just to keep playing the way we're playing, but we look as if we're out of ideas here. I would say, maybe two up front, change the shape a little bit, make the defenders think again. But that's my only real idea about how to change it.
That's another chance here by Edouard, another ball in from the left. Here's another question. Here's another way to angle that question. Does Lenny have the capability to change it?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I said to Lawrence at halftime while you were away that for me he's not the most imaginative when the game is not going his way. I can't think of many examples where he's made substitutions that have significantly changed the game, or even more significantly changed the shape of the team in a way that has positively affected the game. So that would concern me, and I hope either Strachan or Kennedy, for all their laptops and all that kind of stuff, have an idea that they can maybe feed them to make a change in this game, because it seems like the tide's turning.
It certainly has. It's been turning all half in the second half. Where did it go wrong? Well, it went wrong in the defence, didn't it? Losing a really soft opener. And then we're in that situation that you feared, Laura, that you spoke about at the end of the first half, about, you lose the next goal and it's game on for Hearts. That's exactly what's happened. Let's not get involved in trying to win, little daft battles in the box and going down and try to win. Let's beat them at football. We're a better football side. We've got better players. Let's beat them at football. Now, Roderick's come on, which I was surprised about. I've got to say, I know that you were shouting for a change and bringing Roderick on there. Laura, I was quite surprised at who he replaced, though. Turnbull, for me, he's a creator. And not just an open play, and that's been a massive part of his 3 performances in the last 3 games, has been the way that he's been able to craft a chance from nothing, really. 25, 30 yards out, free kick or a corner kick, he can count on Turnbull at least beating the first man, even though his first 3 kicks, and I know this, the first 3 free kicks against Kelly didn't beat the first man, before someone points that out. But he's been taken off. Yeah, we've got options on the bench. Mikey Johnston's been mentioned quite a bit. Sorrow, I think Sorrow's a different type of player. He's not going to be making the impact that we're looking at. But do you bring him on to shore up the situation?
I would say so. My only concern about that would be, at the end of the day, we talked about Hearts having to come out in the second half and score goals because it's a one-off game. Shoring things up is not going to get us back in the lead. It might stop us going behind, certainly, but it's not going to be the thing that wins the trophy for us. And my concern would be, if you bring Sorrow on, you're losing some of the potential attacking ability that we've got to create another chance. And that that's something that I'd be concerned about. I'd be all for Sorrow coming on to maybe replace Brown and just refresh the legs in the middle of the park. But I wouldn't want to lose any options going forward.
I think Sorrow's the perfect substitution, Laura. If Celtic get their noses back in front, you make the change then. You bring Sorrow on for Brown at that stage.
Yeah.
We're at a stage of the game now. Graham Martin suggests Frimpong Griff. That's the kind of player I'm looking at. Someone who can create something out of nothing. Griffiths, if you bring him on, you've got to change your shape, but that's maybe what we need. Hearts have adapted to what they've been faced with today. Second half, they've been far better than Celtic. Do they deserve to be in this game at 2-2? Well, of course they do, because they've had all the possession in the second half. I mean, we automatically focus on Celtic's performance, but Hearts have fought their way back into this game, and yes, I've been unhappy with a lot of the challenges from their players, but they've pushed the envelope as far as beating allows. So they've played that. That's a game of football where you require a bit of craft. It's the dark arts, isn't it? And they've done it. And that's why we're sitting here at 2-2. But not just 2-2. It's not as if it's nothing each and everything to play for. What's happened is Hearts are on top at the moment. Celtic really need to regain that.
Yeah, well, momentum is a bit of a cliche in football, but to me it's only a cliche because it's based in fact.
That's a dangerous ball. That's a dangerous ball from the man I would have had off the park, but nothing came of it.
Surely goes back in books some week for taking French head out of the game.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Lawrence. They're pushing it. I guess he was offside. They're pushing it as much as the referee's allowing, aren't they? I mean, they're getting away with everything that Beaton has allowed throughout the whole game.
If that's an offside, where's the advantage from not giving a foul on Eddie?
Yeah, you pull it back. You're absolutely right. At that stage, you've played advantage. The move breaks down. Look at this. This is the thing for me. This is what concerns me. I always go back to that day at Ibrox when Simunovic gets sent off for smashing an elbow. And already, before he's off the park, Rodgers is making his next change. He knows exactly how to react to that adversity. My biggest concern, actually, is that Neil Lennon doesn't react to that type of adversity within the game. And unless the players themselves react to it, which at the moment is pretty difficult, because that magical word momentum is definitely with Hearts at the moment, Laura, like you say. Unless you get that bit of magic from someone like Edouard, and by the way, we've taken one of the most creative players off in Turnbull. You've still got Christie there who's been quiet in the second half, or you introduce someone like Griffiths or like Frimpong to make that change. You know, you're looking at the manager to change something here. Hearts are on top. It may well be a change of formation to try and get back into this game.
I would have to say it would have to be a change of formation, because what you end up doing if you change formation, it might seem like an obvious point to make, is you make the other team go to their plan B if they have one, and you hope that their plan B is not effective as their plan A. If we change the shape up top, maybe put an extra man up front or something like that, you're all of a sudden having to make their defence communicate a bit more on the field. You've got a manager having to try and communicate his ideas onto the field, and maybe it puts them out of step for, even if it's only 5 minutes, it could be those 5 minutes that give us a chance to take advantage of it and put a goal in that period of time.
It looks as though certainly Robbie Nielsen is making changes, and they're bringing on another substitute, so they're going for the win. I mean, I don't think they're going to fancy going into extra time. They're going for the win in 90 minutes. Celtic, meanwhile, again, we're looking at that. You're wondering, it was a like-for-like change that we made Turnbull off Roger Collin, but it's not really changed anything because the shape's the same. So unless that individual player is able to create something out of virtually nothing, then it's, you're maintaining the status quo. Now, I know what you're saying about that graphic. It looks completely different from the real time, but who are we to argue, Laura? That's well over the line, isn't it?
Yeah, the graphic seems to make it clear, and usually I wouldn't argue with it, but I'm baffled as to how they've positioned the ball that way. I mean, to me, it looks as if the post is blocking out the ball. Maybe there's a Celtic player falling backwards, actually, that's blocking it out. It's difficult to tell, but at the end of the day, you can say what you want about the referee. You would like to think the technology's not dishonest, so
not part of the conspiracy. But let's not forget that Celtic have been atrocious in the second half. So let's look at our own performance before we do anything else. And Celtic have been very, very poor. We update on the fundraising, because let's not forget, the disappointment will certainly not make us forget why we're here today. And we're now at 19,944. We're £56 away from hitting the magical figure of 20, which we tried, or we hoped would happen before the end of this game. Can we raise, there's going to be a couple of subs, can we raise another 56 quid in the last 8 minutes? Can Celtic score a third goal? These are the questions we're asking. Laxalt's coming on for Greg Taylor, and Frimpong is going to come on for that creativity. As much as I like Laxalt, I think his final ball has been a begging quite a bit. He's a good ball winner. I don't know if he creates chances, but watch him set up the winning goal for us now. And Frimpong, obviously, we know what he can do. But he's also shown, Laura, that sometimes when it's on instinct, if he doesn't have time to think about it, particularly in Europe, he set up a few goals as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's positive changes to be made. Everybody knows the fullbacks in the team are going to tire easily, so the fact we have the opportunity to make those changes, although I've just seen that Elyounoussi coming off, so he's obviously not a fullback, but it's one of these situations where they are absolutely mobile players, fresh legs that can maybe inject a bit of pace into things. My only concern about it would be is that obviously Laxalt and Frimpong are both wide players. I really hope that the plan going forward is not to swing it into the box, because as we spoke about earlier, that's not really something that I think will bear much fruit.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously looking to try and stretch that back line. It's something we've not done in the second half. Frimpong's on the ball now. As I say, sometimes if he gets that opportunity to think about it, he tends not to trust his instinct. He turns back, and he's done just that, giving the ball back to McGregor. So this is what worries me, this kind of attack, this counter-attack. Celtic don't deal with that well at all. Yeah, and thankfully we have on this occasion. But yeah, can we stretch them down the wings? The other player who's very good at that is Lee Griffiths. I know that surprised quite a lot of people when I mentioned him earlier on. But he definitely stretches the back line. You've seen it against Hibs at Easter Road. Here's Frimpong again doing the hard bit. Can he find a man? Yes, he does. But I mean, that Hearts defence is packed. You're looking for a moment of magic to craft open a chance here. So already Laxalt and Frimpong have been involved, and you would hope that Laxalt can at least find a man, which he fails to do again. So yes, Celtic are looking to stretch it in the wide areas by the looks of it, Lawrence.
Yeah, Frimpong against hard legs. Hopefully he opens it up. We really need to get more of the ball here, don't we?
See that there though, this has always been my concern. You know that uncultured boot up the park, that beats Celtic far too often. Almost did there again, but that's what concerns me when we're on the attack, when we're trying to win this game in the last 5 minutes. Is that backline concerns me big time. That gives me the fear, and nothing I've seen in this second half is going to change my mind on that. We are wafer thin at the back, and we're on the attack at the moment. We've certainly got the players who can craft a chance out, and I'm hoping that we do get a decent delivery at some point from Laxalt. Frimpong swinging at thin air. I don't want this to go into extra time. That's how I feel. I think Hearts have battered us for the entire 40 minutes here.
I think Laura's touched on it here, but we're throwing balls in, but who are we throwing them into?
Edward wants the ball at his feet, Lawrence. He's good at holding it up. He's got a lot of upper body strength, Edward. But what he relies upon is someone, stretching the defence so that 2 and 3 of the defenders aren't on him. And he needs a partner to do that. I mean, he'll be pushing Christie further up to maybe allow that to happen. That's a wee dink. It was very ambitious. It's the type of ball that Edward likes, and that's the type of ball Rogic can deliver. So some promising signs for Celtic there, but at this moment in time, who'd be the happiest, Laura, to go in at 2-2 after 90 minutes?
Well, you have to say the team that's come from behind. It can't be any other way than that. They're the team that at half time were looking like potentially they'd lost their opportunity to win the trophy, and now they look, if anything, the more likely to come out victorious. Because as I said before, momentum, although some people think it's a cliche, is a real thing. If you fought back from 2-0 down to get back into the game, you are going to be the ones naturally who have the impetus to crack on and expose any weakness that you find. Whereas I think if you're the team that's been 2-0 up, you can quite easily look back in it and sort of say we had our chance and we look as if we might have ruined it or whatever it is, and your heads go down. So I would have to say without a doubt Hearts are going to be happier, and at the end of the day, even if they hadn't scored 2 goals, they've played much better than us for the majority of the second half.
Yeah, opportunity there for Bruni to go and have a wee chat with Neil Lennon. Neil Lennon goes over to his trusted lieutenant on the park, who then starts passing the messages around the troops. It's not been good enough, Lawrence, in this second half. But, at what point does this Championship versus SPFL side, at what point does that show? Because, to be honest, in the second half, I've not seen it.
I would take extra time. That's a couple of Hearts players looked as if went down with cramp. So, we've got 3 minutes plus injury time, a couple of minutes injury time. So you get 5 minutes here. I think the Hearts players are starting to tire. I think the extra time would suit us.
Which really is the story of the day. At half time, you're cruising at 2-0. Now we're talking with 2 minutes left on the clock to be happy going into extra time. It's the story of Celtic's season. They give you a glimmer of hope. They take it away.
What referee? Come on.
Is the ref looking at it? There's another yellow card. But they're spreading them out, aren't they, Hearts?
Yeah.
They're spreading out the offences. And as I say, though, they're only playing to the standards. I mean, that's another elbow.
Right in front of the ref.
Aye. But they're playing to the standards which they are allowed to they're pushing it, Lawrence. They're pushing the envelope.
If Naismith's allowed to elbow Scott Brown in a ball, in the face, off a ball, violent contact, and it's only a yellow card, as you say, that's a refereeing standard.
When the goal went in, Laura, I don't know if you noticed, I think you might have mentioned it, he's pointing at his watch. Is there some kind of pulse on his watch to say that that's a goal?
Well, I wasn't totally aware. I'll be happy to be corrected in the comments, but he seemed to be frantically pointing to his watch, suggesting that was the reason that he had made the decision so quickly. I don't. I mean, this is maybe something where I need to read up on whether it's something we have, whether there is
Celtic giving Hearts the chance then.
Today, but it seemed to be the basis on which he made his decision. I can't think of any other reason he'd be pointing at his watch.
No, you're right. It was a good spot because, I mean, we're obviously watching the game with the sound down, so it was not clear to us in the studio here that Hearts have actually scored the goal and been given the second goal. It wasn't clear. And it did look unusual that he's pointing at his device on his wrist there. But to be fair, we've got to go by the Specsavers graphic, and it was the right decision. So we can't blame the referee for that one, that's for sure.
No, and just to clear up, I saw a couple of comments after I made the comments about the graphic. I am by no means saying that I don't agree with it. I think my interpretation of where the ball was I thought it was between the posts, and it actually looks like, I don't know if it was Duffy, was falling backwards on the line. And he was the one actually blocking the ball, and if it was him blocking the ball, then it definitely was over the line. So unfortunately can't argue with that.
John Traynor is sitting watching the chat and text messages in a Dublin pub with no telly. Soul destroying, need to score Celtic. Well, John, we will keep you updated. There's 5 minutes to play. I think that suits Celtic in terms of the fitness. Lawrence, going back to your point, but just a few moments ago, Hearts did that simple thing, which is how to break through the Celtic defence. They've just done it again. And that is the ball that Ginnelly wanted. That's maybe, yet another warning sign, Lawrence. I mean, you can cut through this defence like a hot knife through butter. It's dreadful defending. We're stretched. I mean, where is your left back at that stage? Well, I'll tell you where he is. He's 20 yards away from the Hearts attacking player there, which is terrible. And good bit of defending, I've got to say, by Chris Sire, throwing his body into the path of Ginnelly. But again, it doesn't bode well for Celtic, does it?
Looking nervous at the back, as you say, Laxalt was cut up. But I think the move started from us being nowhere winning a second ball, nowhere near winning it.
Just to interrupt for a second, Lawrence, anyone who is watching this on Facebook, unfortunately Facebook does have a limit for live videos, which is 8 hours, which has been reached and breached, so you won't be watching it. I'm going to reset it so it will be back up on Facebook in just a few seconds. Unfortunately, what it does do is it removes the previous 8 hours, but it will allow you to watch the stream on Facebook again. So that will happen just in a second.
And just to pick up as well, I'm just looking at the comments on YouTube. Chris Moore has suggested that goal line technology is being used. It's connected to the ref's watch. Presume he's pointing as the watch alerted him as a goal. So that's what I suspected he was doing. My question was only, I wasn't aware that we were using goal line technology in the Scottish Cup. Again, that might just be my lack of information on that, but it certainly seems to have been that was the case.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good spot, Laura, and I was wondering why he was frantically pointing at his watch, but now
maybe
we know.
telling the Hearts players how long they've got to win it.
Well, at this moment in time, it's all a bit scrappy from Celtic's side. The disappointment for me is how far ahead we were, really. I mean, we were winning 2-0, of course, but we're talking about scoring 3 and 4, putting them to the sword. That, again, that's not entitlement. That was the state of the play in the first half. That's how dominant Celtic were in that first half. Now I'm looking at it, we're 92.5 minutes in. There's 2.5 minutes to go in injury time. And this Hearts side have come out and absolutely battered Celtic in the second half. They deserve their 2-2. That's all down to Celtic's poor performance. Yes, I'll mention the referee, of course I will, but I'll be critical about Celtic's defending as much as anything. We have potentially thrown this game away as it stands. Hearts, you've got Robbie Neilson on the bench making positive moves, and I don't know, Celtic make 2 substitutions on 82 minutes. Obviously with one eye to extra time, I would guess, but again, what's happened to the shape? Are we stretching Hearts anymore, Lawrence, since we made these substitutions?
There's been a couple of flashes from Frimpong. Diego's got a bit of a ball, but he's not really done much of it. Saying that he puts a decent ball into Eddie, it looked as if the Hearts player was holding him, but with a couple of minutes to go of injury time, is Beaton going to give us? But I think we know the answer's no.
Well, you've still got the boy Wide, who should be getting picked up by a Laxalt. He seems to be in acres of space. Hearts have opened the Celtic side up pretty easily, far too easily for my liking.
I think Brown's looking done now. He was filled again there, nothing given by Beaton. Yeah, you're just wanting to get.
This is running away from Celtic, Lawrence. It's running away from Celtic. And the first sign of that is where you make a change to the shape. You go to plan B. What's your contingency? Do we have one? Substitutions can sometimes be ineffective if it's a like-for-like substitution, because the person who's failing to get the delivery is still going to fail to get it. We're not changing the actual approach to the game. So you've now got Edward running all over the pitch trying to get some kind of delivery, which isn't forthcoming. Hearts are finding spaces, pockets of space behind the Celtic defence.
Diego, what are you doing?
We're giving away daft. I'll tell you what, that's a terrible free kick to give away.
That's criminal.
When you look at the way we've defended crosses, that really is. I think he's been done. Actually, he's just
throw. He's given.
He's given a throw because it was a dive. Black Sox wanting a card. That's not going to happen, Diego. We need to defend. We need to get into extra time, and at that point, then you're looking to completely use your personnel and change the shape, because Hearts look the more likely to score here, and that saddens me to say that after the first half, Laura.
Yeah, I keep going back to saying it, and although I think it was encouraging to see some of them cramping up and potentially us looking like we might be the fitter, adrenaline can count for a lot in these situations. They might just have enough to get them over the line. And they certainly look like the more dangerous out of the two teams on the pitch at the moment. So as time's gone on, I'm getting more and more nervous, I have to say.
I've been nervous since I re-entered the second half, I've got to say. Completely devoid of any kind of idea in that second half from Celtic. You're then looking to your gaffer to manage the game, aren't you, Lawrence? Do you think he's managed the game effectively? Second half.
Bad defensive mistakes, aided and abetted by really poor refereeing. But no, in answer to your question, I don't think it's been well managed. I think if he wants to manage it now, I think Brown's looking so tired. I think it is time for Sorrow.
Sorrow time. Now, this was the big debate, and we got it right in the first half. Lawrence, I can't sit here and say that Lenny got the team selection wrong in the first half, because we were dominating that game at half time. So I can't with hindsight say he got it wrong, we should have played Sorrow from the beginning, even though that was my thinking leading into the game. I can't say that. I simply can't. But he does have the opportunity to change it now. I asked about 10 minutes before the end of the game there, could Celtic score the winning goal? The answer to that was no. Could we raise an additional 56 quid? Well, we raised a few pounds. We're now £36 short. Extra time certainly given us the opportunity to take us up to 20 grand, and there's that goal again, showing us that weak goal. It's terribly defended, isn't it? It's just a wee dink in. We've got three defenders who are...
They're not on anyone.
It's a terrible goal to lose.
You watch Naismith's movement there. Duffy doesn't know where to go to Naismith, because Julian's not marking Naismith, and then he's caught in between him and Boyce.
Let's have a look at some of the comments coming in. Wallace Pierce is saying that no matter what, end of an era. Well, it was always going to be as such after the disappointment of the Ross County game. How's Neil Lennon looking there, Lawrence, when you see him interacting with these players? Because I can see that Robbie Nielsen is seems very focused. He's delivering a message. Can the same be said about Neil Lennon?
Big half hour coming up. He's got to get his next sub right, hasn't he? What's the change you make? Is it Sorry for Brown? Can we bring Griff on for Christie?
Well, the thing with Sorrow is, as I said, he's the perfect substitution if we manage to get in front. It looks to me as though there's a message now being delivered by Neil Lennon. I'm just looking at the body language. I'm hoping that the Celtic players are hopefully going to come out the traps, just like Hearts did at the beginning of the second half. What a transformation that was in the Hearts approach, because they looked every inch the championship club in that first half, Laura. Second half, they outplayed us.
Yeah, it's just been a case of I think they've rode on the adrenaline of that early goal. They've obviously been given a talking to in the dressing room of, get out and get at them. And at the start of the second half, Celtic might, be slow out the traps if we're resting on our laurels, and it looked like we were.
That's a film the keeper actually looking at.
They've then gone and taken on that momentum and got the second goal, and it just seems like it's really knocked the wind out of us, which we can't afford to let it do in these situations. At the end of the day, we are a much better team than they are. We should be looking at the first half and saying, we played them off the park in the first half. Why can't we continue to do that? And whether we're going to do that in extra time or not, I don't know. But you would hope to think that, Brown especially, having a chance to talk to them all for an extended period might give them a chance to get their heads together and get back into the game.
You would hope so, and there's been a forced change of shape because Duffy's came off. He was holding his thigh, and Mikey Johnston is on, so the shape is changing. But that, as I say, has been a forced change on Neil Lennon. Mikey Johnston is a name that continually was mentioned in the lead up to this game, Lawrence, and he's on the park. He'll be fresh. He certainly will be fresh. But looking back at that goal, I was so focused, Laura, on where the ball was that I'm looking back at it now for the fourth time. Mm-hmm. There was a foul on the goalie. Hazard was fouled by Naismith.
Yeah, Naismith backs into him, pushes him back as Hazard's coming out to collect the ball.
There definitely was. I mean, again, I'm clutching at straws with that one, to be fair, but there was a foul. I think Celtic should feel aggrieved that that wasn't given because he had been at it for the corner kicks leading up to it as well.
Listen, I think, unfortunately, and I hate to say it because we shouldn't have to fight against any kind of performance of an official or anything like that. At the end of the day, we can say what we want about it. We should be so much better than this opposition that these issues shouldn't come into it, really. We had a 2-goal lead, regardless of what has happened before or happened since, and we've squandered it. So, I would like to see the goal again, certainly to see the foul, because I have to say that's not something I noticed. But again, that's disappointing if that's the case. That should be a free kick in that case.
Absolutely. A message coming in from Irish Mick. Yes, you will be on the show 30 minutes after extra time. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game, Michael, and I will dial you in. Hopefully we will be celebrating by that stage. I mean, I'm looking at it again, though, and we should not be in this position. Hearts are here on merit. We're now defending something that Celtic hates to defend. A free kick coming in, we've failed to defend that kind of ball all season. We win the first one, we're nowhere on the second. So I'll tell you what, all bets are off. All bets are off in this second half, this extra time.
Disappointing. I'm just reading a text message that's come through on the Axom WhatsApp group chat, and Andy said Nielsen leading Hearts team talk, Callum McGregor's leading ours. So that kind of says a lot about what's going on, whether it's because Neil Lennon's already had his say or whether he didn't have much to say at all. I think we're unfortunately depending on a lot of experienced players. Perhaps not receiving the leadership from management and coaching staff that they should be doing. But I mean, that's jumping to a lot of conclusions, but it certainly seems to be reflected on the pitch a lot of the time.
It does. Where's the leadership? You're looking for the leaders on the park rather. And if that is the case, regardless of what happens here, then that needs to be looked at, because you as a manager of this football club need to have that decisiveness. I could see it actually in Robbie Nielsen. He's a championship manager presently, but he was delivering a message to his team. I just wanted to know if I could see that same message being delivered from our side, and I didn't see it. I wasn't looking to criticise Neil Lennon, so that's very, very interesting. Anyone else on the chat who noticed that? Frimpong as well, I've got to say, he's come on and he's been very ineffective, but we know what he can do, and he's been brought on the park to create something. He's created very little now. We're opening it up. There it is. There's your opportunity. Get the ball in and at least get something from that attack. So at the moment, all bets are off. I really couldn't tell you one way or another how this game's going to go. What I can say is that Celtic have been absolutely atrocious from the 46th minute, and that does not bode well.
Well, the thing is, seems like a long time ago I said it now, but I think I said in the first half, regardless of the fact that we've won a few games, this was actually looking like our best performance, even amongst all those. And now it's back to what it was a few weeks ago, if not worse. We just look completely devoid of ideas. We're kind of just hitting and hoping, and I don't really see where the spark's coming from at the moment.
Mikey Johnson's been brought on, Lawrence. Could he be that spark that Laura was speaking about? I mean, we've got Jeremy Frimpong now, Tommy Roderick. These are guys that we look upon as being creative, because what I'm seeing at the moment is we're actually struggling to get out our own half. We're not creating chances. We have no width. We're not stretching the back line of Hearts. Hearts have that momentum. They have the message being delivered by their manager. This is not looking good. This was not in the script, certainly not at half time. I'm going to have a look just in a moment or two in relation to what we're raising for charity. And obviously we do have a playlist. We've got times, we've got a schedule, we've got people queuing up to appear on this. That might be staggered slightly. Depending on how this goes, it might even go into penalties. Who knows? Looking at this performance so far, we might be praying for penalties by the time that comes round. But we'll keep you updated, and if we need to shift things here or there, we'll certainly do that to give everybody their allocated time on Celtic State of Mind. In terms of the fundraising, I think most people are too focused at the minute on the action on the park. And again, we are looking for a bit of magic, Lawrence. Who do you think, if anyone, can give us that? We're looking for a bit of individual brilliance.
As you say, we're looking a bit devoid of ideas.
Excellent play by Mikey Johnson. He goes down, the referee says play on. But that's the type of thing we need. We need someone to be running at the back line of Hearts, stretching them, making them make a decision or even an error. You're in the box there, you're putting pressure on them. We've not seen enough of that. Jeremy Frimpong keeps the pressure on, and unfortunately his final ball once again wasn't great. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to ask Hearts a few questions. They've asked us plenty, and we failed actually to deliver in the second half. Let's have a look at Neil Lennon. We're seeing a lot of Robbie Nielsen at the moment. I'd like to see the approach at the moment of Lenny. And you were saying earlier that you felt, Lawrence, Scott Brown was tiring. He's still on the park. Is he something? Is that someone else that you would be looking at? How many subs do we have left?
I think that's where a lot of problems are coming from. Hearts are getting a lot of momentum through middle. Sorrell can cover more ground at this time. I think it's something we've got to look at changing, isn't it?
How many subs do we have left? Because we've had Frimpong and Johnson and Laxalt all on now, so that's 3. Don't know if we get more.
No, there's Griffiths just making an entrance now. Lenny has stood by him. Lawrence, he stood by him through, and it's Edward. I mean, that's the frustration for me. It really is. I want Lee Griffiths to just ram those words down my throat. That's the frustration. You bring on the striker, you're looking to stretch the back line, and it's a like-for-like change.
I think Eddie looked at it as if he'd pulled up a couple of times. One time he slid in near the end of normal time, so maybe Eddie's tired, but
yeah,
I can see we're saying like-for-like change.
He will be tired. I mean, look, there's Griffiths, just like-for-like replacement. First thing that happens is a ball's played into him 40 yards. He's got 3 Hearts guys around about him. That's what Edward's been up against all day. Now we're asking for Griff to take that role on himself. We're 7 minutes into the extra time period of the first half, and Griffiths has pulled us out of issues and troubles before. Can he do it again? I dearly hope so. I mean, everybody's shown a bit of faith in Griffiths, haven't they? None more so than Neil Lennon. He could have been out of the club time and time again. He's barely started this season, but he has an opportunity to be the hero. He definitely has, and it's time for heroes now, Laura. Do you think, the like-for-like change, are we going to create the kind of chances that Lee Griffiths thrives on?
Well, what Griffiths actually gives you that we've lost with Turnbull going off is somebody who can create from set pieces. So potentially that's behind the thinking. I'm the same as you. If I wasn't, I'm a bit more convinced, having seen Edward walking off, that he might be carrying a slight knock or something like that. So maybe that's the reason it was a straight swap. I would have liked to have seen the two of them up front to try and stretch the defence a bit more. But certainly, if we can get a set piece around the edge of the 18-yard box, and his ability to deliver from corners, I think at the very least it'll be dangerous from that point of view. And we all know his finishing ability. If he can manage to get away from the defence, if he can chase a ball down when the defence are tired and that kind of thing, then there's definitely opportunity for him to make a difference there.
We've seen a wee period now, Laura, of Celtic pressure. Celtic are putting Hearts on the back foot. My biggest concern when I see that is, as I say, this transition to defence. We've not managed that very well. We really haven't managed it very well today, and I would hope that that isn't going to be, something that we pay for, because, again, there you go. That's what you get with Christie. The first one was world class, and there he tries it again. He's the hero if it goes in. Unfortunately, it goes high and wide on this occasion. But again, I'm glad to see that we're actually trying to craft a chance, even if it's a shot from distance, because we've crafted very, very little, Lawrence. Very little.
Yeah, not a lot of open chances. Naismith putting on work to close it down, making sure Christie had to hit it quickly to get a shot away at all. Well, Griff's on. He's a goal threat. Frimpong and Johnson starting to get a wee bit of the ball. We've got to hope that they get a bit more and can find Griff with one of the crosses.
I think he's a goal threat if we can create a chance, but we've not been creating chances, and that's my concern.
Yeah, that's where I find a bit of a lack of cohesion in the thinking, because if you're bringing on Frimpong and Laxalt to try and get some delivery into the box aerially, Griffiths is not the one you want in the middle to receive that. So you've got to either we're going down the middle or we're going out wide, and it just seems like, the two sets of substitutions, I should say, don't appear to be matching up as far as that's concerned.
Celtic, of course, now having made their final substitution, we've brought on what you would maybe regard as creative players in Johnson, Rogic, Frimpong and Griffiths. Since the first of them came on, we haven't really created anything. So Rogic came on in 68 minutes, haven't seen much of him. Yes, he can still change the game, he can still give you a bit of that wizardry, a bit of that magic, and as can Frimpong and Johnson. But what you're looking for there, Laura, just going back to what you say, you're looking for these guys to create the chance, create the space, and that's when Griffiths comes into his own. Yep. Someone said earlier on the chat here on A Celtic State of Mind how it was the end of the era. It feels like that right now. It feels like the end of an era right now as we speak, in 100 minutes into the game, 10 minutes into extra time. That there. Jeremy Frimpong runs right into the Hearts defender, right into him, doesn't even challenge him, doesn't ask any questions. Now Hearts are on the attack. This is what Celtic fail to defend time and time again. Scott Brown's now doing the running. He's just been skint, and this is where Celtic are at their most vulnerable. If Hearts capitalise on this, I see nothing happening from Celtic. There's no coming back if Hearts score a goal based on the second half and the first part of this extra time period. Lawrence Conley, what's been the biggest disappointment for you this afternoon?
Surrender two goal lead. It's probably, I don't see a fight from the team. The second balls were nowhere near them, so it's probably that.
Well, that's the thing. Now, going back to the point that Laura made, in respect of the team talk, at full time, Laura, has there been any update on that? Was Callum McGregor given the vice captain's role of trying to motivate his teammates?
I haven't seen anything in the comments, and certainly no more text messages confirming that. So, but I mean, if it is the case, it's just, I saw you were on earlier this morning with Celtic Fan TV, the guys from there, and they were saying how the manager is the most important person at the club, and as well he should be. But in return for that, he's got to step up when it's required, and if he hasn't been delivering the team talk at the most vital of times, then that's surely got to be an indication for the future.
Oh, Laura, you're a few seconds behind us, but by God, a wee nail-biting moment. It's terrible. Defending, oh man, it's fundamental errors getting made time and time again. There's a moment there that if it ends up going to a Hearts player, any Hearts player, there's an open goal. I mean, it's painful to watch. This is shambolic from Celtic on a day that was meant to be historic. Yeah, if Jeremy Frimpong got an elbow to the face, it was just a flailing arm. Nothing in it really. Get up, son. You need to make a difference. You need to actually do something in this game. You need to affect the game. He's the type of player who's meant to be able to take Hearts players out, to stretch their backline. I've seen none of it. He's been on the park long enough. As we go towards the end of the first half of extra time, and I'm going to be honest with you, Laura, I think that if anything, Hearts have built on the ascendancy that they had in this game. It's been so disappointing, and even more so, what bothers me now is that Celtic can't make any further changes, and I can't trust Lennon to change it with the personnel he has on the park. No. He just does not have that tactical ability to look at what's on that park and what he's playing against and change it effectively. He just can't do it.
He's never had that, to be honest. It's a case of all or nothing where he's concerned. A lot of the time we either go out and sweep teams to the side because his tactics happen to have been exactly correct, or we struggle. But there never seems to be a great change mid-match. Or a great alteration or tactical change. You see that you've talked about before, about us talking about top-class, world-class managers and why they wouldn't come to Celtic. Top-class, world-class managers can see what's happening in a game and change it to affect the change that's required. Mm-hmm. Neil Lennon's not doing that in this game. He's carrying on and hoping for the best by the looks of things, and it's just not... It's not coming to anything, and it's very, very disappointing.
No, you're right. I mean, you're absolutely right in what you say there, because what we've relied on previously under Neil Lennon is that perhaps an AC Milan player that we've brought in on loan could make a change because he's up against someone who has been purchased from Ross County. And that's exactly what's happened in the past. Yes! And Celtic have scored. Sorry to ruin that for you, Laura.
Lee Griffiths.
Lee Griffiths has done it. He's the man. And I'll tell you what, he has got Celtic out of jail. He's got Neil Lennon out of jail as well, because that is why Lee Griffiths is on the park. Believe it or not, we've scored from a corner kick. I'm astonished. And we need to hold on to this. We really, really need to hold on to this. Because Celtic are...
No, that is what you want a player like Lee Griffiths around for. He is born to be in the 6-yard box, to seize on every opportunity.
What a header!
Right,
Sorry,
Scott Brown.
Sorry, Laura. I'm looking at this. It's almost with absolute despair. Look at the way that Bruni attacked that corner kick. He attacked that corner like his life depended on it. Who do you want that ball to fall to? Lee Griffiths. There you go. There's the old guard.
What a save by Craig Gordon. More or less hits off his leg, didn't it, for Brown to say that?
He does that thing though, Lawrence. He makes his body big. He just spreads himself. Yeah. And Neil Lennon, there you are. You're going to be in that shower after this game, and you're out of jail.
Listen, we're not out of jail yet.
We're not out of jail yet. You've been given a get out of jail free card there, Lawrence. That's what's happened. If you want to talk about jail analogies,
who gets to talk to now?
Well, who does the talk now? That's a good question. Let's keep a close eye on that, Laura. Now, sorry, you were in full flow there and I cut you off. I just couldn't contain that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I have to say, I have to hold my hands up here. I am a very vocal critic of Scott Brown. I was first to say on Friday that I didn't think that Griffiths would have the fitness to be involved. Obviously, coming on during extra time makes that a bit different, but like you say, the desire of Scott Brown to get to that ball couldn't really be matched by anybody else on the pitch, and the sheer instinct of Griffiths that was not I know he was, literally probably standing on the goal line, but the more you watch that, it was not an easy goal to put in. He was kind of turned the other way and had to pivot on one foot and make a connection with it, with Gordon bearing down on him again. So that was just a striker's finish if ever I've seen one. It was just absolute instinct, and it was just what we needed at the right time. Absolutely brilliant.
You used two words there. You described Scott Brown and you used the word desire. Then you went on to Lee Griffiths and you used the word instinct, Laura. And I think that's perfectly illustrated exactly how we managed to get that goal now. Neil Lennon is definitely given a team talk at this moment in time. That has rallied the Celtic players. That's breathed life into Celtic's quadruple treble charge. I'm looking now at Celtic. Do you have another substitution to make?
Yep.
Who's coming off? Lawrence?
Brown.
Scott Brown.
Sorrow.
I'll tell you what. Scott Brown's
that
last.
Would be exactly what you said, Paul, was that if we go in the lead, the perfect change at that point would be to take Brown off and put Sorrow on.
Well, we do know that Gavin Strachan is watching our Celtic State of Mind on his laptop, so that's probably what they've done it for, because it seems obvious to me. Bruni, what a last involvement in the game from Scott Brown. He threw himself at that like his life depended on it, Lawrence. I'll take the egg on the face. I've been saying that Sorrow should have started this game. That's why Scott Brown started it. A proper captain's role there. Wouldn't you agree there, Lawrence?
Yeah, proper captain's role. I thought Sorrow should have started as well, but just because he's done that doesn't mean he should have started. We'll see what Sorrow gives us. Hopefully we can close this game out.
We need to close it out. Hearts have shown, Laura, they've shown an ability to cut through that back line at Celtic. It's now been decimated, obviously, with the injury to Shane Duffy. We've now got Sorrow. Sorrow, we know the job he can do. It's a defensive midfielder. He's brilliant at it. We've got a ball winner in Laxalt. I've said that time and time again. He's a much better ball winner than he is delivering the ball into the box.
Yep.
We've heard it so often. Let's get back to the basics of defending any charge from Hearts. The update on the tally is 19,974. I said that it would be great to get 20 grand by the end of the game. They've given us an extra 30 minutes to raise the money. £26. Come on, who can give us £26 on the GoFundMe page? It's underneath the video. Surely the drinks are now flowing. We've got the quadruple treble in sight. There's still work to be done, as Lawrence says. But come on, chuck us 26 quid. If I wasn't doing the live broadcast, I'd probably just throw it in myself just to get us over the line. 20 grand. What an incredible contribution from, I'm going to say, the majority of Celtic fans, Lawrence. It will be the majority. There's a few others who have thrown their money where their mouths are as well. But what a weekend, regardless of what happens now. I think we're going to enjoy it a lot more if we're able to hold on to this lead, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's hold on. It's close a game out, which is strange when you think you were 2-0 up against the championship team. As you say, the back line's been decimated, in no small part to Hearts' industrial tactics, shall we say, and the referee allowing away with it. But, what's it, 12, 13 minutes to a quadruple treble? We need everyone to be showing the same kind of desire that Scott Brown did for that header.
That was Scott Brown personified. That image for me is more important than his Bruni against El Hadji Diouf that was mentioned earlier on by Laura. That is so much more important.
Do you know who it put me in mind of? Big Chris Sutton, when he used to claim a ball with headers when he came in the box.
Nothing was stopping Scott Brown there when he went to get that ball. This could be the...
he's coming in. Come on, pack him up.
It was a great piece of play. You've got to say, he ran out of space there, didn't he, Lawrence?
No support.
Tommy Rogic, with his magnetic foot, he just ran out of space, unfortunately. And Griffiths had made a different run. Rogic placed the ball in the 6-yard box. Law, you're probably watching it now on your slightly delayed stream that you're paying for, which is bizarre. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Rogic's entitled to think he should have more support than just Griffiths. Someone should be coming in at the edge of the 6-yard box. Irish Mick's going to join us at full time, but I'm very aware of the fact that we've got another 3 shows coming up. I don't mind staying late just to accommodate everybody, because this is all about charity. But Irish Mick, I'm dying to hear from you, pal, and I hope you're in good spirits. But I'm going to throw out that invite as soon as the full-time whistle is blown, and you can join us when you're able, because it's at that stage now. It's been an emotional roller coaster, to use an old Britain's Got Talent phrase. Today, they know how to lift you up, don't they, Laura? And they know how to kick you when you're up there.
Yeah, it's for all the success that we've had over the past decade or so, and for all the trophies we've been fortunate enough to see the team win, we very rarely do it without there being a bit of drama, and it's proved the case again today. I hope we can hold on and see it out. It would be great to have been involved in something like this charity weekend on such a historic weekend for the club as well. And I just hope that we can, even if the rest of the season doesn't go to plan, even if this is the kind of last breaths of a team that's brought us so much success, it would be a great way to finish it. And although there might need to be a lot of rebuilding in the summer and things like that, let's just enjoy this while it lasts.
Absolutely. I mean, from the jaws of success, we almost grasped defeat there, Laura. And, we are looking, ironically enough, at the old guard to pull us out a hole. And it was that old guard that I was so, deliberately trying to ensure didn't start this game. I wanted Sorrow. I wanted Hazard and Turnbull. But it's the rear guard that may have saved us. And I say may because this Celtic side, as I say, it's a cruel mistress, isn't it? And I mean, it can pull the rug from under your feet when you least expect it. So I'm not counting my chickens, that's for sure. And Celtic, I mean, it's given them that wee bit of impetus after the goal to see the game out. It's blown some new life into the Celtic team. But Hearts are coming back into it now, Laura.
Yeah, they seem to be. It's unfortunately, this is the way the extra time goes, as far as I've seen. Neither team in any situation appeared to have the energy to go at it for the full half an hour of extra time, and therefore it ebbs and flows. So for the amount of energy that we put in to get a grip back in the game and get the goal.
Oh dear, we've chucked it. It's 3-3. It's 3-3. We can't hold on to a lead. I got a text from someone there saying that we're out of jail, and I sent a wee text back. I won't tell you what it said, but my fears have come to fruition. And
that's just a mess again, though. That's straight from a set piece. That's just complete disorganisation that's caused that.
It's dreadful. It really is poor. So poor. I'm running out of superlatives or the opposite to describe the abysmal nature of Celtic's defending. We're at 6s and 7s. Ginnelly's made a big impact since he came on as a sub for Hearts. He's standing on his own in the 6-yard line. Not a soul around him. No one about him. Callum McGregor standing on the line, static. The ball breaks to Ginnelly, and nobody's going to stop him.
I have to say, for all the praise I have given Conor Hazard, that's a basic error for a goalkeeper. If you're going to come for that, you have to claim it, or at least get it clear. You don't come and not make it there. That's really poor.
It really is. So where are we? 112 minutes played of the extra time, and for me, it's once again back to the drawing board. We have already taken off our captain. We've had our centre half injured. Edouard's a game changer. He's off. Lee Griffiths is on. Can he do it again? There's only so often you can go to the well. With this Celtic side, we are creating something. It's time for Jeremy Frimpong to stand up, step up and do something creative. Celtic have, thankfully, put Hearts back on the back foot. We need to keep them there.
The other thing I did say on Friday was I looked at Hearts' scoring record this season in the Championship, and I fully take on board that they play against a weaker strength of opposition. But a team scoring goals is a team scoring goals no matter who they're playing against, and they've shown that they are able to put the ball in the net when it's required. And the only thing that's going to help that is a defence that doesn't look like it's organised in any way, shape or form, and that's the way we look.
Talking about the way you look, we've got Scott Brown clearly injured, holding on to his groin, but Neil Lennon doing his disappearing act into his puffer jacket. Get yourself off that seat, Lenny. Get up on your feet because your team's playing the way you look, defeated. And he needs to get up. He needs to rally his troops here. Laura, you've got a goalkeeper there who's been to blame for that third goal. you've got to support your team now. Lenny's disappearing into his puffer jacket, and that's not good enough. We need everybody to get Celtic back on track here. We've thrown the game away twice now. We've thrown it away twice. We've been in the lead 2-0 up, 1-0 up, 3-0 up. We've been in the lead for the first half of this game. We managed to get our noses back in front, but we just can't do the basic defending.
What does that do for the attitude of the players on the pitch to look over and see that from Lennon? I mean, do they just look at that and say, well, if he doesn't care, why should we? Do you know what I mean? It's just... It's a defeatist attitude to me.
He looks like a man defeated. You're absolutely right. We talk about body language. We mention it all the time on here. None of us are specialists, but you don't have to be. That's basics. And now the BBC's frozen, so maybe you can keep us updated, Laura. Lax Salt's taking the throw in, so we're back, and Celtic need to create something, and it's soon, because even our penalty kick takers off the park in Odsonne Edouard. It's a lottery. Anything can happen if it goes to penalties, and I'm not even sure that's going to happen. Lawrence, what's your thoughts? You've been quiet in the last 5 minutes. It looks as though that third goal has knocked the stuffing out of you there.
No, but listen, it's a mistake by Hazard. Probably his first one since he's come in. As Laura said, if he comes for it, he's got to get something on the ball. He doesn't. You've got 5 minutes to win a quadruple treble. We should have the players on the park to do it. It's time for them to step up. You know, how much can Lenny affect from the side of the park?
Plenty.
You really are looking for these players to go the extra mile, like Scott Brown did, try to win it with a header. Are we seeing that kind of commitment from the other players?
But to be fair, if you say that about Lennon, how much can he affect things from the side of the park? What is a manager's role during a match if not to do that? He's got to at least try and put some effort in.
Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, he'd be as well sitting in this studio.
Yep. Yeah, he's used his subs though. But 5 minutes to go cup final, looking for quadruple treble. If it's all down to the manager, I think the players should be able to affect the game more than Lenny should with 5 minutes to go.
But he needs to play a part. He can't just sit there and disappear into his puffer jacket, whilst Strachan's on his iPad and don't know what Kennedy's doing. He's probably disappearing into his snood. But just on a positive note, we have smashed through the 20 grand barrier in terms of fundraising, just as Hearts go to try and win this game. I'm absolutely devastated at the moment watching the manner in which Celtic are throwing this away. But £20,154 has now been raised. Thank you, everybody. And just in the last 5 minutes, thank you to Martin Reid, to Jerry McNamara, to John Wedlock, and to the anonymous donators as well as Gary McGregor, Rob McDonald, Joe Smythe. You've brought this past the £20,000 mark, which is astonishing. Now, Celtic need to do their bit. Celtic need to do their bit if we want this to be a real quadruple treble weekender, because at the moment they are staring down a barrel, because if this goes to penalties, then it's anybody's game. Absolutely anybody's game. You could be playing any team from any level and anything can happen. Anything can happen. But again, that must be frustrating as well, though. At this stage, Lawrence, I mean, we've got some creative players on the park. Frimpong's created very little. It's time for him to step up.
Yep. He's got a bit of space here. He needs to be able to pick somebody out, doesn't he?
Do we have an advantage if it goes to penalties, knowing Craig Gordon and what he might do, and also the fact that Hearts won't have a great knowledge of that?
That's
wow. We're trying our best to lose the game before the penalties, Laura, by the looks of it.
I don't know.
Honestly, Hearts in the mouth at the moment, time and time again. Even though by the end of this I'll have done a 24-hour shift in a weekend, that's not what's bothering me. What's giving me palpitations is this Celtic performance. It's been absolutely atrocious. And Lawrence, to go back on that, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, I think Neil Lennon can affect the game from that sideline. I don't think he does. I think that's one of his biggest failings. He looks like a man defeated. Far too often, if you're looking for any kind of leaders in your team, and I look around and I see Lenny at that moment in time, he's given me nothing. He's given me absolutely nothing. And that's sad, because this is everything. This means everything to all the Celtic fans all around the world. Everybody who's watching our stream, everybody who's donated over this weekender to try and change people's lives. This team means everything to you. And what you want is you want a leader. And I think we got that with Scott Brown. I was hoping it was going to be his last involvement in the game before we won the game. But with a minute to go, as I say, all bets are back off.
Yeah, we're looking for someone to step up and do something. That last chance for Hearts, the centre half, it's so slack with the ball back to Hazard. Looks like Diego's trying to create.
He is trying to create, you're right. And that was close. And that was from Tommy Roderick. If anyone was going to pull something out the bag, he's your man. If anyone can, Tommy can. But yes, we are looking ahead to the rest of the evening, and we do have football CFB. We're going to be up. Callum is going to be up next. He is due to dial in at 5 o'clock. But as I say, this may be delayed because we're sitting at 4:45 at the moment, and we are facing a penalty kick scenario. At least it was a chance. It's something that, disappointingly, we haven't seen much of, unfortunately, Lawrence. Right, so here we go. We're into the lands of who knows what. Who knows what's going to happen next. And, it's not good for the health, this, watching Celtic this season. It really is not. I mean, 1 minute of injury time. Laura, what, if anything, can Celtic do here to salvage something?
He's onside.
I don't really know. I'm already thinking about penalties, if I'm completely honest. And like I said, the only thing that I'm holding on to is that we might have a potential advantage in being familiar with Craig Gordon and them not being familiar with Hazard, if that's likely to make any difference whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Griffiths did well there to create a bit of space. The ball was the only ball he could play, dinked it into the box. Unfortunately, it was a wee bit too high, but Lee Griffiths has made a positive contribution. Lawrence Conley, should he have been brought on a wee bit earlier?
I think so, yeah. I think this, although Brown's made the third goal, I think one of the subs that could have done a bit of difference was sorry for Brown. Hearts were making a lot of chances and winning all the second balls.
And it's into penalties. I mean, yeah, absolutely devastated with what I've seen today with Celtic. First half gave us the Celtic that we have been pining for most of the season. Unfortunately, it wasn't to last. Hearts came out, they pulled that back, and let's just say they certainly deserved to be back in the game. They showed all the willingness, all the endeavour. They pushed the envelope as far as they could. For the neutral, I'm guessing that was a good game to watch. I'm not a neutral, so I can't actually comment on that. A 3H cup final. Excellent. It's had a wee bit of everything, isn't it? So we're going into penalties, and as I say, I think Laura makes a very, very good point to say that Stevie Woods knows all about Craig Gordon. Hearts know very little about our goalie. How important might that be, do you think, Lawrence?
Hopefully very important. Yeah. This would be a terrible time for Craig Gordon to start saving penalties. I don't think he's saved one in his career. So hopefully Celtic players take a lift from that. Who hits the penalties? Griff, Matt, Tommy Roderick. Who else?
I mean, it's hard to say, to be honest with you, but I just hate penalties. I really do. You could be playing an amateur team and they could beat you. That's the thing. Yeah, there is an element of football ability, and that's why they were introduced. Jock Stein was one of the purveyors of pushing the authorities to introduce this over the toss of a coin, as it used to be. But I just hate it because, you're in the land of the gods at this stage, aren't we? You really are.
So it was toss a coin or corners at one point as well, wasn't it? Corner count. So,
but we've put ourselves in this situation, Lawrence.
Yep.
We've put ourselves. No one else to blame but ourselves. We've put ourselves into this situation, and that's disappointing because I just felt we were so far ahead in terms of that first half performance. We've seen a wee bit. We're giving Lenny the big high fives, telling him how great he was. And then we get the other side of Celtic in the second half, and it's just been so poor.
Losing that first goal seemed to knock the confidence out of them, didn't it? Or it certainly gave Hearts a lot of confidence. They started finding space against us at the back, and we didn't really put any kind of passage or play together where we got foot in the ball or look confident in the game again. Even the third goal is fairly scrappy, isn't it?
And that was after what could have been the fairy tale end to the game. And, you know, Scott Brown throwing himself at that ball. Brilliant. The celebration from Lee Griffiths, superb. Craig Gordon knows all about the Celtic players as well, Laura. You know, he will have seen them taking penalties. He would have been on the other side of the penalties. There's the flip side, I guess. He will know what Griffiths likes to do. He'll know what Chris Ayer likes to do. So there you go. There's the research. There's all the background information you like. It's up in the air. Who knows what's going to happen next? And I'll tell you this much. We're going to be here to watch every single second of it. And you will see it. You'll see our reaction, Lawrence. You will see what it means should we win or lose this game. And then obviously what will happen is there'll be some pipe music. There'll be some pipe music. Don't forget, we came in bullish with some pipes, and we'll go out bullish with some pipes as well. We've reached over £20,000 in what has been a quite remarkable weekend, regardless of what happens in this penalty shootout. I would dearly love for Conor Hazard to be the hero today. I really would, particularly after that final goal, Laura, where, yeah, you could blame him. You certainly could, but I don't think he's been protected very well all day from his defence, who have got all the experience in the world, international level experience.
No, I mean, it was a basic error, but at the end of the day, as we've said before, he's made very, you know, you're talking about a guy who's, this is his third senior appearance, and it's in a Scottish Cup final. So, I mean, there's going to be mistakes there. There's going to be nerves. You know, there should be a defence there that doesn't have to put him in that position either.
Naismith is going to enjoy that first penalty, just like for Scotland is Lee Griffiths. He's a brave man. He's a brave man, I tell you. Sometimes you get star players, Laura, who deliberately go last so that they can be the hero. They can make that kick and be the hero. Lee Griffiths takes it first. Cool as a cucumber, and well done. He's just told Naismith to shut up. I love that about Lee Griffiths. I've missed that. I really have. I just miss it.
There's Naismith. Get a foul given against him for a stamp and an elbow to the face. Scores a first penalty.
I know, and wee Lee tells him to shut his puss, which is tremendous. Now, this is murder for you, Laura, because we're watching the penalties before your stream catches up. But
I don't think I could take it, honestly, any other way. I'm happy for you to relay, and I'll just watch it with a little 5 or 6 seconds to digest.
Yeah, well, nobody's missed yet, and Hearts have taken a second, so there you are. And we are preparing, we're always preparing for the next show in this 24-hour marathon. The next show, if you're watching, Callum, is CFB football, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he reacts after this game. We're going to have to perhaps delay everything by about half an hour, because obviously we were going to be wrapped up some time ago until Celtic decided to throw away a 3-2 lead. Callum McGregor, this is painful to watch. He's just scored, thankfully, but Craig Gordon certainly chose the right side of the goal. You can see the nerves, Lawrence. You can see the nerves in these Celtic players, young, old. Callum McGregor, and he scores. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. Hearts are up for their third penalty, and it's Christophe Berra, and he just slots it away.
It's the third one's down the middle.
Slots it away. It's no Christophe Berra at all, but he scores nonetheless. Hearts are 3-2 up. Pressure's on. Pressure's on Celtic.
Do you think it's an advantage hitting them first, or only if you score them?
It only becomes an advantage when someone saves or misses, and Ryan Christie, who scored an absolutely emphatic goal for Celtic today, as he did against Aberdeen, has just missed the penalty, Laura.
Craig Gordon saves. First
Craig Gordon has saved
it,
and Ryan Christie's missed the penalty, and that now means that it's advantage Hearts. It's in the land of the gods. It's in the land of the gods. That's where we are, and it's not looking good at this moment in time. Just as I invite the next guest to come in, should he wish to do so. Hearts.
That's a poor penalty. That one.
Yeah, it is. It is. Celtic have had control of this game more than once and have thrown it away time and time again. Can Hearts save by Conor Hazard?
Yes.
That's tremendous. We're back in the game. We're back in the game.
Psychologically, where does that put in its kicker?
We're back in the game for Celtic. Celtic must score this. Well done, Connor Hazard. Well done, son. We need to score. We really do. And
Mikey Johnson.
It's the young man coming in, Mikey J. Yes.
Sudden death.
Yes.
Very confident for Mikey, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Time for heroes. Who said that? Pete Docherty.
There's always time for heroes. It's just who is it going to be?
How did you guys convince me doing this live in front of 500 viewers would be a good idea?
Laura.
Come on, Connor.
Yes! Saved.
Go on, Connor.
Saved. Come on.
Who's the heroes? Tommy Rogic? Who's going to hit the fifth? Big save by Connor. Definitely atoned for his mistake, isn't he? The 2 penalty saves.
Oh, absolutely. That's
2 cracking saves.
Come on, Celtic.
I think Christie's was a poor penalty.
Come on, Celtic.
But those are 2 cracking saves of Connor.
Chris,
But Chris, the new Cafu. Stevie Filton was the new Baggio. He's the new Cafu. How was Cafu at penalty?
He's the first Chris Ayer for me, mate.
Let's hope so.
Come on, big man.
Yes!
Come on!
Go on!
Tell me the boy didn't want that. Look at that.
What a way to win it.
Superb.
The highs, the lows, had everything.
Come on.
Was it ever in doubt in your mind? Come on, Paul. Tell me you are confident.
Confident? I'm having palpitations here, mate. Chris Ayer, there you go, son. There you go. There's your converted midfielder, Kevin Graham. Always knew he had it in him. Superb. That's a proper baller.
The new
Chris Ayer. Come
Cafu was
on,
good at
Celtic.
pens.
Why do you do this to us, man? Honestly. Superb.
Oh, but afters.
I'll tell you what, that's a nice wee gesture there. Craig Gordon and Hazard. I'll tell you what, Hazard's my hero today. He's my absolute hero.
To come back from selling a third goal to saving 2 penalties, big player, isn't it?
Oh,
shows a lot of character.
Lawrence, unbelievable.
And I thought the story was written when Craig Gordon saves his first penalty in his career. But we've got Connor. Can do it twice as good.
Well done, son. Well done. I am delighted. Absolutely delighted. And
tell you what, I don't have full sympathy for Craig Gordon. He was a cracking servant.
I'm a bit hoarse, I must admit. But you know what? We're going to see this through. Callum McFadden is due up next on Football CFB. He might be able to calm things down a bit for us just while we regain our composure, Lawrence. Because by God, that was emotional from start to finish. Listen, you can say whatever you want because all the zombies that normally inhabit these streams and create memes, Laura, won't be in the chat room tonight. So say what you like. Celtic are the quadruple treble winners, and that, my friends, is history in the making. Absolute history in the making. You'll be telling your grandson, your granddaughter about today. That's how big this is. This will never be seen again. This is unbelievable from Celtic.
Listen, we saw the good, the bad of the Celtic. Scott Brown, I thought he was brilliant first half. He's great for the third goal, but let's hope that, for me, I think we go back to Sorrell and league business.
Go back to Sorrell, I'd still be having words with Neil Lennon in the shower after that, Lawrence. I'm telling you, mate. Nothing changes for me. We scrape through. I am absolutely elated. And what a day. Just at that, just before that, we burst through a quite incredible amount raised for charity of over 20,000 quid. Unbelievable. There he is. There's Ryan Christie. We've seen him in tears after his goal for Scotland when we qualify, Lawrence. I mean, he was almost the villain there. I know a lot of Celtic fans would have called him a villain as well. But, you know, if you miss penalties and you win, it's forgotten about.
He scored a world-class goal.
He did.
But I think the biggest influence in that game was John Beaton. Naismith gets the stamp and Scott Brown gets the elbow in the face and he sees out the full match. And indeed scores the opening penalty.
Hey, look, Lawrence, this is one for our discussion on Tuesday when you join us again with Natasha Meikle. So we can look back once we've composed ourselves. But by God, that's an emotional game, that right there. So many times, Laura, Celtic were ahead. We got our wee noses ahead, and well, I say we, not in my case. We got our noses ahead, and we somehow tried to throw it away, time and time again. But I thought for a moment, I've been saying, I mean, even when I called this the Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender, I thought that's a bit cheeky. I'll be getting called entitled in a minute. You know, it was written in the stars, and we almost threw it away. Laura. Come on, tell me, what do you take from that? You seem almost speechless.
Well, as you know, and I'm sure people viewing this will know, I'm never short for a word or two, and this was just... It was almost the whole performance was an encapsulation of every good thing and every bad thing about this Celtic team. When we're on our game, we can be nobody can beat us in Scotland. When we're on our game. When we're not on our game, we can be absolutely atrocious, and we showed both sides of the spectrum today. I still believe we're sitting here 2 weeks after, you know, one of the worst runs we've had in our history, with another trophy in the cabinet, and yet I still think there are changes that need to be made. If Neil Lennon is still Celtic manager next season, then we have some serious questions to ask. But I don't want to immediately go into the negative straight away. I think we all need to just enjoy this piece of history that I'm glad to have shared with you guys. I think we need to just enjoy it for what it is. It will never be repeated, and we can always say we did the quadruple treble. And that's what we need to remember right now.
Well said. 12 trophies on the bounce.
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
It is outstanding. Laura, yeah, it's been emotional. And you were questioning why we asked you. And I know that you're glad we asked you, really.
Oh, absolutely.
After that. But we're going to get ourselves prepared, Laura, for our next show, which is Football CFB. Gives us a wee breather, allows me to go and... get a wee drink, because yes, we did celebrate a little bit, didn't we? Craig Gordon looks gutted, and you know what, it was a lovely wee sign at the end of that, wasn't it, Lawrence, when he went up to Conor Hazard and embraced him, wished him all the best.
I think he's done a lot for Conor. As I understand it, him and Stevie Woods really brought Conor on. I know Conor plays international for the north of Ireland. I think he's made a mistake for the third goal, but saving two penalties, he's got to cement his place as our number one for the next few games, hasn't he?
Yeah, that was the man to the left of the screen there, as Neil Lennon was giving the big smiles, as the man that's setting us up for a wee interview for Peter Lawwell. So on you go. I hope that was Neil Lennon reminding him.
What is the bidding reached for that interview?
Well, we were basically promised 10 grand. So we'll see if that comes in. If it does, it will go right to the charities after the event. It's not been given to us yet. £1,000 of it has been. But Lawrence, you can stick around until we adapt the schedule a little bit. Laura, go and enjoy yourself. It's a historical night. I will catch up with you again, not on Friday, because I think you'll be busy. But I'll be in touch perhaps for the Friday after that. Thank you so much for your contribution. It's been an absolute pleasure. And take care. Enjoy your night.
Yes, good night.
Good night, Laura.
So then there were two. Lawrence Conley, I can't remember. I'll tell you what, right? People ask me from time to time about my greatest memories as a Celtic fan. And sometimes they're surprised, because one of my greatest memories as a Celtic fan, one of the greatest games I've ever been to, wasn't because of the performance on the park. But I'll tell you what, I felt after that game the way I feel today. And it was when we beat Airdrie in the 1995 Scottish Cup final. It meant so much, because not only was it the first trophy that Celtic had won in 6 years, it was the beginning, wasn't it? Because we had fought tooth and nail to get rid of the old boards, and then obviously Fergus came in. We'd spent that horrible season at Hampden. We knew that we were returning to Celtic Park, but we needed to start winning. We had to start winning trophies. Tommy Burns was in charge, and I just remember I think I was 16 at the time, after the game, going home just thinking, this is big. This is big. This is massive. I'll never forget the feeling I had that day, and I'm feeling similar today. It's just huge. It's just huge for Celtic.
9 minutes in, big Pierre. I remember day cup final, Scottish Press. We fear Pierre Van Diver on the back page. You know, we got an early goal, but again, Airdrie were allowed to play much like Hearts played in this game. It was very scrappy. Peter Grant had a good game, and it was all about winning it, wasn't it? It was all about getting that first trophy. We'd had a disappointment in Ibrox in November against Wraith Rovers. We needed something, and it was very much for me, as you say, start of something. It was echoes of 65 when Jock Stein won the Scottish Cup, ending a barren run. Tommy Burns initiated driving up Dunn Street with a cup at the front of the bus. He brought that back, which was part of Celtic's history in 95. I don't know if we'll be driving up Dunn Street today, if the police will allow it. Will the Green Brigade there? Hopefully not protesting. If they are, hopefully they'll be celebrating on the route back to Celtic Park.
That begs an important question. It begs a really important question. Where are we? Where are we in that whole scheme of things, Lawrence? Because that there gave us the best and the worst of Celtic all wrapped up into a cup final, which we so easily could have lost. We so easily could have lost that. So for me, and I don't want to go all negative because this is massive in the history of Celtic Football Club, what we're witnessing right now. So what I think we need to be aware of is that there are still some issues that need resolved at Celtic Football Club, is or not?
Yeah, indeed. But I think this game and the quadruple treble is a natural bookend, perhaps, to some of the old guard. The last couple of games, we saw a bit of a fresher Celtic, a bit more energy, a bit more movement. And I think maybe today's team selection, there was maybe a couple of players in their sentimentality. You know, Scott Brown gives us the third goal. On form, should he have started against Sorrow? So hopefully this is an actual bookend, and we're just looking at picking players in form. We've got to go, try and get it 10 in a row. We know they're going to review things in January. As you say, I think Lenny's still under a lot of pressure, but for me I think it goes deeper just about how the football department structure the club and who makes footballing decisions and who makes business decisions, and should it be the same person?
Well, it shouldn't, because that was never the remit, and you know that's a difficult walk up to get the loser's medal, isn't it, for Hearts?
I'm so glad to see Naismith get it. Not only is it the stamp, the elbow, the foul on Connor Hazard for the first goal, the treatment he gave Johnny Hayes in the past, and doesn't Beaton look almost as disappointed as those Hearts players?
Beaton, you know. The thing is, yeah, we can speak about the treacherous nature of Scottish officialdom, but Celtic were putrid at times during that game, and I'm only delighted that, of course, we were able to still pull it out the bag, Lawrence. I mean, yeah, great character, absolutely.
Well, losing that first goal just seemed to, the confidence just went in the team. Obviously, Hearts were buoyed by it, but I think some of that come down to Brown's legs. They were winning a lot of second balls in midfield. You know, they're on top of the defence quite easily, and I think if Sorrow had been on earlier, that might have stopped that.
No, you're right. I mean, what happens is we comment in real time, and what can happen there is people can pull a comment that you make about a situation and say, well, you changed like the wind, you've got more faces than the town clock, 1 minute Lenny's to stay, next minute he's not to stay. We're supporting Celtic, we're supporting them, we want Celtic to win, we want Neil Lennon to win, of course we do, but the deep-rooted issues I think were illustrated as clearly as they could possibly be illustrated in, you know, in one game today, Lawrence. We've seen the greatness of Celtic, we've seen the desire of Scott Brown, we've seen that instinct of Lee Griffiths, and yes, I am stealing all of Laura's descriptive terms here, but you know, that it was just relief. It's just relief for me. You know, it's ecstatic winning anything, but I feel relieved as much as anything else that we were able just to trundle across the line in a penalty shootout, and Connor Hazard deserves loads of credit for that. Loads and loads of credit.
Definitely. He looks as if he's got a big future. He sold the third goal, but to save 2 penalties and that pressure when it's quadruple treble, the 12th trophy in a row on the line. Celtic arguably in a really poor form, although we've won our last 2. Great character for him, but since he's been in the team, we've said that about him. Cool, calm, collected, confident. It took a lot of confidence facing those penalties and saving them.
Yeah, it did. And I think people were, me included, were certainly critical of some of the things he did today. But, I take the point that he didn't have a strong defence in front of him at times, Lawrence. You're looking at international players to dig you out a wee bit. And, I don't think that they done him any favours, that's for sure.
Yeah. The first goal is... who's in front of him? Is Naismith back around him, fouling him, blocking him. It showed the fragile confidence of the team, didn't it? Lose one goal and we just seem to go to pieces.
Yeah, definitely. And there's fireworks at Hampden. And you know what? I think that it would be a perfect moment for that to be the final swan song in Neil Lennon. And we start planning now, Lawrence, because, our stranglehold on Scottish football has been personified with this victory, quadruple treble. But let's be honest, they're getting closer to us, aren't they? Our challenges are getting closer. They're threatening to overtake us. There comes a moment where you've got to accept that you're not able to take the club forward.
What's left of us this season? Do we care about this season's Scottish Cup? I think it's all about the league now, isn't it? And the club will say they'll review it in January. I don't think this stops them from reviewing it. Well, pretty much... if we lose a game between now and the end of January, I think decisions are made if Rangers keep up their form. If we win everything and beat Rangers, it makes it a harder decision. But I don't think it's all about the manager. It's really about the structure of the football club. It's who should be making the football decisions? Who should have the final say in signings? Should the manager be aware of a signing? Never mind have the final say on him. But he should definitely at least be aware of it.
I get all that, I really do. And, the playing side we can discuss, we can talk about the manager and the coaching, we can talk about the board, the highest level of the football club. But I just think that sometimes when you're looking at the fundamentals of we're in a situation on a football park, which is why we all buy into this, it's the football. All the business and everything else is just a byproduct of that. But you're looking at things happening on a football park that the manager should be able to and is unable to affect. Then that's one of the first things you change. You then look at the playing staff, and you know what? I'm going to bring Callum McFadden in, even though he's going to be presenting the next show. Callum, Celtic messed up the schedule. Would you credit that? Celtic messed it up, pal.
They did, but in the end, it was the most incredible game of football. I know, obviously, from a Celtic perspective, given the quality of the first half, you can't be happy with the second half and how the performance deteriorated. But when you win a quadruple treble, I think it's impossible not to get caught up in the emotion, and that's the way I feel about it now. I'm sure you guys are the same. We'll never see anything like that again, Paul. Never.
No, we won't. And by the way, I'm glad you're here because Lawrence and I need a wee bit of time to go away and compose ourselves, I think, after that. So we've been doing this all back office stuff where we play a wee video and we do all the turnaround and magically people appear. But you know what? Let's give everybody a wee peek behind the curtain and let's just do it live time. So as soon as your compadre arrives into the broadcast studio, I'll invite him in. Lawrence and I will disappear and it's over to you, my friend. But whilst we're waiting on him, let's talk about that game today. Wow. I mean, 3-3. Scott Brown, the header, the Lee Griffiths, it was written. That was the script. Griffiths was going to win us that. And no, this Celtic side. Let's chuck it again. Let's take it to penalties. And not just that, let's go behind in penalties and rely on Connor Hazard to get us out of jail. 22-year-old inexperienced goalie.
Just unbelievable, and when you consider the nature of the game, as you've said, it's just crazy. And I don't think I'll be the only person. When Celtic went behind in penalties, Paul, I think we could just see the writing on the wall almost of Neil Lennon. The pressure being under him, is there going to be a change? But thankfully we don't need to worry about that tonight. We can enjoy tonight.
We can. Welcome to the Quadruple Treble Weekender, James. My eyes are burning. I've been looking at the screen for the last 5 hours, so it's welcome that you and Callum are going to give us a wee bit of relief.
Indeed. Well, congratulations first and foremost.
Good man.
With Celtic winning, I'm pleased for you, and a great way to start our shift, if you like.
Oh, absolutely. Now, we're running a wee bit late, but I think everybody will accept that. So I'll let the next show know. Take your hour, Callum. I don't mind staying 15 minutes after the day and the experience we've just had. But all that's left for me to say is, Lawrence Conley, thank you for your contribution. I'll catch up with you next week, my friend.
All right, keep it here, mate.
And you two guys, over to you. I will be watching in the background with a strong cup of coffee. Enjoy, and I'll catch up with you soon, all right?
Take it easy.
Thanks, Paul.
Bye-bye.
Well, James, we come on air at the moment that it means a lot for Celtic fans. When Paul announced the Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender, I was delighted to get involved. When Celtic went behind in penalties, I'll be honest, James, I was terrified because I thought, right, he's called it the Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender. If Celtic don't win this today and you and I have to come on air afterwards, it's going to be a tough shift. But Connor Hazard saving the penalties has made it a lot easier for us.
Well, we're professional to the very end, so we'll always find a way. And pleased for Celtic. Such a massive club. Not just at home but also abroad. Very highly respected here in the Netherlands as well. As I touched on one of our podcasts in the past, I remember when they came to Amsterdam for the Europa League match in, I think it was September 2014, and I went to that match, and it was a 2-2 draw, if my memory serves me rightly, and I was in the lower tier behind the goal, and I kid you not, I could hear the Celtic fans above me, and not just a couple, literally all of them. They literally took over that stadium, and they also, marched from like the city centre to the main station, and then all got the train down from the central station to where the stadium is. And it's not a long journey. It only takes about 15 minutes, not even that. But they literally took over the city that day, and I think they enjoyed coming for an away day. I remember when they came here in 2003, and they was I think they knocked Celtics out in the qualifying rounds of the Champions League Ajax. That was the start of my journey here, if you like, when they went on to qualify for the Champions League, come up against my club, and 2 years later I move here. It's strange how things come together, really.
It certainly is. And on this show, basically, to introduce everyone to James, this is James Rowe. James is the chief football writer for Football CFB. He also writes for The Secret Footballer. James has interviewed over 300 players and managers. His 300th publication will be coming up over the next few months into 2021. And just to start, James, just can you give the listeners a wee bit of background about your interviews today and who you've got coming up?
Well, first and foremost, just thank you very much for the kind words. And it's great to be part of Football CFB, first and foremost. Fantastic overtures from the Secret Footballer as well. Fantastic reward for 4.5 years of hard work. And for people that don't know me, my name is James Rowe. I'm originally from the UK. I emigrated to the Netherlands nearly 15 years ago now. I've just passed the 14.5-year mark. And I started out interviewing Dutch players and managers here in the Netherlands, which took me to the likes of Venlo, Zwolle, Enschede. And then things kind of spiraled from there, where a different publisher called World Football Index came in for me. And before I knew it, it was interviewing the likes of Danny Cowley, Graham Potter, Ricky van Rollerswinkel. I might add that I sourced all these interviews myself, which gave me an awful lot of confidence. And then as in August this year, I was approached by your good self about publishing my interviews. And since my interviews have been published on Football CFB, it's just kind of gone up a notch even more. It's really interesting to look back on a great body of work for the last 4.5 years, with everyone having a story to tell at all different levels, and being able to interview Dutch players and managers in their mother tongue, being able to interview in English and Spanish as well, and always looking for the human element of footballers. I remember when I spoke to John Heron, who also has a Celtic past, and we spoke a couple of months ago about his time at Celtic. And always tailor making the interviews is always something that you don't know. And people often ask me, Callum, what my favourite interview is, and it's a very difficult question to answer. And I try to tell people that I don't have favourite interviews; I have watershed interviews, and they are, the likes of Bob Wilson, who's a legend of my club, Arsenal. Danny Cowley, because it was the first one of note where it's very ambitious in terms of the request. And and for him to ring me back, it was a busy professional football manager at the time, but to give me the time of day. And then as well, the assistant chief executive of the PFA, Simon Barker, I think that one remains a standout one due to his standing in the game. I hold ambitions to hopefully work one day on the media side of a professional club. And I must say, since writing for Football CFB, to have the likes of Bayern Munich, the English FA, the Dutch FA, Manchester United, and Aston Villa view my LinkedIn profile, it gives me a lot of confidence. And I'm just hoping that hopefully when the corona kind of subsides, that our club is courageous enough to come in and say, right, James, we've seen enough now, and we'd like you to be part of our team.
And in terms of Celtic, I mean, you've interviewed some former Celtic players. You mentioned John Heron, Adam Virgo's another. What other Celtic players have you managed to interview over the years?
Well, actually, they're the two that stick in the mind because they're the most recent, really. But obviously, to go back into an archive of 300, of course, you do forget a couple. But obviously, if I go back on John Heron, for example, and Adam Virgo, they're both immensely proud to sign for the club. And it is a massive club as well. I mean, if you think of the history of the club and what the club represents, I've never been to Celtic Park before. I've seen them play live twice, actually. I saw them in I think it was pre-season friendly against Ajax as well before the Europa League match. And obviously they came up against my team in the Champions League as well. And just a massive gargantuan club, and everything about a football club. I mean, I remember when I spoke to Peter Grant as well, and that's another one that kind of stuck in the memory with a Celtic past. And he was talking about his love for Celtic, that he didn't want the time to end, and he wanted it to last forever. And he was saying about, I think it was his grandfather who would be the one that would kind of arrange buses for young school kids that were in and around Glasgow to go and watch Celtic play, and the effort involved in that. And I remember speaking to Peter Grant about his stint at Norwich as well, because I think it's important to say Peter Grant was good friends with Alex Ferguson, and when Peter Grant got the Norwich job, he received a phone call from Alex Ferguson, and he said, it's a great job to have. Norwich are a great club. He said, but the location where it is, and knowing how hard Peter Grant works in terms of scouting, in terms of going to scout players, looking at the youth players, trying to get into the gym early to make sure there's enough exercise, and keeping sound in body and mind. He said it's a very difficult job to have. And Peter Grant even said himself, there were such long days, that sometimes he hardly saw his family. But in terms of Celtic, he really did not want the time to end.
Absolutely, and I'm just reading some of the comments there. So basically, James and I are here obviously for this show, which is going to explore the Dutch connections at Celtic over the years. An incredible result today for Celtic, history in the making. I agree with the comments, it won't be seen again. But we're, as I say, we're here to talk about the Dutch connections. This is part of the charity weekender, of course, that we are desperate and happy to support. First question, James, about the Dutch connection at Celtic. This is a big season where Celtic are going for 10 in a row. The other side in Glasgow are going for 10 in a row in the 90s, and we're stopped by Wim Jansen, a Dutchman. Just explain what the significance of Wim Jansen in in Dutch football?
Well, if I start off with his beloved Feyenoord, to make over 400 appearances for Feyenoord, win the European Cup in 1970, be part of that first Dutch side to win the European Cup, and to make so many appearances like he did. And he also played for Ajax, which is the huge rival, although he didn't play as many games for Ajax as he did for Feyenoord. But, he was also a runner-up in the World Cups in 74 and 78, and was part of that generation along with Neeskens, Cruyff, Subir, those men, that were not just fantastic footballers, but also fantastic camaraderie, both on and off the pitch. That, it's just like playing with your mates, but 30 years before everybody else comes onto it, in terms of defending space and playing together and working hard, and also knocking out Arsenal. And it was Ajax that knocked out Arsenal, but what I'm saying is the camaraderie that those players had, particularly at international level, and he was a huge part of that for the Netherlands. And then to come to Celtic as well, a massive club, and to stop the 10 in a row happening. He may have only been there one season, but it was a very big season for Celtic. And he's looked upon with a lot of affection. He was a fantastic servant for his country in particular. As I say, 400 appearances for Feyenoord doesn't come too easy. Playing alongside Van Hanegem as well. So, he's a fantastic player and also a very, very good manager too.
Absolutely, and it was an incredible season when Celtic stopped 10 in a row. History was made that day, just as history has been made today. Another person I really want to talk to you about is Henrik Larsson. Now, Henrik Larsson is, of course, Swedish. He's from Sweden, but he joined Celtic from Feyenoord.
Yeah.
What was it like when? What was the reaction to Henrik Larsson when he was playing in the Netherlands? And be honest, James, when he arrives at Celtic, did you expect him to go on to have the career with the club that he did? Because let's not forget, he was successful in the '94 World Cup with Sweden, so he didn't come as a complete unknown.
No, and also the transfer that Feyenoord paid for him. I think they paid the Swedish club, just under 300,000 euros at the time. I think, or 300,000. What it translates to as euros in this day and age. But he won two Dutch Cups for Feyenoord. It's no mean feat. And Feyenoord, together with PSV and Ajax, they are the traditional top three here in the Netherlands. And at the moment, with Dick Advocaat, finishing off his last season, they lost today. It's Vitesse, and a new manager for next season, Arne Slot, has already been announced. He was the manager who was recently sacked by AZ Alkmaar, and he's now going to be managing Feyenoord as of next season. But they highly respect him here because obviously Larsson, like myself, is also fluent in Dutch, and obviously when you arrive in the Netherlands, you need time to adapt, and some people learn quicker than others. But I've also seen Henrik Larsson in the past give interviews on Dutch TV, and he's exceptionally high quality.
He is indeed, and he talks very fondly of his time at Celtic. I was fortunate to interview Henrik earlier this year, and he's still in love with the club now. And I can only imagine, although he's over in Barcelona today, he will be absolutely delighted. Now, there's a fair few comments coming in, James, obviously, about today. Celtic have won the quadruple treble. So let's spend some time talking about it. As I say, the comments are coming in thick and fast, as I can see here. We aren't intentionally ignoring it, I promise you. It's just, as I say, we were booked in for this slot. But let's be honest, James, to win 12 domestic trophies in a row is one hell of an achievement. I mean, you think of your club is Arsenal. Obviously, you were based in England before you moved to the Netherlands. This is the equivalent of Arsenal winning the Premier League, the FA Cup, and the League Cup for 4 years on the trot. When I put it like that, James, just how incredible an achievement is this? And could it ever be done again? Because, as I said to Paul just before you came on air, I don't think this will ever come again. I think this is such an achievement that, as Martin O'Neill said on air on BBC today, I don't think this will be done even in 100 years' time.
No, and I think he's absolutely right as well. And people are often quick to malign different countries and kind of say that it's only a 2-horse race, or things like that. But Rangers are also up and coming. I think they'll have their time going forward, and Gerrard's doing a very, very good job. But I think you have to respect every country. As someone who's dealt with players and managers from all over the world in the last 4.5 years. Professional elite sport at the highest level of a particular country must always be respected. And in the case of Celtic as well, the pressure involved to play for such a club. People say, "Oh, it must be easy in Scotland." I disagree. It must be very difficult to keep up the level of expectation at Celtic and Rangers in particular. In terms of both clubs. But yeah, it's a great achievement. Something that also needs to be celebrated. Even in these strange times. My club is struggling in the Premier League. We look as if we're going to be pulled into a relegation fight, and I find myself having to kind of untwist my tongue when I say that sentence. But unfortunately, due to the situation that Arsenal find themselves in, and with the owner that we find ourselves in, it wouldn't surprise me. And I see a lot of discontent among the Arsenal fans, and we are. There's only 2 clubs in English football bigger than Arsenal, and that's Manchester United and Liverpool. And we used to have such high standards, Callum, but they're slowly slipping away. And sad to see, as a fan I've supported the club for more than 30 years. Before COVID, I was touching on before the COVID outbreak, I was touching on 45 games from the Netherlands, where I'm based. 45 Arsenal games since the 2011-2012 season. So I was looking forward to doing a half century, but that would just have to be put on the back burner at the moment until things are safe. But yeah, fantastic achievement for Celtic. Delighted for them, and they've also got to enjoy these moments. I mean, if I may, I remember going to Highbury before I left for the Netherlands, and I was watching Arsenal play sumptuous football. And I remember I was sitting in the East Stand that day, and there was a voice shouting at the top of his lungs, "We all need to enjoy this. We all need to take this in, because we're never going to see this like again." And he was absolutely spot on. I mean, if you fast forward from 2004, to the last match I actually saw at Highbury was Arsenal Celta Vigo before I came to the Netherlands. I had a year of not going to football, and especially Arsenal matches. And don't ask me how I survived, but I did. And then I had, obviously, building a life up here. And my first 5 years in this country, I didn't go to a single Arsenal match. And although I was very happy with life here, and to have all the things you could only dream of, a beautiful home and stable work, and the ability to find to speak a foreign languages, there was always part of me that when the friends would see me on a Saturday, not every Saturday, but just every now and again, they'd see in my face that I wish I was there today. And that's why I was hell bent on, especially before the COVID outbreak, attending as many Arsenal games as I could. Win, lose or draw, it doesn't matter. But I'm hoping I'll get to attend a few games at the end of the season, because I think they might need me, as well as other fans in the stadium, encouraging them to hopefully avoid what is seemingly unthinkable, or what was unthinkable.
And in terms of the achievement today, James, as we've talked about and we've mentioned, it is incredible, the piece of history today. I want to ask you about a player that's at Arsenal at the moment. And the reason I want to ask you about this, Arsenal, as you say, are going through a really tough time at the moment. Do you think Kieran Tierney might be sitting down in London this evening thinking, I just wish I'd stayed at Celtic to be part of this, because he could have made history today, but unfortunately, as for him, as we say, Celtic are making history while he's on the end of another defeat?
Yeah, I think part of him will think that. He's obviously had that terrible injury, against West Ham, which kept him out for a long time. But he's endeared himself to the Arsenal fans. But Arsenal's problem, Callum, it starts with an owner who's completely disinterested, who only sees Arsenal as a safeguard of a long-term investment. We need a hands-on owner. We don't have that. Where you don't have two loves, as they say. But in the case of Kroenke, his first love is LA Rams, not Arsenal. And I see a lot of Arsenal fans, Overmars is leaving Ajax. They're thinking, oh, Overmars can come to Arsenal. It's not as simple as that. You know, Ajax play the same way from the young players under nines all the way up into the first team. They play the same way, and the youth is the lifeblood of the club. And Overmars also did the same role at Go Ahead Eagles, and he did a really good job. Go Ahead Eagles are currently first division, but they'll be on their way back before too long, and they're a very well respected club. And you know, he did that job at Go Ahead Eagles before he arrived at Ajax, so he knew what he was doing. But yeah, to go back to your point, I think Kieran Tierney will be thinking, you know, maybe I should have stayed at Celtic. But timing is everything in football, as we know when speaking to players. You know, we've both spoken to players that a transfer has made their career and literally broken their career. And I think we've reached the stage now, especially in transfers, where what is the deciding factor is not necessarily the money. I think the deciding factor is, will this chance come round again? And if I don't take this chance, will I be full of regret that, you know, the chance came and I didn't take it? But unfortunately, at the highest level, you know, the clubs are also being spammed by agents and third parties, where clubs are receiving impersonalized correspondence, hoping that a player will stick. And you know, they're kind of you see how in the case of Chelsea's transfer boss Marina, how well she's doing. And I've heard firsthand from an agent I spoke to recently, Stephanie Molina, her inbox is always empty. She always answers her emails, and yes is yes and no means no, and she's very transparent. But fortunately, not all people are like that in football. But as you dig deep, you know, coming across players and managers, you know, you learn to understand these things. And I look at my club at the minute, and I just think to myself, where does it all end? Because we don't have a united fan base neither. And normally, if you had a united fan base, regardless of what's going on the pitch, you stick together. But we don't even have that. It's always about which fan has got the most clout. But I'm not being funny. Certain fans that think that way, if you prod them just a little bit, they don't know much. And I'm not being funny. In certain cases, they're not in the position that me and you are in. And I go back to a fantastic phrase that Jock Stein said to Alex Ferguson when they qualified for the World Cup. And unfortunately passed away shortly afterwards. But before the game, Jock Stein was even saying to Ferguson, whatever happens, we must keep our dignity. We must keep our integrity. And I think that's a fantastic quote. And I just think in terms of fan culture in this day and age, I think a lot of fans, I think they forget that very quickly, and that's quite sad in my opinion.
It can be, but as you know, James, when passions run high, fans can say certain things and they want change. We're seeing that even with Celtic at the moment, with calls for a change at board level or long term in the managerial hot seat. We've got a comment in from Thomas Patrick Smith. Hello to you, Thomas. He's saying Christopher Ayer, who scored the winning pen today, when he scored, it showed how much it meant. Hopefully, we can kick on now. Now, as we've talked about, James, today's a momentous day for Celtic. It's a momentous day for Scottish football and the history of the game up here. As we say, as we both agree, this will probably never be repeated. Do you think this could be a catalyst for Celtic and Neil Lennon to take the chase in the title race and try and claw back Steven Gerrard and his side in the next few weeks and months?
Potentially. I think it would depend what Rangers do in Europe. I mean, Rangers are playing a very underrated side in Antwerp. And, you know, they beat Tottenham, you know, and came through a group with Linsk as well. It was, and Ludo Goretz, who'd been playing Champions League football not so long ago. So Antwerp have done particularly very well. It'll be interesting to see how far Rangers actually go in Europe. I think that will also, play a part of what could happen. But also, I think in, you know, sometimes things fall into place for a team. And you know, I recently spoke to Kmar Roof for Football CFB, and he was saying that, you know, the people like Bielsa and people like Gerrard, there's a method to the things they do. It's simply not lining up 11 against 11 and hoping for the best. It's, you know, there's a method. It's like a chess game, really. And I think Gerrard, you know, the Rangers are obviously the big rival of Celtic, but I think from a neutral point of view, like I am, I think that Rangers also need to be commended for taking the chance on Gerrard, because it appears to be the worst kept secret in football that as soon as Klopp moves on from Liverpool, then there's only going to be one name in the frame.
Well, it seems that way. And another comment that's come in there from Peter. The atmosphere at games with no fans, that's a big talking point. I mean, today, remember, was a Scottish Cup final and there was no fans at the game. Celtic are a club that have an incredibly passionate fan base. At Celtic Park on a European evening, as many of the greats of the game have talked about, Iniesta, Messi and others, is an atmosphere to behold. Could it be said, James, that having no fans at games is affecting Celtic more than other sides, or is that too simplistic, do you feel?
No, I think obviously to have that amount of people watching you, and it must affect a player, and also as well for the players that play against Celtic and they get promoted from the Scottish First Division and they go, or the Scottish Championship, and they go to play at Ibrox and they go to play at Celtic Park. It's a great feel for them as well. So I think opponents were also missing the fans. The atmosphere that Celtic have. As you say, the European nights. Barcelona and Milan spring to mind. And Celtic have also won the European Cup, which people mustn't forget. One of my pet hates, if you like, is people seemingly being forgetful about history. Celtic have won the European Cup, Hamburg have won the European Cup, Aston Villa have won the European Cup, Nottingham Forest have won the European Cup. This is history, and it mustn't be forgotten. However long ago it was, you must never ever forget it.
You must never forget history. I've got a picture behind me of the Lisbon Lions there. In terms of that achievement, James, again, the comments coming in are from Celtic fans. I'm a Celtic fan. And for me, obviously, we're caught up in the history because it's our club. For you as an outsider, when you think of the story of '67 and the fact that the players came from within 30 miles of Glasgow, less than 30 miles of Glasgow, that's something that will never, ever be done again.
Absolutely. And that's, I think, for all the good that Celtic represents, I think that triumph, I know society has changed, I know football has changed, but that particular triumph was just, that will never ever be repeated again. And, the togetherness of that squad, to go and do what they did, it's not easy. And, in terms of you only had the champions going into play in the European Cup, to go into, I'd give my right arm for my team to win the European Cup. We lost the final when we lost the final in 2006, and things could have been very different. But I think that Lisbon Lions achievement in particular, it transcends beyond football. Even people that don't have no affiliation with Celtic, they can't help but respect such an achievement because it's extremely unique and very special.
It is, and one of the things that I think sums up the way Celtic fans react to winning the European Cup is the fact that so many fans travel to the Estadio Nacional in Lisbon, and I was one of them. I went there in 2019 in October, and I remember going to the stadium, and I remember thinking, right, I'm going to the Estadio Nacional. It means a lot to me. My fiance was coming with me, and I said to her, I went, there's going to be Celtic fans here at the stadium today. It's not just going to be us. And she said to me, she said, no chance. It's a random Tuesday in October. There is no way that there'll be lots of people here. Her interest in football is something that is limited. She enjoys football, but not to the extent that I do. And as soon as we got to the stadium, we got out the taxi, and sure enough, as we got towards pitch side, there was literally 8 or 10 Celtic fans there taking pictures of the plaque, walking up to where Big Billy McNeil lofted that trophy above his head. And it was an incredible experience for me. It was something totally unique, because you wouldn't get many fan bases in the world that would dedicate the place where they won the European Cup as a pilgrimage, and Celtic fans do that.
Yeah, but that's good. That's a good thing. If anything, it's what makes it special. And as I say, we are in an industry where history is written every day. You know, a manager loses his job, a player breaks out, a player signs for a club, and you see a lot of hyperbole in this day and age, and the tradition as well. The tradition of respecting what's gone before. It's also something which is vitally important, and it should never be lost sight of, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And Philip DeMarco getting in touch to say history is what makes us today, and today is all about the 12th trophy. Philip, I totally agree with you. Today is about the 12th trophy. Today is about history for Celtic. It's about history in Scottish football. It's an incredible achievement, and I'm sure your nerves were shattered just as mine were when the penalties were there. 9th Legion getting in touch there as well. It was an incredible day for Celtic. History is made every day, and it's something that defines football clubs, and it's all about going forward now, and that's going to be the interesting thing for Celtic. And just to stay on the aspect of going forward, I mean, Jonathan Brown's just got in touch to say Europe is where we really get noticed, Philip. A lot of Celtic fans on the comments today, James, have said performances in Europe haven't been good this season, and a lot of people want to see a change in manager. I'm not necessarily saying today. I think an aspect of the fan base will, but I think most people agree long term they want to see a managerial change. The big question, James, and I don't want to speculate over Neil Lennon's job for a long period of time, because it's unfair on a day like this, but longer term, what sort of managers out there do you think would be suitable for Celtic longer term? For me, I've been on record as saying that I think Eddie Howe longer term would be a manager that would appeal to me at Celtic, because like Brendan Rodgers when he arrived, I think he would bring an air of professionalism. He plays football the right way. He wants to play football on the ground. He wants to attack teams, and that's what great Celtic teams have always had in the locker. From your perspective as an outsider, who do you think it would be a good fit for Celtic in the longer term?
Well, it depends what direction they want to go in. If I just bring it back to the European escapades this year, first and foremost, I think you have to respect the fact that it was in a very difficult group. Sparta Prague, Milan and Lille, 3 very good sides, 3 very difficult away days. So there's no shame in not getting through that group, in my opinion. I think we live in a world, unfortunately, where some fans, if it's not Barcelona or Bayern Munich or Real Madrid, the rest must be pub teams. Sparta Prague, arguably the biggest club in the Czech Republic. AC Milan needs no introduction, and Lille have made tremendous progress both on and off the pitch in recent years. And if you compare that to Arsenal's group, Dundalk, Molde and Rapid Vienna, we won all 6 games, but we should win. We should have won all 6, and we did. But I don't expect Arsenal to win in Lisbon, and I don't expect Arsenal to win in London. So I think our adventure will come to a premature end, unfortunately. In terms of manager, it'd be interesting to see which candidates are put forward. We saw West Brom appoint Sam Allardyce. And I'd like to think that Celtic could be a bit more innovative. And there's so many good young managers coming up. You got to make a choice which is a little bit outside the box. In terms of names, I'm not entirely sure. I don't really know who's in the running. I think as well, I think a club like Celtic, to have a Scottish manager would also be a good idea. Because you're also safeguarding the national game. Scotland qualified for their first major tournament in 22 years with a Scottish coach at the helm. And that's a fantastic advantage, and that's a fantastic achievement. And I think if there are good, young, promising Scottish managers out there, then why not look to appoint someone from Scotland? And then you're building them up with the experience that if they do well, it could in turn help the Scottish national team in future as well.
It could, and I'm interested in the comments. Who do you think would be a long-term Celtic manager? Because I think if you look at it today, it's Neil Lennon's day, it's Celtic's day, and I think Neil Lennon will remain in charge at Celtic, definitely now for the next few weeks at least. But I'm interested to get your perspective, James. I think this would be a good talking point for us at the moment, given that today is a history day for Celtic. I think it's important to also look forward. Chris Strachan's got in touch with two names, Dan Petrescu and Slaven Bilic. All I would say, Chris, in regards to Dan Petrescu, I think he's just left his job. I don't think it was particularly going well towards the end for him before he left his post. Bilic, we know, was harshly treated. I mean, drawing at Manchester City and losing your job is tough. Stephen Coulthard saying that Dan Petrescu is a good shout. What do you make of those names, James? What's your opinion on Dan Petrescu and Slaven Bilic? Could they be potential longer-term, forward-thinking Celtic managers?
Potentially, but I think Celtic. If you look at the promising Scottish managers, I think it would be a really, really good PR move, and I think it would be a really, really solid approach to look at literally get the best and most qualified Scottish manager to manage the biggest club in Scotland. You know, it's not rocket science, and I think it would take a lot of courage. But I mean, I go back to when Unai Emery was unfairly sacked at Arsenal, and you know his team are fourth in La Liga, winning yet again in Pamplona yesterday away at Osasuna. I was asked by many people, including speaking to Arsenal Fan TV at Carrow Road last November after the match, who I wanted as Unai Emery's replacement, and I said Chris Wilder, and I was literally lambasted by all and sundry. Oh, Chris Wilder, he's useless. He's not good enough for Arsenal. I was giving facts as to why I think he's good enough, and I was trying to say, we're an English club, we're English heritage. Why do we always have to look abroad? Why not get the best English manager at that time? And at that time, that was Chris Wilder. Obviously, his situation has changed. But I think, obviously, Bilic and Petrescu as well. I just think Celtic it would be a courageous move to look inwards and see, right, who's the best Scottish manager, who's the most capable Scottish manager, who's capable of making this step up. You say about Eddie Howe, but is he enough of a winner? I mean, you have to remember this is even the Bournemouth fans sing on one of their chants, that Eddie Howe went to Burnley and then he came back, and they kind of chanted that he was homesick, but Burnley at that time was a difficult job, and if he struggled at Burnley, then to take the biggest job in Scottish football, not having a track record of winning anything, I think that could be very difficult from my point of view.
In terms of a Scottish manager, James, in terms of your shout, Regan Stevenson, hello to Regan's getting in touch to say Jack Ross could be the up-and-coming manager. What I would say, Regan, in regards to Jack Ross being a potential Celtic manager, I don't think this is the time for Jack Ross. I think he's rebuilding his reputation slightly following his dismissal at Sunderland. When you talk about Jack Ross as well, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. For me, if he doesn't win the League Cup with Hibs, given the sides that are left in it, namely Livingston, St Mirren and St Johnstone, I'm not saying he'll be under pressure at Hibs because he'll retain his job, but I don't think a manager who has done okay at Hibs long term will get the Celtic job. Now, I can tell already that people in the comments will say, well, that was Neil Lennon, etc. Well, you could argue that second time around, but obviously Neil's got his Celtic connection, as we know. Next one. Next name on the list, Jonathan Brown. We should have got Rafael Benitez before we went and got Neil Lennon. Could Celtic tempt Rafael Benitez back from China?
I don't think it's impossible, but I think there's a lot of minute information in contracts regarding Chinese clubs. Primarily your wages being astronomical. And I'm not saying that people are led by money, but when you're offered eye-watering amounts of money, then it could turn anybody's head. But I just think that Celtic have to be proactive. I think it reminds me of what Craig Brown told me when obviously he was assistant to Alex Ferguson at Scotland, And Alex Ferguson, there was overtures from Arsenal and Tottenham, and Alex Ferguson said, "Well, I've got a job to do at the World Cup. I'm not speaking to anybody until after the World Cup." And Craig Brown even said that at poolside, poolside in Mexico, when they're on a bit of downtime and they're chilling out and relaxing, Sir Alex has got kind of a look on his face when the Arsenal appointed George Graham. Tottenham, I think, appointed David Pleat, and he kind of had a look upon his face of, oh, maybe my chance is gone. And then apparently Martin Edwards spoke to Gordon Strachan, and he said to Gordon Strachan, he said, what about that Scottish manager who you had at Aberdeen? And Gordon Strachan's reply was, if you want a life of peace and quiet, then leave him alone. If you want to put a stick of dynamite through your football club, and you want him to bring success to your football club, then get him down to Manchester as soon as possible. And the rest, they say, is history. And we're in a position speaking to professional players and managers almost every day at all different levels of world football. And I hope to go on to be part of a football club on the media sense. But one thing I would love to do in the future is that all that experience that's been built up the last 4.5 years of dealing with technical directors, players, managers, chairmen, agents, referees, you name it, all that experience that you bring, that you have, when you're at a football club, you've got a responsibility to make the right decision. It's not a choice that you make lightly. You're dealing with something which is exceptionally important to the local community that the football club finds itself in. So the people at board level, they have a massive responsibility to make the right decision, and that doesn't have to be taken in a blink of an eye. And especially with the way things are these day and age, to make the decision which maybe isn't very popular. But you've got to stand by them. And managers also need time. I mean, Unai Emery received 18 months at Arsenal, and look at Arsenal now, we're a shambles. I mean, if Unai Emery was still in charge of Arsenal, we wouldn't be in the position we're in. But unfortunately, Arsenal have a fan base, particularly a young fan base. Not every Arsenal fan, just, at the moment, obviously, all fans have the good and bad. But Arsenal, particularly the younger fan base, Callum, they are more concerned with price tag and reputation rather than work rate, character and previous. Oh, he's worth 45 million quid. He must be amazing. Thomas Partey was a completely unnecessary buy. Completely unnecessary. I had people telling me, "Oh, Thomas Partey, we haven't had a player like him since Vieira." Well, no, because you can't go out and find another Patrick Vieira. Arsenal also have at the moment Thomas Partey, Aubameyang, Willian, Lacazette, and Ozil for at least until the end of the season, earning in excess of £1.5 million a week on the wage bill. One of them doesn't even play. One of them come on as a sub. One of them is injured, and Thomas Partey is on 260 grand a week. And if you look at your history, Thomas Partey before Atletico played for Real Mallorca. I watched him play in the UEFA Super Cup final in Tallinn in 2018, and he is a physical specimen, extremely, extremely strong. But I advocated at the start of the summer that Arsenal need to go for the youth setup with a fine tooth comb, but no, we didn't do that. Went out and spent 30 million euros on Gabriel, who before signing for Lille played for Dynamo Zagreb and Troyes.
Oh, James, can I just come in there? There is a comment coming in about a Scottish manager potentially next. One of the men that have been mentioned is Steve Clarke. Steve Clarke has taken Scotland to the Euros. Do you think Steve Clarke would consider swapping Scotland for Celtic?
No. I think they worked so hard to get to that tournament. He's got to see it through, and he needs to look no further than Ronald Koeman. Koeman left the Dutch national side for Barcelona, and now he won't finish the season, as I said on our European football show. I think Koeman will be sacked in February, and the Dutch national team will be going to the Euros, and I think they all work so hard, to to get to the Euros. You got to enjoy it. You got to take these. You got to take this experience when they come. Do you remember Laurie Sanchez when he was manager of Northern Ireland, and they were on the cusp of qualifying for the Euros, completely on the cusp, and he went to Fulham, and then the qualifying campaign kind of slips away. But if he'd have stayed as manager of Northern Ireland, they may well have qualified. So you have to see things through to the end.
Well, I suppose that's a fair point. I want to ask you about two Celtic players from the past in particular. So I'm sure that the comments, the guys coming in will be up for a laugh when I mention these two players. Dirk Boerigter and Edson Braafheid, two guys who came to Celtic. Braafheid amazingly went on to play in a World Cup final, which stunned every single fan of Celtic. But every single fan was stunned by that. And Dirk Boerigter came in for around £3 million from Ajax, was touted as being a player that would make a difference. And in the end, he spent far more time in the treatment room than he did on the park. To start with, James, start me on Braafheid, because I'm assuming the comments that will come in here, there's not a Celtic fan that has pleasant memories about his time at the club. He was a strange person.
Well, if you look at his career, FC Twente, FC Utrecht, he's now playing in the United States for Austin Bold, I believe. Nobody expected him to play in a World Cup final, but he did. And, it just goes to show that you never know what's going to happen in a career. You never know what's going to happen in a career. And, to play in that World Cup final, I mean, that's what, 10 and a half years ago now, and the scars are still visible for the national team in that respect, because it was the third time unlucky. And in the case of Boerigter, he, obviously when you play for RKC Waalwijk, and when you play for Zwolle, and then obviously for Ajax, and then going to the biggest club in Celtic, in Celtic in Scotland, it can be a little bit of a culture shock. And I think obviously his injury record didn't help, but also the level of expectation as well. Some people can handle it, and some people can't, unfortunately.
Well, he was one that certainly didn't handle it. That's fair to say. In terms of Boerigter, what was your opinion of him when he was over there in the Netherlands? Because when he came to Celtic, there was a bit of expectation. His debut was against Ross County, but he just wasn't good enough at Celtic in the end. Injuries, though, were probably the big reason behind that.
Yeah, and also the level. I mean, Ajax is the biggest club in the Netherlands, bar none. This club is literally an institution. Is what it is, and I just think that. He was well prepared in terms of experience of Ajax, but the level up of going to Celtic in terms of going to a different country, going to play in a different league. I mean, as I said earlier on in the show, you've got people that like to do away with the other leagues and say, oh, they're useless, they're rubbish. It's simply not as simple as that. As I said to you earlier, the mental strength you need to play for an Ajax and a Celtic is absolutely massive. You literally have to win every single game you play, and then you have to win it in style. So it's not just simply the case of winning the game. You got to win it with a bit of panache as well. And I just think the timing was a little bit out of kilter for him, but he'll look back on a great experience. And also, Braafheid went on to play for Lazio. And as you say, you never know in a career, who's looking. You never know who's going to come in for you. So very interesting with those two players in particular.
We've got just 8 minutes left, so let's spend these 8 minutes talking about today. As I say, for the people in the comments, James and I were brought in to talk about the Dutch connections at Celtic today. James, of course, as a Dutch football expert. But we will spend our last 10 minutes talking about today. And the next show, I'm sure, we'll be covering that in detail. In terms of the achievement today, I mean, if I just sum it up from my point of view, I thought in the first half Celtic were absolutely fantastic. I thought in the first half the tempo was good. Ryan Christie's goal was absolutely sublime. And for me, Celtic were cruising in the first half. Hearts midfielders, particularly Andy Halliday, was getting wound up. He was diving into silly tackles, and Celtic were in full command. The second half for me and I'm sure you may agree in the comments, was deeply worrying, and it just wasn't good enough. And for me, when Hearts and Boys scored right after half time, it was just ominous. I mean, when Celtic came out after half time, I think most people would agree when you're 2-0 up, you get that next goal and you probably seal the game. But when Boys scored, it was really poor. And from there, Hearts grew into the game. Extra time, again, similar story. Lee Griffiths scored the goal, and you think it's written in the script that a Hibs fan is going to score the goal that downs Hearts and seals the quadruple treble. It wasn't to be, and it goes to penalties. But one of the things that, James, today that is really intriguing is the goalkeeper today for Celtic was Connor Hazard. He is a young goalkeeper. He's Northern Irish, and he's a player that was on loan at Dundee last season. And if you asked most elements of the Celtic support, probably all, I don't think anyone, even Connor himself, would have expected to be playing for Celtic these last few games, never mind in a Scottish Cup final. He made an error for Hearts' third goal, and it was, let's be honest with you, it was a mistake. There's no other way to put it. But to be fair, he made up for it in penalties, and the celebrations tonight for him and so many others will be incredible. Neil Lennon, after the game, I'm seeing in the comments, is apparently, I've not had the chance to see it yet, so forgive me if this is wrong, said that he thanks the Celtic board, Peter Lawwell, Dermot Desmond, for sticking by him during the club's tough spell. We've talked about potentially a long-term change. We've also talked about how this could be a catalyst for Celtic going forward. Charles, I agree, leave the manager alone, but it is a talking point, and that's why we're covering it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens longer term. Now, James, the last question I've got for you is a question that has come in from AGSC Technology Videos. And their question is quite straightforward. Now, think about the Celtic budget when you answer this question, James, of course, but which players playing in the Eredivisie would James recommend that Celtic sign? Are there any gems out there that Celtic could afford?
Well, there's two in particular which I think are feasible. First and foremost, they both play for the same club. I'll try to maybe think of a third one as well to mix it up a little bit. Arsene Alkmaar are really bearing fruit with their youth policy, and they reinvested in their training ground. They really helped with the young youth players, and there's two in particular they've created that, if they want regular football and they want to go to a league and get themselves in a position to grow as a footballer and play every game rather than being on the bench, I think you've got to look at Calvin Stengs and Tone Mainers. Both play for Arsene Alkmaar. Calvin Stengs has done ever so well to come back from as a young player to come back from such a horrible knee injury.
Which position does he play in?
He's a winger. And he's also got himself into the Dutch national team setup, and he's doing it very, very well. And also Tone Mainers, who's the captain of RZ, a tremendous dead ball specialist. Already got a record as a penalty killer in terms of, I remember seeing an interview with him when he played for Dutch youth side against Portugal, and he scored a penalty. And he said, the reporter said, "How do you do what you do in terms of penalties?" He said, "Well, I just put the ball on the spot. I turn around, I make my mind up, and I whack it as hard as I can." And he's got a great attitude as well. To captain RZ is no mean feat. So I think those two in particular, and people might say, "Oh, they would never go to Celtic." Yes, they would, because those two players in particular realise that it's very important for young players to play in particular. It's very important for them to kind of continue their development and not necessarily end up on the bench. I mean, we've spoken about Donny van der Beek on the bench yet again tonight. This time last
season... Can I just quickly interrupt, James? £20,154 has been raised, Jimbo. Absolutely fantastic. We're delighted with that. Sorry, James, continue on.
No, congratulations first and foremost. Hopefully our chats have also I've also helped the people to think, well, we'll dig a little bit deep due to the quality. So let's hope so. But yeah, in the case of Van Beek tonight, I think to myself, he was captain in Ajax this time last year, and now he's on the bench at Manchester United, and it just goes to show how quickly things can change. So I would say about Calvin Stengs and Tone Coldman is another player who I've rated for years. And although he's recently signed for Feyenoord are in a little bit of a bit of upheaval in terms of a new manager coming in next season. It's a player called Brian Linton, and he's an absolutely tremendous footballer, a really, really good footballer. And I wonder if he's surplus to requirements by Feyenoord, Celtic could do a lot worse in getting him on board. He's not the youngest, but he has tremendous quality. And just because he came up the hard way, playing for Venlo and Groningen and Heracles, and signing for Vitesse, captain Vitesse as well. And then he's made so many goals, so many assists. And if he is deemed surplus to requirements at Feyenoord this summer, having only just signed for the club, I might add, I think it's unlikely, but I think it's a name Celtic should really be marking down, because I think he'd jump at the chance to play abroad for the first time at such a big club.
Absolutely. Now, we are about to wrap up. Just before we go, it's an incredible day for Celtic, a quadruple treble. I am going to have a few beers tonight, it's safe to say. Just before I go, to tee up for the next show, I just want to mention the starting 11 I hope to see going forward for Celtic. I think Hazard will start in goal in the next game. I think he'll keep him in. I've just seen that comment from Philip DeMarco about the Boers. Oh, brilliant, Philip. Sorry, right back, I think Christopher Ayer's doing well there. I think Neil Lennon will stay with Julien and Duffy. At left back, I would like to see Laxall come back in. I like McGregor in the deeper role. I also like Solo and Turnbull playing together. If Mikey Johnson's fit, I'd like to see him get a run of games. I actually think I would give Griffiths a start in the next game, if I'm honest with you. He took his goal well today. He looks a wee bit sharper. And on the right-hand side, you may see Elyounoussi play again, or you may even see Frimpong being pushed further forward. But James and myself, we're just about to wrap up here. You can check out Football CFB. I host Football CFB. Guests that might interest you this year. Henrik Larsson's been on the show, as has John Hartson, Chris Sutton. I've also had Packy Boner in the show. I have had so many more former Celts on the show, hoping to get a current Celt on the show in the new year, but I need to keep that close to my chest for the time being. But from James and myself, it's been an absolute joy sharing this hour with you. I know it's maybe not been the party that you expected with ourselves, but we were brought in to talk about the Dutch connections at Celtic. I am absolutely delighted for the club. It's an incredible piece of history. I hope everyone enjoys their evening. I hope you've enjoyed our chat for this hour. I hope we've given you some insight into potential players Celtic could sign. We went down memory lane by talking about Wim Jansen, someone we remember fondly, and maybe a couple that we don't remember as fondly. But from James and myself, thank you so much for your time. And just before we go, just to say that we're approaching £21,000, and I want to put on record my thanks to Paul John Dykes for having me on the show. And I also want to say a thank you to everyone listening to this and everyone that's donated. The charities that A Celtic State of Mind is following are absolutely incredible. They do incredible work, and the achievement to bring all these people together is Paul's. He deserves immense credit, and so do you for donating. Thank you so much for your time today, and hail, hail.
How are we all doing?
Oh.
This is the Grand Old Podcast for the very first time in video, not just audio, guys. And wow, what a day. This is the Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender. And my goodness, guys, we have a quadruple treble to celebrate as Celtic fans. I am Hamish. John, say hello.
Hello, how's everyone doing? How's the chat doing? We're on to chat about Celtic for an hour, and we've also got Paul Fisher making his YouTube debut. Is that correct, Paul?
I think it is, yeah. First time on YouTube, long time on podcast. I'm absolutely buzzing for this. It's been a roller coaster of a day, and this hour will be absolutely brilliant. I'm sure everybody will agree.
He's absolutely a face for the podcast scene, isn't he? Look at him. But he's got a nice New Balance top on. Good on you, mate. Anyway, we've got a few bits of housekeeping we need to do beforehand. Just to echo what Callum CFB just said just there, and great show, by the way, guys. Just a big thank you to Paul John Dykes for having 3 numpties on to chat about Celtic on the prime spot, the prime spot on a Sunday evening. Big well done to everyone who's watching, everyone who's donated £21,000 close to. It's incredible, and we've still got ages to go. You've got to listen to us for the next hour, so hopefully in that time people can get their wallets out and get involved, because there's so many really good causes. You know, we've got Rock Talk, Food Fact, Friends Food Bank, Children First, and Help for the Homeless as well. So at this time of year, John, some really good charities and causes to get behind.
Yeah, fantastic. Philip Halloran in the YouTube chat wants us to start singing the Rebs. It's maybe a bit early for that, mate. We'll maybe get Paul on that if you donate enough, if not enough cash. We'll maybe get Paul doing that and disgracing himself. I've got an idea for the charity. If people want to donate and haven't yet, I know it's a difficult time of Christmas, so why not, if you're able, donate £4 for the quadruple treble? If everyone who is currently watching donates £4 for the quadruple treble, you will boost this total that's gone beyond £20,000 up towards the £25,000 mark. That's what you should do if you're able. Paul, what are your thoughts on today in general?
Where to start? I think it's half time you're sitting there thinking, here we go, how many are we going to get? But it wasn't to be, and it's the story of the Celtic season so far. I think the way that the game went and the way that the whole trophy, the whole thing is just, it's mind blowing. I don't think I've still not wrapped my head around the fact. And I remember us doing podcasts on the treble, the first treble, the second one, and history making every single time. And here we are again for the 4th time in a row talking about another Celtic treble. It's just incredible.
Right, lads, if the emotion after the first one, the Tom Rogic one, was complete euphoria, the second one, a little bit more subdued, but still amazing. The third one, I don't know what that was, just that was like tears running down your face type thing. What are we feeling after the 4th one, Paul?
Really?
Yeah, knackered. No, go Paul.
No, I think the overwhelming feeling was when Ayer's penalty hit the back of the net was a wave of relief, but it was sheer elation. We have been longing for this fight. This cup final has been a long time in waiting. So we went through a roller coaster of emotions, I've already said, but I was, after the Tom Rogic, I was close to tears. And I was close to tears again today. It was bizarre, because I didn't expect it, because of the way that this season has been going. And obviously this is our last season's competition, but the emotion just hit me towards the end. And now that we've sealed the deal and we've sealed our place in history, I think that we'll start to unpick everything, but just euphoria.
Right, we've got over 500 people watching us at the moment. Now, I'm okay. I failed higher maths twice, but I've worked out, John, that if everybody watching it gave £4, that'd be £2,000 straight away. So
Lovely.
There you go. We've got a few people in the comments as well, commenting, saying that they're feeling different things. Christopher Gillespie, I don't think I have laughed, cried, cheered and roared so much all in the one game. Got to admit, I went next door at the penalties. As a Scotland fan who's had plenty of experience of penalty shootouts, I must say it was pretty amazing. Am I ever going to lose a penalty shootout? That's 3 from 3. And Ryan Christie and Callum McGregor have been involved in them all. We've got Regan watching as well. Hi, Regan. Great to see you involved. And yeah, we should say, just before we go on with things and we get properly into the nuts and bolts of what happened today, a big thank you to our boss, Vic, at GRV Media, and 67 Hail Hail for sponsoring this show with a £250 donation. Big thanks to him. As I say, John, we will get into what happened today and properly in a wee second, but do you want to maybe tell people a little bit about what we do from Monday to Friday?
Yeah, we write and create videos about Celtic, basically, and we're very lucky to be able to do it as a job, and we enjoy doing it. So we offer opinion and news and analysis on the website, reaction with our colleagues Ewan and David, and you create daily YouTube videos at this point, just talking about everything to do with Celtic, and managing to wind up Rangers fans in the comments, which is always welcome. So yeah, I think we're maybe professional Rangers bammer uppers. Is that the right thing to say?
Yeah. And Paul, the Grand Old Podcast, some people, very few people probably in the chat will have actually heard of us. Some people, may have. Just tell people a little bit about how long we've been going and what we aim to do on the podcast.
It seems like we've been going for forever, to be honest, but we're kind of stop-start. We always kind of take long breaks and things like that. But the Grand Old Podcast has been about for 4 years, 5 years, I think now. The three of us worked together at the Celtic Life project, and we've been firm friends ever since. And we thought once the project came to an end, we'd always kind of do something Celtic related, and we started up the podcast, and we always have great feedback from the listeners and the fans, and it's brilliant to know that people like to hear opinions from three numpties, basically, and it's brilliant to be. It's just such a fun thing to do. Obviously, the last few years have been absolutely brilliant. As a Celtic fan, this year has been a lot more challenging, and there's challenging times to come. But today is one, I think, although there are the questions to be asked, we take the positives from it, and then we start again tomorrow and go on for more trophies.
Do you know that the first podcast we ever recorded was after a cup final at Hampden in December? And it was actually, funnily enough, the first of the 12. It was a 3-0 against Aberdeen back in December 2016. So, there's a neat symmetry. I mean, I'm not saying this is the final of our Grand Old Podcast. Who knows, it may be, depending on how the next 50 minutes go and what goes down. Maybe the Rebs do come out and we're taken off the air. But, yeah, guys, we're going to get into what happened today, because it's a tough one to analyse, John, because we've won another trophy. We've won the Quadruple Treble. It's now 12 consecutive domestic trophies, but amongst all of that history making and record breaking stuff, there's a lot of stuff that isn't so good at the club.
Yeah, but I'm tempted to kind of kick that down the road a wee bit. I mean, we should talk about the achievement first and foremost. I know we've just been on the 67 Hail Hail channel, but a lot of people in the chat will be absolutely desperate to hear a bit of positive Celtic chat. And I think the first thing that you need to say about this Celtic team is that they're born winners. I know things aren't going so well in the league, and they haven't gone well in Europe this season, but this is a moment to take and enjoy Celtic, I think, and enjoy what was a crazy cup final, one of the strangest I've ever seen. There was certainly a lot of, I certainly went through all the emotions today. I went through anger, I went through disbelief, I went through joy, everything you could possibly experience as a Celtic fan from today's game. I think that it's kind of almost a microcosm of the season to date in many ways. I think there are serious questions to answer about the future direction of the club and this team. But Neil Lennon, the first ever player and manager to win a treble in Scotland, I think is phenomenal to do that as a player and manager. And you'll have his critics off the back of today, and no one should shy away from that criticism. But I thought that, dragging this team over the line, regardless of how we did it, shows some sort of character. And players like Connor Hazard stepping up at the right moment, Mikey Johnston stepping up to take a penalty after 10 months off, quite remarkable, really. So, yeah, there are a lot of problems at Celtic right now, but, it makes it especially important to take the good times as they come. And I would suggest today is certainly a good time for me.
Right, we're going to get into all of this stuff over the next 45 minutes, but same question to you, Paul. Where do you come down on the positive, negative debate? And then I'll chuck in my thoughts.
I'm not going to be overly negative today. I don't think it's in my nature to be overly negative when we've just won a trophy, regardless of how that was won. If we'd won it with an own goal that was dodgy as anything, that I still wouldn't be negative, because we're a club that celebrates success, and we've had more success today. There's negatives, of course there are. There's hardly a game goes by where there's no negatives, but we need to look at why we are in the situation we are with a quadruple treble, and the questions eventually were answered by the players on the pitch.
We're still the only team in Scotland that can win trophies, by the way, so there is that, Hamish, before you start on your negative nonsense.
That's exactly what I'm going to do, John. Now, today was a history-breaking day, or a history-making day. Incredible. We got over the line in the end. We won in penalties. I don't think I've, seen Celtic win a penalty shootout for a long, long time. I think it was Artur Boric was the last one when he slotted against Dundee United. Amazing feeling today. I celebrated like mad when Ajer slammed that final penalty in. But I'm very much a Celtic fan who is looking over the horizon, and I'm seeing what's coming, and there's still huge concerns about where this team is going under Neil Lennon. And I'm not just talking about Rangers on whatever it is of January, 2nd of January. I'm talking about in general, because whenever a setback happens in a game, this team really struggles to get over it. That is a game we should have romped today when we were 2-0 up. Hearts were losing the rag. Halliday, Naismith, the other midfielder, Irvin, was completely been bossed by Scott Brown. And for whatever reason, when we came out in the second half, we let them back into it. And as much as we won the game, that was unforgivable for me. So, you guys tell all the positive stories you want and kid yourselves on. There are major problems at the club.
It's not kidding ourselves on. I think it's being happy for what's happened. I think there'll be plenty of bumps in the road ahead. I'm sure there will be. But surely today we can look at that and think that these players have got that winning feeling again. I know it came about in a dodgy way, and I know we're all frustrated, and I think there's severe tactical problems and all sorts of confidence issues in that team, and there's issues and questions to be asked about what this team do when they kind of suffer a setback in terms of conceding a goal. But that first half was magic. The second half was one of the worst halves of the season. But, what about Edouard's penalty? I mean, that was
right.
Just
can we do it chronologically then?
Okay.
Can we start with Ryan Christie? Amazing. You love Ryan Christie, John. You're his number one fan.
Yeah. I love Ryan Christie. I don't think he had a good game overall today, but what I said last week on the podcast was that he's a match winner and he's going to pop up at big moments, and that's why you have him in the team. And I think there's hardly anyone in that squad, I feel like, that can produce a goal like he did today. Perhaps him and Rogic are perhaps the only attacking midfielders who could do that kind of top corner business in a big moment in a big match. And I think that's why Neil Lennon selected him today. I think that Christie comes in for a lot of stick and has done, especially over the last 12 months. Some of it's warranted, some of it I feel like is a bit over the top. I think Christie has proven time and again that he's a match winner for us and can score big goals. He's done that for the last 2 years. And he's still popping up with these big moments. So although he missed the penalty in the end, that goal obviously helped us towards the trophy and the quadruple treble. So I would have him in the team for moments like that. I don't think it's something that Frimpong is capable of at the moment, for example. As much as I am a fan of him at the moment, I would suggest that he's still got a bit of development to do to produce big moments like that.
Yeah, it was a terrific goal. It's never dull for Ryan Christie at Hampden, is it? I think he's played there 4 times for Celtic. He scored on 3 occasions, and the other one he ended up in hospital after that horror injury against Aberdeen. He scored in the semi-final against Aberdeen this year, Paul, with a terrific left-footed strike into the corner that you knew was in the minute it left his foot. And today, although it was a bit closer in and it was a different angle, he was kind of coming onto it at I'm not good at maths, but a more acute angle, and he curled it in. But just brilliant again from Ryan Christie. And it is big moments like that win you trophies. I know Hearts come back and get it to extra time, but I suppose that is the difference that we had genuine match winners there.
Yeah, I think, as John mentioned earlier on, it's like the season in one game. We've been through ups and downs, and it was kind of like it was reversed, because I think this season we've kind of stepped up in the second half, and whereas we were really, really good in the first half for a change, and at half time, like, Christie's goal is absolutely phenomenal, and then you've got the penalty, which we'll come on to. But you go in at half time and you're 2-0 up. I don't know how things changed so dramatically in the second half to change, to make you think, right, what's going on here? We're hanging on by our fingernails to kind of hang on to this lead, and then we can see the second goal. It's basically get to extra time, and we should have the strength to see it through. But I think players like Ryan Christie, you've got Tom Rogic who's done it in the past. Edward is obviously one of the main
Lee Griffiths
players. Lee Griffiths comes off the bench and does something quite Lee Griffiths-like and gets a poacher's goal. But we've seen so many different things in this game that I don't know if we can get through it in an hour, how much it's how much we're talking about. But I think Ryan Christie's goal is up there with the best goals I've seen from a Celtic player in a cup final. It's just perfect the way it comes off his foot.
Yeah.
Leaves Craig Gordon, who's a great goalie, leaves him standing. Like, he's no chance of saving that. I don't think many goalkeepers are saving that, to be honest. And the way he just finds that wee extra yard and pings it in. He has a similar chance in the second half, and he balloons it over the bar. So he can do it when the chances are given to him. But it's great to see Ryan Christie, because I think the last couple of weeks, maybe questions have been asked of him. Were we all expecting him to start? Probably. I didn't expect him to start the game, but he's certainly proven his worth with the goal. And saying any goal in a cup final is always going to be special, but that one was extra. Pretty good.
Craig Gordon, a great goalie, says Paul Fisher. Johnny was a very angry goalie a few minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
Just talk about that. I must admit, like, you guys were in the group chat where I predicted it. I knew that. I didn't know, but I had a wee feeling that Edward was going to try and Panenka. He did it against Copenhagen. Dembele did it in the exact same net for Celtic against another Andy Halliday team a few years ago. So just expertly taken. But what did you make of that whole thing? And what did you make of Craig Gordon's frustrations?
Well, Craig Gordon wasn't a happy man. I thought it was funny, first and foremost. I thought Craig Gordon was a great keeper for us over the years, and respect him for putting up a brave fight today. But he's been moaning about Celtic throughout the summer, about all sorts of his contract issues, etc. I don't think Edward did that out of disrespect. I think Edward just likes doing that against any goalkeeper. The fact he came against a former teammate and Craig Gordon, I mean, the way he took it, I think, was a bit over the top. And the goalie, Gordon, I think, did you see what Neil McCann said about it? He was raging about the video. So anything that winds up Neil McCann is good in my books. And I think that's what Edward's here for. He's here for moments like that. I know he missed chances today again, but he's a cheeky wee so-and-so, isn't he? So I would praise him for a big moment like that, a bit of flair, a bit of magic.
I can't remember who it was I saw on Twitter earlier, but they were saying if Stephen Naismith had Panenka'd it against Hazard, I doubt that Neil McCann would be coming out with the same patter that he did, disrespectful, whatever he wanted to say. Like, I don't know what was Craig Gordon expecting? Was he expecting Edward just to dink it into his hands or to tell him what way he was going to go? Like, what was he expecting? It's a cup final, mate.
I know.
What do you think, Paul?
It's brilliant. I absolutely love to see a Panenka. I think it's just the epitome of class from a player, to be honest. I think to show the nerve to do that in any game is brilliant, but to do it in a cup final, big man just knows he's got it. He can handle the pressure, and it's when that goes in the back of the net, it's just you're celebrating. You're not thinking about Craig Gordon. He's had his tea. You know what I mean? That's it. It's done. So
he's had his time, yeah.
It has, and as John said, like, folk might not agree that he's a great goalkeeper. I will maintain he was very good for us, and he's probably still above championship level in terms of goalkeeper. But the reaction's over the top. If that goes in top bin, he's not going to react like that. He's just raging that his team's 2-0 down, and he's nothing he's done about it. If he stands tall, he probably saves it. So I think it's a fantastic penalty, and all credit to Edward for stepping up and doing that.
Dan Mack getting in touch saying Gordon showed a bit of class at full time. Did anyone catch that? What happened there?
Yeah. So, I thought Gordon, after the penalty shootout, him and Connor Hazard were having a moment they kind of embraced. And, I think Connor Hazard's probably looked up to Craig Gordon a lot over the years. You would have done at Lennoxtown and etc. He's probably learned loads off of Craig Gordon. And so it was nice to see, the players go up to Craig Gordon as well. It wasn't just Hazard, it was other players, Frimpong and Beaton I saw on the TV cameras. Look, I've got nothing against Craig Gordon. I still think Eduard Panenka was brilliant. And, Gordon's place in Celtic history is apparent. He played a massive part in the 9 in a row run and the quadruple treble run. That picture of him, knees to the ground, letting himself fall to the ground after the Tom Rogic's goal against Aberdeen is iconic. It's one of my favourite images of the entire quadruple treble. So fantastic.
Do you know, after that Tom Rogic goal, I was at that game, and I've never celebrated a goal by running downstairs at Hampden. And Tony Roper was a couple of rows in front of me. Ended up embracing him, kissing him.
Did you not lose convinced as well?
That was Dembele, back heel against Rangers last minute in the Betfred final. But the Scottish Cup final, embracing Tony Roper, who I had in my head was Rabsy Nisbet. But he's apparently not. He's just in Rabsy Nisbet. So I'm going about telling people, I'm going about, I don't know, it's before my time, but I'm going about telling people that I've been hugging Rabsy Nisbet after Tom Rogic's goal, and it just wasn't the case. Yeah, and while I'm on, stories about me messing up, I'm pretty stunned, to be honest, that we've even been asked on this show, given my experience with the wonderful Paul John Dykes in Romania last year. And let's just say the cheap, it wasn't even beer, it was cheap vodka and stuff like that in Cluj meant that I was in a hell of a state. So belated apologies to Paul for having to put up with me at the Cluj Celtic game. A meaningless game that I was in a pretty bad state for. But anyway, we move on, guys. Half-time today. How are you feeling, Paul? Were you, I suppose it's a daft question, but you were pretty confident that the quad treb, as I'm now calling it, was in the bag?
Yeah, the feet were up, the cigars were out at half-time, to be honest. It was, you're thinking, honestly, I text my old man and said, how many do you think we can get here? Do you think we can get 5? Because we're talking about yesterday, and he was talking about the charity weekender, and he was buzzing for this, he was buzzing for the game, and he was talking about 5-0 and stuff like that. Hearts are a gang and all this kind of part. And at half time, it looked like he was going to be proven right, but it was so strange to go for to sheer joy and elation at half time, sitting there thinking this is easy street, and 3 minutes later, I think you're starting to think 2-0 is a dodgy scoreline, and when they go 2-1, then the questions start to get asked, and Liam McLeod rips out all the stats about teams that have been 2-0 up in cup finals and all that kind of stuff that rips your knitting. But we at half time you think this is guaranteed. But
I was gloating on Twitter. I think I was slagging Andy Halliday and Craig Gordon, as you would. What about Andy Halliday's wee meltdown? See that? That was a good laugh.
Yeah. I'm just sad there was no fans at the game to be able to sing the Andy Halliday song. But it's pleasing to know that he'll be hurting tonight. Stephen Naismith will be hurting, and people forget who's one of the Hearts coaches.
Who?
Lee McCulloch.
He will be hurting tonight as well. There's your own wee treble there. So excellent stuff. But we're happy at half time. John, what happened? Because you're always expecting in a cup final, when the team's 2-0 down, you expect the opposition to throw caution to the wind a bit, have a bit of a go. Hearts did that, but we just didn't deal with it well at all.
Yeah, same old defensive frailties, unfortunately. God knows what's happening with those defenders at times. I mean, there was moments where we didn't even concede that just made you have your heart in your mouth with that mix-up between Julien and Duffy at one point. That was a nightmare. There was a few nightmares, and once the goal went in, I think the confidence just absolutely seeped out of these players, and that's been an issue all season. It's something they really need to work on if we're going to do anything going forward. I wish we could just pretend the match finished at half-time, to be honest with you, because for the rest of the match...
if you want.
well, maybe
Makes no difference.
There's maybe not much nice to be said about Celtic after the half-time mark. It was truly awful until the penalty shootout. The penalty shootout was good.
When were you concerned? For me, the moment was when those two diddies at the back managed to, I don't even know what happened. Basically, it was the easiest ball for one defender to deal with. There was two of them there, and they somehow managed to actually play the ball in for the Hearts boy Ginnelly, who made forced Hazard into a good save. But that was the moment for me, Paul, when I started worrying.
I think when Hearts scored the first one, that's kind of, you start thinking, oh, here we go again. This is the same old story that we've had for the last couple of months, and to an extent it came true. But I know what you mean. The in terms of that calamity defending when the two of them came together. There you go. Good form in Cluj.
I'm pleased about that. I was very concerned. Sorry, carry on, mate.
So obviously when you concede a goal, and as I said, 2-0 is a dodgy position to be in. You want that third goal to give yourself a bit of breathing space, and Hearts score, and all of a sudden they look up to it. It's just so bizarre how we've seen it many times this season, and Hearts could have scored a couple of goals. I think they had chances, and we looked very shaky. But there's always that feeling, and long-time listeners of the Grand Old Podcast will know with me that we have that belief in the ability to go on and win games, even when we're backs against the wall and we're struggling. And deep down, I always thought that
you were keeping the faith, Paul, were you?
That's it. Keeping the faith, always keeping the faith. And when it went to 2-2 and then into extra time, you thought, right, you've got the legs on this mob, and you think, right, okay, we'll get there, and we do score, but then another twist to come after that. It's bonkers.
Do you know what it reminded me of? And tell me if you disagree or agree with this. The Dundee United semi-final from about 2010 or something like that. That was under Lennon, and it felt that same kind of, God, this could go either way.
Yeah, that was a nightmare. That was another roller coaster game. Another nightmare game. What about, just to touch on this, I know we'd kind of touched on it before, but what about Lee Griffiths bailing us out again? I mean, it's a few times he's done that for us now. That goal up at St Johnstone, he bailed us out. He's becoming a bit of a good luck charm for Neil Lennon, who, if we don't forget, signed him initially during his first spell as manager. He just doesn't seem to be able to get a chance right now, but as long as he keeps scoring these massive, massive goals, I still think he should be in and around the team. I was delighted to see him score today, but what's going on with him? Would you bring him into the team now for Edouard, who I thought was struggled again today apart from his penalty?
I think Edouard's a massive concern, isn't he, the way he's playing at the moment? And he did bits and bobs today, Edouard, where he'd hold the ball in and he'd play players off, but he's going to do that because he's a quality player, but we're just not getting enough from him at the moment. And in terms of Griffiths, you look back at that derby defeat to Rangers when we were absolutely awful and created absolutely nothing the whole game other than the El Yunusi chance that they put on a plate for us. But Griffiths comes on, and within about 5 minutes, he creates probably our second best chance in the game by running through. I don't know if you remember it, goes round the keeper and then doesn't get a shot away, but he kind of squares it. But straight away, that's what Lee Griffiths brings you. Comes on against Milan, scores in that game as well when we were struggling. Aberdeen's the other one away from home, up at Pittodrie, when he scores a brilliant finish to put us ahead or draw us level, whatever it was. That's what he brings you, but there's clearly so much else happening behind the scenes because he's barely seen. And if you want to extend the conversation further, what is going on with Albion Ajeti? Like, this is a guy we've paid £5 million for, Paul, and he looked very good at the start, scored a lot of goals, a lot of big goals as well. But I think his last goal was against Hibs in September, and he's barely played since then.
Yeah, it's been a long time now, and I think the way that things have been going, you see Edouard starting game after game, and it's as if he's the only player that Neil Lennon has full faith in to start a game up top at the moment. And even if he's not firing on all cylinders, I think John's right. Griffiths should be in and around the squad more. I think in league games and obviously we've gone out of Europe now, so no European games to worry about. Lee Griffiths should be starting games, and I think Ajeti, it's a mystery. It's bizarre. He started so well. We thought we were on to a real winner, and September is it's a long time ago. And when we were playing okay when he came into the squad, he seemed to be fitting in pretty well. And then I think it's going to be tricky for him to get back in, especially if Griffiths is scoring goals or if he's making an impact from the bench. And then you've got, obviously, Edouard can still have that bit of magic. I think to dismiss him is not the thing to do just now. I think Edouard still needs time. He's still probably our best quality player that we have. So it's a problem that the management have got. Who starts up front, and is there a case for two strikers, and who the two strikers are?
What do you think, John?
Yeah, I think Edouard's going to get a bit more time in the team, and probably rightly so, given his natural ability. You know, the fact that he tried that Panenka today probably shows that he still has confidence. Just the chances that he missed are a bit of a concern. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Griffiths, big fan of the way he scored the goal. And it's good to have a goal scorer on the bench that can come in and kind of bail you out like that. Otherwise, today could have turned out very differently.
I don't know if any of you guys saw Edouard during the trophy celebrations, but he looked absolutely delighted. He had a huge grin on his face.
This is huge for the players, This is huge for the players, I think.
You know, but people who put out that image that Edouard isn't interested at all, like, you only had to look at his reaction there to winning that trophy. We'll get on to that in a wee second. First thing, in terms of penalties, what's your guys' experience of Celtic and penalty shootouts? We had that Dundee United one I touched on earlier. The big one was the Spartak Moscow one. Any other kind of ones prior to that, John? You're a little bit older than me.
One of my first ever games, and this is going to probably get people's blood up a bit. One of my first ever games as a Celtic fan, with my dad and my uncle and my cousins, we all went along to Ibrox to watch Celtic versus Wraith Rovers in the Coca-Cola Cup final. And my idol, my hero, the guy I looked up to as a wee Celtic fan, Paul McStay, missed the penalty, and I think I was crying that day. So I don't have much luck with Celtic at penalty shootouts, unfortunately. So yeah, probably just as well I wasn't in Hampden today.
Paul?
Same as you, I think, Hamish, to be honest. I don't think there's not been many over the years, thankfully. I think penalty shootouts are pretty nerve-wracking and pretty dreadful for your health, to be frank. The obviously most recent one that most people watching this will have seen was the Scotland penalties, and that was brilliant. And today, when Gordon saves Christie's penalty, you feel the worst. You feel the writing is on the wall. But I think we need to have a wee 5 minutes and talk about Conor Hazard and that penalty shootout. This is a guy who's scored, who's played how many games for Celtic? 2-3 games for Celtic.
This was his third
guy. We have 3 goalkeepers at the squad, and they've been rotating round, and he was a man picked for today. And Neil Lennon knew that the penalties was a possibility, and he's left him under the pressure of that. And you would think getting towards the end of the 120 minutes, his mind would be focused on that, and he stepped up to the plate in big fashion with 2 magnificent saves.
Were they magnificent, John? Sorry, I need to take this up a notch. Sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah. Why describe them as magnificent all you want, Paul? I know you're a big fan of positivity, so we'll let you have that one. Yeah, penalties I hate penalties. And apart from at the World Cup, I think penalties are a bit of a nuisance. And when Celtic are involved, it just rips you apart a wee bit. It was good we came through it, though.
Yeah, no, delighted. As I say, 3 from 3 for me. My mum hates football. She can't watch it. The only part of football she will watch is a penalty shootout. And she was in today as well. And she's obviously a complete neutral in the whole situation, but she just said, from an onlooker watching on, how negative you are in general if you're watching your team in a penalty shootout. Everyone you say, God, he's going to miss, he's going to miss, he's going to miss. When in reality, only Ryan Christie missed. The other penalties were really good. McGregor's was absolutely brilliant into the corner. And you've got to remember, it's into a keeper who knows them really well, a keeper who's trained with them. And Gordon, I think, guessed right for basically all of the penalties. Ayer obviously slams his down the middle late on. And an amazing moment. Where does that moment rank, guys? No fans in Hampden. We all know the weirdness of the whole situation, but in years to come, it's an iconic Celtic moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, and it's so difficult to judge right now because everything in society is upside down. Never mind Celtic, and it's hard to know where your feelings lie. But I think I can just kind of resting easy on the achievement more than the match itself, and hopefully everyone is in the same boat. You know, I'm not going to pretend that was a classic Celtic game. I actually didn't enjoy it after the first half. It was just too nerve-wracking for me. I'm just glad it wasn't, against them. It was only against Hearts. We tap on the head, Hearts. Paul?
Yeah, I think the image of Chris Ayer pumping his fists out and running away towards the rest of the team will be iconic. I think the fact that this treble run is come to an end, we won't win a treble this season. So 4 trebles in a row won't be seen in anyone's lifetimes. This is a one-off, and I think we've said that for the treble, but now it really is the truth that this is a one-off. It's an absolutely phenomenal achievement, and there'll be images that will maintain throughout the run. John mentioned one of Craig Gordon on his knees with his hands in the air. The rain hitting out the back of the net in that final when Tom Rogic scored in that video is phenomenal. I think Odsonne Edouard going through and scoring against Hearts last season when everybody stood up at the same time and he lifts the ball into the back of the net is another one. And there are plenty more, but this game, as a neutral, I would imagine it would have been very good to watch up and down. A lot of good points in the game. Even though there are no fans there, I think towards the end the first half was a bit drab, but the second half really picked up as a spectacle, and we'll look back with this with massively fond memories that we actually came through and won the game. It's obviously very raw just now, and I'm riding on a wave of a high. It's just I can't wipe the smile off my face for the next wee while. It's phenomenal.
Fantastic, mate. No, it's a historical day for the club. We are recording this podcast live during the Quadruple Treble Charity Weekender. If you are listening to this as a podcast, that's why we're going to bring in some comments. If you get any questions, points you want to raise in the live chat on YouTube, get involved. We had one coming in there a second ago that I can no longer find. John Sanderson, there it is. Do you guys think that this final win could turn our season around, John?
I'm not sure if it'll turn the season around. It certainly doesn't make it hit the buffers, which is what a loss would have done today. I think I said this on Twitter earlier, but I think what happened after the Lille and the Kilmarnock games. I think the Celtic support almost made a truce with the team and the manager, in the sense that they said, right, we'll back you if you're going to show that kind of commitment in these matches. If you're going to try your hardest to win these games, then we'll back you and we'll try to be as positive as we can be. So I think that truce continues for now. I think it's a shaky truce and it goes on from game to game. But I think the squad will feel that was achievement, and it is. The squad will feel buoyant about that. They won't be taking any of the context of what's happened so far this season. They'll need to block that all out and have belief in themselves. And ultimately, it probably doesn't matter how the fans feel about today and the achievement in general, or the kind of mistakes that happened today as well, or the negativity surrounding the team and the club at the moment. All that really matters in terms of winning matches with no fans at the ground is how the players feel about themselves and each other and the manager. And so hopefully that was all galvanising for them today. That's what we have to hope for. We really need to win, most of our matches remaining in the season. That's the situation we're in, unfortunately. There's a 16-point gap to Rangers. And, if we win all our games in hand and beat them at Ibrox, which is obviously a big task, then that reduces to 4. So that's what the players need to remain focused on, but they also just need to take it game by game. The match against Ross County, they're coming to Celtic Park managerless after sacking Stuart Kettlewell. But they'll have belief in themselves and those players that they can pick up a result against Celtic. So the players need to The players need to just get on with this now and make sure that these mistakes are cut out. Make sure that today was a galvanising moment for them and pick up a win on Wednesday. That's, it's as important. It's game by game at the moment. So I don't know if it turns the season around, but it certainly gives us a boost heading into Wednesday night.
This is a fairly new Celtic team, and Celtic in general have won everything domestically for the last 4 seasons. But when you consider that the league title that we won last season wasn't given to us in the normal way. Yes, we had Scott Brown himself and Neil Lennon photos and all that kind of thing, but they didn't really get to celebrate that triumph as a team in front of supporters and all that kind of thing. And I know that today wasn't in front of supporters, but for so many players in that Celtic squad, today was their first real taste of success at the club. Connor Hazard, Diego Laxalt, Shane Duffy, Ismail Assoro, David Turnbull, and then other players that didn't, get involved, like Albion Ayeti. There's a lot of players there that could hopefully take a real boost from achieving something. Brendan Rodgers always spoke in his time at the club about the most important trophy of the season being the Betfred Cup, because it gave his squad a tangible reward for their hard efforts at the start of the season. Now, admittedly, the start, or whatever you want to call it, the first half of this season has been a bit of a disaster. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But, Paul, the team have been given some sort of reward for it. And hopefully, we can only cross our fingers and hope that they really kick on from this now, because it's a bit of pressure off, as well, having won this.
Yeah, I think so. I think this cup final's been kind of hanging over us for a wee while. That it's been upcoming, and we knew that in all probability we're going into this game where some other teams might pick up points when we're out of league duty. But we know now that we know this team are a team of winners when it comes to the punch. It's a team that knows how to grind out results, and I know it's been disappointing. You say it has been very tricky to watch Celtic. It's been frustrating at times. It's brought out anger in a lot of people, and justified in many occasions. But you just hope that now that when the players look at this tomorrow, I'm sure they'll be celebrating tonight, but if they look at this tomorrow, when they analyse what's happened, they'll look at what they've done wrong, they'll look at what they've done right, and they'll know that history was made, and now they have the chance to go on a run and do a lot more. There is a big mountain to climb in the league. There is a big mountain to climb in the league. Well, obviously this season's Scottish Cup to look forward to as well, but the league is the priority. I think everybody will recognise that now. But there's some big games coming up, and I don't think we can take the eye off the ball coming into Wednesday night. Ross County, obviously, they beat us the last time out. They're coming managerless. We need to make a statement of intent on Wednesday to show that we are not just here to make up the numbers. We are here to make that number 10.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. I'm just looking. I was scrolling through the various Twitter feeds, and Celtic have obviously retweeted a lot of cup final positivity messages from Joe Ledley and players like that. It does kind of bring it home a little bit that we have achieved something magical here. You see Shane Duffy is posted with the caption "History Makers." David Turnbull saying simply, "Oh, what a day!" So that's a couple of players there that I just mentioned as this being their first trophies as Celtic players. But not just that. I mean, has Shane Duffy won a trophy before in his career at professional level? Is David Turnbull? So those are special moments for those players today, John.
Yeah, special moments. But I think Paul's right. I think they still need to evaluate the things that are going wrong. I think there needs to be a lot more accountability for some of these players. Some of the performances just aren't good enough. And, although they'll take solace in the fact that they won the trophy today, they can't just rest on that. They can't just say, right, that's in the bag, and that means we're the best team in Scotland. They've got to prove that time and time again in every single match. That's just the reality of life at Celtic. It's not about focusing on negatives. It's not about any of that. It's just you're only as good as your last game at Celtic, as we've witnessed this season. So the players need to make sure that some of the performances today improve for next time. Let's just say that.
And what about Neil Lennon? because a brilliant day for him as much as a club. I think it's fair to say I'm not talking out of turn here when I say that today won't have got too many Celtic supporters back on side. I think we'd certainly hoped that we'd be more convincing in our victory. We did still win. But what about Neil Lennon? Is he still fighting a game-to-game battle, John? Or is it all about that Rangers game at the start of the year?
The club have made it clear that he's getting till January regardless of what happens. And I think if we'd lost today, I think he's probably still would have been in a job, to be honest with you, because the board just aren't going to take any of the drastic action, even as loud as fans have been on the issue. You could think that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's the reality of it. They made it, as I say in that statement, they made it quite clear it wouldn't be reviewed until the new year. So everything rests on these next 3 matches in the league and then the derby at Ibrox. If we win all 4 of those matches, I think that obviously you'll get deeper into the season. You'll get the January transfer window. It's about whether the players can do that, though. There's been massive question marks about our consistency. And, you know, for me, I was actually more annoyed at the players at points today rather than Lennon. There was a lot of anger directed at Lennon because of some of the decisions he made. But for me, the players kind of let themselves down in that second half, especially letting a 2-goal lead slip. So they need to look at themselves as well. There's, you could fire around blame to a lot of people at Celtic at the moment, but I think the reality is that everyone's culpable to some sort of degree. For Neil Lennon, he needs to just keep winning. As I say, it's a game-to-game thing now, I think, in terms of fan feeling about it. Certainly. I know, I was coming out today, worried about Neil Lennon's future at Celtic. And, the thing is, no one can take this achievement away from him. But going deeper into the season, what does it mean for Celtic season, that performance today? Paul, what's your thoughts?
I think one of the comments here, Bill Smith has brought up saying that today should be Lenny's last game in charge, go out on a high, and I think that's an opinion that many have formed going into this game, that if Celtic did lift the trophy, that Neil Lennon would walk away as a successful treble winning manager and treble winning player. I think it's not going to happen, though, is it? Like, let's be frank about that. He's not going to win a competition and decide to throw in the towel. It's going to be tough, I think, going forward. I think John's right. I think the way that the players react to this is going to be paramount, and the way that the next 4 games go are going to define the season. There are four really massive games coming up. Let's not kid on that today is going to paper over all the cracks, but I think with the team that's there, we have to believe that they have the quality to win these 4 games. It's not going to be easy by any stretch, but I think if we can galvanise on the back of a couple of victories and many positives over these victories, and look on and push on, then I think that the better things will happen in 2021. I think we hope that for a lot of things, to be honest, in the current climate, but for Celtic especially, because when Celtic are winning, it gives us so much joy. I think as a collective, we know, we felt that today. How much better you feeling today after last night's nonsense? So it's like it's night and day. I think that we can, and we can come back. There's a long way to go. Is Neil Lennon the right man for the job? I don't think it's really a debate, because I think, as John said, he's going to be here till January regardless.
I think you're hitting a key point there. As Celtic fans, we want to get behind the team. We don't want to be chatting about, whether Neil Lennon should stay or go. So we want nothing more than Celtic to go on a really good run of winning games, because in every walk of life as Celtic fans, it's much tougher when the team isn't performing. I just want to bring up a comment there from Kenny McAdam, summing up how I'm feeling. He says, an amazing achievement today, record breaking, and we should celebrate. But management again today proved that they are lacking. They need change in order to win the league. Good time for him to go. I think that sums up. There's been a few comments saying that we're now being slightly overly negative. I think that there is a feeling that there is a lot wrong with Celtic at the moment, but hopefully we've touched on the positives as well. Just on that final point from Kenny, good time for him to go. There's no chance of that happening, is there? Neil Lennon walking after such a high today. Maybe the question shouldn't be, is there any chance of it happening? John, do you think that him doing that would be a good move?
No. I mean, we need to, as long as we're winning, we just need to keep it going. We'll know when it's time again. As we've said, the Rangers game is make or break at Ibrox. We'll know. It's daft to consider Lennon going tomorrow or anything like that. I know people are saying that on Twitter, and there's people, very anxious at the moment, and they've got a right to be anxious because of what they see on the park. But as long as we keep winning, we need to see this out. The club, if he was going to go, he would have gone probably after that Ross County defeat in the League Cup. If he's staying beyond that point, I think we've got to see this through now for better or worse. We've got to see it through to against Rangers at Ibrox, and we've got to keep the team in place we've got at the moment. It would make no sense to sack Neil Lennon or any nonsense like that over before then. It just doesn't make sense.
I think when we didn't sack him after that County game or the Sparta Prague second one, or certainly St Johnstone one, we'd made our bed with that, and we'll see how it turns out. Not going to be overly negative, as I say, from this point onwards. I think we'll finish. We've got about 7 minutes or so to go. I think we'll finish just by talking about how amazing an achievement it is. Like, for me, growing up as a Celtic fan, trebles were this holy achievement that we couldn't ever get. I mean, yes, we won it in 2001. I didn't really support Celtic that young, but through the tens, the amount of times we threw away possibilities and chances to win trebles, Ross County, Inverness, the second Ross County, Inverness, there was a Rangers final, Kilmarnock, remember that one, the final. And now we've just stumbled across this Celtic team for the last 4 years that all they do is win domestic trophies. We haven't just won one treble. We haven't just won two either. And it's not been three. We've won 4
One of them was invincible.
Trebles. The first one, we didn't lose a single game. Like, say what you want about this current team, but in decades to come, we'll look back at this time and go, that was just like the best time ever to support Celtic. Won't we, Paul?
Yeah, I think so. And I think discussing trebles has thankfully become a norm. It's been brilliant these last 4 seasons to be able to talk about the achievements that so many different players and obviously a couple of different managers have managed to do. There's so many players in this team that are just getting started at Celtic, but there are a few that have been around for a long time, and it's one of these things that I think we mentioned it on the podcast when we won the second one, that is something that was unheard of, to be honest. And now we've done 4. I think winning 4 trebles is second only to the European Cup. I think they're the 2 monumental things that have happened in Celtic's history.
You place it above 9 in a row?
Which one?
Well, either.
Got you there, Harry.
I think 9 in a row. I think that obviously the thing that surrounds 9 in a row is getting to that illustrious 10. I think that
you put it above 10 in a row.
No,
I don't think you can. I think if you win 10 in a row this season, then
10 in a row is generational.
It is incredible. We've got another 5 months before we find out the answer to that question. But I don't think you can do anything to diminish the achievement that this side and the 3 sides before, because obviously players have come and gone. But this is just absolutely incredible. It's a phenomenal time. Like, regardless of any negativity going about just now, it's a phenomenal time to be a Celtic fan. Growing up with this, like my first real season that I remember, my first real Celtic game that I remember when I was 10 years old when we hammered Rangers 6-2, and then go into that season, like phenomenal. And I'm thinking, this is brilliant. We'll do this every season. And no, of course that doesn't happen. But we've done it for the last 4 seasons, and it's an achievement that you cannot wipe away. We are by far and away the domestic dominators of Scottish football. We have been for 4 seasons, and these times will not be seen again for a long while.
I don't think they'll ever be seen. I don't think a team will ever do this again. What about favourite games and goals from the quadruple treble to finish off? Rogic against Aberdeen. There's a consensus on that?
Yeah,
it remains the only Celtic goal to have made me cry. So yeah.
Yeah, Good stuff.
Amazing.
There's so many going through my head right now. I think I think Rogic comes up a few times. I think for a lot of people, doesn't he? The game against Motherwell when the unbeaten run was on the line is what is up there. To come back in that game was phenomenal. And then there's so many from so many players. I think
Edouard versus Hearts last year.
Edouard run through. Simunovic header. I think just in general terms of the way what that represented in that game, I think was a fantastic goal. And but I think Tom Rogic against Aberdeen will remain the best Celtic goal that many of us have seen.
The greatest. Right, we're almost out of time. Before we go, just a few bits and bobs to get through. Big thanks to Paul John Dykes for asking these three numpties on to chat about Celtic. Really appreciate him asking us on, and also just what an incredible weekend he's put together. And the fruits of that are in the amount that's been raised so far. I don't actually have an update. I feel like I'm in Children in Need at the moment, where they read out the number. I think it was around 21,000 last time. So everyone, get your hand in your pocket and get involved, because there's 4 really good charities there: Rock Talk, Food Facts Friends Food Bank, Children First, and Help for the Homeless. Big thanks, as I said at the start of the show, to GRV Media and 67 Hail Hail for sponsoring this as well. John, selfless plug for the Grand Old Podcast. Where can they find us on Twitter if they've liked what they've heard?
Yeah, Grand Old Pod on Twitter. We're also out weekly, usually on a Monday or a Tuesday, just chatting about everything Celtic. We've not gone into loads of issues today because we wanted to focus on the Quadruple Treble for people on the stream. But we're usually talking about all sorts, and it's usually, being live on YouTube. It's a bit stressful, Hamish. I don't know about you. It's a bit crazy. So we're usually a little bit more relaxed than the podcast recording. So check us out. And stay tuned for the next show. And congratulations to Paul John for an incredible weekend, raising so much money for charity, giving people so much entertainment. The amount of work he must have put into this weekend is unbelievable. Organising all these different pods for starters, sorting out loads of sponsorship, loads of graphics, keeping everyone engaged and excited throughout the days. And, the promotion of it was great as well. Mark Hughes giving his thoughts, John Hartson, and all the players. Fantastic work. I'm delighted to be part of this community. I think the Celtic podcasting community is unbelievable, and I'm proud to be part of it. So, yeah, good. Well done to everyone.
Yeah.
all the guys that come here I've known for the last 3-4 years. Got to know them all, travelling to away days and stuff like that on the bus. Coming on a Sunday, it's good because you get to have a laugh about the game the day before, whether it's a good result or a bad result. The gaffer turns up, which is good. You can always ask him questions and get in depth with him. What happened to this? What happened to that? And he's always happy to answer. And if it's a good result, then it's always a good laugh. You can just sit and have a buzz, and that's how you get started into the meeting. You spend half an hour, 45 minutes dissecting yesterday's game, and then the next thing is, how you doing?
Some folk in the group will know maybe necessarily what to talk, but the fact that they're among, and they can talk about football, they may not want to talk about their problems, but they can talk about the game that they seen yesterday. And again, and then collectively we go around and ask folk how they are individually, and if people want to speak about it, then they can about themselves.
I'd say anybody that's thinking about it, it's very open here. You're welcome to come along even if you don't come to the football. You don't have to say anything, there's no pressure to say anything. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. You can sit and listen and take other people's words on if they benefit you. There's no judgment, it's very open, everybody's friendly, you'll be welcomed in, just come along, that's it.
If you have a venue that you can invite people along, whether it's a changing room, a meeting room, that's all you need. And to offer them, the thing, whatever sport you're doing, you've got that common denominator for most people that will come through your door if it's your sports club. So you can start talking about football, rugby, golf, tennis, netball, whatever your sport is. Bring them along, don't let any of the doomsayers put you off. It won't work, nothing will happen. And believe me, even if you're the person who starts it, you'll get as much enjoyment and benefit as the participants. It's an absolutely easy thing to do. You don't need experience, you just need to be prepared to listen.
Hi, how are you? I'm good, I'm good. I can't hear you. There's no sound. Don't know if it's myself here on my side.
Mate, you know what it is? It's been a long weekend, Keith. I forgot to press the button. Press the button. How you doing, pal?
Fantastic. It's actually hit me now because I had my kids earlier on, so I watched the game. The emotions were high, but to actually sit back now and realise 12 honours in the space of 4 years, remarkable.
It is remarkable, Keith, and you know what? The fact that I made a wee error there doesn't matter, does it? Because we won the 12th trophy in a row. Your pal Mick's waiting to come in, so I'll disappear and I'll let you guys run with it, all right?
Fantastic. Thanks very much for having us on.
Mick, how you doing, pal?
Well,
can you hear us, Mick?
Yeah,
right, lads, it's over to you. Yous are the Sunday night headliners. I'll disappear. Over to you guys, all right?
Thanks, John.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
So, Mick, we're on a Celtic state of mind for tonight. How are you keeping?
Yeah, not so bad. It's just before I was about to say, thanks very much for John Paul having us on as well. It's an absolute honour to be on the podcast.
Paul John, but okay, it's all right. It's all right. What can you say about the game today?
Well, first things first. Before we get anywhere into the thing, because the club is going to be the fans are going to be thinking a lot of things about the game, right? I want to not commiserate Hearts, but congratulate them because the way they were at halftime, that team was down and out, and they come back and they a massive difference in that game. Ronnie Nelson has done a serious job in that team, and they're obviously out there playing for Zaliukas. Obviously, a horrible thing that's after happened. We saw what the same situation happen with one of our own. We had Jackie Johnson with Martin Yord. We had what's his name? Rickson from Rangers. He had the same thing, and Zaliukas had to happen with Hearts. So it's a horrible thing to happen, and they were obviously playing for him today. But they put their heart and soul into that game as well, and fair play to them. They put a great spectacle on that game today. So I have to give congratulations to Hearts in that game before we get anywhere talking about the game.
Well, first of all, when the starting lineup was done up, there was people with eyebrows up saying Scott Brown. What's going to happen? Is he going to play well? I thought overall Scott Brown played well today. Like
the first half, you could just see himself. Like he enjoyed every single minute of that first half. He was unbelievable. He was like Scott Brown of all. He was like the one that we all for the last couple of years. He was the Scott Brown that was been doubted. He was the Scott Brown to come back and show that his worth. He was even I don't know if you're watching on the BBC pundits or Premier Sports.
Premier Sports.
Pundits. As BBC myself, the lads were saying that they could see Scott Brown getting into Andy Halliday's ear, getting into Naismith's ear, and he was doing Scott Brown. That's what Scott Brown does. But just in the second half, it was just it was nearly that he went in there in the second half, and it's like he had already won. And if he had been taken off in the first half, that was him done. It was grand, happy days. But I think the only reason he lasted the full amount of time is because Turnbull was taken off. But look, we'll get into that in a few minutes. But
and do you think it was a stage because he's been rested as well for the last two games? That could have made a difference.
See, there's a few things that you can think about Scott Brown in this one, right? One, he hates Hearts. One, he's next Hibs head. Three, he was trying to make a point why he was taken off the bench for a while. 4, he was trying to prove his worth. 5, he just hates Naismith and he hates Halliday, and that's what happened. I think there was a lot of things that got in Scott Brown's head there today, and you wouldn't know which one is going to prove its worth. But look, that one there right now, those in the first, he had his 45 minutes, and after that, his legs weren't there. The only reason he lasted that long is because Turnbull was taken off in my mind.
And plus, he helped with the assist for Griffiths getting the tour goal as well.
It was mad to actually see that for a man that come out that started off the game great, and then the second half he just like he fell asunder, and all of a sudden he went for a goal, probably could have scored it, and then assisted another ex-Hibs player against Hearts. It's nearly like a fairy tale, in fairness, even whether you're wearing a Celtic jersey or not. Like, but look, it is what it is. But I think Scott Brown showed a hell of a lot of experience today. I just don't think he has the legs anymore to last as long as he did. And it showed today.
Neil Lennon came out and said that basically the reason why he didn't start Sorrow was down to he had a bit of a dodgy stomach, food poisoning. So that's the reason why he went for it. I don't know if it was just a cover up or not, but Sorrow played average when he came on. You can't take away the 2 previous games. He was pretty good. Like the defense, shaky spells in the second half with the defense. Oyer was outstanding today, absolutely outstanding.
I was been outstanding for the last couple of games, and for a man that wanted to leave the club, like you look at it's basically a tale of 2 players right in this club at the minute. Eddie wanted to leave the club, and Oyer wanted to leave the club. Eddie, as soon as all this transfer speculation came over him, he hasn't been the same player for Celtic as he has been for the last couple of years. Oyer, for the man that actually nearly put a transfer request in, he's actually kind of playing his heart and soul out of the club. He went and scored the penalty today to actually win the quadruple treble, and he celebrated and he said he wanted to take that penalty. He said it in his interview he wanted to take that penalty, and he's a different man. That fella is going to be a lot of worth in a couple of years, whether it's with us or whether it's not. He's going to be like a Virgil van Dijk in my mind.
Who, Edward?
No, Oyer.
Oyer. Well,
yeah,
his penalty was fantastic, but overall, like Hearts, they had the chances, and do you know what? Like Hazard, he was shaking in spells, but he went like Chris Sutton was criticising him, saying that he shouldn't went down for that chance where boys tried to take it on, but like he was right to go down. But obviously, when they got the true ball, and Oyer should have capitalised and went in for it instead, Hazard came out and it made a show of himself.
If you want to talk about Hazard, right, there's a lot of things you can talk about Hazard there today, right? First of all, you can talk about the season Celtic have had with goalkeepers. First of all, we've had 3 goalkeepers in nets this season, right? And if you can tell me a team that has had 3 goalkeepers in the first half of the season in nets, I was saying to you, right, start naming them out. I wouldn't even be able to name them myself. We've had Barkas that we bought in for 5 million. We've had Bain that's come back in. and now we've had Hazard in. This is a third start for a Celtic team, right? You look at, I think Hazard did a fantastic job, and now, as I said, Keith, I was calling you earlier on, and I was telling you about Hazard, and then the only mistake he made was an extra time, okay? And then after that, he made 2 penalty saves. Now, right, it's his third start, and I still think he did a fantastic job. He made one mistake, which was in the 11th minute. That was the one mistake he made all game. But at that stage, he shouldn't even have had to be in that situation. That game should have been done and dusted by fucking half time. He shouldn't have had to been in that situation. If a goal went in that stage, you're right, Grant, he should have already been fucking having 2 hands in the cup.
I'm going to ask you now, and a lot of Celtic fans that are watching this tonight, I appreciate it. By the way, I'm just at the scene, the comment there, 22,000 raised in funds for these 4 charities. Fantastic job by everybody that's getting involved. Absolutely fantastic. Let's try get this up to 25k.
Keep the money coming in, lads. Keep the money coming in,
As I
lads.
said, it's for people that are in need, mental health, for young kids that never felt Christmas right, you know. Like, I listened to a couple of stories. I remember Steve was on last week and he was saying that he was talking to a young boy and he said, I don't believe in Santa. And he said, why? Because Santa's never delivered anything to me. A story like that breaks my heart, you know, because having 2 young kids, and if I was not to get them anything for Christmas, it just haunted me for the rest of my life. But regards to the defensive problems, like, I know we're all on high hopes tonight. We've won a good game. We played against a strong championship side that have Premiership pedigree. The players that they have, is it a case that we're still worried about our defence? We're still shaky.
I see. Again, you were saying you're watching on Premier Sports, and I was watching the game on BBC, and the commentators made a great point. Billy Dodds was the co-commentator today, and he made an absolute great point. As much as I hate Billy Dodds, as every Celtic fan does, and as I can say to Billy Dodds, as I will say to any other Rangers comment, there's a certain Sky Sports Rangers commentator that we'll give the big one to, but he made a great point. Celtic have a change of defence how many times this season? Celtic don't know what their number 1 defence is. Julian was there for so long. Beaton came in. Duffy was there. Julian was in with Ayer. Ayer was put in there. Beaton himself. Celtic don't know what the defence is. We don't even know what our goalkeeper is. Hazard had his 3rd start today. We've had 3 goalkeepers in there today or this season. We've had how many defenders in there in front of a goalkeeper that don't know what their actual comfortable position is. And it showed today. You look at Julian and Duffy there for a moment that they actually bumped into each other, and Gazella was in there to score an easy one-on-one goal scoring opportunity.
Great save by Hazard, though. Great save.
That's what I'm saying. And if they had scored that, the game was fucking over. It really, really was. Hearts, in my mind, they deserved to win the game. Now, if you look at the first 45 minutes, we should have been 5-0 up at that stage, right? But if you look at the second half and after that game, we were looking. The BBC commentators put a perfect analysis on our game today. It was Celtic's season summed up in one afternoon. So we got off great, then we let it go, and then we were nervy, and then we got back in and just pulled ourselves back out of a hole. It couldn't have picked a better analysis to describe Celtic's season or what they said today, and that's exactly what happened today. Now, we got out with the cup win, but it happened, right? So
it was weird because obviously a club, an honour. It's our 40th Scottish Cup as well. Congratulations to Neil Lennon, the first manager and player to do the treble in Scotland. Obviously, he's a part of Steen, Rodgers, O'Neill, and he's in with them boys now with the folklore. It's mad to think that we're going back 3 or 4 weeks and a lot of people have made their mind up, and I'm one of them people, and I've said it as well. If the team are not performing, if the management are not energising them on the sidelines, we need a change. And it's again the stage where is he contract going to be renewed now in January because he's had to put a bit of folklore from last season?
You see, the thing is, like, you have to kind of take today out, right? Right, we've had a very, very rough run of form games for the last while, and Keith, between myself and yourself, the way we were talking on your channel, whatever, like obviously that was your channel. So again, John Paul, thanks very much for having us on here. Do really, really appreciate it. But just the way we were saying, like, we were backing Neil Lennon for a long time. I think we're saying that Neil Lennon isn't the man anymore. But the last couple of games, like I know we've lost a couple of games, whatever, but it just seems the last couple of games, it's been a bit of a turnaround.
Paul John as well, by the way, Mick.
John Paul John, yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, Mr. Dykes, we call him that. But that's the way I'm seeing it right now. The only thing I'm seeing right from today, you look at them players lifting that trophy. You look at Lennon looking up to the sky when he's looking at the confetti and say, right, he's nearly praying to the gods. This is what the Celtic team need right now to see what they've done for the last 9 years. This is the boost they need to actually inject a bit of want in the club and say, right, if you want this at the end of the next season, this is you know what you have to do. And I think that was probably a blessing in disguise before anything happens for the 10 in a row campaign. 2nd of January is not too far away. I am very, very afraid of the 2nd of January.
You're afraid of the 2nd of January? Well, look, we have Ross County on Wednesday. I know we can't get carried away. Hopefully the lads don't drink too much juice tonight and get the head down and stay in the bubble and get focused for Ross County, because especially we're playing Ross County at home. We know what happened a few weeks ago to Ross County. It's going to build momentum. It could be a make or break game for Celtic this season. I know we've been saying it's Lille, but this could be a make or break. I don't think it's going to be obviously the highlight game of the season, because the highlight game of the season has to be kicking off and beating Rangers in a second.
I don't think there's any other results that's going to save any person's career in this club apart from a win in that result. Everything is leading up to that result, and even the board have been saying we're back in Lennon, and then it's all at the very end of every single conversation. They're saying the 2nd of January. I say if we don't come out with 3 points in that result, there's going to be a lot of fucking shit.
But
happening.
do you think he's getting shafted if we've to lose that on the 2nd of January? Do you think the board are putting pressure on him, saying, "Okay, you have to go now. You have to go"?
I don't. I think they're putting pressure on themselves. In fairness,
after considering what he's after doing today, he's after making history.
I don't think it's fair on Lennon. I think they're putting pressure on themselves, and we as we said already, Lennon has had a lot of balls to stay with the club now the last couple of weeks. Like we were saying 2-3 weeks ago, that Lennon leaving the club now, knowing that he's got a cup final ahead of him, that this could be a historic moment. The board could be sitting back thinking, like, right, this could be take a little bit of the pressure off the club. That's saying, right, they're after getting a quadruple treble, but it'll take the limelight off the 10 in a row. But at the same time, every commentator, every person that was commenting on the game today, is that they are constantly talking about 10 in a row. I say, will this put a shadow over the 10 in a row? Will this put a shadow over the doubts? There was the commentator on BBC said 3 times today. I counted. I actually asked myself, why is this guy actually still talking about this during the game when he's already said it once? He said they've had bad games again in Europe. They topped the group in Europa League. They did this in the Scottish Cup. They're not going to get the 13th trophy in a row. And I said, why are you still doing it? Are you trying to get the media back in to put the pressure on Celtic? And now this is, in my mind, from supporting Celtic, as it always has been, it's basically Scotland been against Celtic from day one. But and I'm still thinking this guy, even if Celtic won the quadruple treble, he's trying to reignite that. It's Scotland against fucking Celtic, no matter who fucking wins it. And that's what I was seeing today.
I personally feel, and I've said this on me many times, I just feel like the board, regardless if they're going to make a change in January or not, it's going to be hard to get a marquee manager in. So,
yeah, I think at this stage,
it's a poison chalice. You're 16 points behind.
At this stage, forget about it. Neil Lennon is going to be there till the end of the season, regardless. The last time Celtic made a change halfway through the season was when John Barnes and
Tony Mowbray.
Kenny Dalglish, Tony Mowbray as well. They're the last 2 times Celtic made a change, and a change is not going to come right now. Neil Lennon is after winning a quadruple treble, and he's, as you said yourself, he's the first player manager to win a treble with Celtic. He's won many titles now with Celtic. The chap deserves credit. Right, obviously things aren't going well this season, and I genuinely think it's the pressure of 10 in a row is what's getting to the players. The players are walking into that club and they know exactly what's going on. You see what Scott Brown was. He was dropped, and then all of a sudden, he's a player that we've known Scott Brown to be for years today, enjoying himself for 45 minutes, and then all of a sudden, click, the game is fucking over. Walks back out, and the game is fucking back on. I say, oh, shit, we're going to lose this game straight away. It's like Celtic players have got too complacent, and it happened today. They were too used to winning. It was the way they felt for the last couple of years, and that was the feeling they had back over them. I said, actually, lads, we're going to coast this game, and then it just went asunder. They have to realise that teams have accepted that Celtic are going to the Celtic have this feeling over them that they're unbeatable, and it's like they're trying to feel every team has got together and said, right, lads, how can we beat Celtic? And this was Eric coming back to the Brendan Rodgers season when we were invincible. It's nearly like every club in Scotland got together and goes, lads, how can we beat Celtic? And they've come up with some sort of formula.
That's it, and especially with the fans being in the stadium, it's like they don't.
I don't accept that, Keith. I don't accept that. We're saying with no fans in the stadium, right? We've had our fans in the stadium, right? Rangers are the same as well. They have the exact same fan base as us going to games the whole lot, and they haven't got their fans. But at the same time, they are fucking winning games. So I'm not taking this fucking no fan at games shit, whatever. I don't. They're professionals. They're paid money to play football. They're not paid to fucking listen to fans and get them going. Yes, it is a boost, but I'm not accepting it. I'm sorry, I'm not accepting it.
Right. Well, okay. 12 honours. Just want to go through, obviously, these 12 cup wins. Was that the best one? Or was it the one Tom Rogic against Aberdeen?
Right. Well, it was up there at one of the better ones because we won it the hard way. You look at the penalty shootouts that Celtic have had for the last 30 years. We've had obviously the last penalty shootout we were in was one of the most horrible ones. Was when a certain new team came along and beat us, and that was a hard day. The one before that was Spartak Moscow. We won that one for the Champions League. Then we had Valencia 2001, 2002. And then the one before that was
as well. Dundee
United.
Aberdeen.
It was Aberdeen 1990. Oh, yeah, sorry, Bart as well. Yeah, sorry, that was the league. So 5 penalty shooters we've had in the last 30 years. I'm not going to lie to you. When I was looking at the penalty shootout, I thought we were going to lose it today. I really thought we were going to lose it.
To see when Christie missed it, well, it was a great save by Gordon, and Gordon played well for Hearts today. I didn't agree with him throwing the ball at the team, like losing the ball.
Can we just talk about that for a second, right? I don't know what Gordon's tactics was there, right? Throwing the ball at a player. Like, what would have happened, right, if the ball had hit the crossbar, the right post, the left post, bounced off the keeper and went into the net? Would he have thrown the ball at Edouard then? I said Edouard took a chance, and he decided he wasn't trying to embarrass Gordon. He took a chance, and went in. And I don't agree with Gordon throwing the ball to the player. If Gordon had been the other end of the field 2 seasons ago, and Edouard had done that, he would have been up the fucking field celebrating with Edouard. So how can he actually have the balls to actually throw the ball out?
Well, Musa done it against Rangers. He did in Hampden. If you remember that one.
But Gordon was also in nets as well for that, and he wasn't saying anything then.
He had a cracking day as well. He pulled off, I think it was 3 saves in a row.
So how has Gordon got the balls to actually pick a ball at net and throw it at one of his ex team? Edouard wasn't trying to fucking throw any embarrassment at Gordon. Edouard was doing what he does best. He was being a prick, and he's being a top fucking striker, which is what every striker is, a prick.
I hope he gets his confidence now, actually scoring outfield. That's the thing about Edouard. I hope this boosts his confidence. I know he's been scoring in Europa League games and stuff, but like even the chance he had today against Gordon, I know it was straight at Gordon, but could have done better, Could have done better.
It was look, come here, with them situations, right? He's got the right 3 seconds to think. That's all he has to do. It's hard to fucking think of a person. You can't blame someone for thinking within 3 seconds. So I'm not going to take anything of that. But we know what Gordon was like when he was for us. He was great shot stopper. I know that's a cliche as well as he's typical goalkeeper, shot stopper. But he did what he does best, and that's why we were asking ourselves at the start of the season: should we have kept Gordon? And we probably should. We really probably should have.
You didn't see any bad passing out of him today, to be honest. You know, as much as he's had spells at Celtic.
He has moments, all right. He definitely did. He did what he usually does, kick the ball over the goal line or the sideline for just no reason at all. Like so, but what I had to love it most of today, especially in the first 45 minutes, was Brown against Naismith. It was just like two lads of old. I say that right. All right, Mrs. The boys are out to play again. You have to fucking sort these lads out, and they couldn't do it. And even beaten as much as a honey is, he had a great game today as well. Like so, and
there's a couple of decisions. There's a couple of decisions in the first half where it should have been a free kick and a yellow card, and he just let it go.
But I don't think he had a bad game. I don't think he had a bad game.
He didn't have a bad game even when he played Rangers in Celtic Park. I don't think he was quite fair because the pressure was on him then after the previous time he managed refereed in Ibrox against us. At that time he was spotting in the bar.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, we'll just go back to these 12 trophies. Like, is it the Rodgers moment that sticks out to you? I know, like we've all celebrated these 4 amazing years.
One sec.
But I'm just looking at Gary Doonan.
Sorry,
he's saying we got beaten by Falkirk in 2006 in the League Cup.
Sorry, go again there. There's a dog was fucking acting up there.
So, regards to the 12 trophies, what one sticks out to you the most?
I suppose the one Rogic scored the last minute winner because it was the first treble, and it's obviously going to be the one that sticks out the most. Like the one to get the following season, it was a handy enough game. Like the
we had it wrapped up by half time.
Yeah, last season's duel against Hearts.
Last season was a roller coaster. I thought it was a great final. You know, it really was. Like
I think today is a big one because it was a penalty shootout, and like that's going to stick out. As I said at the start of this conversation, I have to give a lot of credit to Hearts because the way that they compose themselves. Like they were playing for Zalukis especially, and that's one thing that has to be mentioned today. Like whether you're playing for Celtic or Hearts,
but we done it last year. We done it for Chalmers and for McNeil last year when we had the numbers on the shorts.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. But I still think Lucas needs a mention there on this one today. Right, we seen one of our own die of Martin Urine as well, and Zalukis was the same situation as Hart. And I think when the boys came at half time, the Hearts lads, they knew straight away that they were playing for someone else more than anything. Like he died halfway through the semi final against Hibs not so long ago, and that they obviously had that in the back of their mind. So I obviously give that a shout out there without like so, and it's one of those fucking things there. Like you can at half time in a cup final kind of thing. We've seen this in fucking films for something. Like you watch like the Mighty Ducks or fucking The Waterboy or something. Like you're down at half time and all of a sudden this is turned around, and it's basically a fucking carbon copy of what happens today. Like the only fucking bad thing was like for them, which is better for us, is that the fact that we actually won today. So it's one of those things. A cup final, anything can happen, and I don't think you can put anything on the season. What happened today because it is a cup final. So
that's it. It's a cup final from last season, but overall, it's Celtic have their name on the trophy yet again. It was a delayed cup final, but it's crazy to think we're back in the mix at the end of January again to defend the cup. Like it's literally, what, a month away, and we're looking at like we have to defend the cup again. It's great to see Scott Brown play well. McGregor played well, but McGregor really got stuck in today. Rodgers played well when he came on. You know, he had a couple of chances in extra time to get an assist.
There was one moment in the last couple of minutes on one of the halves. I don't know whether it was extra time or full time at this stage, and he was just pure wizardness. And all he needed was somebody on the end of his ball. He took around fucking 5 people. And all he put it across the box, and there was no one there. And one of the commentators said, like, this is what Brendan Rodgers said about Tom Rogic. This is why he's got the name, the Wizard of Oz. And it's just like there was no one there at the end of the box at that stage from him. So
hopefully he rests Brown now on Wednesday night. Bring Sorrow back in fully up for it. It was like. When he's bringing Laxall and Frimpong on, I was like, what's this all about? He's looking for a bit of pace down the wings. Taylor played well. Taylor was pretty good today, stuck in.
When I seen the two boys come on, right, I kind of knew exactly what Lennon was at. He was trying to inject the team that he had for the last couple of weeks. And I said, right, I'm bringing these two lads on. These boys have the pace. These boys know what winning's about. Taylor hasn't been in that winning mentality for the last while. Obviously, he won against Kilmarnock there last week. But then you see the two lads come on and said, these lads fucking know how to get up and down the wings. But the problem that those two lads had on was fucking Eddie was in the box, and Eddie is our problem at the moment. But look,
he needs more support, innit? Regardless of formation we're playing. Do we go for 4-4-2 with Eddie in the league now to give it a bash, bring the league in now?
See, this is the danger now, because like I do think we should go 4-4-2, because as soon as Griffiths come on the box, he's like, we haven't got a strike. We got with Edward, we got a forward. We haven't got a striker. Griffiths is an out hatcher. He's a striker. He'd stand in front of the goalkeeper until he gets that little poke in there that's going to get you goals. And that's what we need right now. And we haven't got that. So and we need Griffiths there starting up top, I think. And even if he's not starting, bring him on for the last half an hour. I think that's where we can get our problem sorted out. And it's the next couple of games are going to be crucial before we get into the 2nd of January. Like I don't want to take too much away from today. Right, today's
you don't want it, but you want to look forward as well. Like you got to think about what if we don't get a result in Ibrox on the 2nd of January? Does the club invest in players? That's the question. Like, does the club?
I don't think that's going to be a change. That's not going to be a change. If we don't get a result in Ibrox on the 2nd of January, then I'm personally fucking thinking to myself that it's too late at that stage. It really is too late at that stage. That investments change. See, when it comes to change, you have to invest time in getting a change to work. But when it comes to 2nd of January, we're actually kind of like want things change straight away. We want results straight away, and it's just not going to happen. It's Spain. You're injecting like a bodybuilder full of steroids and expecting change straight away. If that's what you'd be wanting to do with Celtic. That's what you're expecting to change.
I'd do 4-4-2 anyway. I'm looking at the comments here. I'll go for 4-4-2 on Wednesday night. Look, we need revenge against Ross County. We need to go out and actually scalp them.
We need to spank them. See, a lot of things people are saying as well when it comes to Hearts as well about today, right? That they were a championship team and it's you beat a championship team today, right? Yeah, fair play to you, yeah, grand. Well, you have to keep in mind, right? That was the same team that beat Rangers in the quarterfinals not so long ago. It was the exact same squad, only they added to it. The likes of Andy Halliday, Stephen Naismith, Craig Gordon. You know what I mean? The likes of them players, they're not championship players. They're actually Premiership quality when it comes to Scotland. So I don't know where people are saying that they're like a Sunday league. At the same time as well, even no matter who you're playing, if it's a championship team, a Premiership team, or a Sunday league team, a cup final can happen. Anything can happen in a cup final. So it's just basically everything's been left out there. But when it comes to Hearts, that was like top. That's a decent quality team. Those people had loyalty to Hearts when they actually went down because of the way they were relegated, and people actually loyal to them.
Down 3 times, Mick.
But the way they were relegated last season, they weren't able to defend themselves. They had like 7 or 8 games to stay safe. It didn't happen, and a lot of players stayed. The likes of Naismith, Halliday, and then Gordon went them as well. They're actually Premiership caliber. They could have went to the likes of Kilmarnock or St Johnstone or something like that, and got a bit of Premiership football. But they stayed with Hearts. That team should be walking the Championship team. They should be in the Premier League, and you can't argue with me now.
I know. I don't want to put a damper on this, folks. I know there is in the comments people are talking about managerial change. I completely understand. Some people are saying that Lennon should just resign and just let the team move on going into the rest of the second half of the campaign. I completely understand.
Right? Anybody is saying that to ask me who's going to take over the job and tell me why.
Now this is where I'm going to throw it at you. Right? There's people saying Prescu, the former Cluj manager, he's out of work at the moment. He left Cluj 2 weeks ago. We have Slavan Bilic, which he's done a great job for Croatia.
Yeah,
got West Brom promoted, done a terrible job at West Ham. I thought he was absolutely useless at West Ham. I felt he got fair enough. He's conceded 26 goals in 12 games. Look, they're a team being promoted from the English Championship. They got a great result against City the other night. Slaven Bilic, I wouldn't put him. He's not a near the standard of a Brendan Rodgers type of manager we'd go at.
To be honest, he's a top manager. I will say he's a top manager, but he's been this typical Sam Allardyce type person, right? And he could be a good person for Celtic, right? Like, but at the same time, you bring a manager into that club right now. You tell me now what manager is going to change that rate and win 10 in a row. You tell me what manager is going to come into that club and say, right, I'm going to win 10. I'm going to walk into a club that is on the verge of a history fucking breakdown. I'll take the season after, no problem.
What I'm afraid is if they were to sell the Celtic manager vacancy, they'll probably like, oh well, we have 2 assistants here. They're going to help you introduce to the team, Kennedy and Strachan. I don't think Lawwell and Desmond are willing to have the balls to release them from the contracts or give them other roles.
See, Celtic, people think that a lot of people in this world think that Celtic is like a club that is like it's just a lower league team in England. No, people know Celtic is an actual historical team that is worldwide known, and they know exactly what 10 in a row means. A manager is not going to walk into this team right now and say, right, I'm not going to walk in there and deny a club 10 in a row because it's going to come back on me. So a manager changes the stage, any fan out there can forget about it. Just you're going to have to realise that Celtic Neil Lennon is going to be the Celtic manager for the rest of the season, and I will be backing him.
And if he does change it around, and I've came out and said this, if Lenny changes this around, I'll get him on my chest. He wins this league. Okay, he's claiming he has the evidence there that he's done it. He can change it around. Yeah. I only think the way that Neil Lennon can change it around if he gets the right coaching staff in. I still don't believe it was first time in a long time we actually seen Kenny on the sidelines. He was actually willing to walk down the Hampton steps and actually try guide a team.
But there was only one time when Neil Lennon was sitting down in his dugout was when it went 2-2, and then but any other time of tonight was when the most time Neil Lennon was on his touchline and Kenny was up beside him. Now, it's probably a good thing that was in Hampden Park because we know the dugouts are like halfway up the fucking stand in Hampden Park as well. So nobody wants to be walking up and down the stairs the whole time. But like Lennon was on the first time for the most of that game. He was animated. He was jumping up and down. But then like there was one moment obviously when the camera obviously said it was right. Well, we're going to wait for Lennon to be in his dugout and then we'll throw the cameras on him. And that's nearly what happened tonight. And I fucking nearly kind of shot the media down for that. I said, oh yeah, you just fucking pick your one moment to fucking put the camera on. Then like, other than that, he was in the touchdown the whole time. Like I really do think he's had a different turnaround in the last couple of weeks. And
he's looking more fresh. You know, he looks more energetic. Maybe
there was one moment tonight he genuinely looked like that he had grey in his face because when it went 2-2 and then it went 3-3, the grey was in his face. And but like the one moment. But the one moment in his face tonight when he was looking up at the confetti and he was looking up, oh my fucking God, I can't believe I'm actually here holding a trophy. But the reaction that Scott Brown and McGregor had to him said, no, Gaffer, we want you to lift this trophy. And he was like, no. And he turned, but he always turned around and goes, no, lads, you lift that fucking trophy. And then when he turned around,
Did you see him on the side when he went up and he started celebrating Bruni had it? Then he was on the side. He was like, no, get in the middle, you get in the front. We want you in the front. Yeah.
But see, do you know what that said to me as well? It actually shows that the players in that dressing room actually do back Lennon. It says it's not there's actually any bad shit going on with Lennon, and this is where the fans have to realize there is no badness with the backroom staff. There's obviously a bit of a glitch. And I said the commentator in the BBC, the commentating room said there's obviously that a little bit of pressure for 10 in a row. The 10 in a row pressure is obviously getting to them. And it was evident tonight.
Well, what you need to do is just take every game as it comes. And we need to stop thinking about any opposition team that are playing well and what they're doing. We need to focus on Air Cup finals, Ross County. We get over that. We go move on to Dundee United because everything doesn't happen in football as much as we were to putting 35 million into into the squad. Some of the signings haven't been hit the ground. You've seen what's happening with Barkas. You've seen Bain today. I don't know if you've seen the warm up. They were obviously doing the goalkeepers were doing the training, but Bain took a shot and he hit the crossbar and in. I was like this doing the Bruni. I was just like, it's a bit weird, you know. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
But Barkas,
but there's players there on the pitch today that you actually see that want to play, and you could actually see it in Brown as well that he actually shot. Now, there's two things I was thinking about Brown today. Right, the first half because he hates Hearts because he's a Hibs man, right? But the second half is he a Celtic man or is he not? Because
Bruni done an interview with BBC today, and he talked about if I'm on the pitch or I'm in the stands or I'm playing, I love this club as much as the fans, and I want success.
Yeah, but does he love the club more than he hates Hearts? That's the question I was asking myself.
Well, because after the celebration?
But he's a Hibs man. He's a Hibs man through and through, no matter what. No matter if he's a captain of Celtic or not, he's a Hibs man regardless in my mind, right?
But he's always 15 years of service.
He will, yeah, and
22 honours.
True point. But does he hate Hearts more? Does he hate Rangers Hearts more?
Doesn't really matter who he hates. Once he does a job for us, and he got in there today, he orchestrated himself quite well. He stored them up. He got Naismith booked for messing around with Hazard. You know, he done well. Sometimes he has failed in the past. For example, the last Glasgow derby, he was atrocious. And I feel deep down inside, and I think a lot of people will agree with me in the stream, Brown has to leave at the end of the season as a player. Put him in the coaching mix. If he wants to go back to Hibs, as you said, he's a Hibs man. Let him go back to Hibs. He's been an amazing servant, you know. Like he's up there honor-wise with the likes of the great Caesar. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like obviously with captain skills, very similar to Paul McStay.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind that he'll have a go down. He will not go down in Celtic folklore or than anything as a hero of a captain. But I just think but this season especially, right, that like, when he's been playing, he hasn't been himself. He hasn't been playing well. And all of a sudden, when he's playing against Hearts, he puts his heart and soul into the game. And so, which makes me ask: is he a Hibs man or is he a Celtic man? Does he hate Hearts more than he hates We Hate Rangers?